Upon waking up, Shen Yan realized that he had an additional infinite sign-in system, and he could obtain rewards just by signing in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a full face value. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a full grade physique. Sign in success. Chapter 1, Unlimited Sign-in. Put your brain here first. Golden Harbor. Yongha Garden. Inside an ordinary rental house. Today is the weekend. Just graduated from college. Shen Yan this moment has not yet got up. This week's time. He interviewed before and after a total of more than a dozen companies, but without exception, all of them let him go back to wait for the notice, and then there is no post. Once in college, Shen Yan how did not think, one day this kind of cannot find a job thing will happen in their own body. But the good thing is that before the part-time job saved a little savings. Otherwise, it is estimated that this month's rent is enough to choke. Other people graduated without a job. There is a family can support a little, but Shen Yan's parents in his college when he died in a car accident. Nothing left for him. Ding! Infinite signing system activation successful. Host binding in. Host binding successful. Sleeping Shen Yan's mind coldly came two cold electronic prompts. Snapped. He immediately opened his eyes and sat up directly. As a senior netizen, Shen Yan is naturally no stranger to the system. Isn't this the golden finger that only the male protagonist inside the novel will have? Is it possible that he has been under too much pressure recently? Appeared to hallucinate? In order to verify whether he was dreaming or not, he tried to call out to the system while perking up his ears. System? Is the system there? Host, I'm here. The system gave a response just after his words fell, but Shen Yan, who hadn't woken up from sleep, still found it unbelievable that it might be a dream within a dream. So then he punched at his waist. Ouch! Shen Yan instantly planted on his bed. Really is a real man. On his own hand is also so hard. His hands covered his waist, where the sourness came from making off the top of his head is a nationalist, but also confirmed that he really is not dreaming. Half of the morning. System, then introduce your functional role. Slowed down the god he was not overwhelmed by joy. System flow novels Shen Yan also read a lot. Not every system is perfect. There are some systems are always like to release some mandatory tasks, cannot be completed, but also to erase the host. He should not be so unlucky, right? Host, this system is an unlimited sign-in system. There are no restrictions. Do not need the host to complete any form of task. The host only need to sign in to get rewards. Every reward is reasonable and lawful compliance. Will not bring you any trouble. At the same time this system is also thoughtfully equipped with the system space, which is also unlimited storage space. High-end systems often use the simplest and most brutal way of taking things. It so happens that Shen Yan eats this set, but the happiness came too suddenly, so much so that he felt that everything was so unreal, and tentatively pursued the question. System, are you telling the truth? There really aren't any restrictions, and I don't have to do anything to just sign in? There's no point in saying more. The host will know once he tries it. The system didn't continue to explain to Shen Yan, but let him personally experience it himself. Hearing is not believing. Seeing is believing. Whether it's good or not is only known by trying. Okay, start signing in. Shen Yan slightly pondered that it makes sense. Is not really their own on a hair do not understand it. Immediately on the system to give instructions. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host to obtain 100 billion funds. The system's tone just fell. Shen Yan's cell phone came the tone of the text message. He picked up his cell phone and clicked to see. Good guy. That eyes can't wait to stick into the screen. 1, 10, 100, 10,000, billion, tens of billions, 100 billion? Seemingly afraid that he had misread the situation, he even tapped over with his fingers one by one, only to find that $100 billion had actually arrived in his card. Ha 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 ha. The system is bullish. Ah ha 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 ha. At this time, Shen Yan could no longer think of anything flirty to say. The only way to express the true feelings in his heart was to laugh up to the sky. Who said that there is no such thing as a good thing falling from the sky? But this is what he encountered. System, can I sign in continuously? After laughing enough, Shen Yan suddenly thought that if he signed in one at a time, isn't it a bit troublesome? When he played the game, he could draw 10 times in a row, so he should be able to sign in as well, right? The host can choose a single sign-in or multiple sign-in. The specific number of times can be decided by the host. It was said that it was an unlimited system. If this little thing didn't satisfy Shen Yan, could it still be called unlimited? Then first give me 10 consecutive sign-ins. The first sign-in gave himself $100 billion. Shen Yan was curious to know what other good things he would draw later, and was waiting for the system's feedback with a look of anticipation. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining full face value. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a full level of car skills. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $5 million in funds. Sign-in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a full level of physical fitness. Sign-in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a villa with a sea view. Sign-in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a TC office building. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning a financial street. Listening to the system beep after beep. Shin Nian's heart is a comfortable ah. Originally, he wanted to rely on his own hard work all his life. But in this case, I'm afraid it's very difficult to realize, right? 10 consecutive signings soon came to an end. Just Shin Nian, this small wave of signing to get something is enough to let a lot of people struggle for a lifetime. From the car to the villa to the industry and the beginning of the hundreds of billions of dollars in cash flow, a lifetime are said to be less than. Not exaggerating, a lot of people are afraid of a few lifetimes cannot be mixed, right? However, Shin Nian did not continue to sign in. The idea of a move. The hand inside a car key appeared. If there is a friend who knows the car and the words, should be able to recognize that is the Bugatti Chiron car keys, which is also just signed in to get. At the moment is parked in his downstairs parking space. Perhaps he himself did not notice. At this moment his face value and temperament is quietly changing. This is the full grade face value and full grade physique he drew took effect. Every boy should have a dream of a supercar. Shin Nian was no exception. He was ready to feel the charm of this limited edition supercar first, just to try out what his full grade car skills were like, and whether or not they were that good. You have to know that since he got his driver's license, he had never touched a car again, because this is summer, outside the heat with a furnace like, so Shin Nian casually wear a big pants and undershirt so out the door, and even the door is not locked. On his house, the rats come to the estimate have to starve to death. Chapter 2 Trenchless. Downstairs, Shin Nian down when. Here has gathered a lot of people. All are in the spectators of his Bugatti Chiron. No way. This neighborhood are some of the bottom of the ordinary people live, which have the opportunity to so close to appreciate this luxury car. And what kind of person who drives this kind of luxury car would live in this kind of neighborhood? Even the landlord himself doesn't live here. He found that there are a lot of grandparents are also in the crowd, although they do not understand the car. But look at so many people are taking cell phone photos to shoot video. They also follow the trend to pick up the phone. Click is a shot. Some of them have some hard eyes. More heavy women have already put their attention on the surrounding. Want to see this cologne owner is still not here. If you can have a little relationship with him, then it is not directly less than a few decades of curved road. Well, Shin Nian at first did not go to disturb them. Thought these people also watch a lively. A moment on their own scattered. Who knows, half an hour passed. Not only did not leave, but more and more melon masses smelled the smell came. Seeing that they did not have the slightest intention to leave, Shin Nian was also too lazy to continue to wait, and directly took out the car keys to unlock the car, awakening the sleeping beast of the flood. Boom! This sudden a sound wave. A lot of being photographed. Moncler outlet online. They are taking pictures of the Moncler jackets outlet online. Their mouths cursed, but the action in the hand did not stop. That cell phone disliked to go to the car. The other people did not continue to surround the car, but instead began to look around. The car started, that means that the owner came. They want to see the owner is what is the god. I did not think that this broken neighborhood also have hidden Big Brother. Many people actually saw Shin Nian's figure, but they automatically ignored it, because in addition to his looks handsome a little bit, the other with the rich completely does not match. Wearing some cheap clothes, Shin Nian was naturally too lazy to pay attention to them. One step closer to his car, and this move of his in the eyes of other people, also thought that he was going over to take pictures, and did not care. Unexpectedly, the next second he pulled open the door of the car, and in the dumbfounded look of the crowd, drove his own car and left, leaving the crowd with a dashing car shadow. Holy, is there any mistake? Big Brother is even beside me? This person was standing beside Shin Nian just now, and at this moment, when he came back to his senses, he couldn't help but exclaim, feeling that he had missed out on $100 million. Had I known that I wanted a contact or not? I see no mistake, right? Isn't that my tenant Shin Nian? Didn't he just graduate from college? In the crowd, Shin Nian's landlord saw his figure and wondered if she was mistaken. In her impression, Shin Nian is not a rich man. Sometimes a few $100s of rent are delayed for a few days. What? Sister Wang, you know him? Can you give me his contact information? People want to get to know him. Yes. I also want to communicate with him. I'm also a college student. College life is good. Sister Wang, give me your WeChat. Little Wang, although I don't want to get to know him, I'll ask for contact information on behalf of my granddaughter. They're both the same age. They should have something in common. Landlord Wang's words were heard by the surrounding people. Good guy. The next instant these people suddenly had a golden light in their eyes, and directly surrounded her. one by one with all kinds of claims and all kinds of reasons. The purpose was the same. Wanting Shen Yan's contact information. This is very sorry. I can't give it. You guys wait for him to come back and ask him for it yourselves. It's not that Sister Wang has principles, but she has a brain. No matter what the reason is, since Shen Yan can afford to drive this kind of luxury car, it's not someone he can easily offend. Giving his contact information to others at will, in case he angers the other party, the one who suffers is himself. Although Sister Wang doesn't know much about cars, she still recognizes the Bugatti, and no one would rent out this kind of luxury car. So in her opinion, this car is either Shen Yan's own or his family's, and renting a house here might be for the sake of experiencing life, right? The rich people don't like to play like this, right? Cloud and Mist Villa. Shen Yan drove all the way here. When he signed in earlier, he obtained a villa here. Since he has a new place to live, he naturally won't go back to that old crappy neighborhood. Big villa, doesn't he smell good? This villa neighborhood is full of detached villas. Shen Yan Reward is the biggest and most expensive one here. The first villa. After driving the car back to the garage, he turned to the hall. If you have to find a word to describe it, that is trench. After coming in to give a person a feeling of being in a palace. Brilliant, opulent. What the naked eye can see are all exclusive customized. No wonder they say that there are expensive reasons. Shen Yan is now understandable. Not bad, since it's a new home. System, even a 10 consecutive sign. He cozily paralyzed on the sofa and waited for the system's feedback. Signed successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a full level of cooking skill. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a box of child burp bags. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring full level basketball skills. Successful check-in. Congratulations to the host for winning a Phoenix bicycle. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of pants. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving a double rebate card, valid for 24 hours. No limit. Next purchase automatically takes effect. Congratulations to the host for receiving a double rebate card. Unlike last time, this reward doesn't sound right, does it? It's a basketball and a pair of pants. However, this last consumption rebate card has aroused Shen Yan's interest. It is true that the system is a fine product. Even the rebate does not have a limit. Although Shen Yan is not short of money nowadays. But who would mind their own money in the billions of points? 24 hours? I want to think about where to spend money better. Previously no money. Consider our how to save money. Learn our $50 how to live a week. This kind of try to use the skills. This all of a sudden too much money. Shen Yan in turn some not accustomed to it. Actually want to start thinking about how to spend money. To not go to the live broadcast when a hand list a big brother? Thinking about it, to say where to burn money fastest. That is not the live room well. Before Shen Yan has seen trenchless news. A big brother in the live room rewarded 100 million. But the credibility of this news is not high. He does not know. After all, there is a soup master once said, the money of the gentry as a return. The people's money 37%. But Shen Yan is not needed. There is a rebate card in. He will never lose. Chapter 3 out of the hand is Huazi. Nowadays, you can live platforms so many. Shen Yan on the phone to pour a circle. And finally chose to do nowadays hot Douyin short video. Every time he ate takeout time will open the Douyin to look at the lady. No, to see some funny paragraphs under the meal. As for the Miss What? That is the big data initiative to courtship. With Shen Yan has nothing to do. His previous is a small white number. But also pay attention to a lot of classmates and friends and so on. In order not to hit them, Shen Yan chose to re-register a Douyin number. But also gave himself a very tawdry name, a thought of free. To brush the gift then you have to recharge. Shen Yan casually recharged his account with 20 million as a startup capital. After all, this money has been enough to raise the gift level of this new number of him to the full 60 levels. Ding! The host has spent $20 million. Rewarded $40 million. The front foot just recharged completed. The back foot double rebate card automatically triggered. This did not do anything. It first earned 20 million. Really still white whoring things fragrant. Tasted the sweetness of Shen Yan is no longer griping. Casually point into the live broadcast of a food broadcast. The screen anchor woman is chewing on chicken legs. The live broadcast active people are also quite a lot of. Shen Yan swept a glance at more than 3,000 people online. The comments of a one after another to run up. However, because he is a new number, after coming in did not attract the attention of others, so drowned in the sea of people. User, sent, Carnival, X1. User Yin sent out, Carnival, X10. User, Yin sent out, Carnival, X99. User sends, Carnival, X120. User, Ignite, sent, Carnival, X160. User, one thought at a time, sent, Carnival, X200. Suddenly up 200 carnival effects directly let the live room card into the PPT. That anchor chicken legs are scared off. People are dumbfounded. This is what Big Brother up without saying a word on the 600,000? The live room of their own did not have a Big Brother The user, a thought of free, in the big stomach king kanji porridge of the live room send, carnival. As she froze, Douyin had begun broadcasting across the platform, attracting a large wave of people who were eating. The popularity of the live room began to soar, and the netizens who were originally in the live room couldn't sit still. Asterisk 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 asterisk? What kind of Big Brother is this? Watching someone eat a chicken leg and rewarding 200 carnival? Is Big Brother still around? I know how to eat chicken too. I'm begging for a reward. Is the one upstairs eating proper chicken? Please broadcast live. I'm new here. What's happening? After the female anchor Kanji slowed down, she put her hands together and started thanking non-stop, not forgetting to bring the netizens in the live broadcast room with her. Thank you for the 200 carnivals sent by Brother Easy. Families give Brother Easy some attention However, at this time the careful audience found that Shen Yan is no longer in the live broadcast room. He even from beginning to end did not say a word on the public screen. This forced to directly pull the full. A thought of free and easy. This ID has also been successfully remembered by the netizens. Spent 600,000. Shen Yan's account can also successfully rise to level 46. Enter the live room when the public screen will be prompted. In the kanji porridge live room after the reward, he casually paddled to a singing, named Dull Fish Talent Female Anchor's live room, which should be a newcomer. Popularity is not high. Looks average but the voice is not bad. Welcome Brother Ishi and Easy. Dull Fish had just seen the scrolling subtitles in the live room and remembered Shen Yan's ID. And the same was remembered by the netizens in the live room. I'm going. Big Brother is here. Dull Fish, quickly use your singing voice to take down Brother Easy. Families, do you think Brother Easy will still make a move? I don't care about anything else. I'll follow the wave first. I'm ready to record the screen. User, sent, Carnival, X1. User, Yin sent out, Carnival, X30. User, Yin sent out, Carnival, X99. User, Ignite, sent, Carnival, X140. User, Ignite, sent, Carnival, X186. The user, Ignite, sent, Carnival, X200. Shen Yan did not pay attention to the pop-ups of the netizens in the live broadcast room. To his cell phone screen is a wild point. Anyway, it is a casual reward. To whom it is the same. And another 200 Brother Carnival sent out. Wow. Thank you for the 200 carnival sent by Brother Easy. Brother is so nice. Thank you brother. Brother is atmospheric. Anchor Dull Fish still had a bit of anticipation in her heart when she saw the netizens pop-ups. And she didn't expect Shen Yan to actually brush her with 200 carnivals. Posy people give Brother Easy some attention. What song do you want to hear? Brother Easy? I'll sing it for you. She is a singing. Other talents will not. As for other more advanced talents, that can only go offline to perform to this Brother Easy to see. If he has the idea. The live broadcasting room is obviously not work. User, Ishian Easy, sent out a carnival in, Dull Fish, S live room. The same ID once again appeared in the scrolling letters of the various live rooms, which made the other anchors greedy, and they began to pray for Shen Yan's arrival. The popularity of Dull Fish's side was similarly brought up by Shen Yan, and a crowd of eaters descended once again. But unfortunately, Shen Yan had already left, again without saying a single word. What's the origin of this Easy Brother? Out of the blue is Swazi, and doesn't make any demands, making me want to go on a live broadcast. In just a few minutes I've already swiped $1,200,000. No, I'm going to go follow Big Brother's lead and see if he's still going to make a move. I'll go too. Go. There is no doubt that Shen Yan's tawdry operation has successfully aroused the curiosity of the netizens, and his account is also rising powder, to which he just laughed it off. These things before then will also care a little bit, and now it's just pure play. The main thing is a dashing. After half an hour, as long as it was Shen Yan brushed to the live room, regardless of men and women, regardless of what is broadcast, the reward is always 200 carnival. The account of 20 million has also been successful in his defeat. A new number in a short period of time was given to him to rise to level 60. Those who followed him all the way through the various live rooms are numb. They are concerned about what a god hero. An hour less than wildly spread 20 million? Chapter 4 Add money juicer. However, Shen Yan did not stop the pace of his own reward. Backhanded and gave his account recharged 50 million. Not that he did not want to charge more. Is the efficiency of this recharge is too slow? First the whole 50 million with it. Ding! The host consumed 50 million. Rewarded $100 million. Together with the rewards obtained by signing in before. Shen Yan's balance in the card nowadays has almost exceeded 200 million yuan. It is worth mentioning that these system rewards money. Without Shen Yan's permission others can't turn away. It won't happen. That kind of employees privately turn away the customer's deposit, and it has nothing to do with the bank. No hurry, order a takeaway first. Hungry. Only until now did Shen Yan remember that he didn't seem to have eaten. After having a full-grade physique, he obviously felt that he seemed to be more resistant to hunger. Although it was said that when he signed in before he gained a full-level cooking skill, but there were no ingredients in this villa. A skillful woman can't cook without rice. It's better to order a takeaway to be more practical. But this time Shen Yan, this time to order is not the usual order of those rice powder and so on. He wants to be extravagant. Order a Western food to taste it, searched for the nearest Michelin restaurant's phone on the cell phone, and dialed it directly. This is a 3-star Michelin restaurant. How can I help you? The phone was quickly picked up and a pleasant female voice came through. I'm going to order a takeaway. Can you register it for me? My address is... I'm sorry sir, to interrupt. We are the ones who don't support delivery here. Oh. Shen Yan's words had not finished yet. Was interrupted by the other party, but he did not get angry. This point of common sense he still has, but he believes that money can make the mill push the ghost. What does not support is nothing more than the money given is not enough. I don't know. The operator on the other end of the phone is very speechless. This year there are people ordering takeout point to Michelin to come, but out of politeness she couldn't hang up the phone, or if she was complained about, she would have to deduct money. I know, money is not a problem, you guys just deliver it to me, I can add money. He didn't care what the operator on the other end of the phone was thinking, he only knew that he was really hungry. He didn't have time to keep pulling the wool over her eyes, and directly acted as a handful of money-raising gurus. Sir, I'm really sorry, it's not a matter of adding money, it's that our restaurant doesn't have a delivery service. Why don't you come to the store directly? I can reserve a place for you on my side. The operator's head got big and he emphasized again that there was no such service, but he couldn't directly say that Shen Yan should change to another restaurant, so he had to change to a euphemism. $1 million? Go ask your store manager whether to take this order or not. Shen Yan used the most bland tone to say the most amazing words. Although the normal eat a meal then is completely spend less than this price, but at this moment is not a rebate card. Well, both can pretend to wave, but also can eat what they want to eat. Why not? The operator on the other end of the phone was silent. Her first reaction was that Shen Yan was amusing her, calling over just to have fun, wanting to hang up directly, but afraid that the other party was really wanting to spend $1 million on ordering food. For a time she hesitated. I'll give you 5 minutes to ask your store manager. Call me back after 5 minutes. By the way, my address is Villa number 1 of Cloud Mist Villa. Shen Yan looked at his cell phone. The call was still continuing. He knew that this wave had let himself get loaded, but in order not to let the other party think that he was messing up, he also reported his address before hanging up. Cloud Mist Villa, the best villa district in King Kong City. Living here are some non-rich or noble people. The area of 1 million is naturally taken out. Michelin restaurant. The operator, Mina, after hesitating for a moment, eventually compromised. She is a part-time job. If because of her own reasons, she missed this $1 million order, if this is found out by the store manager, then it is estimated that her job will not be kept. Store manager's office. Mina came here with quick steps, then knocked on the office door. As soon as she entered she went straight to the point and said, Store manager, just now someone called to say he wants to spend $1 million to order takeout. The store manager snorted at this and didn't take it seriously, even starting her own preaching mode. Nana, we need to be a little bit more clever. For one thing, our restaurant doesn't have a takeaway service. For another, how many people who can spend $1 million to order takeaway can we have in Golden Harbor? If these bigwigs want to order food, they'll just contact me directly. Why would they call the restaurant's phone number? So it looks like they're just here to mess things up. In the future, don't come to report this kind of thing to me. I'm very busy. The store manager said he was busy, but he was actually playing Spider Solitaire on the computer, and the difficulty level was still the easiest one. Oh, but he said he lives in Villa 1 of Cloud Mist Villa A. Mina listened to the store manager said as if there is so little sense, but the next second she got up Shen Yan's address. In the Golden Harbor crawling and fighting for so many years, she naturally knows the gold content of this villa area. What's in Cloud Mist Villa? Wait a minute, where did you say he lives? Cloud Mist Villa? The store manager didn't react at first, but in the next instant he directly jumped up from his leather seat and seriously confirmed it with Mina. Yes, store manager. Before he hung up the phone he specifically emphasized that it's still Villa number 1, but he only gave us 5 minutes to think about it. If he exceeded the time limit, he might change to another house. Mina took a look at the store manager's reaction and knew that things were not simple. Luckily she had reported it truthfully, or else she would have to suffer. What? Then what are you still waiting for? Hurry to return the call. Remember, The attitude must be good. The store manager looked at the time. There are less than 2 minutes left. Hurriedly urged Mina to go to Shin Yan call back. At the same time also in his mind, when this first villa sold out? At the same time, he also recalled in his mind, when did this villa number 1 sell? For this kind of big brother, it is natural to respond to requests. The rules, that is used to break. After a few moments of contemplation, he decided to personally go back to the phone. So it seems to be more sincere some. Perhaps also take this opportunity to increase a network? Ding bell, ding ring. In less than 5 minutes, Shin Yan's phone rang. The caller was none other than the Michelin restaurant he had dialed over earlier. With a cold smile, he pressed the connect button. Hello sir, I am the store manager of the Michelin restaurant. May I ask what you need to order? I'll record it for you on my side. The store manager came up and didn't ask about money, but directly started to help Shin Yan order. Give me a copy of all the signboards you have here. Money is not a problem, I just need to be fast, and then this 1 million is considered to be a takeaway fee for you. As for the cost of the ingredients, well. Chapter 5, A Childhood Friend. I also only have one request. That is, never give me a discount. Any form of it will not work, it's as much as it is, and then all of them will give me the most expensive ingredients on the line. There is nothing else. Just kidding. Now spending money is making money. If you give yourself a discount, isn't that delaying your own white whoring? Therefore Shin Yan purposely emphasized to the store manager that he would not accept any kind of discount. Okay sir, then do you need a wine pairing on your side? Although the store manager didn't understand, but in his heart, he was already happy. Just the delivery fee alone rewarded $1 million. This money he could completely pocket. After all, nominally speaking, the restaurant didn't have a delivery service, and he wasn't going to report it. As for Mina, just give a little hush money. She's an operator. Can she still go against the store manager? That's fine. Then let's have a bottle of Romane Conti. The longer the vintage the better. Don't care about the price. Shin Yan used to drink red wine or in other people's wedding banquets. It is also the kind of $100 of domestic red wine. His comment is not as good as drinking drinks to the strength of it. Although he has not eaten pork, but at least seen a pig run. Conti red wine he still knows. Since the other side asked, it is natural to feel. Okay sir, is there anything else you need to explain? The store manager patiently inquired. Shin Yan was his most important guest today. That had to be served well. No, you go and get ready. What else do you need a bicycle for when you have food and drink? Shin Yan didn't have the luxury to the point of eating a bite and spitting it out, but just wanted to taste something he hadn't eaten before. Yes sir, the restaurant side is in a hurry to prepare things for Shin Yan. He himself is not idle. There are still tens of millions of dollars in his hand that he has not spent. How can he slack off on his work? On the sofa changed a comfortable posture. Shin Yan reopened the Douyin, clicked into his home page to see. Good guy. This account has not released a work. Fans already have 5 million, and looks like it is still increasing. The same increase in the number of his private messages. Look at the avatar, most of them are girls. Many of them are still female anchors to come. Center, some people want to get into the wrong text. Is there still a shortage of pendants on my brother? I can do all the moves you think you want. You can learn if you don't know how. Brother, want to see the emperor's new clothes. Brother, I am in need of dance. Can be developed to my heart's content. Oh, brother. But these private letters Shin Yan did not even look at. He is not very fond of taking the bus, because never know what the last passenger did in the car. Shin Yan still like personal exclusivity. Please welcome the next lucky winner. Back to the home page. Shin Yan closed his eyes and then picked a live room. Even the anchor looks like what he did not look at. Clicked on the gift interface, was about to open the brush, but after hearing the voice of the anchor, his fingers suddenly stopped. Then he exited the gift interface. After seeing the face of the anchor woman, then revealed a look of understanding. No other, only because the anchor woman is Shin Yan's childhood friend, Li Qinghan. The two grew up together. Due to some reasons, now there should be 1 or 2 years without contact. Looking at the screen, familiar face, 2 years have not seen. Li Qinghan seems to be more and more beautiful. Bright eyes and white teeth. Skin such as condensed fat. Delicate features, but also has the envy of the amazing amount of hair. The body is also just right. Welcome to my live broadcasting room. Welcome Yi Nian Yi. Li Qinghan had already seen this ID many times today. Almost every live room she visited would brush carnival, and also one brush was 200. But she didn't have an excited and enthusiastic welcome like the other anchors. She wasn't short of money, and the live broadcasts were just boredom to pass the time. But the netizens in her live room were boiling. One by one, they opened the recording screen of their cell phones, ready to record this wonderful moment to pretend Big Brother is coming. Those who know what they're doing have already turned on their recording screens. I go. Anchor, you're so lucky that you ran into Brother Easy. This wave will at least brush 600. 000. Ah, Big Brother, do you still need a little brother? I'll be your most loyal follower. Brother Easy is here. Aren't the anchors more enthusiastic? This is a pure Big Brother. User, sent, Carnival, X1. User, sent out, Carnival, X18. User sends, Carnival, X45. User, ignite, sends, Carnival, X100. User sends, Carnival, X500. User, ignite, sent out, Carnival, X600. User sends, Carnival, X800. User sends, Carnival, X999. User sends, Carnival, X1000. Since it is his old acquaintance, how can not be the same as other people brush 200 Huazi? That is also too cheap. Shen Yan directly is 1000 Carnival. Cell phone screen are almost poked by him. So many Carnival effects superimposed on each other. The live room without a doubt again card into the PPT. Even Li Qinghan himself is confused. This what Nyan free themselves do not know. Ah, why give yourself so much brush? 1000 Huazi converted into the same as other people brush 200 Huazi. That's too low price. Shen Yan directly is 1000 Huazi. The phone screen is almost poked by him. 1000 Huazi converted down is 3 million, even if it is not added to the guild. And finally divided down there is a 900,000 net income. She not only began to suspect that the other side is not what other dirty ideas. Halftime. Holy. What's the situation? Could it be that Big Brother has taken a liking to my family's anchor? How come he swiped so much this time? Anchor, can we meet again? You must be happy when we meet again. Family, did you guys record this? Share it. My phone is jammed. Brother Easy, I'm going to start a live broadcast. Can you give me a wazoo? I'm not greedy. Just one. Li Qinghan waited for a while to see that the other party didn't make any requests on the public screen, so she followed the normal process of thanking for the gift. Thank you for the 1000 carnivals sent by 1 year getaway. Thank you one thought getaway. Everyone helped to point attention at the same time with her other cell phone but clicked on Shen Yan's homepage and sent him a private message over. Hello Brother Easy, thank you for your like and support. But this gift is too expensive. I can't accept it. You give me an account. I'll return the money to you. Thank you. No merit. The other party inexplicably came to brush so much money. And do not speak. Li Qinghan cannot figure out what the other party is thinking. Or not to produce a relationship is good. Chapter 6 Surprised? On the sofa, Shen Yan looked at the private message sent by Li Qinghan. Guffawed. This niece is still the same as before. But he was ready to tease her a little. And did not directly say his identity, but sent the prestige account over. Ding dong. Sent over. Not a moment. Wizards received a verification message. His previous wizards were not used. So Li Qinghan did not realize that this was Shen Yan's wizards. Hello Brother Easy, is it directly sent to your prestige or hit the card? After passing the friend verification, Li Qinghan also did not have nonsense. Came up and went straight to the point. Previously did not choose to say in the live broadcast room. That is not want to cause public opinion. Wait for others to say it is hype or something. Very annoying. Let's play Kelly then. With that, Shen Yan sent over his card number and name, wanting to see how she would react. Brother Easy, I took the liberty of asking, is this your real name? Are you also called Shen Yan? After seeing this familiar name, the first thing that came to Li Qinghan's mind was her childhood friend, but after asking she felt that it should be a rename, otherwise how could Shen Yan not recognize herself? Is it possible, I am Shen Yan? Li Qinghan? When it came down to it, Shen Yan didn't pretend anymore and directly typed out her name, recognizing her identity. What the hell? It's really you are, Shen Yan? When she saw that the other party had typed out her name with precision and accuracy, Li Qinghan couldn't hold herself together, and after sending out 2 messages, she directly closed the live broadcast, followed by a video call. Hello, surprised or not? Surprised? After connecting, Shen Yan waved and greeted her with a smile on her face. Good you Shen Yan, how dare you fool me? Your skin is itchy, isn't it? Thinking that she was being teased again, Li Qinghan immediately rolled her eyes in a bad mood. In the past Shen Yan often teased herself. So long ago she did not see the same old thing. There is no proper behavior. But immediately after she realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly asked after her. Not right Where did you get so much money? It can't be that you've gone and done something illegal and criminal? She knew all about Shen Yan's family situation, plus the fact that Shen Yan's parents had passed away. So how could he, a fresh graduate, have so much money to spend on rewards? Li Qinghan's first reaction was to wonder if he had committed a crime. What are you thinking? You don't know who I am? This is my own money. Absolutely legal and compliant. The reason for this, I'll tell you in the future. Besides, you've seen that criminal so high profile and also run to the live broadcasting room reward. this is not the door to the door. This long-lost concern for Shen Yan doubly affectionate. Even if it is not seen for a long time, the relationship between the two has not become rusty, or with the same as before. Really? Didn't lie to me? After Li Qinghan heard Shen Yan's words, she felt as if there was a little bit of truth, but she always felt that something was wrong. Don't worry, it's more real than real gold. 24K pure. By the way, what have you been busy with lately? Still in Magic City? In order to make the other party believe in himself, Shen Yan even raised his right hand and made a swearing gesture, and immediately changed the topic, not wanting to break up this money issue with Li Qinghan again, otherwise it would be really hard to talk about it. Well, my dad's company is over here. I'm not in Magic City, where else oh? But recently there is nothing, relatively free. Li Qinghan was also originally a Golden Harbor person, but then went to Magic City with his father, and has been gradually taking over his industry for the past few years. I should be easier than you, billion points. Opened a few companies, but there are people taking care of it. I just lie in bed and collect money every day. Shen Yan signed to get the industry can be normal business, only the change to his name, on his lazy man model, where will eat nothing to do to arrange work for themselves. Who knows what you say, lying down to collect money is not a serious collection of money. It can't be some S***T deal. With her old friend reunited, Li Qinghan seemed to be in a good mood and made a rare joke about Shen Yan. That's not so bad. By the way, how has Uncle Li been lately? Haven't seen him for a while. At this time, Shen Yan remembered her father Li Chang, who was also quite good to her when she was a child. But since he went to the Magic City, the contact slowly became less and less. My father, he can be more comfortable than me. Every day either drinking tea or playing cards, or else is to skate the bird. Has been early retirement life, as long as it is not the company's major events. He really does not care. Li Qinghan helplessly sighed. His own stall, so a father is no one, obviously in his prime, not to engage in business, all day with those old men and women mixed together. The problem is not big. Free time I go over to see you guys. Now has wealth freedom, but the next is not to enjoy life. Magic City, the legendary Gold Grotto, when they let is to go to see a little. Okay, come to tell me in advance. Right, your money I give you to turn back. Open the company also want a capital turnover. Have money is not you so spend. I see you today are rewarded a lot. Isn't that a waste of money? The real money was just given away, and you didn't get any benefits. Coldly she remembered Shen Yan's reward in the live broadcast, and felt the need to remind the other party for fear that he would suddenly have money to spend lavishly and wantonly, and then the funds would be finished if they didn't work out. No need. I reward out of the money cannot take back the reason. If you do not want, as I exist you there, when I have no money, then pipe you want it. Shen Yan knew Li Qinghan's character well. Wanting this money under her, he still had to find a reasonable argument to do so. Then, well, I'll save it for you, and contact me anytime you need it. After hesitating for a while, she still accepted this argument from Shen Yan and did not mention the matter of returning the money again. Ding dong, ding dong. About half an hour later, the doorbell of Shen Yan's house remembered. He estimated that the takeout he ordered should have arrived, and while getting up, he said to Li Qinghan, let's do this first. My takeout has arrived. Eat something first, we'll talk again sometime. Okay, you eat, bye. After putting his cell phone into his pocket, Shen Yan reached out and opened the front door of his house, only to see that there was actually a food cart parked at the door. Yes, a cart filled with all kinds of food, not the kind of trolley from a hotel. Hello sir, I'm the store manager of the Michelin restaurant. I've talked to you on the phone before. These are the meals you ordered. This is the bill. Take a look. At this time a man in a suit with a side-backed head wearing large rimmed glasses took the initiative to come forward to greet him and handed over a bill. Chapter 7 Encountering an Ex-Girlfriend. When he called earlier, the store manager knew that Shen Yan should be a young man just by listening to his voice, but he didn't expect that it would be so young, and the first label that he put on Shen Yan in his heart was the second generation of rich people, and this villa should have been bought by his family. Unexpectedly Shen Yan did not even look at it, directly handed over his card, without any concern. Just swipe your card directly. I'm in a hurry to eat. Seeing Shen Yan so quick, the store manager smiled and took his bank card, at the same time instructing the others to help send Shen Yan's order inside. As for him, he directly went to deduct the payment. Ding! The host consumed $3,522,000, rewarded $7,400,000. What about during the effective period of the rebate card? No matter how much Shen Yan spent, the rewards would be triggered, which was one of the reasons why he didn't have to look at the bill. Your card sir, this is my business card. If you still want to order food afterward, you can contact me directly. No need to call the restaurant. When the store manager came back, he also took a business card of his own and gave it to Shen Yan. Today this single earned can be too comfortable. Go back and can find a few more pretty sisters to talk about life ideals together. Like Shen Yan, this kind of out-of-the-box rich young man, he can be too much like. Well, next time definitely. Shen Yan is not a big grudge seed. Today is just a taste of it. Next time certainly have to change the other family. Rain and do evenly dip well. Okay, then we won't bother you anymore. Have a nice meal. Bye. In the next half an hour, Shen Yan had a beautiful full meal. Flying in the sky, walking on the ground, swimming in the sea, and tasted everything she could eat. Hiccups, I'm full. I'm in a good mood. Let's have a 10 in a row sign from the system. Touching her bulging stomach, Shen Yan happily rewarded herself 10 more times. Signed successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining full-level swimming skills. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a perspective experience card, valid for 30 minutes. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 buildings in the Jiachang neighborhood, 200 units in total. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Golden Harbor Center shopping mall. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 49% of the shares of Shark Life. All very practical things. The system did a good job. On the sofa, Shen Yan appeared to be closing his eyes and pretending to sleep. But in fact, he was listening carefully to the system's feedback. In short, it was one sentence. No loss and big profit. Also rewarded a shopping mall. That just go out to buy some clothes or something. Otherwise those ordinary people always think that my car is rented. Eat and drink. That is naturally to do something serious. Rich software aspects naturally have to keep up. As for his previous rental house, Shen Yan has sent a message to the landlord Wang's sister back rent. Anyway, there is no valuable things inside. Throw it. 40 minutes later. Golden Harbor Center Mall. Shen Yan found a chauffeur to drive his car. Bugatti Kellen came here. Although that a little alcohol for him nothing, but still have to comply with the laws and regulations. Open wine, do not drink the car. Drink the car does not open wine. Come on the way is naturally inevitable to be a wild shot, even after the chauffeur off the car. After all, this kind of luxury car is too handsome. There should be no that man can refuse it. The mall changed the boss of the thing. At present only the person in charge of this place know. Due to the time is too short, has not had time to notify the inside of the various stores. However, this is also exactly the intention of Shen Yan. Take this opportunity to try to see if there are any crooked dates, then directly to him out. Save the scourge of their own mall here. He is to buy clothes, so go to the second floor, downstairs to buy things more miscellaneous. Shen Yan temporarily what interest to spot check. The second floor. Shen Yan glanced at the world's mainstream luxury brands. Here can be found in its stores. He did not rush into the store, but in the doorway wandering up. Want to see these individual brands actually what is different. After having a full face value and physique to add support, his whole temperament has changed. Even if he wears an undershirt and pants, it will not make people feel sloppy. Instead, there is a kind of lazy atmosphere in the body. After all, in the eyes of most people, face value is justice. After strolling around, he found that most of the stores on the second floor are relatively empty. There are not a lot of people shopping in it. It may be that most people's economic strength is not enough. Buy a piece of clothing in it, the cheap ones have to eat dirt for a few months, and the desire to buy it is not so strong. Yo, isn't this Shen Yan? This kind of place isn't where you should be. Just as he was about to pick a random store and go in to take a look, a familiar female voice came from beside him. Shen Yan followed the sound and looked. The visitors were a pair of men and women. The man's big waist, big head and thick neck, he did not recognize. The woman dressed up in a flamboyant and heavy makeup, but his old acquaintance. The two were also in a relationship for a period of time. But then Shen Yan found out that she had actually been wrapped up long ago, and immediately broke up, and never contacted again. Yang Jiao, you came to the mall with your father again? This is the first couple of dads, ah? If it was before, Shen Yan might still be angry for a bit, but now the two are just clowns in his opinion. Kid, what are you babbling about? I'm Jiao Jiao's husband. The man on the side was uncomfortable at the first sight of Shen Yan, without any other reason, only because in front of him, he had no half advantage except for his money, not realizing that even the money he didn't have as much as Shen Yan. Yo, this is the evening to the big money? Buddy, if I'm not wrong, your family should be open ranch, right? It is said that the dog can't change to eat. On Yang Jiao's urine, Shen Yan put in his head to see a large green grassland. Yang Jiao can naturally understand Shen Yan's meaning, but in her husband's opinion, it is Shen Yan insulting Yang Jiao. Immediately, he was not happy, and also opened the mockery mode. Jiao Jiao, not I say you ah, we are people with status. Do not what a cat or a dog to greet. Look at what he is wearing this thing. Not as expensive as the earrings I sent you. With this kind of people to deal with will only be a waste of life, but also pull down their own value. Speaking, also reached out and touched his tie, revealing the Rolex on his hand. This action seems to be practiced countless times, or not so silky smooth. Put. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. Ha 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 ha. Yes yes yes. You're rich. You're rich. You have a prairie at home. You don't say. Shen Yan looked at the two of them singing together, immediately happy. This fat man looks to be a rich man, made a fortune of the kind. Have you ever seen that rich man will wear a three-piece suit in the summer, but also add a big gold chain in it? Chapter 8 Calling people? I will too. Shen Yan, you are enough. Originally thought that after the separation you will struggle hard. Did not think that 2 years have not seen or this poor look. Fortunately I did not choose to continue to stay by your side. Otherwise, the ghost knows when I can live my current life. Although Shen Yan looks a lot more handsome than before. But in this society, light handsome cannot be used. Yang Jiao later defined these gold master. There is no one is handsome, in her opinion, as long as the money on the line. Turn off the lights are the same. I really thank you. On your kind of bus, only this kind of people stupid money much thing is treasure. Line. Small master have no time with you waste life, said he, then turned around and walked into the Armani store beside him, leaving the duo with a handsome back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I Wang Lao Air most can't see someone pretending in front of me. Go. Jiao, let's follow over as well. I'd like to see what this poor kid can buy. Wang Laoren's temper came up at once. Did not expect someone to bump into his own field of expertise. This can be tolerated? Pulling Yang Jiao, he rushed into the store. Hubby, calm down. Just Shen Yan, that trash. I guess he must have found a place to hide after coming in, haha. When Yang Jiao spoke, she also used her softness to rub on Wang Laoer's arm, making his heart itchy. If not for the inappropriate venue, he wanted to put Yang Jiao on the spot. Hello sir, how can I help you? It is true that good-looking people, the first impression is very good. If it is usual, this kind of people dressed in sloppy clothes, the clerk are selective to pretend not to see. Lazy to come up to greet, because most of them are just come in to shop around, and then they are too expensive and can't afford to buy. A waste of time. But after Shen Yan came in, there was immediately a young and beautiful clerk to come up to greet him and said, I came to buy some clothes, and then I should be able to customize them, right? Shen Yan was originally prepared to be ignored, but she didn't expect that someone would recognize her with a discerning eye, inadvertently glancing at her badge. On it was the name of the female sales clerk, Jing. Yes sir. Then you can come over here and pick it out first. See if there is anything you like, and later you can go to the fitting room to change. For customization, let's measure the size at the end, and then just record your requirements. Once Jing heard that the other party wanted to customize, she thought to herself that she had picked up a big customer. No matter what, her own performance should be guaranteed, because those who came here to customize would usually become long-term customers, not the kind who only ordered once. Okay, let's go take a look then. Your name is Jing'an. Ha, not a bad name. It's quite nice. Thanks for the compliment. It was obtained for me by my grandfather. The two of them walked and chatted very pleasantly. At the doorway Wang Lao Air two people also came in. Since he had already spent many times in this place, the shopkeepers knew him, but they didn't have a very good impression of him. A horny thug is just a good for nothing. Mr. Wang, Ms. Yang, welcome both of you. What are you here to buy today? A store clerk closest to them came over with a smile on his face. This kind of old customer naturally cannot be left out in the cold. Just take a look. Didn't a man come in just now? Where is he? Wang Laoer looked around and did not find Shen Yan's figure, and could not help but ask out loud. That gentleman went to the front to try on clothes. The clerk thought that the two were acquainted with each other, and pointed the way for them with a smile on her face, not realizing that Wang Laoer had come to see the joke. Yo ho, really tried it on? How dare he? Judgia, we also go over. I would like to see how he will pay, haha. After the description of Yang Jiao, in the eyes of Wang Laoer, Shen Yan is a poor beggar. Come in is just to hide. I did not expect him to really try on the clothes, when here is a roadside stall. The two men walked unhurriedly towards the area where Shen Yan was. At this time the clerk also understood. These three people obviously have a contradiction in the body. This one, that one, and this one, and take the one next to it as well. When they came over, Shen Yan had already changed into a new seasonal Armani product, leading Jing to choose clothes just like buying food in the market. As long as it was the one he looked right at, he would unanimously let Jing take it down. Ha 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 ha. Shen Yan, do you think this is a wholesale market? Do you have the money to pick out so many clothes? Little girl, I advise you not to waste your time on him. A while he can't afford it. You still have to hang back. Yang Jiao looked at Shen Yan as if she was looking at a clown, and at the same time started to persuade Jing, but unfortunately she didn't pay any attention to it, because when Shen Yan was changing his clothes just now, she inadvertently saw the Bugatti car keys in his pocket. A big shot who could afford to drive such a luxury car and keep such a low profile would not have the money to pay for it? Unless it was a hell of a thing. And Jing, can dogs come in here too? Shen Yan didn't turn around, but continued to pick out his own clothes, but suddenly came up with this sentence. And Jing naturally knew that Shen Yan was talking about the two Wang Lao heirs, but she didn't pick up on it. After all, she still needed this job. Kid, who are you calling a dog? This Wan Lao heir did understand, knowing that Shen Yan was scolding himself, because he also often scolded others for being dogs, but unfortunately Shen Yan still ignored the two of them, treating them as heir, which infuriated him. Mother asterisk 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 her, pretending to be a pussy. Okay, when I call the store manager here over I'll see how you act. As a regular customer here, it was normal to know the store manager, saying that he dialed the phone number of the store manager of this store in front of several people. Store manager Zhao, please come over here. I'm in the store right now. There's something I need to take care of. Okay, Mr. Wang. Wait a moment. I'll be right there. As the store manager, the customer has a need that is naturally the first time to arrive, although he also does not know what happened, but it is always right to come over first. Yo, this dog can still shake people? Then I'll shake one too. Shen Yan originally didn't intend to be general with these two guys. After all, they weren't from the same world anymore, and breaking up with them would only lower his own stature. But it's a good thing that some people always like to stomp their noses and give their faces, so they can't be blamed for it. He took out his cell phone, which was already several generations behind, and after rummaging through the address book for a while, he dialed a number. Che, pretending. Wang Lao heir for Shen Yan's move is very disdainful. On his a beggar. Can call to what people? Call the security guards? He didn't walk, didn't pick his clothes, just guarded around Shen Yan, as if he was afraid that Shen Yan would run away. I'm Shen Yan. I'm at the Armani store on the second floor. Come over here. Chapter 9 Blacklist. After the call was connected, Shen Yan only collected such a sentence to the other end of the cell phone, then hung up the phone and continued to pick out the clothes on the side. Only Jing pondered in her mind. What kind of person would Shen Yan call? Not much time. Store manager Zhao came to the store, found the two Wang Lao heirs and politely asked, Mr. Wang, Ms. Yang, I don't know what kind of problem you two have encountered. As long as I can handle it I will definitely help you two deal with it and give you an explanation. Shen Yan glanced back at Zhao shopkeeper, only to see that he was dressed in Armani, dressed like the kind of successful people in a TV series. His age was about 35 or so, his features were deep and he also had a big greasy head. Nah, just that kid. He's a poor man who can't afford the clothes here at all. I seriously doubt that he's just here to cause trouble, so I hope that store manager Zhao can kick him out. Shopping in the same store with this kind of person will only bring down my status. Wang Lao heir nudged towards Shen Yan. There would be no one else around. She was the only one in that direction besides Jing. Store manager Zhao naturally knew who Wang Lao heir was referring to. At this time Shen Yan had similarly changed into an Armani on her body. Shopkeeper Zhao didn't see anything wrong just from his appearance. Even he felt that the other party's temperament was much better than Wang Laoren's. You too. I'm afraid this isn't quite appropriate. That gentleman didn't act in violation of any rules. Even if I'm the store manager, I can't drive away customers at will. Store manager Zhao didn't listen to Elder Wang's suggestion. Once this kind of thing is done, it will definitely have a negative impact on the store he manages, which he doesn't want to see. Not to mention that the quarterly appraisal is about to start. If he doesn't pass it because of this matter, then that would be stifling. What do you mean? Zhao store manager, this is not believe my husband? My husband has spent $1 million or $800,000 here, right? You can't even get rid of him? The main body has not yet opened his mouth, but Yang Jiao cannot bear it, directly began to take the money to say things. This person does not do things without thinking out of the box. Today she just want to see Shen Yan made a fool of himself that scene before she is willing to give up. How to say? Can this thing be done? Yes. I will spend another $1 million or $800,000 today. No, I will never come again. Wang Lao heir also showed his attitude. He did not believe that Zhao store manager would give up an old customer like himself for a poor customer. As the saying goes, if you're not all the way, you don't enter a family. He and Yang Jiao are all the way. It's normal to be able to mix together. Zhao store manager was about to open his mouth, when his afterglow caught a glimpse of a figure coming in at the door, and immediately greeted him with an unexpected and enthusiastic greeting. Manager Zhou, what wind blew you over? If it was usual, Manager Zhou would still be polite with him, but this time he didn't have the heart to do so. He just slightly nodded his head. his eyes looked around, looking as if he was looking for someone, and in the next second, his eyes fixed on Shen Yan, and then he quickly walked towards him. This enigmatic maneuver had left store manager Zhao confused, and also filled with confusion were the two young Zhao. They had not seen this manager Zhou and did not know what his origin was. Boss. Only to see that under the eyes of everyone, manager Zhou came in front of Shen Yan, bowed to him and called him boss. Well, came quite quickly. Shen Yan nodded his head with satisfaction. Manager Zhou was none other than the manager of Golden Harbor Center Mall, and all the stores in the mall had signed their contracts in his hands. Ha 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 ha, laughing to death. Shen Yan, where did you find this actor? It's kinda like that, ha 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 ha, you're still the boss? Don't even piss on yourself. Yang Jiao with long hair and short knowledge. The stereotypical impression of Shen Yan has been stuck in 2 years ago. No matter what he does, can't change his identity as a beggar. At this time, even if it is the manager Zhou here, she still unscrupulously mocked Shen Yan. Once these words came out, Shen Yan followed the manager Zhou's gaze, immediately locked the two. I think the boss called himself over because of them, but he did not trespass. Shen Yan is here. Naturally he is the one who gives the orders. At this time, the sight of the Zhao store manager but without trace away from the two of them. No other, only because of manager Zhou Feng that the boss. He had dealt with manager Zhou for so long, could he not know what the other party's status was? Someone who could be called boss so respectfully could only be the owner of this mall. At the same time, his heart was also secretly thankful that he didn't listen to them and drive Shen Yan out. Otherwise, he would probably have to get out as well. In just a moment, Zhao store manager had already greeted Wang Laoer's two ancestors countless times in his heart. Eyeballs slightly a turn around. It is not too late to mend. He took the initiative to come to the front of Shen Yan. To him to do the self-introduction. That looked to be more respectful. Hello Mr. Shen. I am the store manager of this store. Zhao Yukai. I hope you are not surprised that I did not recognize you earlier. No. Store manager Zhao. How come even you have gotten mixed up with him? Is this business still open? Yang Jiao on the side was not happy. One by one. Are they all sick? They all surrounded Shen Yan. Have they not seen his poor appearance before? Zhao Yukai doesn't care that much. What money is there to be made at this time? The only way to please Shen Yan is to please Shen Yan. He directly selectively ignored the existence of the two people, and stood beside Shen Yan unswervingly. Manager Zhou, these two people want to kick me out. What do you say? Shen Yan turned her head to look at Zhou Hai on the side, wanting to see how he would deal with it, treat it as a test. If he was not satisfied, this manager should be replaced. Boss, you can just watch from here. Guarantee your satisfaction. Manager Zhou naturally knew that Shen Yan was examining himself, and immediately began to deal with it on the spot. Security guards, come to the second floor Armani store. There are two people here making trouble. Throw them out and shall not let them in again. Store manager Zhao, I see that you should know them, right? Then please share their information with me. This mall will not be open to the two of them including their immediate family members starting immediately, and no store shall be trading with them or else they will be cleared out directly. At the same time make a copy of the surveillance video here for me as well. I'll hand it over to the lawyers for prosecution later. Joking, the boss is here to watch it. If not deal with a little rigor, it is unlikely that they will be taken off. Zhou manager did not expect Shen Yan will be here so soon. What character of this new boss? He cannot pinpoint. I hope that this time do not get involved in their own it. No, who the hell are you? Chapter 10 Robbery? Wang Laoer looked at them singing together. Can no longer endure? What is this what manager Zhou is doing? Come up here to tell you what to do. Really think you are a person? Shut up. Here have you talk the part. Zhao Yukai immediately scolded, wanting to brush a little presence in front of Shen Yan. Wang Laoer counts chicken hair off. Do you know the value of the president of the Golden Harbor Center Mall? With this financial strength alone, trying to kill Wang Laoer is no different from crushing an ant. Of course, he wouldn't let go of any opportunity to hug his thighs. If he climbed up Shen Yan's line, who would still do this crap store manager Manager Zhou. As he spoke, the security guards of the mall also rushed over at the first time. All of them were tall and strong muscular men, not the kind of old men in the neighborhood that could be compared. These two, throw them out. Manager Zhou glanced back at Shen Yan, seeing that he didn't say anything. That should be a tacit acceptance of the way he handled the situation. He immediately reached out and pointed at Yang Jiao and the two of them. Continuing to stay here would only be an eyesore. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, several security guards directly stepped forward with one on the left and one on the right, racking the two of them up and bringing them towards the door. What for? What are you guys doing? Let go of me. I want to file a complaint against you guys. You're hurting me. Let go. I'll call the police if you don't let go. Unfortunately, The struggles of the two did not play any role in front of the absolute power, but instead appeared to be even more lousy. Boss, this processing result you see. Although there was already a slight guess in his heart, he had to ask when it was time to ask. What if he guessed wrong? That wasn't very up. Just do as you say. This thing you deal with yourself on the line. Here nothing you do. Go back. Two jumping clowns are just that. Shen Yan is not so much as to take it to heart, and his own clothes are almost picked out, so he waved Zhou Hai off and led In Jing to the front desk to settle the bill. Mr. Shen, you came to the store for the first time and this kind of thing happened. How can I still let you pay the bill? These are on me. I'm really sorry. After waiting for such a long time, finally Zhao Yukai caught a chance. In the current situation, those with a little bit of eyesight would probably choose to waive the bill, right? Otherwise, how else can you brush your face in the future? I also want to customize it. This is also counted as yours? Shen Yan was not polite. When he came he said that he wanted to customize it, only to be delayed by those two annoying guys. No problem. Count me in this time too. Give up the child to catch the wolf. Zhao Yukai was willing to give up his blood, but if this kind of investment came to fruition, the benefits it would bring would definitely be very considerable. Thinking like this, it didn't seem to be that heartbreaking. I'll accept the thought, but it's better to charge according to the original price, or else if it's exempted by you, the other girl isn't working for nothing. Not to mention the fact that he had a rebate card on him. Not bad for this money. This In Jing was busy. Can't be because of Zhao Youcai's words. Directly pennies do not earn, right? This bit of cheapness Shen Yan still can't look at it. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Just now when manager Zhou came, and Jing had guessed that, as expected, Shen Yan was really the boss of them all. If he opened his mouth, his own performance would be guaranteed. No wonder he could afford to drive that kind of luxury car. This is what you deserve. Don't be polite. 10 minutes later. Ding. The host has spent $8,450,000, rewarding $16,890,000. Underground garage. After Shen Yan left from Armani's store, he also went to other floors to wander around. Eating and drinking, the main focus was an experience of life. Until the evening, he was ready to leave. Having a full-grade physique, the alcohol in his body had already been digested, and accomplishing not affecting his driving, he didn't bother to call a chauffeur. After coming out from the elevator room, Shen Yan walked straight towards his car, unaware that around his car, there were already 4 or 5 people in ambush. They had been squatting here since they saw this cologne during the daytime, wanting to earn some extra money from him. One day down, they already don't know how many times they scolded Shen Yan. A big man shopping mall can even shop for a day? Boss, coming. A fine dog-inch boy with his own elbow a hard to dislike the airplane head next to him. He is the boss of this group of people. A clear-eyed person will know that these are mental boys, joints pouncing on the street punks. 5 people can't come up with $100 in their pockets, and usually rely on stealing chickens and dogs to get a little bit of small money. Go. Don't know from where to learn. A few people also one person hold a mask set on. Shen Yan opened the door to get on the car the moment before. He was surrounded. What do you mean? Shen Yan looked at the front of the several thin and masked people, eyebrows raised, although do not know what they want to do, but there is no internal fluctuation, not to mention that his physique full level. On this kind of fine dog a punch of gas do not take a breath, not to mention that there are 10 consecutive signatures obtained by the full level of the fighting evening body. You kid finally came back, quite capable of wandering around. If you don't want to suffer, hand over your money, otherwise, my brothers will be rude to you. The airplane head stepped forward, poked Shen Yan's shoulder with his own finger, but he also just let loose with harsh words. After mixing for so long, I haven't seen him really lay a harsh hand on anyone. At most, he just gave a few big mouths. Robbery, right? Then you guys came late. I've spent all my money, shopping all day. Shen Yan helplessly shrugged his shoulders, hands spread out. A look of I can't help it. It just so happens that this will be nothing to do it. Find some fun is also good. Boss, what to do? He said the money spent. I need you to repeat yourself. I'm not deaf. Airplane head turned around and slapped his accomplice's mask so hard that he almost knocked it off. I don't have time to joke with you. Hurry up and hand over the money to me. Speaking, he did not know where to pull out another butterfly knife. This can be the other people startled. They usually just pick some softballs to start. If they are lucky, they can rob a week's worth of money for cigarettes and alcohol, but they have not moved a knife. Right now, the airplane head's behavior, it has made them feel afraid. Oh yo, equipment is still a lot of it. What else? Take out together to see it? The connoisseur a shot. There is only no. Shen Yan look at his grip on the knife gesture. Know that this plane head is a novice. At best, it will be used to pretend to be just. if he wants to, at any time can be empty-handed to take the white blade. I don't know if it's a recent movie to see too much. The plain head recently wanted to get a big vote, but has not been able to find the right opportunity. Today it is difficult to squat to Shen Yan, this kind of single rich people, which can let him run away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Give face don't face is it? Chapter 11 Misunderstanding? Airplane head see Shen Yan not the slightest respect for the butterfly knife in their hands. Do not know which tendon is wrong. Straight a knife stabbed at Shen Yan's abdomen. So close to the distance. The average person cannot avoid. Stabbed in the not words, even if not dead is also enough to choke. Boss? You crazy. Stop what are you doing? No, I won't do this job. I can't afford to take the blame if someone dies. Let's go. 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 The other four people see the airplane head to really, the first time on the run, blessed with the same, difficult who love to be who when. Anyway, they are not inappropriate. A smoke four people directly ran out of shadow. Only left Shen Yan two people. In fact, if they left a second later, they would have realized that the hand of the airplane head holding the knife was being grabbed by Shen Yan CC, and did not stab him at all. Looks like you brothers don't have a good relationship either? This hasn't been any good yet, and it's all gone. Shen Yan spoke at the same time. His own is also in the constant force. The pain of the airplane head wailed. The hand of the knife also cannot hold steady. Bam fell to the ground. Pain pain pain. Brother. Wrong wrong wrong. Give a chance give a chance. Perhaps the pain also let him regain some sanity. At this time also could not care about pretending. Directly began to beg for mercy. Ha ha, still no to beg for mercy. First take off the mask for me. Shen Yan did not let go. Crouched down and picked up the butterfly knife on the ground to see. Good guy. Or a blunt knife without an open edge? This is the airplane head also took off the mask, revealing his original face. Is an ordinary young man. The kind of forgettable. But it is also possible to get along with a long time. This is also a kind of personal characteristics. Otherwise, how did those four people recognize him earlier? Brother, can you let me go now? I still have soup at home. If I don't go back, it's going to be mushy. See Shen Yan still clamp his wrist. Airplane head immediately began to babble. He does not want to be sent into the bureau again. Although said that the food and accommodation, but that inside is not free at all. Now you want to go? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Right now Shen Yan was holding the knife with one hand, and the other hand was clamping the airplane head's arm. Coincidentally, at this time, there was a female police officer on leave who came down to get her car, and saw the scene in front of her as soon as she got out of the elevator. However, since Shen Yan had his back to her, he didn't notice it for the moment, and the next moment he felt his ass being kicked, and he stumbled and directly fell to the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk? What the hell? He just turned around it. A silhouette came swooping towards him, wanting to hold him down, but unfortunately by Shen Yan a roll to avoid it. He only then saw that in front of him was a short-haired girl with a tall figure, between the brows and eyes of the heroic. Looking at her posture should still have practiced. I say girl, what's wrong with you? What are you kicking me for? Are you okay? Which no the other party simply ignore him, but sideways glance to the side of the frozen airplane head. After all, in her perspective, the airplane head is the victim. Well, no, nothing, no. What are you up to airplane? Where did that crazy woman come from? Shen Yan was defenseless just now. The force of that kick was solidly and completely absorbed by him, and at this moment, his buttocks were still hurting. Of course it was very unpleasant. Humph, armed robbery in broad daylight and you still have a point? Let's see if I don't take you back to the station today, the female police officer said and was ready to do it again. At this time Shen Yan also understood. The other party is to treat him as a robber? Good guy. He called out good guy. Obviously he is the victim, right? Wait a minute. Hold up. You ask him yourself. Come on. You ask him. In the end who the hell is the robber? Airplane head sniffed and didn't dare to squeak or run away. With four gazes staring him dead in the face, he could only lower his head and start picking his fingers. Don't say it. Come on. I'll say it for you. You sound like a cop, right? This kid just brought a group of people to block the old me. Want to rob. The result was I subdued. The other four people ran away. I am educating him. You are good. Indiscriminate up to give me a foot. When so many years of police, a person has not lied. She through micro-expressions can judge a 7 or 8. And then look at the plain head a look of weakness. Immediately knew that should be their own misunderstanding Shen Yan. But at that time that kind of situation, everyone would have misunderstood it. I'm sorry. Oh, misunderstanding. In this way, I invite you to dinner. As an apology to you. Knowing that she was in the wrong, the policewoman took the initiative to admit her mistake and express her apology. even though she was a bit embarrassed. What do you that? First send this guy back to the bureau. I'm angry when I see him eating and whatnot. Shen Yan is not in the mood now. Plus he is full before coming down. Right now he saw the airplane head is not happy. I knew that he would first flatten him. Don't brother. Give a chance. I know I'm wrong. I don't want to go to the bureau. Please. The airplane head who was picking his fingers instantly began to beg for mercy. He did not think of escaping, but he was not sure if he could escape in the hands of these two people. If he did not escape, then does not still have to take a beating? I'll give you a slap. Get up, said Shen Yan. Also ignored the female police officer on the side, pushed the airplane head aside, and then took out his car keys from his pocket, started the vehicle and left. The whole process is incomparably silky smooth. The policewoman learned that he is the owner of this Kelvin. More sure that he misunderstood people. You have seen that open this luxury car people. To do armed robbery this kind of thing? Figure what excitement? What to look at? Are you yourself to go or I do it? Glancing at the airplane head, the female police officer said in a bad mood. Today was supposed to be a vacation. I did not expect to have to run to the police station. People are valuable to have self-knowledge. Airplane head knows that he is not the female officer's opponent. Sigh, silently with her to get on the car back to the police station. Empty bottle bar. After Shen Yan left from the underground garage, he drove directly to this place, ready to drink some wine to get rid of bad luck. Should not say, this luxury car is really a good thing, especially his kind of top limited supercar. This person has not yet got off it. There have been a lot of dressed up flamboyant women began to lean to his car. Black silk skirt, high heels. Anyway, how to chant on. But unfortunately, Shen Yan is to drink, not to engage in those messy things. Open the door and get off. Even did not look at a glance. Directly toward the bar inside to go. Only left a dashing handsome back to them. Handsome. Too handsome. Chapter 12. I have the key. Do you? Indeed. It's just a bit high and cold. I'm afraid it's not that good to hold. I'm talking about the car. What are you talking about? I'm talking about people. Who's talking to you about cars? There is Shen Yan's Kailong sitting in the town. There is no doubt that the other cars tonight will be eclipsed. After all, this place in Golden Harbor, although the economic development is also okay, but compared to the imperial capital of the Magic City to still have some disparity, so the luxury car will not be too much. At best there is a Rangeboni, Ferrari, this level of sports cars. Bar. Shen Yan casually ordered a glass of whiskey. He is not very understanding of alcohol, is not very much love to drink, just an addiction, which just sat down for a while around a burst of perfume flavor. At this time, wearing a word slim halter skirt big wave woman came over. Her name is Luo Lin. Is a junior, but often mixed in the major bars. Its purpose is of course to fish for a man. Shen Yan came in when she noticed. Armani lookin' handsome. This is not exactly what she has been waiting for, the man of destiny. Handsome. Alone? Luo Lin took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him, wanting to find a point of entry. Otherwise it would be easy to scare people away if she cut right in. Shen Yan just glanced at her, didn't pick up the conversation, and even moved to the side. For no other reason than because Rolene's perfume smell was too strong, and it didn't smell as good as the one on the clerk at the Armani store today. Handsome. Interested in playing a game together? Seeing that the other party didn't take care of herself, Luo Lin wasn't angry. Instead, she continued to move forward, and even inadvertently clamped her own softness that was crying out for attention, revealing a deep, bottomless gully. Not interested? Haven't you ever seen a pig run before? This kind of female, Shen Yan can have no interest. Don't be on the spur of the moment. Cause himself to catch a little. What disease is finished? His good life has just begun. Seeing the other party still want to stick to himself, he directly snapped and stood up, then mixed into the crowd, disappeared in front of Luo Lin's eyes. Damn it! What's with the tugging? Old lady doesn't even care. Luo Lin didn't expect to be rejected so completely, and immediately jumped to his feet in anger. He couldn't figure out that there were actually men who came to the bar really just to drink. Toilet. Shen Yan, a urination directly appeared here. Also do not know if every bar is like this. In this road to the toilet, there are a lot of men and women are hugging and gnawing each other. As for whether it is a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, he does not know. Anyway, it is not his business. Honey, is that sports car at the door really yours? Can I ride on the passenger side? He was in the middle of his boo-boo when a woman's voice came from the cubicle behind him. Shen Yan was shocked, thinking that everyone in this bar likes to play this kind of wild game. If you're talking about the Bugatti Kai Lung at the door, then naturally it's mine. As for if you want to sit on the passenger side, then it's up to you to behave. At this time an uncle's voice came from inside, coincidentally, pretending to meet the rightful owner. Hearing this uncle's voice, Shen Yan was happy, didn't hold back and laughed out directly. Pfft, Ha 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 ha, buddy, if I remember correctly, there should only be a cologne at the door, right? You pretend to be good, at least also change your car, ah ha ha ha, borrowing the name of his own car to pretend to be a pussy even if, but also caught by himself. This kind of person does not sanction him to stay for the new year. He did not leave even after urinating, and just shouted at the cubicle. Splat! With a loud bang, the door of the cubicle was thrown open, and from inside came out a middle-aged greasy uncle, and a woman who just didn't look very smart, and was changing and busily organizing her clothes, and there was some unidentified substance at the corner of her mouth. Kid, who the hell are you? Uncle shrugged off the woman and came straight to Shin Nian's front, but unfortunately, his height was not high, so he could only raise his head to look up at him, and he had already lost most of the battle from his aura. It doesn't matter who I am, only that you used my car to pick up girls. Did you go through me? You said the Kailong at the door is yours. I have the car keys. Do you? Shin Nian took out the car keys from his own pocket and waved them in front of the uncle. His eyes were full of mockery. A big age, but also learn people to pretend to be young and light? Good I said where my keys have gone, so it was stolen by you. If you don't say that people are shameless. The greasy uncle first pretended to touch his pocket, and then directly bit back, directly saying that Shin Nian stole his car keys. What? Honey, were your car keys really stolen by him? After the woman on the side heard this, her eyes shone straight up, itching to rush up and tear Shin Nian apart. If she helped her darling snatch back the car keys, then she should be able to sit in the passenger seat, right? You guys are really a match made in heaven. One silly cup with no brain, one shameless with no bottom line. TSK. Shin Nian put the car keys directly back into his pocket. These two people directly disgusted him. Not wanting to get too entangled with them, he turned around and was ready to leave. Stop. Call the car keys back to me, honey. Originally greasy uncle see him to go, are not ready to open the mouth. After all, in the end what is the situation of his own more than anyone else? Just now pretending to be a pussy already can. Did not think that this stupid woman on the head, but also really think that the car is his. Directly called Shin Nian. Do not let him go. Are you sure? My car is not so good to take. Shin Nian turned around and stared straight at the greasy uncle. Although he does not like to cause trouble, but he is not afraid of things. If the other party does not know what to do, he minded to teach each other how to behave. Greasy uncle was staring back Harry, although do not want to admit, but he also knows, can afford to drive this kind of luxury car people, not their own can offend. Immediately lowered his head, did not answer. This behavior is also considered a default, car is not his. Seeing the other side of the goat, Shin Nian also did not stay in the toilet. After all, the smell inside is still a little heavy. Stay a long time is not good. Honey, didn't you say that the sports car at the door is yours? Is it all a lie to me? Then you just said that he stole your car keys? Seeing the uncle's reaction, at this time the woman also reacted to the fact that she had been tricked. Lost she just in was still inside giving the other party a one-stop service. What for? I'm just pretending to be a pussy. Who knows you took it seriously? Then I also said that the airplane in the sky is also mine. Do you believe it? Pretend to fail. Greasy uncle was already annoyed. This stupid woman also want to come to pick up his scars. Of course he is no good gas. Anyway, it is just to play. Of course, do not have to lick the dog with the same decoxer. Chapter 13 The whole building for rent. Met too stupid cop. Shin Nian also has no heart to continue to stay and drink. Their own personal experience. He realized that before people said the bar is very chaotic is true. This is really mixed. What people have the doorway. At this time more and more people gathered around his car next to take pictures. Had the previous experience in the neighborhood downstairs? Shin Nian also lazy to wait. Directly took out the key to unlock the start. Boom. Although he just drank a glass of wine, but under the digestion and absorption of his full great physique, the effort of going to the toilet has already consumed all the alcohol. Even if there is a traffic police do not need to be afraid of blowing up, the instrument cannot be measured. When he came to the front of the car, he found that when the square glass was stuffed with small notes, do not need to seek and think of what is written inside, must be contact information, so that it is not the girls do not take the initiative, just because you are not trenchant enough. But unfortunately, Shin Nian was not interested in these princesses, and with a wave of his hand, he directly sent the small notes above into the trash can on the side, and then drove away from this bar. Sea View Villa. Here is a property that Shin Nian previously signed in to obtain. Tonight he is ready to spend the night here. After all, it's all his own house. Surely it must be raining on his parade. System, give me a 10 consecutive signing. Rechanging to a new environment. Naturally, he wanted to try how the feng shui here was, to see if he could obtain anything good. Signed successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining full level hacking skills. Signed in successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring full-level calligraphy skills. Sign-in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 21% of the shares of Yida Group. Sign-in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a luxury yacht. Sign-in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Beretta 92F pistol, unlimited bullets. A thought. Shin Yen pistol inside appeared a body black pistol. The gun full length 217 mm. Empty gun weight 0.96 kilograms. Equipped with ammunition for 9mm parabellum pistol rounds. The muzzle velocity of the slug reaches 333.7 m/s. The effective range of 50 meters. The accuracy is quite high, and it was originally set up to be a double-row magazine capacity of 15 rounds. But the system is directly magically altered into a flawless bullets. Good guy. The system is really powerful. It can even come up with something like this. It's still a nifty infinite bullet. Is this to play tell others that times have changed? For something like a gun, I believe no man would refuse it, right? I don't know how many toy guns I played with when I was a kid, but in this country, citizens are not allowed to hold guns. So like this real one, Shin Yen also saw it for the first time. System, if I use this, will it be found out? Although he was excited inwardly, Shin Yen's reasoning still existed. Normally, he wouldn't be able to use this thing. Using money would solve 90% of the problem. Host, don't worry. Anything rewarded by the system will not bring negative effects to you. You can use it with confidence. It was said that it was an unlimited system. This little thing was naturally out of the question. Otherwise, where would the system's face go? Okay, you're great. Now in his own villa, Shin Yen naturally will not be bored enough to go shooting to try out the game. A thought directly put it away. Wait for the next time there is an opportunity to go abroad, may be able to use it. The next day, Jiachang neighborhood. Shin Yen picked up the car and came here. When he signed in earlier, the system rewarded the 2 buildings here. A total of 200 sets of it. Anyway, he can't live in so many. Of course, it's rented out, so that every month he can still collect some rent. Although he is not bad money, but the mosquito leg is also meat. Who will refuse their own wealth and then billions of points? Before he came he checked. This is a newly opened upscale district. Location and so on are not bad. Should not worry about tenants, but he is impossible to rent. All Shin Yen directly drove to the sales department here. Boom! The roar of cologne attracted all the sales of the sales department at once. Shin Yen directly parked the car at the door, then got off and pulled open the door of the passenger side of the car. In full view of everyone, he reported down a box. Don't look at it. Come on, someone give me a hand to come. Shin Yen beckoned to the crowd of sales eating melons at the door. Among them, there was a relatively fast reaction and good-looking female sales rushed over at the first opportunity. Sir, I'll help you. However, she was facing Shin Yen, and when she bent over, one of the buttons of her shirt inadvertently loosened, revealing a piece of snow white inside, allowing Shin Yen to have an eyeful. I is so angry. Again Fong Han grabbed the lead. That's right, every time it's like this, any good job is snatched away by her. It's a pity. I don't know what big order it will be this time. No, haven't you guys noticed that this little brother is also very handsome? Looks like I have a candidate for the leading man of my dreams tonight. The other sales who came back to their senses at this time were remorseful. Just a little bit late, Shin Yen was received, and Fong Han was their gold medal sales here. It was almost impossible to grab resources from her. Reception area. Fong Han held the box Shin Yen brought and led him here, first greeting him and sitting down, then pouring him a cup of coffee, before starting to ask Shin Yen about his intentions. Sir, are you here to see the house? No, nah, what I have in this box are all the house books. It's in your neighborhood. A total of 200 units. I'm going to rent it out. Do you do this? If not, I'll go find an agent. Shin Yen pointed to the box on the ground, said lightly, but this few dozens of words, in Fong Han's ears is so shocking. 200 sets? So many? She was very out of shape and stood up. The first time to go to borrow that cardboard box. No wonder just now he vaguely saw a little red. At this Shin Yen also did not stop. Let Fong Han check. If she can help the course group, he himself also save another trip. This hot day, driving is also very hot. Not much time. Fong Han took out all the house books in the box, and just piled them on the desktop. And this operation made the people around look silly. No matter whether it is a sale or other to buy a house. Who is a good person to buy a few hundred sets off? How to say, this thing you can do or cannot do? After waiting for half a day and not seeing Fong Han give an accurate letter, Shin Yen somewhat impatiently asked a follow-up question. Can. Must be able to. Mister, what are the requirements for the rental? You can mention as much as you want. Happiness came too suddenly. Fong Han had not slowed down for a while, seeing that Shin Yen had already started to get upset. She immediately patted her chest to ensure that she could earn commission by helping the owner to rent out. If she talked about this order, then she would not have to mix up, and would be laughed at by other people, right? Chapter 14 Inspecting the Industry. There's nothing to ask for, just do as you see fit, as long as you can rent it out. Anyway, he is not short of money, just don't want these things to mold in his hands. Someone to take care of it is better than eating dust there. Okay sir, then you wait for a moment. I'll go and draw up a contract for you now. Strike the iron while it's hot. Since Shin Yan didn't have any other requirements, in order to avoid any complications, Fong Han went to prepare the contract at the first time. As long as the contract was signed, this fat job was considered to be really taken by her. Because of the weekdays here will also accept some of the owners of the commission to help rent, so only need to slightly modify it on the existing contract template on the line. Not long, Fong Han took a stack of printed thick contract back. There was no way Shin Yan's house was just too much. Even Fong Han was taking on such a large volume for the first time. Sir, the contract is ready. You check it to see if there are any questions. Fong Han handed over the contract in her hand with both hands, and immediately after that, she sat down opposite Shin Yan. The button on her shirt had not been fastened until now, and she didn't know whether she did it on purpose or accidentally. According to the logic of normal people, such a large list, certainly to check, and even some people even punctuation to take a close look. And Shin Yan received the contract, just roughly flipped through the two, and then brush signed his big name. The whole process is smooth and flowing, as if it has been rehearsed many times. The opposite side of the battle-hardened Fong Han will not be a whole good guy. Who is a good person to sign a contract like this? She was ready to cut the price with Shin Yan. After all, she is also to take the commission well. She didn't think that people simply didn't take it seriously. Well, this is my card number. The future rent will be paid to this card, and the commission will be deducted if you want to. I'll leave if there's nothing else. There's my phone number on it. You can contact me if anything happens. Pushing the signed contract back to Fong Han, Shin Yan directly got up and left. In his opinion, as long as this Fong Han has a little bit of brain, it will not be messed up. He can dish out 200 houses here. To deal with her is not easy. Instead of thinking about all those things, it would be better to honestly help himself to rent the house to earn commission. This contract was signed too hastily, right? Is this the world of the rich? Fong Han looked at the contract in her hand, surprisingly gave birth to a trace of unreal feeling. Gently bit her tongue with her teeth. The pain coming from it told her that it was real. TC Office Building. This was one of the landmark buildings in Golden Harbor City. Basically the office buildings of the entire Golden Harbor's prestigious enterprises were here. And this was also one of Shin Yan's industries. After he left the Jiaqing neighborhood, he drove directly to here. How to say is also his own industry. His own boss shall not come over to inspect it? The matter of the building's new boss had basically spread, but they only knew the new boss's name and had not seen him in person. So Shin Yan was stopped outside by the security guards downstairs without any surprise. Hello sir, may I ask if you have an appointment? Outsiders need an appointment to get in. When the security guard saw Shin Yan getting down from the sports car and being so young, he blindly guessed that he was more than likely a second-generation rich man. So the security guard's attitude was also very polite. As for why he said he was an outsider, it was because this building was access controlled, and the security guard didn't see that Shin Yan had an access card. Plus he had never seen the other person himself, which was why he judged Shin Yan to be an outsider. Okay, you wait for me to make a phone call. Shin Yan did not expect this rule here. After all, he had not been on duty before. Then came to the side, pounded on the cell phone for a while, found a number and dialed it. The security guard saw this also did not say anything. More than one thing is better than one thing. If the other side can really call to what people, then let him go in. Their own is a security guard. What else can be done? I'm Shin Yan, now downstairs. You come down to pick me up. The phone was quickly connected. Shin Yan only said a few words, then left, hands in pockets on the side of the silent waiting. Did not have any communication with the security guard. Not long after, a short-haired imperial lady wearing a professional OL outfit hurriedly trotted out from the building, and the security guard immediately saluted at the sight. Good day, General Manager Chang. The person who came was the general manager of the office building, Jia Shichang. After receiving Shin Yan's call she rushed down at the first time. After all, he was her top boss. Boss. Jia Shichang just slightly nodded in response, quickly walked to the front of Shin Yan respectfully greeted. The building to change the boss of the thing she was the first to know, although she had seen the photo, but at the moment to see the real person, or had to sigh a really young ah. Her words put aside of the security guards will not be a whole. Dare to own the boss of the building to stop down? Then can he still keep his job? Well, go up. It's weirdly hot downstairs. Shen Yan looked up and down Jia Shicheng. White skin and beautiful long legs. In combination with this outfit, he suddenly understood why some people would have a uniform fetish. Should not say. It is indeed quite tempting. Okay boss, after you. She slightly sidestepped her body and reached out to signal Shen Yan to go first. After mixing in the workplace for so long, she naturally wouldn't walk in front of her boss. This is the boss of our building. This whole building is his. Remember? Seeing that Shen Yan didn't bother with the security guard, Jia Shicheng just reminded her when she passed by. Without figuring out Shen Yan's temperament, she wouldn't dare to act without authorization. Don't mess up and get yourself involved. Don't worry, Mr. Cheng. I remember it clearly. I promise I won't do it again. The security guard immediately gave her a standard salute. And in his heart, he was relieved. It looked like he had saved his job. Fortunately he had spoken politely earlier. Otherwise, it would be hard to say now. Penthouse, chairman's office. Jia Shicheng accompanied Shen Yan all the way here. Her attitude was very formal, because she didn't know what Shen Yan suddenly came over to do. Her heart was inevitably a little worried, afraid that Shen Yan would give her the sack, and then want to find another job with such a lot of money and little to do will not be easy. Boss, have some tea. Thanks. Shen Yan looked around at the furnishings of the office. The style in here was like that of an old cadre. He didn't like it very much. He guessed that the previous boss should have been an older person. That Xiao Jia when you have time, rearranging this office of mine, remove all these have-nots for me. Change a modernized style. Now this looks too depressing. I don't like it. Chapter 15 Loyalty Card. Okay boss, is there anything else I need to replace for you? Jia Shicheng smiled and brightened up. As long as Shen Yan still needs himself to help him, the probability is that he won't dismiss himself. The stone hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. So what? Did our building re-sign the contract with the other company? Since the boss has changed, the previous contract can be nullified. If you haven't signed it yet, hurry up and implement it. You can't let them whore it out for nothing. Shen Yan just remembered that he didn't receive any rent for this place. If he didn't sign the contract, wouldn't he be giving it to them for nothing? He wouldn't eat this kind of loss. It's like this boss. Most of the companies downstairs are about to expire their leases. They do need to be re-signed. I'm already counting on my side. So is our rent going according to what was on the previous contract or is it going to be readjusted? Things like this, the former boss had directly handed over to Jia Shicheng to do. All he needed to do was to lie at home and collect the money. So out of habit, every year when it came to this time of the year, she would consciously go and collect the information and prepare the new contract. What was it like in the past? Although he knew that this building was very expensive, he hadn't bothered to find out about the specific rent. After all, before this, he was a fresher who hadn't been exposed to such things. The rent of different floors is different boss. Our building is a total of 100 floors. After deducting our 10 floors, there are still 90 floors for rent, 20 million to start, and then from the bottom to the top, the rent of every 10 floors goes up by 5 million. The higher the floor the more expensive the rent will be. This rule was not made by Jia Shicheng, but by the former boss. She was just responsible for implementation. Since Shen Yan wanted to know, she naturally explained it to him. The starting price of 20 million is a bit low. Go up a bit. Up 10 million then. Shen Yan heard immediately after the decision to shoot the decision to increase the rent. 20 million are willing to rent. Is not 30 million will not have? He didn't believe it. Through Jia Shicheng's introduction, he also had a deeper understanding of the building he had signed up to obtain. Since people took this place as a status symbol, it was natural that they didn't want to move out. In that case, why not squeeze more? Okay boss, then does the rate of increase every 10 floors need to be adjusted? Jia Shicheng didn't utter a rebuttal. She always kept in mind that she is a wage earner. What the boss says is what he says. Don't be stubborn. Stubbornness will raise the bucket. This will not be added. Just follow the original 5 million. Shen Yan although black-hearted a little, but not all black, more or less still give people a little way out. Step too big, easy to pull the egg. Don't give their own building collapsed. It would not be worth the loss. Good boss. I'll take care of the contract as soon as possible. Jia Jingwen responded. At the same time, she also kept recalling in her mind. She had stayed in this Golden Harbor city for so many years, and she didn't seem to have any family surname Shin as far as she remembered. So where did this young and promising boss in front of her come from? Well, you go and get busy. Don't worry about me. Used to being on his own, suddenly having a secretary around him Shen Yan wasn't used to it, and not having anything else to explain at the moment. He dismissed Jia Shicheng. Okay boss, you can call me anytime if there's something. Not long ago, the large office was left Shen Yan alone. He leaned back in the leather seat, looking at the office ceiling in a daze. Once upon a time, He also fantasized about such a day, just did not expect to be realized so soon. Should not say. The feeling of being the boss is still very cool, especially like his kind of boss, not bad money. How capricious, how to chant on. System, give me a round of 10 consecutive signatures. The mood is good, naturally have to reward themselves once. No is 10 times. He would like to try 100 consecutive signatures, but also afraid of his brain will blow up. Consecutive 100 system beeps ringing. Annoyed, also annoyed to death. Signed successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the full level treasure appraisal skill. Signed in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Rengi Boni Seiyan. Signed in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Bluetooth speaker, unlimited power. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $8 million. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 loyalty cards. Write the name of the person you're using within line of sight, and you can make the other person 100% loyal to you without dropping. The previous ones were all relatively modest prizes, but the last one had successfully aroused Shin Nian's interest. Loyalty cards? This thing was good. Nowadays, he has many industries, but he is not very good at managing them. Basically, he gives them to other people to take care of. Not afraid of 10,000. Not afraid of the unexpected. Don't have any bad guys. Make small moves to put money into their pockets. With this thing, these things do not have to worry about. As long as the industry are handed over to their own use of the loyalty card people to take care of, it can be. It's still a system. Anything can be organized. Shin Nian looked at a small white card in his hand. Sent inwardly sighed, as if the system every time to give the props of this piece of stuff are very top. There has not appeared to pull the crotch of the situation. System, what will be different if the loyalty is 100? This thing has not been seen by himself before. If he uses it rashly, he is worried about any side effects. It is better to ask for clarification. The host can rest assured to use it. A loyalty of 100 will make the object of use unconditionally obey any request of the host. Even if the host asks the other party to kill themselves on the spot, it will also satisfy you. The system is playing is real. All pull full. What else can be done? But it's not just a matter of obedience. Hiss, any request can be satisfied. Sounds like it's very exciting. Well, this second Shin Nian did think crookedly, but right now it was not the time to think about these things. It was better to find someone to test it out first. Xiao Jia, come to my office. Smoothly copying the phone on the side, Shin Nian directly called Jia Shicheng over. Anyway, this building is also in her care nowadays. Using it on her is not a loss. Boss, any orders? Not a moment later, Jia Shicheng knocked on the door of Shin Nian's office with a puzzled look on her face. Hadn't she just left a little while ago? That how to write your name. You give me a demonstration. A moment to forget. The moment he saw her, Shin Nian suddenly had a bad taste in his mouth and directly took out the loyalty card rewarded by the system and handed her to Jia Shicheng, who was on the side, asking her to write her name on it to see what would change. Hearing this, she didn't think much about it and lifted her pen and brushed it to write her name on the loyalty card. Chapter 16, Licking Dog? Ding! Host uses loyalty card. Jia Shicheng's loyalty increased to 100. Over here, Jia Shicheng had just finished writing her name when the system's feedback sounded in Shin Nian's ears, and at the same time, Jia Shicheng felt that something flashed in her mind, as if there was some kind of a voice that told her to absolutely obey any of Shin Nian's orders. Boss, it's finished. Take a look. Any other orders? She handed the loyalty card with her name written on it back to Shin Nian, and even her tone of voice seemed more respectful. Nothing for now. Rush out the contract as soon as possible in these few days, then I have other things to arrange for you to do. Rice to eat one bite at a time. Shin Nian also did not give all the industry to Jia Shicheng to take care of, although it will not betray their own, but also cannot be unlimited oppression, or people will collapse. Okay boss, then I'll go back to deal with the contract first. Jia Shicheng led the order to leave. Shin Nian was left alone in the office again, and was about to go to Douyin to consume a wave of it, when a phone call came in. Old Bai? Why did you remember to call me? He looked at the cell phone displayed on the note of Ji Bai. This is Shin Nian's high school diehard, but since graduation is not much contact, the two last contact was half a year ago. Nian, do you have enough money in your hand now? Can you lend me some money? Ji Bai on the other end of the phone stammered. The two hadn't been in contact for so long, and this came up to borrow money. In fact, he was quite embarrassed. Borrow money? What? What happened to you? Shin Nian sniffed and froze. With his own understanding of Ji Bai, he is not the kind of person who likes to trouble others, especially borrowing money for this kind of thing. If it is not really difficult, he will definitely not call himself. Nothing much, I want to get married. And then the woman sighed of the temporary change of heart. Want me to take out another 200,000 dowry money? only willing to marry my daughter to me, so I'd like to ask if you have enough money to lend me some. Ji-bai was admitted to the university, but did not go to study, but chose to drop out of school to work. These years down also saved a little savings, but 200,000 is too much. He really cannot come out alone. What? A temporary price increase of $200,000? I say old white, you won't be pitched, right? Originally thought that this kind of thing could only be seen on the internet, but I didn't expect it to actually happen by my side. Although he didn't know the full picture of the matter, but just hearing this temporary change of heart, Shin Yan already couldn't help himself. No, Tingting said that this is her parents' test for me. If I can't even take out $200,000, who am I to give her happiness? I searched for what seemed to be a bit reasonable, and agreed to the request. Ji-bai patiently explained to Shin Yan, not realizing that, in the latter's view, he is a pure big grudge seed. Wait a minute. The temporary price increase of 200,000. So how much dowry did you give before? Recalling the news he had once read, Shin Yan felt that this size was cute, must have already given a part of the bride price. As a result, the other party saw that he was so quick, and felt that it was going to be less, which is why the temporary price increase, not much, gave 150,000. Now it's just short of this 200,000. How do you say? Can you support a buddy's life event? Ji-bai saw that Shin Yan was so attached to his own affairs, and thought that he shouldn't refuse himself, right? It's just that I don't know how much I can borrow. 6. That is to say, you have to pay 35 for this honorarium, not counting the others? Old bai, our relationship is here, so I'll get straight to the point. What's your ting-ting, and what does her family do? How do I feel you do not like marriage? Like poverty alleviation to go? As his own former best friend, Ji-bai home what condition Shin Yan natural is clear. His parents are country people, not much background, all of a sudden come up with 350,000 words. For this family, is a huge burden. Anyan, you say I understand, but I really like Ting-Ting. If this money can let her and I stay together for life, then I am willing. Shin Yan said a whole lot, but unfortunately Ji-bai on the other end of the phone froze and didn't listen in at all. All he was thinking about right now was that what's her name Ting-Ting. Fine. Forget I said it. Then how much are you missing? Persuasion is fruitless. Shin Yan also lazy to spend more words. Good words are difficult to persuade the dead ghost. What he said now the other party cannot listen to it. People teach people 100 words are useless. Things to teach people once into the heart, only to let Ji-bai personally experience a time to understand. Well, the overall difference is still $180,000. Any amount will do. I'll pay you back. Ji-bai recalled in his mind. He had already put together 20,000 in the past few days. He hadn't thought of directly asking Shin Yan to borrow 180,000. It would be good if he could borrow 10,000 or 80,000 of it. Okay, I'll get you the money later. But I've helped you so much. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal? It is just that the Ting-Ting also are going to get married. Do not give me an introduction to recognize it? Originally he wanted to turn directly, but on second thought, why don't you ask both of them out? Under your own money power, maybe you can let Ji-bai see each other's face? What? Are you saying that you've topped all of this $180,000 for me? Ji-bai doubted that he had heard wrong. This is only half a year gone. It's hard to believe that Shin Yan got rich. She said she could take $180,000 just like that? Yes, you don't care so much. Hurry to set the location. I'll come over after I withdraw the money. Shin Yan didn't give him an explanation. He wouldn't say anything to anyone about this system. When the time came, he would just say that he had opened a company and made some money. Okay. I'll go now. Ji-bai sniffed and nodded his head immediately. Shin Yan had done him such a big favor. Naturally he had to book a better restaurant to thank him. He couldn't take someone to eat shasian, could he? At 2:30 in the afternoon, Shin Yan in accordance with the address given by Ji-bai drove his car. Kailong came to a western restaurant. In fact, what to eat he does not matter. To come here but also want to see that Ting-Ting in the end what is the saint. Surprisingly, Ji-bai can be charmed into this. The supercar is the focus of attention no matter where it is. Even before it gets off the car, there are already a lot of people starting to take pictures with their cell phones. At this time in the restaurant, a window seat, sitting on a pair of men and women. It is Ji-bai and Ting-Ting. Wow, what a handsome sports car. When Ting-Ting beside Ji-bai saw Shin Yan's car, her eyes started to glow with gold light. Although she didn't recognize what kind of car it was, but looking at the shape, she knew that it must not be cheap. It's quite handsome. Ji-bai looked at his Santana car. Key's eyes are envious color. Chapter 17, Friend's Wife. Can't. This should be it. Shen Yan looked up at the signboard at the door, turned sideways and picked up a handbag on the passenger side, which was loaded with $180,000 in cash that was lent to Ji-bai, and then pushed open the car door slovenly. Ignoring other people's gazes, Shen Yan walked straight into the restaurant and began to look around, looking for Ji-bai's position. Leaning against the window was still relatively easy to find, and in a few seconds he found the duo. Tingting's gaze had been following Shen Yan since he got off the bus, and when she saw him walking slowly towards her side, she immediately added a lot of inner drama. Coming. This rich and handsome guy is coming this way. He can't be here to hit on me. Then should I be a bit more reserved? If I had known that I would meet this kind of handsome guy, I wouldn't have let this deadbeat come today. It's not affecting my output. I'd like to think of a way to get rid of him first and then I'll go up and get some help. Right at the moment when she was crooked, Shen Yan directly came and sat down across from the two of them and gave a greeting towards Ji-bai. Old Bai. You're, Nian? What the hell? Changed so much? Ji-bai heard this familiar voice and froze, fixed his eyes to look at the person in front of him and realized that the person in front of him was not the Shen Yan who was waiting for him. It was only that she had changed so much that she didn't recognize her for a moment. You guys, recognize each other? Ting was confused. This handsome guy didn't come to look for himself, but to look for Ji-bai? That shouldn't be the case. How could he, a deadbeat, know this kind of high-flying handsome? Introduce. This is my good buddy Shen Yan. She is Ting, my fiancée. Ji-bai was introducing the two men separately, while Shen Yan was secretly sizing up this so-called Ting. The conical face and arched nose looked like technology and ruthlessness, and he could smell the pungent perfume odor on her body from the distance of a table. In a few moments he had his own judgment. It seems that no surprise, Ji-bai is the iron receiver. Spend 350,000 to marry such a thing. It is really not worth it. Not to mention, on Ting hate to stick up the gaze, Shen Yan knows that she is not a peaceful master. Hello? Back to God. Ting took the initiative to reach out and greet Shen Yan. Out of politeness Shen Yan also reached out in response, and just at the moment of closing his hand, Ting even gently hooked Shen Yan's palm with her own fingers. What to eat? I don't know when you'll arrive, so I haven't ordered yet. Ji-bai Fong was studying the menu. Naturally he didn't notice Ting's small action. Old friends reunited. He was still very happy, not to mention that Shen Yan had done him such a big favor. You look at it. I'm not picky. First go to the bathroom. This is for you. Shen Yan handed the handbag beside him to Ji-bai, then turned around and walked towards the bathroom, unaware that he had just left. Ting also snapped and stood up. I'm also going to the restroom. After saying that, she quickly chased towards Shen Yan, but in Ji-bai's opinion, she was probably pissing herself. At this time the only person left on the seat Ji-bai. He quietly opened the handbag a slit, only to see that inside is a bunch of piles of $100 bills. The heart was immediately happy flowers. His brother did not pay in vain. Bathroom. Shen Yan is really come to the toilet, but Ting is not. Looked back and found that Ji-bai did not follow up, then directly tailed the Shen Yan into the men's restroom. You're going the wrong way. The women's restroom is over there. Seeing Ting's figure in the mirror, Shen Yan seriously flashed a touch of contempt. He knew that the other party would follow him over, so on the way here he had already opened the recording on his cell phone. I know, but I'm here to find you. At this moment, Ji-bai was not there. Ting was not hiding it, and deliberately raised the small short skirt on her body upwards between words. All adults. This is no longer a hint. It's a clear indication. Sorry, we are not familiar, and this is the men's restroom. There is something please go outside to say. Shen Yan originally had no feelings for her, although he said he was a 10,000-year-old virgin, but not to the point where he couldn't walk when he saw a woman. Don't want to try a friend's wife? Or in this special environment? I can do a lot. I have all the moves you want. So blunt and revealing words Ting just so directly set out, and the two this is still the first time to meet. From this can see Shen Yan's previous inference is right. This Ting really is not what peace of mind of the Lord. Fortunately they have some preparations. She said all the words are all land recordings. Your old Bai's fiancé. Yet you're doing this kind of thing behind his back. Can you stand up to him? Since she decided to help her good brother out of his misery, this alone is naturally not enough. Shen Yan simply added in the ingredients. Just Ji-bai that loser. I didn't dislike him for being poor. Even if he got married, what can he do? You see him dare to say half a word to me? When Ting mentioned Ji-bai, she couldn't stop looking at him with disdain. He is just her own receiver. A licking dog who still wants to have a position? Is that not dreaming? Look at you. It shouldn't be the first time you've done this kind of thing, right? He didn't expect Ting to admit it directly, which was still rare. After all, some people like the whole being and standing up again thing. This is not important. The important thing is, Should we do something now? You really don't want to try it. Tingting's private life was indeed indiscreet, but it was the first time she had met a gold master like Shen Yan. Just thinking about it made her feel as if something was about to come out between her legs. Forget it, I'm not interested in public transportation. Purpose accomplished. Shen Yan didn't bother to talk nonsense with her, pulled out his cell phone and went around her. Even in an environment like the toilet, the smell of cheap perfume on Ting Ting's body was hard to hide. Restaurant. Shen Yan returned here first, and without saying a word, he handed his cell phone to Ji Bai, and what was playing on it was exactly what Ting Ting had said to him earlier in the restroom. Old Bai, this Ting Ting is not a good bird. As a buddy I don't want you to get stuck in it. It's not too late to stop the loss. Your $150,000 will come back by the time you find a lawyer, and you can use this money to do whatever business you want to do better than marrying her. Ji Bai on the seat of silence. He silently returned the phone to Shen Yan. He actually knows that Ting Ting is more fun-loving, but I did not expect the other party to play so flowery. Even Shen Yan this kind of just met people she cannot hold, not to mention other people. No wonder when he called a few times ago, he always heard some strange voices, but every time Ting Ting said she was running for fitness. Now I think she is afraid that she is exercising with other people, right? Chapter 18 Tracking down the robbers. Liang Jiu. Forget it, you're right. This kind of woman is not worth it. Thank you Nian. If it wasn't for you, I guess I would still be in the dark. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Bai decisively chose to give up. He could accept Ting Ting's love of fun, but he couldn't accept the green grass above his head. If this was married back, it was hard to say if the child was his own in the future. It's best if you can figure it out. Seeing that he finally listened to his own words, Shen Yan was also relieved. Afraid of this big injustice, see this kind of thing also choose to forgive her. Then it is really hopeless. Honey, I'm back. Not long ago, Ting Ting came out of the bathroom. At this time she did not know that just now Shen Yan had a recording, and even gave back to Ji Bai to listen to it, otherwise it is estimated that she jumped out at the first time. Right. Stop. I am now officially informing you that we are over. Break up. Also, return my $150,000 of dowry to me, thank you. When you break, you break. Knowing those things about Ting Ting, Ji Bai is now very disgusted with her, and doesn't even want her to touch herself. What do you mean? Ji Bai, did the old lady give you face? Say what you just said again. After hearing Ji Bai's words, Ting Ting's face swished, becoming incredibly gloomy, and her voice unconsciously became louder as she spoke. I said, we're over. Break up, then return my money. Do you hear me clearly? Otherwise I'll directly find a lawyer to sue. When licking the dog, let Ting Ting how to scold. Ji Bai will not talk back and fight back, but at the moment he stood up. This licking the dog who loved to be who win it. I do not serve. Did he say something to you? After Glow glanced at Shen Yan on the side, Ting Ting understood at once. It must be Shen Yan who told Ji Bai about what happened just now. Otherwise he would never be like this. Yes or no? You know yourself. I only give you 1 day's time. Before 12 o'clock noon tomorrow, put the money on my card. Otherwise, you'll wait for the lawsuit. Ji Bai at this moment also lazy to say more. Three-legged toad is difficult to meet. Two-legged women everywhere in the world. Why do you need to bother on this bus? Ah Nian, these money you take it back. Let's brother and sister to eat somewhere else. He and Ting Ting broke up. This 180,000 naturally cannot be used. The original seal directly back to Shen Yan. Now he saw Ting Ting on the stomach, let alone stay to eat. No hurry. This money you keep it. Next time there is something urgent when you can also respond to the emergency. Turn back to your parents to buy some supplements back. I now have in hand. Temporarily not lack of money to use. 1,800,000 for the current Shen Yan is really not worth mentioning, but if this money is placed in the family of Ji Bai, it can play a role in a lot more, but also can alleviate the burden of their family. Ji Bai is his high school best friend. Shen Yan will go to his home to rub a meal when there is no matter what. His parents are also quite good to themselves, so Shen Yan did not take back the money, as an investment. This, well, thank you, Nian. Ji Bai hesitated for a moment, but still took the money, while Ting Ting on the side already had an idea in her mind when she saw the piles and piles of money in her handbag. Only in the way of Shen Yan here now. She is not good action, such as the night back, their own slight trick. Do not believe that Ji Bai can still top. By then these money are not all their own? For the sake of her own big business, Ting Ting did not even say hello. Then Shen Yan, two people also go one step ahead. She has to go to buy some props. Otherwise late will be too late. Night. Cloud Mist Villa. From the afternoon he began to have been with Ji Bai, stayed in a peace. Eat, drink and play all the whole of the whole. Until the evening to separate each back to their respective homes. The next time we meet. And do not know when it is. News from this station. At 2:30 this afternoon, there was an armed robbery at the Golden Harbor Bank, involving a total of $20 million. No casualties, and the police are currently in the middle of a vigorous manhunt. It's been a long time since I've watched TV, and on a whim, Shen Yan just turned the TV on and heard this news. Good guy, there are really bank robbers nowadays? He thought this kind of thing would only happen in movies. Armed robbery, kind of interesting. Then let me see what kind of bulls and horses you are. When he signed in a while ago, he obtained a full-level hacking skill. Shen Yan hadn't used it yet, so it was just the right time to take this group of robbers to test the waters. Then he got up and came to the guest room on the first floor. Every room in his villa was equipped with the best computer. A connoisseur a shot? No, there is no. In the touch of the computer at that moment, Shen Yan felt his mind out of nowhere more than a myriad of computer-related knowledge and experience. What invasion, defense, production and implantation of viruses that seem to be born will, without the slightest sense of rawness. Shen Yan's hands danced rapidly on the keyboard. In less than a minute, he successfully hacked into the Golden Harbor Bank's surveillance system. Since he was looking for someone, it was natural to start from the surveillance video. But unfortunately, the 5 people in the surveillance video were all heavily armed, and there was no useful information to be seen, so he could only give up and change to a new entry point. Since the bank's interior could not provide useful information, then from the outside, only to see Shen Yan 3 times hacked into the traffic control center's surveillance system, directly to the hijacker's left when driving the car's driving route to call out. The video of the 5 people driving a Jinbei van. This thing power is unknown. When strong, pulling cargo thief cattle, they can be used to pull money also makes sense. But soon Shen Yan lost their whereabouts again. Because this group of robbers, in addition to the beginning of a section of the road, the back of the road is not a small road, is a dead end of the monitoring, simply cannot be photographed. If an ordinary person encountered this kind of situation, the probability is helpless. But unfortunately Shen Yan is a full-level hacking technology. The conventional route does not work. Then another stilt path chant. He reopened the bank's internal surveillance video. The video robber used a tape recorder to play a few audio. Although the sound has been processed, it does not sound original. But Shen Yan just knocked on the keyboard for a while, and then managed to restore a few segments of the sound to the restoration of the video. He then directly used the restored voice in the video to compare it with the data in the VoicePrint library. And as expected, a photo of a hawk-nosed man with a round face and beard and a scar at the corner of his left eyebrow appeared on his computer screen a minute later. Done. Dang Wu, right. Let's start with you then. Chapter 19, Returning to the Custody. Since the 5 were a gang, the other 4 were bound to be people who were in close contact with this Deng Wu, and as long as his network of people was pulled together, it would be easy to find information on the other 4. With the name and photo, then he already had no privacy to speak of in front of Shen Yan, only to see Shen Yan's hands tapping rapidly on the keyboard keypad, so fast that even stumps had appeared. Ding! As Shen Yan knocked down the enter key, 4 photos suddenly appeared on his computer screen. Just a moment ago, he had already obtained Deng Wu's call records, sifted out the most frequent ones, and then hacked into Deng Wu's various social networking software, and finally succeeded in finding the information of the other 4 people. Deng Wu, Chen Bo, Zhou Shirley, Yan Xing, Yu Bo. That's you guys. Looking at the photos of the 5 people, Shen Yan slightly shook his head. These few people were all plain and ordinary looking. If it wasn't for their tall stature, then they really wouldn't be able to be found in the crowd at once. Since we have already found the information of the 5 people, it would be simpler to find their location. All of them had masks on during the robbery, and they will definitely return to their original appearance at this moment. Therefore Shen Yan directly temporarily took over the entire Golden Harbor City's surveillance system, and searched the city for the faces of these 5 people, and as expected, it was only after 2 minutes had passed that their silhouettes appeared on the surveillance screen. The robbers are at number 78 Zhongshan Road. Shen Yan was only there to help the police find the people. Things like arresting people he wasn't going to go. After all, people had guns, although he also had one. But professional things should be left to the professionals. In order not to cause trouble for himself, he even used a few offshore servers as springboards, and then edited an email to send to the Golden Harbor City Council, while also thoughtfully attaching photos of a few people. After doing all this, he got up and went to the bathroom to soak comfortably. If this still can't catch the other side, then Shen Yan is really speechless. At least it is the city bureau. It shouldn't be so pulling the crotch, right? Golden Harbor City Bureau. Director. Just received an anonymous email that says the robbers are at number 78 Zhongshan Road, and also attached a photo of several people's names. In the conference room, Director Chao Ju was in the middle of giving a meeting to his men when a female cop from the first team of the criminal police directly pushed open the door of the conference room. reporting the situation in hand before Chao Ju lost his temper. What? Quickly cast it out. This kind of case happened in his own territory, coupled with the tight pressure from above. Chao Ju was worried. After hearing the words of the policewoman, how can there be any anger? And hurriedly greeted her to project the mail, so that everyone can take a look. Yes, the policewoman is not ambiguous. The first time to connect to the conference room projection, the content of the mail will be put out. The content of the mail is very simple. Is the location, the name plus a photo. But these things happen to be the Golden Harbor Municipal Bureau is currently the most in need of. Xiao Tsong, what are you waiting for? Go out to the police. Make sure you get them back tonight. At this moment, Chao Ju only wanted to bring these 5 people to justice as soon as possible. Looking at Xiao Tsong, who was still in the conference room, that is, the captain of the first team of the criminal police, he immediately gave a death order. Yes, after Xiao Tsong saluted, he turned around and left the conference room. These robbers had firearms on them. Even if they went out to the police, then they had to prepare for it first, didn't they? Did you find out the source of the email? After Xiao Tsong left, Chao Ju still inquired as usual. To be able to find these guys before the police, either the person was their accomplice or some kind of skilled person. Back to the director. The other party used a virtual address forwarded from outside the country. Can't be traced. The policewoman had tried the first time she received the email, but at her level, how could she reverse traction yin? Alright, keep staring. After a moment of contemplation, Chao Ju left a sentence before turning around and returning to his office. Waiting for good news. Number 78 Zhongshan Road. Heavily armed Xiao Tsong waiting for his underlings and special police rushed to this place. This place is an abandoned factory. The surrounding weeds. The factory is also dilapidated. But at this time there seems to be a faint fire inside. In the darkness of the night seems particularly dazzling. Experienced Xiao Tsong unsurprisingly became the chief commander of this operation. The factory in front of him was in a total of just so many locations, so he intended to directly encircle from all sides, while attacking from 4 directions, to take down several people at the fastest speed. Action! After crafting the battle plan, with his order, the police behind him spoke out in all directions, ready to give them a wave of encirclement. Team 1 is in position. Team 2 is in position. Team 4 in position. Team 3 is in position. Not long after, the squads from all 4 directions of the factory had arrived at their designated locations and gave their feedback at the first opportunity. Waiting for Xiao Tsong's next order, the leader said, "Try to catch them alive. Go!" The order was given. All of a sudden dozens of fully armed police officers poured in from the 4 directions of the factory. This sudden change made the 5 people who were originally eating hot pot instantly dumbfounded. Bang! Dang Wu was the first to reflect over. Seeing the situation is not good, the first time to pull out a gun. But unfortunately, his hand just moved, received a peanut. His whole person also fell to the ground in the process. The blood flow more than. Don't move. Hold your head with both hands. Crouch down, with Dang Wu as a precedent. The other 4 instantly didn't dare to act rashly. They had to follow the police's words. After all, they were only 5 people, but in front of them were dozens of guns. A single bullet from one person could turn them into a hornet's nest. A pair of silver bracelets just clicked to a few people handcuffed. At the same time the police also found 5 pistols at the scene. As for the money they robbed, there was no money found inside the factory. It seems that it should have been transferred to another place. Take away. Xiao Tsong is to admire the mentality of these people. Robbed so much money, do not think about how to run away, but also here to eat up hot pot? You don't say. In the middle of the night, it was quite fragrant. Before leaving, he also did not forget to let people block the scene. Tomorrow also have to send people over to check again, so as not to miss something. Originally thought that there would be a fierce battle tonight, but he did not expect it to go so smoothly, and for a while he could not help but have some doubts. As far as the intelligence of these people are concerned, can they really plot out to rob a bank and this kind of thing? Golden Harbor Municipal Bureau. Chao Ju heard the sirens outside, the first time out of the office. Looking at the 5 people escorted down from the SWAT car, his heart is also a sigh of relief. No matter how to say, their old face is saved. Otherwise, the next time to go to the provincial hall meeting, shall not let the other director laugh at death? Chapter 20 Dong Bo 1. The next morning, a ray of sunshine through the window sprinkled in Shin Nian's bed. Will wake him up? Last night after the bath, he turned over to go to bed to sleep, directly asleep until dawn. Sleep very sweet. As for yesterday's bank robbery, Shin Nian felt that as long as they didn't pull the crotch, there was no problem at all in apprehending them, so he didn't pay attention to it anymore. System, give me a 10 consecutive check-ins. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring night vision skills. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $30 million in funds. Sign-in success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Water and Mirror Pavilion. Sign-in success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Suko Island. Sign-in success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Pagani Wind God. Shin Carp straight from the bed jumped down. The system this signing reward is more and more flowers. What all have Unfortunately, he is already numb to these cars and houses, but for this night vision skills he is still very interested in. After all, human eyesight is limited. Daytime is okay. At night if there is no light source, it is not much difference with the blind. In order to test the effect of this skill, Shin Yan directly came to the villa's basement. Measuring night vision ability, naturally, is to find a dark place the most direct, and now it is broad daylight outside. The entire villa is only the darkest here. Good guy, this is no difference at all with the opening. He stood at the entrance of the basement. Before he even went in, the night vision skill was automatically turned on, only to see Shin Yan's eyes flashed a white light. In the next instant he could clearly see everything in the basement, even more clearly than if he turned on the lights to see. It's still the system. You're a real bullseye party. Ben this feeling cannot be described, as long as the tangible experience to understand, but does not affect. Shin Yan praised the system, to know that this kind of ability only some animals will have on the body. Magic City. With the landing of an airplane, Shin Yan successfully arrived at this legendary Golden Grotto. Not long ago when he chatted with Li Qinghan, he said that he would come to see her when he was free, and right now, he was here to fulfill his appointment. Hello? Shin Yan? What's wrong? After coming out from the airport, Shin Yan dialed Li Qinghan's phone, because he realized that he didn't know where she was at all, and he forgot to ask last time, which was a bit hasty. Ahem, where are you? I'm at the Magic City airport. I wanted to give you a surprise, but I remembered that I don't seem to know where your company is. He coughed lightly twice to hide his embarrassment, then stated the purpose of his call. What? You mean you've come to Mordor? Now? Already arrived? After Li Qinghan on the other end of the phone heard Shin Yan's words, her originally euphonious voice raised a few decibels, and for a moment Shin Yan couldn't tell if she was shocked or happy. Right. I'm at the airport. You give me a seat. I'll go over in a while. Shin Yan raised his hand and touched his nose. Fortunately, he went out lightly loaded. In addition to the cell phone, nothing to bring. Anyway, money where can not buy? Yuanping Advertising Company Limited. You come over. Li Qinghan on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment or told Shin Yan his location, and then hurriedly ended the call, leaving him confused. What is this little ninny doing? Fidgety. All the way to being the boss. He shook his head helplessly, not realizing that it was precisely because of his sudden visit that Li Qinghan was so flustered, because not only was she dressed casually today, she didn't even have any makeup on, and went to work with a veiled face, even though it was said that she originally had a very top face value, but not having seen it so much, she didn't want Shin Yan to see her unkempt side. System, take out my car. Previously signed to obtain the Pagani Wind God, Shin Yan did not extract, but stored in the system space. Now came to the Magic City. Just can be used to walk. Ding. Extraction successful. The vehicle is parked in the parking lot directly in front of you. The key is in your pocket. The system is still very humane. If the car is suddenly put on the side of the road, not only is it easy to scare other passers-by, but also easy to bring trouble to Shin Yan. But the parking lot is different. So big a place. Who will care about a certain parking space has an extra car? Yuanping Advertising Company. This company was founded by Li Qinghan's father, Li Chang. As to why this name, he himself cannot say, but now it has been fully handed over to the former to take care of. In the Magic City is also considered to be a little famous company. The annual revenue is also not bad. General Manager's office. Learning that Shin Yan is coming here, Li Qinghan hung up the phone and started to change her clothes. Her office has a restroom, and on weekdays she also prepares some clothes in it in case of emergencies. And as expected, today it's on the line. Time is tight. From the airport to her company is only half an hour's drive. A moment also have to put on a makeup. So Li Qinghan just casually changed into a white dress, and then also set a suit jacket, followed by returning to the desk, began to put on their own makeup. Knock knock knock. Not long after, Li Qinghan's side just finished the last step. Her office door came a knock on the door. Hearing the commotion she thought it was Shin Yan arrived. Full of joy ran to open the door. After all, it was her own childhood friend. The feelings are naturally there. But unfortunately, the moment she opened the door, the smile on her face froze, because standing at the door was the person she least expected to see, the young master of Tiancheng Group, Dong Bowen. Does young master Dong come over for something? By chance, Dong Bowen bumped into Li Qinghan on a plane on a business trip. and was instantly attracted by her looks and figure. He had seen countless women, so he naturally saw that the latter was still a virgin. So in the following days, Dong Bowen began the long road of pursuing Li Qinghan, and time again the ineffective refusal also let Li Qinghan to this person extremely disgusted. But the other side of the family is big, she also dare not offend too much, or if it is angry Dong Bowen, then this company does not need to open. The other side mouth can be collapsed. Nothing, I just come over to see. How? Aren't you going to invite me in? Before every time he came, Li Qinghan was basically dressed in a professional outfit, now changed into a small skirt, plus just also finished makeup. The whole person exudes the flavor of innocence, which also makes Dong Bowen's heart itch. I'm sorry, I have an appointment in a while, so I'm afraid I don't have time to accompany young Master Dong for a casual chat. Li Qinghan only wanted to quickly get rid of Dong Bowen, otherwise if Shen Nian saw him later, he might misunderstand. Chapter 21 Beaten to Death. Ding bells, ding bell. Her words had just finished, when a phone ringing came from the office. Perhaps thinking of something? Li Qinghan couldn't care less about Dong Bowen, turned around and flew back to her desk, copying the phone. Hello? Mr. Li, there's a man at the door claiming to be Shen Nian, saying he's your friend. Do you need to release him? The caller was the company's receptionist, and there was no record of Shen Nian's appointment on her computer. But seeing as the other party had an easygoing attitude and was good looking, she helped make a call to ask Li Qinghan's opinion. I know. You tell him to wait downstairs. I'll be right down. Okay, Mr. Li. After putting down the phone, Li Qinghan realized that Dong Bowen had actually let himself into the office and said in a cold voice, Young Master Dong, it seems like I didn't invite you in. Now that I'm going to go out, please also go out. Dong Bowen didn't say anything. He just gave her a deep look, casually putting down the magazine in his hand. He just got up and left, but in his heart, he was already curious about the person that Li Qinghan Yu had made an appointment to meet. He would like to see what kind of person was even more honorable than himself. The young master of Tianchen Group. First floor lobby. After Shen Nian nodded his thanks to the receptionist, he turned to a side seat and crossed his legs to enjoy the scenery outside the window in a very leisurely manner. Not long after, the elevator door opened. A white-dressed Li Qinghan from inside the quick step out, but behind her there is a figure. It is uninvited Dong Bowen. After hearing the commotion behind him, Shen Nian turned back in a smooth manner, just in time to meet eyes with the oncoming Li Qinghan. Then he revealed a sunny smile and got up to walk towards her. Long time no see. You're still as beautiful as ever. It seems that this magic city is quite nurturing. Why don't I come and stay here for a while as well? After hearing Shen Nian's words, Li Qinghan naturally knew that he was poking fun at herself, and immediately rolled her eyes and said without any good humor, Yes, after not seeing you for so long, certain people are still the same. No decent behavior. Dong Bowen, who was on the side, watched Li Qinghan talking and laughing with this young man, and was always cold-faced when talking to himself, and was very unhappy in his heart. So he opened his mouth to interrupt the conversation between the two. I wonder which family's young master this brother is from. Shen Nian had just noticed Dong Bowen who was trailing behind Li Qinghan. Also as a man, he was naturally able to tell that the other party was interested in Li Qinghan, and as people had come to poach his own corner, he naturally wouldn't have any kind face to give him. What? This place still checks people's accounts at all times? There won't really be someone who is running amok in the name of their own family, right? Where do I come from is none of your business. Looking at the other party's appearance, Shen Nian knew that it was most likely a second-generation ancestor. Not just a little bit of money? Who doesn't have it? Other people might be afraid because of their big family, but Shen Nian didn't care about his problems. You, kid, you're the first one who dares to talk to me like this. Have some guts. I hope you'll be this tough next. Failing to act tough made Dong Bowen even more upset, especially in front of Li Qinghan. He felt that he had lost face, so he began to threaten Shen Nian without any qualms. Young Dong, this is my friend. His temper is a bit impulsive. Please bear with me. Li Qinghan had been mixing in Magic City for so long. Naturally she was more aware of his family's strength than Shen Nian. Plus she didn't know how far Shen Nian had progressed nowadays. So she opened her mouth and apologized to Dong Bowen before the situation worsened. She also did not want to see Shen Nian just came to the Magic City to provoke such a behemoth. Even if it cannot become a friend. But there is no need to become an enemy. Humph. So it's a trash with no character who only hides behind women. It's just that, on Qinghan's face, if you apologize to me, I won't pursue this matter. Li Qinghan personally opened her mouth to plead for mercy. Dong Bowen felt that this was a good opportunity to show his magnanimity as well as Shen Nian's wimpiness. So he opened his mouth to put forward his conditions. Apologize to you? Ha 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 ha. I heard your words just now. Were you threatening me? In that case, then I'll beat you up first. Shen Yan was not surprised by Li Qinghan's behavior, knowing that she was doing it for her own good. But the current Shen Yan wasn't the punk he used to be. He didn't need capital because he himself was the capital. So in the face of a punching boy like Dong Bo-won, he also swung out his fists without a care in the world. Bang! Only to see Shen Yan's fist incomparably solidly hit Dong Bo-won's face. Possessing a full-grade physique and full-grade fighting, he suddenly struck out at such a close distance. The latter simply couldn't react, and was directly ed by Shen Yan's punch and flew out 2 meters away, smashing heavily into the ground. You think this is the end? In fact, it is just beginning. Taking advantage of the other side of the moment of confusion, Shen Yan pursued the attack. An arrow step came to the front of Dong Bo-won, so riding on him, left a punch and a punch. Mouth also read the words. Let you threaten lousy. Let you mother asterisk 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 pretend. Let you pouncing boy dig lousy corner. Shen Yan's attack was so sudden that Dong Bo-won underneath him hadn't come back to his senses until now, and the whole person had already been punched in the face and face. The commotion here naturally alarmed the security guards at the door, but when they came in, they saw Li Qinghan standing on the sidelines watching the show, and for a while, they didn't know if they should go forward to help. In fact, when Li Qinghan started, she was also shocked by Shen Yan's sudden outburst, but on second thought, wasn't this the Shen Yan she remembered? Since he dared to do this, he must have enough certainty. After seeing the security guards who were dumbfounded at the side, she casually waved her hand to signal them not to care. After getting the boss's instruction, several security guards were relieved and left the scene without looking back, because they had already seen clearly that the one who was being beaten up on the ground was actually Dong Bo-won. The heart also cannot help but sigh. Good guy. Magic City even have this kind of fierce people? 10 minutes later, Shen Yan finally from Dong Bo-won down. At this time he has completely fainted. I do not know was beaten, or was angry, but Shen Yan still have mercy, although swollen into a pig's head, but at least the life is still in. Can not die. Really bad luck. Once I came here, I ran into such a thing. Let's go. Let's change the place to talk. While speaking, he reached out and took the wet wipes handed by Li Qinghan, because now both of his fists were stained with blood. Only not a single drop of this blood was Shen Yan's own. It's still the same old thing. Chapter 22 Ceiling. Li Qinghan looked at Shen Yan with some tears and laughter, but in her heart, she was very supportive of his behavior. If it wasn't for the fear of the other party's family power, she would have wanted to turn the other cheek long ago, and Shen Yan was considered to have taken out a bad breath for himself. Right? I'll call an ambulance for him first. Don't die on me. Before she left, she still didn't forget to call an ambulance for Dong Bo-won. After all, this is her company. Well, the former was beaten up here. If she really wants to pursue the matter, she actually has the responsibility. But Li Qinghan didn't have the slightest intention of blaming Shen Yan. Let's go. My car is at the door. The receptionist was dumbfounded at this time. Dong Bo-won she naturally recognized. He had been here many times, but Shen Yan was the first time she had seen him, and just now he was clearly such a gentle and easygoing person. How could he suddenly rise up in the blink of an eye and rub the former on the ground? What's even more outrageous is that the boss has been watching from the beginning, not even half a point to stop, looking at the back of the two people leaving. This moment she felt, adult society is too complicated. Doorway. This is your car? Why did you bring a car by yourself when you came to Magic City? After Li Qinghan saw the Pagani wind god at the door, she looked at Shen Yan with odd eyes. This guy, has he gotten rich recently? Surprisingly, he even managed to buy this kind of top supercar. Shipped here. It's too much trouble to go out without a car. Get in. Shen Yan didn't explain too much. He just smiled blandly and thoughtfully helped Li Qinghan open the car door. And now he was back to his previous state of gentleness. On the road. What is that man from the party? Looking at him like that, he should have annoyed you for a long time, right? He held the steering wheel with one hand and looked sideways at Li Qinghan's deathless face. No matter what, since he did it himself, he had to make amends. Otherwise, he would know with his toes that he would definitely involve Li Qinghan. His name is Dong Bo-won. Is the big young master of Tianchang Group? This group in the eyes of the whole magic is one of the best. It is also so, even if I am very annoyed with him, but also do not dare to easily offend. You are good. Come up to give a person beat up the nose and face. This is the beam is completely knotted. What are your next plans? Things had already happened. There was no need to dwell on it. After Li Qinghan briefly explained Dong Bo-won's information, she began to ask Shen Yan about his thoughts. Tianchang Group. What is its approximate market capitalization? Rhythmically tapping his index finger on the steering wheel for a while, Shen Yan asked this sentence. In this society, money can make a mill push a ghost. Since this Tianchang Group is so bullish, then he should be able to smash him to death by smashing money himself, right? Now that he has signed in so many times, he has long had more than $100 billion in his account balance. Anyway, he can sign in infinitely. This money is not spent. Market value? If I remember correctly, it should be 100 billion out. Why are you asking? Li Qinghan looked at Shen Yan's indifferent face and wondered what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd. And she also found out that Shen Yan was a little different from before. Once upon a time, Shen Yan was still more or less a bit inferior. But right now, he exuded an incomparable glow of confidence, giving her a feeling of a mountain collapsing in front of her without changing his face. It's fine. Leave the matters of Tiancheng Group to me. It's imperative to go eat, but I'm not familiar with this place. Why don't you recommend it? Magic City First People's Hospital. Dong Yuan looked at his son who was unconscious on the hospital bed and still had a swollen nose and face. His face was so gloomy that it was about to drip out of the water. When he came over just now he couldn't believe that this was Dong Bowen, until the nurse took out the documents he had on him, and only then did he confirm it. As for the woman beside him, she has long been crying into tears. Her son, who she herself did not want to hit a little, was actually beaten into such a state. Hubby, our son was beaten like this. You must find that person. I want him to pay. Song Yuanqing looked at Dong Yuan beside her with tearful eyes. Since marrying him, it was the first time she cried like this, showing how important Dong Bowen was in his heart. Don't worry. I will. Dong Yuan reached out and gathered his wife into his arms, gently patting her back and whispering softly in her ear. Seeing that Dong Bowen was in such a state that he wouldn't be able to wake up for a while, Dong Yuan asked Song Yuanqing to stay behind to take care of his son, while he himself turned around and left the hospital room, finding the ambulances accompanying nurses to find out something about the situation. Half the time, learning that his son was sent over to him in this what Yuanping Advertising Limited, he pulled out his cell phone and went to his secretary to make a call. Yuanping Advertising Limited. I want all his information. Okay, Chairman. I'll check for you right away. The secretary on the other end of the phone went to help check the information the first time he received the order. Although Li Qinghan and her family's company was a little famous in Magic City, but how could $100 billion group like Tiancheng Group pay attention to the situation of a small advertising company? The secretary's work efficiency is still very fast. Before and after just a few minutes, a complete information was sent to Dong Yuan's cell phone. Knowing the son is like a father, when he saw Li Qinghan's photo in the information, he knew that this matter is mostly related to her. First block this what's her name Yuanping advertisement. I don't want to see them in Mordor again. After reading the information, Dong Yuan gave his secretary a new task. Tiancheng Group was a well-deserved hegemon in the Mordor business world. If they wanted to shut down a company, it would not be too easy. They didn't even need to do it themselves, as long as they conveyed the meaning out. Those who wanted to climb into a relationship with Tiancheng Group would take the initiative themselves. Okay, Chairman. As the chairman's secretary, she knew what to ask and what not to ask. Like this kind of thing, she just needed to follow the other party's meaning to do it. Sometimes knowing too much was not a good thing. After explaining to the secretary, Dong Yuan got into his Rolls-Royce Phantom and drove away from the hospital. The person who injured his son had not been found yet, so he was ready to personally go to the same Yuanping advertisement to look at the surveillance. Hot Pot Restaurant. Earlier in the car, Shen Yan had a sudden thought that he wanted to eat hot pot. Li Qinghan was very speechless, did not see himself wearing a white skirt, but still accompanied him here, only to let the waiter prepare an apron for himself. At this time, the two were eating happily. Her phone suddenly rang, picked up a look or her assistant called. Seems to be thinking of something. Li Qinghan put down the chopsticks in her hands, and then pressed the answer button. Hello? Mr. Li. It's not good. The chairman of Tiancheng Group is here. Said he's here to check the surveillance. Chapter 23, Stealing a Beam for a Pillar. Where had the assistant on the other end of the phone seen a bigwig of Dong Yuan's caliber? For a moment, she was even a little unskilled in speaking. She had just learned of the news that Dong Bowen had been beaten up in the company. And with this situation at hand, the assistant didn't know how to deal with it, so she had no choice but to call and report it. Checking the surveillance? It's fine. If he wants to check, just let him go ahead and check. If he asks you guys anything, you just say you don't know and don't worry about the rest. Different from the assistant's panic, Li Qinghan showed a very calm behavior from the beginning to the end, and even didn't forget to clip the freshly scalded tripe in the pot. This thing won't taste good if it's scalded old. Well then, I'll report back to you if there's a situation. The assistant froze for a moment, but on second thought, she was just a part-time worker. She did whatever the boss said, and the other party must have her reasons for arranging it this way. Hot Pot Restaurant. Shen Yan, did you really change my company's surveillance video? Is it reliable? It turned out that when he was in the car before, Shen Yan thought of this possibility, so before coming to the Hot Pot Restaurant, They also temporarily went to an internet cafe. He just hacked into her company's surveillance system in front of Lee Ching-han, and after a crackling operation, he managed to replace the surveillance video of him violently beating up Dong Bowen in the lobby today with one from a week ago. But just replacing the content is not enough. After all, Dong Bowen wore different clothes, so Shen Yan is thoughtful to help him change the clothes he wore today. These things, although it sounds like a high coefficient of difficulty, but who let Shen Yan has a full hacker skills. Today's him in this aspect of the computer has already stood at the peak of the human race, has pulled full, only you cannot think of. There is no thing he cannot do. Tampering with a small surveillance video. Simply do not be too simple. Don't worry, before Dong Bowen wakes up, they won't be able to find a break. But I guess he won't be able to wake up in the next few days. The reason why Shen Yan did so is not a wimp, but to buy himself a little time. After all, if this surveillance video is not deleted, maybe he will be arrested and detained today. He does not want to eat jail, and he estimated that this Dong Bowen will probably be unconscious for about 3 days. There are these 3 days time. They want to deal with this Tiancheng group is also about the same. When did you learn this? If I remember correctly, you don't seem to be a computer major, right? A girl's mind is always meticulous. The more she gets along with Shen Yan, the more Lee Ching-han feels that he is completely different from before, and she can't help but be a little curious about what has happened to him during this period of time. Leisure time to watch the video to figure out. You know, I love to tinker with some messy things, and this messing around will be about the system. Shen Yan is not going to talk about it with anyone. This thing can only be rotted in the stomach and brought into the coffin in the future, even if it is a childhood-friendly Ching-han. Okay, have you booked a hotel? Do you want to stay at my house? My dad hasn't seen you for quite a while either. She didn't go deeper in this matter, and for some reason, seeing Shen Yan's calm and self-assured look, Lee Ching-han felt very solid, so she changed the topic. Today? I still can't. I haven't seen Uncle Lee for so long. It's not good for me to come empty-handed. Tomorrow I will personally pay a visit. Shen Yan as a child, Li Chang treated him very well. After many years of separation, the first time to visit the door which is empty-handed to go. Even if you are familiar with it, you can't lose your etiquette. How to say it is also your own elders. Well then, I'll go back and talk to my dad. After hearing this, Lee Ching-han also felt that it made sense, so she didn't force herself. Anyway, this guy doesn't look like he's short of money right now, so he definitely won't treat himself badly for sleeping on the streets. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuanping Advertising Company. Dong Yuan was staring at the computer screen in front of him, which was playing the surveillance video over and over again. Except that Dong Bowen was the only person entering and leaving the company. Surveillance video above the time and date is today's. Even in the screen Dong Bowen wearing clothes is also today's clothes. Everything is right, but the only thing that did not appear in the scene that he was violently beaten. Dong Yuan knew that this must be someone's tampering, stealing the beam, and it was very likely that it was the same person who beat up his son. Halfway through the morning, he got up and left. Although he didn't find any useful clues here, Dong Bowen had seen that person, and when he woke up, everything would be fine. At this time, the assistant at the side finally understood why his boss let the chairman of Tiancheng Group to check the monitoring at will. Dare to be prepared in advance. The person who made himself worry for nothing. But I have to say, this video is done really cow. Even she, the knower, cannot see the slightest cracks. In the evening, Shen Yan drove Lee Ching-han to the door, but did not go in. Today just familiarize yourself with the route. Tomorrow then officially boarded the door, just to go back to the evening to prepare a little something. Lee Ching-han couldn't argue with him, so she had to go with him. After waving goodbye, she turned back into the house, which just went in. She found Lee Chang already sitting in the hall waiting for her. Dad, why are you back so early today? Not playing cards anymore? Since Lee Chang handed over the company to her, he had either played cards or walked the birds, and never stayed home at this hour. Today this is the sun coming out of the west? Who is the person who sent you back? Why don't you come in and sit down when you're at the door? He asked instead of answering. There is no way. On the sound of this supercar, Lee Chang want to not hear cannot. At the moment he thought it was which rich second generation again in pursuit of his little cotton jacket. That's Shen Yan, from Golden Harbor. Do you remember? I did let him in, but he said it's not appropriate to come empty-handed today, so he'll come back tomorrow to board and set up. Lee Ching-han put down the bag in her hand, sat on the sofa very casually, poured herself a cup of water, and only then slowly said, Shen Yan? You mean, the one who sent you back just now is that brat? He's mixing so well now? After listening to his daughter's words, Lee Chang brainchild appeared Shen Yan's childhood figure. He left Golden Harbor has been many years. After that he has never seen Shen Yan. Now if you meet on the street again, It is estimated that they do not recognize it? I don't know. He should have done some business recently. Anyway, quite rich. Not long ago contacted him. Then he said to come to see us. I thought he was talking about playing. I didn't expect to really come. Regarding Shin Nian's business, Li Qinghan was also confused. But just from the last live broadcast reward in today's contact, she could only describe it as rich. Chapter 24, 9 Dragons Hall. Then I have to prepare a few good dishes tomorrow. Haven't seen him for so many years. I mustn't catch this kid to drink a few cups with me, ahaha. Hearing that Shin Nian will pay a visit tomorrow, Li Chang is also very happy. After he retired, everyday idol out of the fart. And Shin Nian when he was a child he also hugged. Now grown up, have a good fortune. He is also quite pleased. But immediately after that, he frowned. His words changed and cut to the chase, which was why he came back now. Did anything happen over at the company today? Li Changhan was first stunned. Then she reacted. No wonder Li Chang would come back at this point in time. He must have already heard something, right? Something did happen. It's like this. After hesitating for a moment, she recounted the matter of Dong Bo when harassing himself and Shin Nian violently beating up the other party in the company during this period of time to Li Chang, who was listening in anger. Count Shin Nian, this kid has a conscience. It seems that when I was a child it was not in vain to hurt him. Dong Bo Wen's reputation Li Chang is naturally aware of. Rely on his family's wealth and the Magic City rampage for the wrongdoing of the playboy. If there is no Dong Yuan behind him to support words, it is expected to have been sunk in the river to feed the fish. Therefore when he heard that he was pestering his daughter, Li Chang was naturally very upset. After all, no one would want their good cabbage to be targeted by a boar. In the end, when he learned that Shin Nian came up and beat him into the hospital, instead of blaming him, he felt that Shin Nian had done a good job. Tiancheng Group is a big family, but they no longer have to be based in this magic city. The big deal is to change the city is, at least out of a mouthful of bad gas. Dad, Shin Nian explained before, saying that he would take care of Tiancheng Group's affairs, so we don't have to worry. With my understanding of him, he doesn't seem like the kind of person who likes to talk big, so I guess he mostly already has a countermeasure, right? Li Qinghan remembered what Shin Nian had said earlier and relayed it to her father once again, wanting to hear what insights Li Chang would have. Alas, it's not as simple as you think. This Tiancheng Group, the reason why it can become the hegemon of the Magic City's business world. Strong financial strength is one of the points, and the forces behind it are even more intricate and complex, involving both black and white. Shin Nian hit their young master today. It's already completely offended Tiancheng Group. No matter if it's because of the face problem or because of something else, they won't let Shin Nian go, and they won't let us go either. Didn't you ask me how I came back so early today? That's because Tiancheng Group has already made a move to block our company. I was also playing cards when I received a message sent by a few of my close friends. That's why I came back to wait for you. Li Chang just came to the Magic City when he heard the name of Tiancheng Group, but at that time it was still a company less than $10 billion. This is only how many years past? The other party had jumped to become a $100 billion group, and had even become the hegemon of the Magic City's business circle. So who would believe it if you said it didn't have an umbrella? Li Qinghan used to only know that Tiancheng Group is very rich, but did not know that the other party also has this kind of background. For a moment also do not know what to say, but immediately after she took out her cell phone, the words said by Li Chang, a brain sent to Shin Nian, Jade Dragon Waterhouse. This was a 5-star hotel that Shin Nian had casually booked on his cell phone, and it was completely sufficient as a temporary stopping point, and the price of 300,000 a night was nothing to him. Interesting, you're a black and white gangster, aren't you? Dare I say it's still a tough one? He lay on the sofa, looking at the message sent by Li Qinghan in his cell phone, revealing a playful smile. This is what makes it interesting. Then put down the phone and prepared to reward himself. System, give me a 10 consecutive sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining funds of $300 million. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 9 Dragons, the underground organization of Magic City. Successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the number 1 villa of 10 Mile Residence. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 death charms. Sign-in success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring full-grade firearms shooting skills. Sign-in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dawn Technology Company. As if knowing the situation Shin Nian was going to face next, the rewards given by the system this time were all very practical things. Shin Nian bared his big teeth and was so happy on the sofa that he couldn't even close his mouth. Swish! Just saw his mind move. The next second in his hand appeared a golden talisman. Above the Zhu pen crookedly drawn some Shin Nian cannot understand the pattern, but in the middle of the talisman, but wrote a large replacement word. This thing is he just signed in to get the death talisman. The role of this thing, as the name suggests, for you to die. A talisman can only be used once. Usually only need to carry with you. Once the fatal attack, it will automatically take effect. To put it bluntly, having this thing is equivalent to having 5 lives. This was a rare treasure. After playing with it in his hand for a while, Shen Nian put it back and then leapt up from the sofa. There were other things to do tonight. He rummaged on his cell phone for a while, followed by dialing a short call, followed by Shen Nian's voice flatly said, "Send someone to pick me up. I'm at the Jade Spring Waterhouse." After saying that, he hung up the phone, and then took the room door and rode the elevator to the lobby of the hotel. Not long after, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared at the entrance of the hotel, and then came down from the car a man with a big and thick leopard head and ringed eyes, and a hidden tattoo at his neck. The man came straight to Shen Nian's front. Then without hesitation, he bowed 90 degrees to him and shouted, "Boss." As for this man's identity, he was the former head of the Nine Dragons Hall of Magic City's underground organization, Xue Hu, but the people on the road called him Brother Tiger. And under the system, Shen Nian was already the new hall master, and had thoughtfully pulled the loyalty of the entire Nine Dragons Hall to full capacity. After all, it was an underground force. If it wasn't pulled full, it would be easy for someone to lay a black hand on the backstab, and that would be the end of it. Well, let's go. Shen Nian looked up and down Xue Hu, worthy of being a big brother on the mixed road. Just standing here, nothing to do. There is an invisible sense of oppression. Did not see the other people in the hotel are far away from it? Big brother sent word. Xue Hu is naturally no opinion, hurriedly ran to the outside. Shen Nian pulled open the door of the car, waiting for him to get on the car. He got on the car, and left the hotel together. How many brothers do we currently have? How is the strength in Magic City? Shen Nian planned to inspect the Nine Dragons Hall first tonight. All of them were things that the system didn't state. Didn't Li Qinghan say that this Tian Chang group had a mob background before? Then let's see who has more power. Chapter 25, Doing the Trick. Boss, it's not an exaggeration to say that our Nine Dragons Hall is the second largest in the Magic City, and no underground organization dares to claim the first. There are as many as 1,000 brothers in the hall, and basically we have people in every area of Magic City. Speaking of this, Xue Hu was very enthusiastic. This is all his hand to fight down the river and mountain, but now it is all Shen Nian, Tianchang group, and we have intersection? Know your enemy and know yourself. If there is an intersection, then it's fun. If not, then more fearless. Tianchang group, there shouldn't be any. Anyway, I haven't dealt with them, and the brothers under my hand shouldn't have any either. Otherwise this kind of thing would definitely be told to me. Xue Hu thought for a moment, then shook his head. He didn't really like dealing with these people in the business circle. One by one there weren't many words of truth. Calculating to calculating to calculating, it was too tiring to get along. Shen Nian nodded slightly, did not say more, turned his head to look out the window at night, did not know what he was thinking about. Xue Hu on the side was also very insightful, did not open his mouth again. Not much time. The mansion clubhouse. Xue Hu brought Shen Nian all the way here. This is ostensibly an entertainment club, but in fact is the headquarters of the Nine Dragons Hall. As the head of the hall, Xue Hu is usually here to deal with some of the affairs of the hall. The vehicle slowly stopped at the entrance of the club. Although the security guard at the entrance was new, but his own boss's car was definitely recognized. So the first time he came up to open the door, but the first one to come down was Shen Nian. Xue Hu followed closely behind. "Boss, please." Seeing Xue Hu's respectful demeanor towards this young man he had never met before, these two security guards felt as if they had been drinking fake alcohol and were hallucinating. Although they weren't from the Nine Dragons Hall, they had more or less heard of Tiger's reputation. The scene in front of them is too unreal. Brother Tiger even has a nodding and bowing side? He must have overdrawn himself yesterday. It seems that he has to go back to make up for it and recuperate. For the two security guards' strange eyes, Xue Hu didn't care. Just on the side of the well-behaved Shen Nian lead the way, into the clubhouse inside the east and west, and finally came to the deepest part of the third floor of the clubhouse. "Boss, here is Xue Hu's original office place. There are several fighters at the door guarding here." At this moment, when they saw him come over, they all bowed and saluted, and shouted in unison. But if they looked closely, they would have realized that the direction they were saluting in was actually Shen Nian standing. Aha! Under the effect of the system, nowadays the entire Nine Dragons Hall knew that Shen Nian was the new hall master. Although they didn't know what was going on here, but they just had to follow the arrangements. Where was the why? Shen Nian nodded his head. This whole way he was observing this clubhouse. It looked quite normal, then gave Xue Hu a look. The other party immediately understood and took the initiative to go forward to open the door. After all, this key was still in his hand, inside the office. Said office. In fact, with a living room is not much difference. Very spacious, and Shin Nian entered the door to see that a whole set of gold Nanmu furniture. What desk, coffee table, chairs, cabinets and so on can see all the gold Nanmu do, and in the back of the desk on the wall, but also hung framed, the dragon flying 4 big words day longtung. Visible this Shui who for their own business is still very confident in it. Boss, you first sit down. I just recently arrived in a batch of superb Taiping monkey kueh. I give you a pot to taste. Don't look at Shui who big and thick, but he is not the kind of simple-minded 4 limbs developed lord. This should have the etiquette is not bad at all. After coming in the first time to greet Shin Nian on the seat, and then took out their own seldom drink tea. Give him a pot of brewing. Tiger, I ask you a thing. You honestly on the line. 9 Dragons Hall of all the industry. There is no involved in the flesh trade and flower business? This 9 Dragons Hall is after all an underground organization. Shin Nian felt the need to ask a little bit clearer. Don't come to the east window. Send yourself as the head of the hall in to step on the sewing machine. That's the real complaint. Boss, tea. Shui Hu first poured a cup of the brewed tea to Shin Nian before he started to answer his question. The gray industry involves quite a lot. Loan sharks, collections, casinos, money mills, etc. And then the pimping and flower business you mentioned are all there as well. As he said that, he thought that the reason why the 9 Dragons Hall became an underground organization was because they were doing business that couldn't rise to the top. In fact, to put it bluntly, how many of those big groups nowadays really started with nothing and came up one step at a time? Most of them are just whitewashed after getting rich. Tiger, in the future, pimping and white powder business do not touch again. I give you a daytime. All the white powder in the hall to me to collect. And then find a few clever a little bit of brothers. These white powder were sent to the Tianchang group of companies building and Dong family to go. I'll provide you with technical support. The surveillance inside won't be able to film you. Also, I'll emphasize again, white powder and even all drugs are not allowed to be touched again in the future. Whoever touches it again, I'll personally send him to jail. Shin Nian after listening to Shui Hu's words, his eyelids straight jump. The system is not too reliable. This front is okay. In case of exposure, spend some money to find a few juniors to go in the top. But this back, once the accident that is a pot of He originally intended to let Shui Hu directly destroy these white powder, but on second thought, why not make the best use of it, and give Tianchang Group to do a game? If it was revealed that there were drugs in the company's building and home, it would certainly have a significant negative impact, right? Even if it was proven to be a frame-up, it would still discuss them, right? Other than that, at least the stock will definitely drop. But boss, if we give up this industry, then our income will shrink greatly. This kind of project, white powder, has high risks and high returns. It can be said that more than half of 9 Dragons Hall's revenue is brought by it. And this suddenly quitting, Shui Hu was still a bit reluctant to part with it. What? You have an opinion? I'm the head of the hall now. Everything here is up to me. I've made it very clear. Whoever dares to touch it again in the future, I'll personally send him in. Do you want to try? Shin Nian currently a cold. Money only, he is now the least lack of money. In the past he did not take over. Also do not know, that naturally does not matter to him. But now this 9 Dragons Hall has been linked with himself, that naturally have to follow his rules to do things. Don't dare. Shui Hu knows his mistakes. After seeing the other party's resolute eyes, Shui Hu knew that if he continued to sing the opposite tune, the end would definitely not be any better. So he decisively conceded. Earn less. Earn less. He had already stepped on a sewing machine once in earlier years, and didn't want to experience it for a second time. Chapter 26, Grasping with Both Hands. Well, remember, this word must reach everyone. I do not want to see this kind of thing in the hall in the future. Money is not a problem. When pulling down the Tianchang Group, our 9 Dragons Hall, it is just the right time to wash our hands of the situation. Turn over to the top, when naturally there is an endless amount of money to spend. Won't draw a cake. Boss is not a good boss. Shin Nian knows that this Shui Hu is a person with ambition. If it can be whitewashed, I'm sure that no underground organization will refuse, right? After all, the sunny road is always better than the one wooden bridge, isn't it? He wouldn't stay in Mordor for a long time, so this Tianchang Group was imperative to get rid of. Otherwise, if he left, wouldn't Li Qinghan and the others be implicated? Yes, boss. Until this time, Shui Hu realized that earlier in the car, why Shin Nian would ask about Tianchang Group, so it was a contradiction with his own boss. Well, there is nothing, I just come over to see. A moment to arrange a little bit of brothers to go to this place to guard, to ensure the safety of the personnel inside on the line. Now send me to the 10-mile residence it. Tomorrow when you are ready, call me, to listen to my order to act. At this time the night is already late. Not long ago just obtained a new villa. Shen Yan naturally want to go to sea. 300,000 just. Sign in once or more than this money. At the same time, in order to prevent Tiancheng's side first black hand, spread the gas to Li Qinghan father and daughter. He still gave the address of their home to Xuehu. Let him send people squatting. Preparedness is not a problem. Okay boss. I'll send you there first, and then make arrangements right away. Xuehu at this moment also feels Shen Yan just that word's very reasonable. He actually has long wanted to whitewash, but this kind of thing needs huge funds not to mention. More need and opportunity. If there is Tiancheng Group as a springboard, this matter is likely to be able to become. This is the first time he dealt with Shen Yan, but he found himself somewhat unable to see through the former. Do not know what the other party in mind, but since the other party is the current head of the hall, then he only need to follow the orders on the line. If it does not work, simply do not think about it. 10-mile residence. Here is a villa district in Magic City. Inside are detached villas. If calculated according to the value, it is estimated that in Magic City ranked into the top 3. Inside the residence are some non-rich or noble people. This kind of neighborhood access control is naturally very strict. Every car of the owner inside is registered. Xuehu's Rolls-Royce Phantom was stopped at the door without any surprise. Hello sir. I'm very sorry we have rules here. Non-cell owners' vehicles are not allowed to enter. A tall and sturdy security guard came to the front of the car and saluted, then said very politely, although the vehicle in front of him was also very luxurious, and it looked like a rich owner, but there was no way. He could only follow the rules. I'm the owner of this place. Since he can't go in, then I can always go in, right? As he spoke, Shen Yan pushed open the car door, pretended to take something from his arms, but in reality, he took the housebook of this place from the system space, flipped it open and handed it to that security guard. He was not angry. After all, a good security neighborhood, live more assured, will not be what cats and dogs can be mixed in. And Shen Yan also know, the other party is a part-time job. There is nothing to make things difficult. Hello Mr. Shen. You are the owner, naturally can go in. You can wait a bit, I'll let my colleague drive you through. There's still a bit of distance between here and your villa. After the security guard saw that Shen Yan was the owner of the number 1 villa, his 3 souls were almost scared out of his mind. He had actually stopped the biggest owner here at the door? To know the biggest and most expensive here is the first villa. Just the cost of up to 1.5 billion. The selling price is outrageous 3 billion. Far more than the other villas inside. Even the second rank less than 1.5 billion only. Although the Magic City is a gold grotto, rich people in the minority, but not everyone is willing to spend so much money on a house. After all, this is an almost no return on investment. Even if the house will increase in value in the later stage, then how much can rise? What house can rise billions of dollars? Therefore this number 1 villa has been so shelved, delayed, no one to buy. The security guard did not think that in front of this look younger than himself as its owner. A time heart envy. Well, that would be a pleasure. Having a car to sit in, Shen Yan was also too lazy to walk. After nodding his head at the security guard, he then turned to look at Xuehu, who had not yet left, and waved his hand very casually, indicating that he could go back. Bye boss. Xuehu lowered the window and greeted Shen Yan before driving away. He still had a task to do on his body. He had to pick a few reliable brothers to go over there. As for the matter of the white powder, even though Shen Yan had given him a day's time, he was prepared to collect all the white powder tonight. They will make a deal, yes, but their own people are not dipped, because they themselves also know the harm of this thing. Once the addiction attack, that is really hard, as if all the ants eat the heart generally. A few moments later, Shen Yan arrived at the security patrol car. Shen Yan took the security patrol car to his villa. Looking at the magnificent villa like a palace, he nodded with satisfaction, and then took out the key to open the door into the house. Although this villa has not been sold, but the property side has arranged for people to come over every day to clean up, ready to move in at any time. So after he came in, the inside is spotless. If he had just obtained the system of the moment, he might still be up and down to visit excited, but now Shen Yan has been a lot more stable. He knows, like this room, car, and so on. In the future there will be a steady stream of access, so there's nothing to be happy about, but it's just a place to sleep. And after going upstairs to the master bedroom and taking a shower, Shen Yan came to the computer desk. Yes, he is ready to hack into the chairman of the Tiancheng Group's computer to see if he can dig up any black material. When the drugs, black material, both hands, he did not believe that such are positive, not cross it. As for the other side of the Triad forces, there are 9 Dragon Hall here on top of it. The Magic City and that underground forces dare to find trouble? Crackling, Shen Yan's fingers danced rapidly on the keyboard. He had done this kind of invasion many times. Although Dong Yuan's computer had been upgraded and strengthened, it was still not enough to look at in front of him. Before and after even less than a minute, Shen Yan easily cracked Dong Yuan's computer, directly began to remote control. In his computer constantly retrieve a folder. Things out of the ordinary must be evil. If this computer inside nothing, then, Dong Yuan will not have to upgrade the protection. As expected, after Shen Yan some screening, finally in a very inconspicuous folder, to find something he was interested in. Chapter 27, 2 choices. TSK TSK TSK, I told you that these people don't have many clean hands. At this moment, Shen Yan found on Dong Yuan's computer the incriminating evidence of Tiancheng Group's shareholders paying bribes, embezzlement, and even buying murders. If these things were released, not only would Tiancheng Group have to go out of business, but even some of the officials would have to go in as well. After copying these incriminating evidence, Shen Yan directly erased that original copy from Dong Yuan's computer, so that Dong Yuan would not be able to control the other shareholders. Tiancheng Group is not controlled by Dong Yuan alone. Plus him, there are 10 shareholders, only he personally holds the most shares, reaching 42%, that's why he is the chairman. Moreover, he held the incriminating evidence of the other 9 people in his hands, so he had an absolute right to speak within the group. Plus his office was specially remodeled so that only he himself could come in, and no one else could get close to this computer. But unfortunately, who let him run into Shen Yan? There was no need to go to the company at all, and with the movement of a finger, he directly hacked into his computer, and after doing so, Shen Yan also used Dong Yuan's account to make an appointment for the remaining 9 directors to meet tomorrow morning. Of course, this message Dong Yuan himself has been shielded, otherwise it will wear gangs. Already, at this moment Shen Yan's sleep also came, then closed the computer, turned over to bed and entered the dreamland. The next morning, Shen Yan had a hard time. The next morning, Shen Yan rare did not sleep, after all, today to go to do the right thing, so he early let Shui who sent himself a clothes over. As for his car, yesterday has been included in the system space. Tiger, is there any abnormality in the place I asked you to send people to squat at yesterday? Why don't you say that Shui who knows what he's doing? Coming over so early he guessed that Shen Yan must not have eaten breakfast, so he also thoughtfully prepared breakfast for him, and the security guard at the door had seen Shui Hu yesterday, and once he heard that he was here to deliver something to Shen Yan, he immediately released him. Shen Yan ate while asking about the situation at Li Qinghan's home, and was still quite satisfied with Shui Hu's little brother. Everything is normal. In order to prevent accidents, I arranged for 3 groups of people to take turns squatting in the morning, noon and night, and will notify you the first time if there is a situation. After all, he has been the boss of the people. This thing does not need Shen Yan command, he also know how to do, and he picked all or in the 9 Dragons Hall has a name to lead the team. I guess the other forces of the people to see it to bypass, right? Well, good job. Have you eaten? Didn't eat, sit down and eat together. Then accompany me to meet a few people later. Shen Yan's meal is not big. Then again Shui who didn't know his taste, so he prepared a big table. One person can't finish it. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, he greeted the other party and ate together. Thanks a lot boss. After yesterday's short contact, Shui Hu had already roughly known a little bit of his own boss's temperament. Very straightforward. What to say, and will not pretend to be sympathetic with you, so he was not polite. After saying thank you, he sat down to eat breakfast together. 9 o'clock in the morning. Hearing Rain Pavilion. After eating and drinking, Shui Hu drove all the way here according to Shen Yan's guidelines. Yesterday after sending a message to the other 9 shareholders of Tiancheng Group, Shen Yan booked this a private room. Inside the box. At this time 9 middle-aged men have been waiting inside for a long time. Everyone is not saying a word, quietly sitting in the seat, such as today's into the group's affairs or Dong Yuan in the handling. They just take dividends every year is just. Do not know the other side to convene the crowd is what to do. Creak. A push door is sound. Attracted the attention of the crowd. Swish. Eyes flushed to the door of the box. But unfortunately, the person who came in is not Dong Yuan, but a young man and a big man. All here alright, let's get down to business then. After Shen Yan came in, Shui Hu obediently brought the door with him, and then took the first step to the table, pulling open the chair at the head seat, while Shen Yan obediently sat down, not caring about the other people's gazes in the slightest. Are the 2 of you walking in the wrong place? This is not a place for you to spread your wildness. At this time, a Mediterranean man with graying temples nearest to Shen Yan frowned and said, his name was Shang Dazhang, the one with the most shares among the 9 shareholders. I know a few of you are puzzled, so I'll make it simple. In fact, the one who asked you to come here is not Dong Yuan, but me, and before we get down to business then, I'd like to ask a few of you to look at something. After saying that, he waved his hand to indicate. Behind him Shui Hu immediately took out several documents from the briefcase in his hand, and distributed them one by one to the several shareholders present. At first, several people were still full of disdain, but when they saw the contents of the documents, each of them changed their faces, unable to figure out how Shen Yan had obtained these things. It seems that a few of you are satisfied with what I prepared. Then I will stop talking nonsense. What about finding a few of you today? Is that I want a few of you to make a choice? The first one is that I will give each of you $10 million, transfer all the shares of Tiancheng Group in your hands to me, and then let's keep our hands off each other. The second is that I send you in. I believe that everyone here should be more clear than my. Once this information out, then no one can protect you. To your age now into the words, want to come out alive. It should be impossible, right? Oh yes, I'll add one more thing. Nowadays this information is only held by me alone. Dong Yuan's copy has already been dealt with by me. This is a conflict between me and him. I hope a few of you won't get involved. You guys have 5 minutes to think about it. And if I need it, all of your shares, as long as one of you doesn't agree to it, then I'm sorry, you'll have a hard time with it. Shen Yan said all his conditions in one breath. These people's shares add up to 55%. The rest is a bit of loose shares. If this 55% of the shares in the bag, it can directly hollow out Dong Yuan. $10 million? Isn't the young man a little too greedy? Do you know how much our shares are worth? After listening to Shen Yan's words, Shang Dajiang was the first to stand up and retort. All of them are big shots in the business world, who are not courteous when they see them on a regular basis. But now they were even threatened by a young man? Too much? Fine. Then it's $1 million. You can refuse, but I can also guarantee that tomorrow at the latest, you will go in. If you don't believe me, you can try. Even without these shares, Shen Yan could still bring down Tiancheng Group. It just took a little more time. And facing Shang Dajiang's questioning, he also cut the price without any hesitation. Alright. Just as Shang Dajiang was about to continue opening his mouth, another man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking well-mannered stopped him. This person's name was Eugene, and his shareholding was second only to the former. Chapter 28 arrived and boarded the door. Eugene stood up and looked deeply at Shen Yan. Over the years through the group's dividends, they also made a lot of money and also have families. He naturally did not want to go in and step on the sewing machine. 1 million is too little. It's better to 10 million. At this price I can transfer my shares. But I want cash. At the same time afterward you have to destroy this information. Okay. Shen Yan agreed to the other party's request very quickly. It was only $10 million. He could transfer it at any time, and he didn't want to meddle in the matter. And it was useless to keep that information. You just agreed? Confused. Shang Dajiang didn't expect Eugene to actually agree to transfer the shares, and immediately began to persuade. I'm also tired after all these years. Let's just consider it as spending money to get rid of the disaster. Is it hard to believe that you want to go in and eat jail? He's right. If we go in at this age, with all the things we've done, do you think you'll be able to get out? Eugene shook his head slightly. Each person present in the hands of at least one person's life, plus those who bribe miscellaneous charges together. As long as they go in, not the death penalty is also life. He now just want to finish his life peacefully. The beginning of everything is difficult. With his lead, the other several shareholders after a moment of contemplation, also have agreed to Shen Yan's conditions. 10 million trading shares. Now only left in the scene. Shang Dajiang did not take a position. Mediterranean. What do you say? I've said my ugly words in front of you. If not all of you agree, then I'll send you in as usual. Shen Yan turned his head to look at Shang Dajiang on the side. Not only him, the rest of the few people were similarly waiting for his reply. But as time passed by, he never opened his mouth. It seems like you're having a hard time making a decision. That's fine. I'll show you one more thing. I think you should know how to choose. With a wave of his hand, Xuehu immediately handed over his cell phone. At this time, a video was playing on it, while the picture had a woman and a pair of children, tied up with 5 flowers in a dark and damp basement. Wife. Xiao Tian. Xiao Yu. You grabbed my wife and children. After seeing the figure in the video, Shang Dajiang recognized it as his wife and child at the first moment. With a snap, he stood up and wanted to fight with Shen Yan, but would he be Xuehu's opponent? Snap. Xuehu went up and slapped him, directly smacking him in place, but also let him sober up a lot. Right now his wife and child in the hands of the other party. It is better not to act rashly. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate obediently, after you go back, I guarantee that your wife and child will arrive home safe and sound. But if someone gives a face, then I can't guarantee that they will appear inside which river. So, now are you selling or not? Seems to notice the other people's restlessness. Shen Yan just waved his hand casually. Long before he came, he let Xuehu find someone to tie up all their families. Although the trouble is not as bad as their families, but this kind of threat is often the most effective. Shang Dajiang, what are you waiting for? Didn't you hear that our wives and children have been arrested? What's the use of you guarding that few broken money? Agree to it. If you dare to say no today, I'll kill you. Hurry up and take a stand. There is no doubt that the wife and child is the soft underbelly of the people present. At this moment don't need Shen Yan to open his mouth. They spontaneously began to urge. By now they also see out. This young man is a ruthless person. They only want to leave this place of wrongdoing as soon as possible. Go back to see their wives and children. Idea. Shang Dajiang said one word at a time. He held the most shares. Without a doubt. The loss is also the biggest. But the same he also knows that today if he does not agree to Shen Yan's request, not only they people will suffer, even their families cannot be saved. Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier? In that case then sign the contract. Before he came he had prepared a contract in advance. That from the beginning, Shen Yan knew that he had eaten this group of people. Businessmen is nothing more than a benefit. When it comes to the interests of the self-Shen, they are more than who is on the head. Things have come to this point. The presence of 9 people also have nothing to say. After receiving Shui who handed the transfer of shares, and even did not even look, directly signed his name, the money Shen Yan is willing to give. Not willing to give words. They will be doing charity. Not much time. 9 people have signed their own transfer. And Shen Yan is not so unkind. The money that should be given is still given. Each person transferred $10 million to them in the past. Anyway, by the time these money will be gleaned back from Dong Yuan. Alright, the transaction is finished. Half an hour later, several people's family members will arrive home safely. And lastly, there is one more thing. Tomorrow, please attend the shareholders meeting of Tiancheng Group. After leaving a sentence, Shen Yan took the lead and got up to leave the box. Shuaihu followed closely behind. And at the same time, he also sent a message to his own minions, asking them to release the people. Tiger, you don't need to follow me next. Find a few smarter brothers tonight. Follow my orders, and send all the white powder you've collected to the Dong family. Yesterday said to visit Li Chang. Naturally, cannot break the appointment, and now their hands hold so many shares of Tiancheng Group. Shen Yan temporarily changed his mind. As long as the Dong family stinks on the line, when he took over the Tiancheng Group does not smell good. Okay boss, then this car you take it. I will take a taxi back on the line. Shuaihu nodded vigorously. Now Shen Yan said what he did. When the little brother should have when the little brother's consciousness. No need. Go. Shen Yan casually waved his hand and dismissed Shuaihu. Then his mind moved and took out his Pagani wind god. But he did not set off at the first time. But he was looking at picking out a suitable gift in the system space. The system is rewarded with each signing in. So he still has a lot of things stored in this system space. What antique porcelain, literati ink treasures, tea and wine and so on, a lot of things. Ding dong dash. Today, Li Chang got up early to buy food, busy in the kitchen, just waiting for Shen Yan to come over. At this moment heard the doorbell. It is no need to think, also know that it is him to come. The hands of the water in the apron wiped, went to open the door. Uncle Li, long time no see. As soon as he opened the door, Shen Yan greeted him warmly. Once a person gets older, this appearance basically doesn't change much. So he still recognized Li Chang at a glance. Shen kid, come on in. You kid is good. You've grown so handsome now. At this time, Shen Yan was dressed in a suit, coupled with his body and face value that had been transformed by the system. Even some of the popular fresh meat were not necessarily better than him. Day. Perhaps hearing the commotion downstairs. At this moment a footsteps came from the stairwell. Chapter 29, Expensive Gift Giving. Shen Yan followed the sound and looked. The person who came was Li Qinghan. Today happens to be the weekend. No need to go to work, so she dressed more casually. An ordinary white t-shirt plus a pleated skirt of moderate length. A head of black hair casually draped over her shoulder. Shen Yan, you can be considered to come. My father got up early in the morning. Are in the kitchen busy half a day. Li Qinghan would like to help. But what can be said about her cooking skills? What she makes can only be said to be edible and cooked, but not good. And usually her dad is the one who cooks, rarely letting her into the kitchen. I knew that Uncle Li is still the same as before. Is to love me, haha. Kid also brought you guys a little gift this time over. I don't know if you like it. He laughed, then put the 2 big handbags he brought on the coffee table, ready to take out the things inside. The 3 of them are so familiar with each other. Shen Yan will not engage in those red tape. When did you become so polite? To come, but also with what gifts? You just come empty-handed. Uncle cannot let you in is what? Although Li Chang said so on the mouth, but the eyes cannot help but glance to this side. The main fight is the mouth, is not the heart. And mine? Li Qinghan heard Shen Yan said you guys. That naturally includes her. For a while is also quite curious. Want to see Shen Yan will send what things to themselves. I know that Uncle Lee likes to drink a few cups when he's not doing anything. This is the 2 bottles of wine that I recently received. 1 bottle of Hanti Mao Tai, 1 bottle of 35 years of Lai Mao. This wine is at best a decoration in my place, but only in Uncle Lee's place can it play its value. Speaking, Shen Yan successively took out 2 bottles of wine from the bag. One of the packaging has been yellowed. It seems to be something with years, but it is so 2 bottles of wine. Its value is as high as $20 million. It was almost catching up with his Pagani. What? Han Di Mutai? You still have Lai Mao? Just now when he heard the name Li Chang felt familiar. Recalling it, he stood up with a miso. His eyes were unbelievable. The former was produced in a total of 10 bottles. The latter was even closer to being out of print. He carefully picked up the tea table of the Han Emperor Mao Tai, began to scrutinize, afraid of a careless to smash the ground. Then he will regret for a lifetime. Li Chang is a good wine people, but usually drink $1,000. Top day about 100,000 wine. This 10 million level of wine, not to mention he cannot afford to spend the money, is willing to, but also cannot buy. This is the market is priceless treasures. Dad, this wine is very expensive. Look how excited you are. It's just 2 bottles of wine. Li Qinghan didn't drink wine and thus didn't know their value. She had never seen Li Chang so excited and cautious before. It was a little hard to understand. What words is this? Daughter, let me tell you. Don't underestimate these 2 bottles of wine. If they were to be taken out for auction, $20 million would be more than enough. And it's only low, not high. Looked for a while Han Emperor Mao Tai. Li Chang began to study the yellowish Lai Mao. Did not think that in his lifetime he could still see, and even touch this rare treasure. The smile on his face did not stop. 20 million? 10,000 for the unit Li Qinghan is thought of. But he did not expect to be 10 million level. What time is also wide-eyed. Exclaimed. The scene is the only still calm only Shen Yan. These things are signed in to obtain. Send coin not spend. Shen kid, the heart I received. But this wine is too expensive. You'd better take it back. I can look and touch it has been very satisfied. Liang Long. Li Chang reluctantly put down the Lai Mao in his hand, although he wanted it very much, but he also knew that Shen Yan must have spent a lot of money to receive these 2 things, and ultimately refused to accept it. 2 bottles of wine only. Uncle Lee needn't care. I still have a piece of cursive ink writing here. I think Uncle Lee should like it. Generally these people who are older or retired, more or less will be interested in what antiques, calligraphy, paintings, stationery and so on. Shen Yan felt that Li Chang should be no exception, and he also did his homework before he came. This ink treasure in his hand, once auctioned more than 300 million heavenly price, only to be rewarded by the system to himself not too long ago, and now it was just the right time to bring it and transfer it to Li Chang. This is, the peaceful post? Only seeing Li Chang slowly unfolding the ink treasure and laying it flat on top of the tea table. It was only after seeing the complete work that he recognized that it was actually the work of the sage of calligraphy. Since Uncle Lee recognizes it, that just saves me from having to introduce it. Now it's Cheng Han's. I think you shouldn't be interested in those things. So I prepared this for you. Seeing that multiple parties knew the goods, Shen Yan didn't bother to make more introductions. Ignoring the other party's surprised look, he turned around and took out another gift box from the bag and handed it to Li Qinghan, signaling the other party to open it and take a look. What is this? Mysterious. Her mouth muttered, but the movement of her hand was not slow. Shen Yan took out good things to his old man one after another. So I guess the one for himself should not be bad, right? Wow. What a beautiful necklace. Li Qinghan opened the gift box. Into the eyes of a jadeite bead necklace. It has 27 old pit species of jadeite positive round beads. The quality of each one of them is as fine as silk. The color is thick but not humongous. Soft but not thin. Moist but not greasy. Can be described as a lush green. Soft and bright. Full of spirit. And the necklace of the articulation of a natural ruby. Which woman does not love jewelry? Not to mention that the necklace Shen Yan gave out was not an ordinary jadeite necklace. It had once been auctioned for $180 million, which could be considered as one of the sky-high priced jewelry. It must be very expensive, right? Jadeite, she also had an understanding. Just by looking at these color and texture, she knew that it must not be cheap, and the quantity is still so much. Li Qinghan did not expect Shen Yan to be so generous. She finally experienced the kind of feeling that her old dad had earlier. Just like it. Don't talk about money, To this Shen Yan just laughed. Anyway, from the system, legal and reasonable compliance. Before how much money others spend off him? Thank you Shen Yan. I love it. If it was something else, Li Qinghan might still push back a little, but right now this necklace she really can't afford to give up. And look at Shen Yan, that doesn't hurt at all. She is also at peace with accepting it, and her heart is also beautiful. Ha 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 ha, Shin kid, today is to let you break the bank. This is the wine and the word. And jade necklace. Time is almost up. You sit here for a while. Uncle must give you the whole a few good dishes. Today we good drink on a cup. If someone else comes home to send this send that. Li Chang is determined not to accept. But Shen Yan is the person he watched grow up. That relationship can be the same? Said he got up and returned to the kitchen. Today Hai and Lotus Shen Yan show a hand. Chapter 30, aren't you looking for me? Less inclined. The table. Originally Shen Yan was prepared to let Li Chang open the 2 bottles of wine to taste, but the other party refused, saying that if this kind of wine is used to drink, it would be a waste. So it took 2 bottles of about 100,000 Conti red wine out. Speaking of which, he is actually not interested in wine. Drinking anything is the same, and since the thing was given to Li Chang, how to deal with it is also the other party's business. He will not intervene too much. Uncle Li, come let me toast you. Haha, good. Go 1. After pushing the cups and exchanging wine for 3 rounds, Shen Yan thought about it and was still ready to explain some things to the 2. So he put down the cup in his hand and started to say, Uncle Li, Ching Han, you guys stay at home in the next few days. The company should not go first. I'm already in the middle of dealing with Tiancheng Group's side, but there's still a Dong family eyeing it. I'm afraid that they'll jump over the wall in a hurry at that time. I will also arrange for someone to guard here at the entrance of the house. If you guys don't go out, you don't have to worry about security. It won't take long. It should be done in the next 2 days. The rabbit will still bite when it is anxious. Shen Yan has seen Dong Yuan's computer and knows that he is not an oilite. If he is pushed, he will inevitably do something to hurt the 2 of them. Shen kid, this matter you have a few % certainty? If not, let's go now is not too late. There is no need to die with them. Uncle knows that you are now well mixed, but Uncle does not want you to bury your foundation for nothing. Li Chang originally wanted to talk to Shen Yan about this matter. Only a moment of happiness to forget. Now the other party took the initiative to mention. He is also quite serious persuasion. Yes Shen Yan, if there is not enough certainty, let's withdraw. Really can't we go back to Golden Harbor also Kana? You're not in Golden Harbor opened a company, right? Since knowing the complex composition of Tiancheng Group, Li Qinghan wanted to persuade Shen Yan not to be tough. It is said that a strong dragon can't suppress a snake, not to mention that Shen Yan is only one person, and their father and daughter can't do much to help. Just those things Shen Yan sent today are more than their family's foundation. There's no harm. I have a number in my heart. You'll all know when the time comes. 8 o'clock on the following day. Shen Yan woke up from within his villa. He had stayed at Li Qinghan's house until the evening yesterday, but due to the alcohol he had consumed, he ended up calling Shuihu over and had him drive himself back. Today he had to make a trip to Tiancheng Group. Yesterday in the box he had explained to a few former shareholders to attend the shareholders meeting on time. So before he went to bed he convened this shareholders meeting in the name of the 9 people. Although Dong Yuan was in charge of Tiancheng Group on weekdays, the combined shares of the 9 people were already above him, and Dong Yuan didn't know that the 9 people's shares had already been acquired by Lu Li, so initiating it in their names was the best thing to do. 9 o'clock. Tiancheng Group. Conference room. Dong Yuan pushed open the door of the conference room on time. Recently the group didn't have any big events happening. He didn't know what kind of madness these people were having. What kind of shareholders meeting was held for a good reason. The person who beat up Dong Bowen has not been found yet, so he is not in a very good mood these days, and naturally he does not have any good face to give them. At this time in the conference room Shang Dajiang 9 people were seated in order, but above the first seat sat a young man. Seeing this scene Dong Yuan's face instantly became gloomy and said in a cold voice, "Which department are you from? Don't you know what this place is? Is this seat something you can sit in? Get the hell out of here." In the face of Dong Yuan's loud rebuke, Shen Yan merely pulled out his ears, and even flicked a grain of earwax towards him in passing, before speaking with a playful expression. "I heard that you were looking for me everywhere, so I came over by myself, and if I'm not mistaken, your son shouldn't be awake yet, right?" As soon as these words came out, Dong Yuan instantly reacted. The young man in front of him was the one who had punched his son, but he didn't make the first move. There must be a demon when things go wrong. The other party didn't hide properly, but instead ran over here. It was clearly out of character. "Humph, you hurt my son. Do not run away. Come to my company for what? Aren't you afraid that I will arrest you?" The other 9 people in the conference room originally came over to fill up the numbers. Now there are melons to eat that is naturally silent as a melon eater. Yesterday Shen Yan tied up the wives and children of several of them, and now I heard that Dong Yuan's son was also beaten up. The heart suddenly felt a lot better. "Alright, cut the crap. Dong Yuan, I'm now officially informing you that your position as the chairman of Tiancheng Group has been revoked, and from today onwards, the group will be officially taken over by me. In fact, Shen Yan didn't need to go to such great lengths, just send a direct announcement. But in that case, it wouldn't be disgusting to Dong Yuan. That's why he purposely shouted the person over and notified him face to face. It's only natural to kill people. Ah. Ha 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 ha. Where is the rash young man from? I think you are afraid that you are not awake? Revoke my position? Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to say such things? Dong Yuan first froze when he heard this. Then he let out a wild laugh. He was sitting on 42% of Tiancheng Group's shares. Unless the 9 shareholders here sanctioned him together, it would be possible to pull him down. But unfortunately, he was holding their handles in his hands, and such a scenario would be impossible to happen. Really? Then ask them if they agree? Doing a full set of theater at this moment should let the 9 people debut. Yesterday has already transferred the shares. At this moment to cooperate with Shen Yan to play a play naturally no longer say, his words have not yet fallen. There are people began to take a position. I agree to revoke Dong Yuan's position. I also agree. Seconded. Passed. In favor. Less than a minute before and after, Shen Yan's proposal passed unanimously. This made Dong Yuan on the side dumbfounded. When did these guys become so good at talking? Poof, have you guys forgotten something? Dare to openly sing against me? If it was in the past, a few people would naturally wimp out when Dong Yuan threatened them like this. But yesterday, Shen Yan had already said that the things in Dong Yuan's hands had been removed by him, which meant that his threat was no longer valid. Therefore, a few people didn't even give a damn about him, treating him as if he was farting without the slightest response. I forgot to tell you, the stuff in your computer has already been erased by me, and yesterday they have already transferred all the shares in their hands to me. So, the current Tiancheng Group, I'm in charge. Looking at Dong Yuan who still thought he was winning, Shen Yan on top of the first seat then poked it on the spot and said the truth of the matter. Just a few dozens of words, but it was like a knife into Dong Yuan's heart. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you open my computer? This must have been designed by you, in order to hollow me out so that you can profit for yourselves, right? For Shen Yan's words, Dong Yuan was 100 times disbelieving. He even began to doubt. This is not Shangdajiang. Several people collaborated to make a bureau. Chapter 31, you can't be too greedy. Then you're really overthinking it. You think I'm as idle as you are? Nah, take a good look for yourself. Shen Yan casually threw a copy of the share transfer letter led to Dong Yuan. Anyway, the original is in his own hands. This copy, even if Dong Yuan tore it, it will not help. You think you've settled on me with this? Even if you collect their shares. So what? The group is full of my people. Whose orders do you think they will listen to? After flipping through the transfer of shares in his hand, Dong Yuan in turn calmed down. Even if Shen Yan became the chairman of the group, so what? As long as he was still in the group, he would be able to override him. Every important position in the group has someone he arranged for, unless Shen Yan fired them all. But if he did that, the group would also incur huge losses, and many projects would be forced to interrupt. He didn't believe Shen Yan would do that. That makes sense, huh? Since that's the case, then you transfer the shares in your hand to me. I'll just hold the shares alone, and I won't bother you with the group's future affairs. Shen Yan's hands rhythmically tapped the desktop. Such as today's Tiancheng Group, as the loose shares add up to only 3%. If the shares in Dong Yuan's hands to collect over, then he will have 97% of the shares in his hands. Then Tiancheng Group is his one word. Ha 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 ha. Are you not awake in the morning? Transferring the shares to you? Are you sick or am I? My son's account hasn't been settled with you yet, and you still want to collect my shares. It's just a fool's dream. Dong Yuan on the side seemed to be looking at a little cutie, generally looking at Shen Yan. Now that there is an unresolved grudge between the two of them, he would only transfer his shares if his brain is off, right? It's all in the eye of the beholder. How do you know if you don't try? Time should be almost up. Pay attention to answer the phone. Oh. Shen Yan looked up at the clock on the wall, said with an evil smile, as expected. Just after his words, Dong Yuan's cell phone rang, took it out and saw that it was a video call from his wife. When they saw this scene, the 9 people present all looked at each other very tacitly. After all, a few people experienced the same thing only yesterday. Good thing Shen Yan was true to his word and did not harm their wives and children. Otherwise, they would not be present today. At this time, Dong Yuan's heart had already produced a wave of bad thoughts. It was too late to think about it, so he pressed the connect button. It is said that they are afraid of what will come. After the video was connected, the image of Song Yuanqing was tied up with 5 flowers. Next to him stood 2 men wearing headgear. Did you send someone to do this? Despicable villain. Come at me if you have anything to do. Release my wife. What's the point of embarrassing a woman? Combined with what Shen Yan had just said, Dong Yuan snapped and stood up, roaring loudly with emotional excitement. Song Yuanqing had followed him around since he was young, and had never left him, and he loved the other party very much. And Shen Nian's actions at this moment had undoubtedly touched his scales. Calm down. Calm down. Your wife is still very safe now. What did I say? Things happen to people. As long as you transfer the shares in your hands to me, I will immediately release them, and won't hurt them in the slightest. Of course, I'm still a very good person to talk to. You can refuse. No problem at all. But what kind of end your wife will have, then I can't guarantee it. By the way, there's also your punk son as well. You only have 3 minutes to think about it. Song Yuanqing had been looking after her son in the hospital for the past few days, which also gave Shui Hu and the others a chance. Otherwise, it would still be a bit difficult to break into Dong's house to kidnap the two, and it might even be easy to attract the police. Although this kind of tactic is a bit unseemly, but it is tried and true, and since it is an enemy, there is no mercy to speak of. Shen Nian believes that if the two sides are swapped, Dong Yuan will also treat himself in the same way. 1 minute, 2 minutes, time passed minute by minute. Dong Yuan's entire body was trembling. This was not due to fear, but rather he was trying his best to suppress the anger within him. He really wanted to rush up and beat Shen Nian up, but with his wife and child in the other party's hands, he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only secretly clench his fists. Even his nails were about to be inserted into his flesh, and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat at some point. Time. Speak up. The share you give or not? There is only one chance. Think clearly and then say oh. Shen Nian is a person of principle. Said 3 minutes on 3 minutes, but he has a card on the side of the table. Once the time is up, he urged Dong Yuan to say his final decision. I promise you, but you have to release them first. In the midst of his family and his career, Dong Yuan ended up choosing the former after a moment of silence. His son was actually okay. He was more reluctant to let go of Song Yuanqing. Trouble you to figure it out. Right now you're not qualified to make conditions with me. Dong Yuan's condition Shen Nian did not agree, and as he spoke, he reached out and took out a new share transfer from the file bag on the table and placed it in front of him. You'd better be able to do what you say you're going to do, or else I definitely won't let you off the hook. Also, how much money can I get? With his lifeblood held by Shen Nian, Dong Yuan could only make a verbal threat, but since he was going to transfer it, he definitely had to be concerned about the money. TSK, you still want money? What? Are 2 lives still enough? You can't be too greedy as a human being. It's good that I didn't ask you for money. When these words came out, the 9 people here were more balanced in their hearts. There is no harm without comparison. It seems that Shen Nian is still okay with them. At the very least, he also gave $10 million to each of them. Unlike Dong Yuan, who didn't have the coins to not give them. In fact, this is long as also because they and Shen Nian do not have any conflict. And Dong Yuan is different. His son digging his own corner. The son does not teach the father's fault. Of course this account is counted on his head. You, simply too deceitful. Dong Yuan had thought that Shen Nian might cut the price, exchanging the shares in his hands at an extremely low price, but he hadn't expected the other party to have no intention of spending any money at all, and to go straight to empty gloves. You have a problem with that, don't you? Okay, sign or not. Sign or forget it. The bigger his reaction, the more indifferent Shen Nian was. With a look of not forcing himself, he made a gesture to take back the transfer, but was pressed by Dong Yuan. Sign. I'll sign. The signing pen in his hand was almost broken, but when he saw Song Yuanqing in the cell phone video, Dong Yuan still gave in. He didn't want to lose his wife who had followed him for many years because of this kind of thing. The money is gone and can be earned again, but the person is gone and is really gone. Anyway, cannot collect the money. Dong Yuan simply do not bother to look at the contents of the direct pen, and the signature of the place brush signed his name, and then also pressed a handprint. This kind of thing in the meeting room are prepared. Chapter 32 Come with us. Release. Not long after, Dong Yuan slapped the signed share transfer in front of Shen Nian, once again asking him to release the person. From this moment onwards, this group would not have half a penny to do with him. Release the person. Shen Nian was satisfied and put away the transfer letter. At this time Dong Yuan's video call was still in progress. The person on the other side naturally could hear Shen Nian's password, and with an order, the other party immediately untied Song Yuanqing, then cut off the video and sent her back to the hospital. Alright, let's call today's meeting to a close. In the future, Tiancheng Group won't have half a penny to do with you all. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. The purpose had already been reached. He didn't bother to continue to linger inside the building of Tiancheng Group. Shen Nian knew that this was just the beginning. There was still a Dong family next. Today's move had undoubtedly pushed Dong Yuan completely against him, but he didn't regret it, because his other preparation was almost complete. Humph. Dong Yuan let out a cold snort and turned to leave the conference room. But he didn't leave. Instead he turned around and went to the chairman's office. He wanted to see if what Shen Yan said was true. Recognition successful. Identity confirmed. This office of his was fitted with a biometric system. Other than him the rest of the people couldn't get in. Entering the office, he quickly stepped in front of his desk and turned the computer on. After opening the computer, Dong Yuan opened the inconspicuous folder in a familiar manner, but unfortunately it was empty. Nothing. In other words, Shen Yan had really invaded his computer. Damn Shen Yan! At this moment, he finally couldn't stand it anymore and slammed his fist heavily on the desk, shaking the computer monitor and almost dropping it. No! I have to hurry back. Angry and furious, he remembered that his wife hadn't come back yet, so Dong Yuan hurriedly got up and left the place, took the elevator to the underground garage, and drove to the hospital. 10-mile residence. Villa 1. After Shen Yan left from Tiancheng Group, he returned straight to his home, only a few days after he came to Mordor. The legendary hegemon of the business world had already been taken down by him. I'm afraid that no one would believe it if he said it. Right, Tiger? Have you put the white powder I asked you to put in? In this matter, the Nine Dragons Hall could not be faulted. If it was not for them, Shen Yan's desire to take down the Tiancheng Group would definitely not be so easy. At least a lot of time and money would have to be spent. Don't worry boss, everything has been taken care of. Shuat, who was originally mixed up in the underground forces, planting evidence and framing this kind of thing, was even more skillful than Shen Yan. At this time, the Dong family had already had a lot of white powder placed by the people from the Nine Dragons Hall. Good job. That's the last step. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. This kind of mistake Shen Yan wouldn't make. In order to avoid Dong Yuan's counterattack, he directly utilized his hacking skills to transfer all the funds inside his account. Even his wife's and son's accounts weren't spared. Money can make the mill push the ghost. No money cannot move. Without the support of funds, Dong Yuan, not to mention revenge Shen Yan, even the most basic survival is a problem. Kawa boss. Shuat, who just watched Shen Yan 3 times on the transfer of billions of dollars. This money-making speed, completely not his previous white powder business, can be compared. No wonder Shen Yan said that money is not a problem. A little trick just, okay, nothing, you go back first. At night remember to let the brothers make a few more anonymous phone calls to report, to lead the police to the Dong family. This kind of thing Shen Yan is not going to personally come out. Handing over to Shui Hu to do it is in the right place, but he is not a stingy person. Directly to his account hit 500 million. Anyway, it is all Dong Yuan's money. It does not hurt at all to spend it. Thanks a lot boss. Guarantee to complete the mission. This was $500 million. Shen Yan just casually hit himself with it? He hadn't had such a large amount appear in his account at once. Although the organization also earned money, but that needed to be shared by everyone. While now this 500 million belonged to him personally in real terms. Night. Dong's house. After Dong Yuan saw Song Yuanqing return unharmed during the day, his heart was relieved, and then he directly took the two back home. Now that the company is gone, he can't afford to lose his family again. These years Tiancheng Group has made a lot of money, and his personal shareholding is the most. That dividends are naturally the most. There is this money in, not to mention other things, at least a lifetime of no worries is no problem at all. But unfortunately, Shen Yan's technique was too high-end. So much so that he hadn't even realized that the money in his account had been transferred away by now. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. After the events of the day, Mr. and Mrs. Dong Yuan were both feeling physically and mentally exhausted, so they washed up early and went into the nest to sleep, but were woken up by a siren that came from far away. What happened? Song Yuanqing sat up sleepily, turning his head to look at Dong Yuan beside him. How could the police come over in the middle of the night? I don't know. I'll go out and take a look. You stay in your room and don't come out. There must be a demon when things go wrong. For safety's sake, he decided to go out on his own. Even if there are any emergencies at that time, it will be better to cope with them. Good, then you be careful. Song Yuanqing had wanted to accompany him out, but after seeing his unquestioning eyes, she dismissed the idea. Having been married for so many years, she knew Dong Yuan's character well. Good. Lobby. Mr. Dong, we received a report that someone said that there is a large amount of white powder hidden here. According to the regulations, we have to immediately conduct an inspection of your home. Please understand the inconvenience. Dong Yuan came down when the police had already entered the house, opening the door for them, but the Dong family's housekeeper, and the officer who spoke, was the captain of the Magic City Bureau's anti-drug brigade, Fong. White powder? How can it be? I'm so rich, how could I touch this kind of stuff? Dialect's words caused Dong Yuan to explode at once. He was at least once the chairman of the $100 billion group. Something like money was not lacking at all. Why would he take this risk? There are rules above. No matter what, as long as someone reports it, Then we have to come over and line up. That's our job. You have regulations and you don't. Captain, there's a discovery. Dong Yuan hadn't even finished saying this when a police officer suddenly walked over quickly beside him with a physical evidence bag in his hand, which contained a packet of white powder. Fong Fong took the evidence bag with gloves and opened it, realizing that the contents were indeed white powder. In a flash, his eyes changed as he looked at Dong Yuan. Mr. Dong, how do you explain now? It's better to come with us. Chapter 33, acquired by me. With a command, the police officers behind him immediately stepped forward to put on Dong Yuan's silver bracelet. Generally speaking, until there was direct evidence, the police were unwilling to easily offend a business tycoon like him. But the situation at hand was no longer in Fong's hands. What are you guys doing here? This is planted evidence. It must be planted. How could I have white powder in my house? Earlier when he saw the bag of white powder, Dong Yuan was confused, until the coldness coming from his wrist at this moment. Only then did he come back to his senses, and immediately began to struggle. But it wasn't of much use, and he was still pressed into the police car. Stop! What are you guys doing? What right do you have to arrest people? What has my husband done? Seemingly hearing the noise downstairs, Song Yuanqing came out of her room in her pajamas, and just after she came down, she saw Dong Yuan being pressed into the police car, and became anxious. Mrs. Dong, we're on routine business. Since you're out, it's just as well. You should also come back to the police station with us. Since the white powder was found here, then everyone up and down the Dong family naturally had to be taken back to be checked over. Dong Yuan was only the beginning, including the butler who had opened the door for them before. None of them could escape. You guys continue to search here. Check the entire villa inside and out. Make sure there aren't any omissions. Fong left a sentence. Then in Song Yuanqing's surprised eyes, escorted her into the police car along with him, taking the few people back to the police station first. At the same time, 10 Mile residence. Boss, the mission has been completed. The Dong family's people have been taken away by the police. Xuehu on the other end of the phone was reporting the situation to Xin Nian. In order to better observe the movements of the police, he also deliberately found a place with a wide field of vision and used binoculars to observe their every move. Alright, if there's nothing else, go back to bed. Xin Nian knew that this wouldn't cause much trouble for Dong Yuan. With the police's ability, they would soon be able to find out that they were planted. And his main goal was actually to use the police's hands to dispose of the white powder from the Nine Dragons Hall in a reasonably legal and compliant manner. Although he can also destroy it himself. But the quantity is too much. It is not guaranteed that it will leave any clues. When the time comes, it will not be good to be found by the police along the way. I don't know out of what kind of mentality. He is not really wanting to deal with the official people right now. Okay boss, then I'll withdraw. Originally, Xuehu could have left this kind of thing to his subordinates, but having just received $500 million from Xin Nian on the front foot, he felt that it would be better to do it himself. The next day, Dao En Technology Company. This is a small company with a registered capital of only $200,000, and there is no fame in the Magic City, and now it is one of the industries under Xin Nian's name. Although the scale is very small, but Xin Nian precisely looked at this point. He now holds 97% of the shares of Tiancheng Group, but will not stay in Mordor for a long time. In case the group appears a little something, Xin Nian is responsible for. So he decided to transfer the shares to this small company, by the Dayan Technology Holdings Tiancheng Group, but does not interfere in the development of the group. He himself just control the former on the line, so that even if there are any problems in the future, his losses will not be too great. After all, open the company well. No one can guarantee their own company will always be profitable. With the change of the times, business giants closing down in the minority, to give themselves a little bit of the back way more secure. General Manager's Office. Xin Nian came here mainly to pick up the official seal. The share transfer book was printed before he came. Signed, fingerprinted and stamped in one go. After doing this, he left the place and drove to the Li family. Ding dong dash. Since he had explained beforehand, Li Chang's father and daughter were at home for the past 2 days. The door opened with a ring of the bell, and the one who opened the door was none other than Li Qinghan, who was dressed in pajamas. Why did you come over? She knew that Xin Nian had things to deal with, so she didn't look for him to chat in the past 2 days for fear of disturbing him. At this time, looking at Xin Nian who suddenly appeared, Li Qinghan was confused, but she still opened her body sideways to let him in. Come and sit down. Where is Uncle Li? Xin Nian came in, and after looking around he did not see Li Chang's figure, and could not help but ask with some curiosity. You don't let him go out. So he's on the top floor sunbathing at the moment. A few days of not going out can suffocate Li Chang. Rare today's weather is good. He simply went to the roof to absorb the essence of the sun. It's not a big problem. The Tiancheng Group's matter has been dealt with. You can travel normally from today. I came over this time to talk to you about this matter. Reaching out to receive the water handed over by Li Qinghan, Shen Yan took a sip before saying the purpose of this trip. Dealing with the late? That fast? So is it alright now? Li Qinghan thought that Shen Yan's words about dealing with it being over was that the settlement was settled, not realizing that he had already become the controller of Tiancheng Group, but she was still surprised at his speed of dealing with it. Yes, I acquired the Tiancheng Group. Now it's an industry under my name, but I'm going back to Golden Harbor in a few days, so I'm going to let you help me take care of the group. What do you think? He was a shirker even in Golden Harbor, let alone in this distant magic city, and Li Qinghan naturally became his best caretaker. Did I hear you right? You just said that you acquired Tiancheng Group? The impact of this statement was so great that Li Qinghan couldn't help but reach out and touch Shen Yan's forehead, and compared it to her own. This also didn't have a fever. How did she start talking nonsense? Of course it's true. Don't believe you see. Speaking at the same time, he tapped on his cell phone to show Li Qinghan a few pictures of the share transfer letter he had taken before. He knew that the other party wouldn't believe it, so he had prepared for it. My goodness. How on earth did you do that? How much did this cost? There is a picture and there is the truth. At this moment she has believed that what Shen Yan said is true, but the same Li Qinghan is more curious about how he did it. After all, this is $100 billion big group. Said to acquire it? This is not important. I'm going to give the group to you to manage it on my behalf. I don't have any other acquaintances in this magic city besides you, and I don't feel comfortable handing it over to someone else. As for that company you had before, it can be merged into Tiancheng Group, or directly cancelled out, and I'll give you the same salary. Consider it? Shen Yan saw that she was a bit shaken, and immediately repeated the previous words. That demeanor was no different from a bad uncle coaxing a small child. Let me manage Tiancheng Group for you? Are you kidding me? Such a big company. Aren't you afraid that I'll screw it up for you? Chapter 34. The money is gone. Li Qinghan did not come from a business management background. She studied foreign languages in college, and the company she took over before was her own family's company, which was not big, so she could toss it around any way she wanted, and she could ask her old man if she didn't know what to do. But if you let her go to manage Tiancheng Group, such 100 billion group words, not to mention Shen Yan, do not rest assured, even she has no bottom. The problem is not big. As long as you do not give dry closure on the line, do not have psychological pressure, you serve as general manager of the group on the post. The company side of things, I'm all over to you. Shen Yan now has long realized financial freedom. Money, this piece of him is not very heavy, but since Tiancheng Group has become his own name of the industry, it is always to take care of it. Who would mind their own money a little more? Are you serious? Hearing this, Li Qinghan realized that she was getting more and more unable to see through Shen Yan. This guy was now filled with mystery all over his body, and had long since not been the Shen Yan in her own impression. Naturally it's true. As for the salary, how much do you want to open it yourself? Between the relationship between the two, Shen Yan is really not good to open this salary. Give less. Unlike words, give more. And afraid that the other party does not accept, so simply throw this problem to Li Qinghan. Wages or forget it. You sent me the necklace last time are enough for me to work for you for a long time, and I'm not short of money now. After Shen Yan went back that day, Li Qinghan went to check that jadeite necklace, and after learning its value, she also had a clear perception of Shen Yan's generosity, and if she let him open the salary, it was estimated that it was again in billions. One size fits all. Then I'll take that as a yes. Tomorrow you'll just go directly to the company. As for your information, I'll enter it in advance. Seeing that Li Qinghan didn't refuse anymore, Shen Yan also laughed. In fact, if she really didn't want to go, Shen Yan wouldn't force her to go. At most, she would waste a loyalty card and spend money to hire an elite to help take care of it. It is said that fertilizer does not flow to outsiders. There is such a good thing. Of course, is the priority supply to their own people? And the Li family is Shen Yan's only friend in the magic city. Handing over to them is really appropriate. Okay, when will you return to Golden Harbor? Tomorrow. Since she had already promised Shen Yan, Li Qinghan naturally stopped dwelling on this matter. As long as she didn't mess around, there shouldn't be any big problems, so she changed the topic. Back to Golden Harbor is not in a hurry. Well, see what I wake up from my sleep. By the way, this phone number you save. If you encounter any trouble, you can contact him at any time. He will help you deal with it. Shen Yan rummaged through Shuaihu's phone from his cell phone. Other than that, the efficiency of the office is still very okay. Plus Li Qinghan is a girl. It is inevitable that there will be unenlightened people come up to look for trouble. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Remember to tell Uncle Li for me. I'll come over to see him next time I have time. After handing her written phone number to Li Qinghan, Shen Yan got up and prepared to leave, and turned around to say hello to Shuaihu's side. Leaving already? Not staying for dinner? Li Qinghan thought he would stay to rub a meal. After all, Shen Yan often came to her home to rub a meal when he was a child, are accustomed to it. No, I have something to do later. Go! Shen Yan slightly shook his head. In fact, he is nothing important. Just do not want to trouble just. If let Li Chang know the things of Tiancheng Group, probably have to pull him to drink again. Right? Magic City Bureau. After the police's multifaceted investigation, Dong Yuan and his entourage were soon cleared of suspicion and released. And those white powders previously seized in Dong's house were also disposed of by the police as Shen Yan expected. Doorway. This is still the first time Dong Yuan has spent the night in the police station. But during these hours inside he has figured out that this matter is most likely done by Shen Yan. Because as of now, he has only ever had conflicts with him, and apart from him, Dong Yuan really can't think of anyone else. Back to look at the police station. Because before the police car too, coupled with leaving in a hurry, the body did not bring anything. Naturally there is no car to pick them up. Had to go to the side of the road to stop a cab. Not long, under his guidance, the cab drove directly to the door of the Dong family villa. A few people get off. Dong Yuan let the master wait in the car. He went back to get money. Masters see a few people live in this kind of luxury villa. Certainly will not escape the bill. Also did not say anything, obediently waiting in the car. Fong just a few people from the police station on the car. He presumed to be encountered something. Right? Lobby. When Dong Yuan came in, Song Yuanqing, who came back first, had already taken out a few pieces of cash from her wallet, and came to the door to pay the fare. And they never cared about money between husband and wife. Whoever paid it was the same. Hubby, this matter must be the work of the person who kidnapped me and my son earlier to threaten you. The video call wasn't interrupted when Dong Yuan signed the transfer earlier. And although Song Yuanqing didn't see Shen Yan's appearance, she knew there was such a person. No surprise, it should be. Right now the group has fallen into his hands. If you want to fight with him, the difficulty can be much greater than before. Good thing we still have billions of dollars in our hands. There is no problem to maintain the current life. Thinking of Shen Yan's appearance, Dong Yuan was angry. And the culprit of all this is still his own son. Although he would like to retaliate against Shen Yan, but the other party can silently capture Song Yuanqing. That is not a light. Dong Yuan is still scrupulous. Just do what you want to do. I will always support you. Song Yuanqing leaned toward Dong Yuan's body, took the initiative to hold his big hand. She is accompanying Dong Yuan from the end of the micro until now. Some words do not need to say so bluntly. A look can understand. Dong Yuan did not speak, just tightened the other's hand, then took the laptop on the table, intending to look at the specific assets in their account. How much? Have a number in order to make future arrangements. Skillfully logged in their own login to their bank account, only to see that the original already have billions of dollars in the balance at the moment shows as 0 yuan. But at first, Dong Yuan didn't care. He thought that the balance was too much and needed to be loaded for a while. But after waiting for 2 minutes to refresh it was still $0. That's when he started to panic. Honey, have you touched the money in my card recently? His money had always been in this card, and the only person who had access to it on weekdays besides himself was Song Yuanqing. No, I used all that money you gave me. Didn't touch the ones in your card. What's wrong? Chapter 35, Reward on the Dark Net. Song Yuanqing just happened to come out of the kitchen at this time. Stayed in the police station for a night. Nothing to eat. Now back in her own home. Wash off the fruit pads. Pads. At this time she did not know the seriousness of the matter. Bad. Wife, you quickly look at the money in your card is still there. Hearing this, Dong Yuan immediately had a bad premonition. He remembered Shen Yan. He could even invade the computer in his office without God knowing what was going on. Wanting to transfer the money in his card didn't seem to be too difficult. Did it? Let's see. Seeing Dong Yuan look wrong, Song Yuanqing quickly put down the fruit plate in her hand, quickly came to the computer and skillfully logged into her bank account. Originally her account was also stored more than $1 billion of funds inside, but right now the display was the same as Dong Yuan's. All of them were $0. How is it possible? Obviously it was still there yesterday. This time even Song Yuanqing also panicked, but collapse of an adult often starts from the lack of money. If it was before, she still has some bottom. After all, no matter how to live, life can still maintain the upper class level. But in the current situation, there is not a penny in the account, even if the family has some cash. But how long can it last? I'm afraid it won't even last 10 days and half a month, right? Damn Shen Yan. This must be his doing. 1 was an accident, 2 were coincidences, and with the computer one, it was already the 3rd time. Dong Yuan's resentment toward Shen Yan had already reached its peak. So what do we do now? Why don't we call the police, hubby? All of a sudden there were no billions of dollars. Song Yuanqing's first thought was to call the police. After all, the number was too big, and the other party was able to bypass the bank's system and silently transfer the money in their cards. They must still be a computer expert. It's useless to call the police. We don't have any evidence to prove that this is what he did, but my intuition tells me that this thing must have something to do with him. We can only rely on ourselves if we want to get our money back. Dong Yuan slightly shook his head. He is not saying that he does not believe in the police, but this kind of thing without evidence, I guess the police, there will be no result. It is better to do it yourself to have enough food. Unfortunately, Shen only transferred their card funds. Other things have not been affected. Dong Yuan and the bank are stored a lot of gold. Home also has some cash and collectibles, plus cars and houses and so on. Can also exchange a lot of funds. 3 days later, at this time Shen has returned to the Golden Harbor. And Dong Yuan this side sold some cars and collectibles and other things, but also raised a lot of money. About 100 million out of the head. Dong family study. At this moment, Li Qinghan's father and daughter have been ignored by Dong Yuan. Now he only has Shen in his eyes, only to see him sitting in front of the study's computer. Hesitated for a moment, and finally opened a mysterious website, the Darknet. This is a task bounty website. There are all sorts of bulls and snakes in it, but most of them are outlaws. The kind who are willing to do anything as long as they have money. In this site within the release of the bounty task need to pay the bounty. The higher the bounty, the faster the speed of receiving orders. At the same time, the site's management personnel will real-time follow up on the progress of the task. If someone fails, it will be publicized again. However, for the sake of the site's reputation, they will also encrypt all the information of the bounty initiator, and can ensure that they will not be implicated in the slightest, which is why so many people use the Darknet. Dong Yuan knew about this website by chance a few years ago, but had never posted a mission on it, and this first reward, he was prepared to give it to Shen Yan. Target, Shen Yan. Mission requirements, catch her alive, restrict her mobility, and send her to a designated location without attracting the attention of outsiders and the police. Mission reward, $30 million. After filling in the details of his mission on the page, Dong Yuan directly paid the 30 million bounty. He naturally understands the principle of not revealing one's wealth to the outside world, so Dong Yuan disguised this mission as an ordinary manhunt, and this money should be enough. And in the attachment of the mission, he also attached a photo of Shen Yan. For the ghosts and snakes in the Darknet, there is a photo is already enough. The other information they go back to look for themselves. As for the designated place in the mission, it is actually an abandoned chemical plant in the suburbs of Mordor. Shen Yan took so much money from him. Dong Yuan will definitely want to force the whereabouts of that money. And forcing this kind of thing is undoubtedly going to be picking a place that is off the beaten path. Release successful. After paying the bounty, this bounty mission was officially released. He gave 3 days to turn in the mission. If someone took the mission overtime, the bounty would be reoffered as well. And only if it was completed and submitted within the stipulated time would the bounty be awarded. Shen Yan, this is all because you forced me. In fact, 2 days ago, Dong Yuan had contacted the underground organizations in Mordor to ask them to help bring Shen Yan over. But in the end, the news he got was that the other party had already left Mordor. So he had no choice but to think of using the Darknet. After all, the underground organizations have a clear division of power. The people on the side of Mordor will not go to Golden Harbor to find trouble. This is an unwritten rule of the underground. They will not break the rules of the road in order to earn this amount of money. 10 minutes later, mission has been picked up. When he refreshed the page again, the status of the task had already changed. Someone had taken the order, but the specific information of the person who had taken the order was not visible from his side either. Only the management of the website could see it. Things have come to this point. Dong Yuan also did not continue to guard here. Just need to wait 3 days. Once Shen Yan fell into their hands, he has 100 ways to pry open the other side of the mouth. Do not have to worry about the money cannot be recovered. It is worth mentioning that just the day before yesterday, Dong Bowen has woken up. I do not know after learning that his family went bankrupt, he directly black eyes and fainted. Maybe it is the size of the pampered, used to the days of the clothes to the hands of food, which suddenly want him to save money, especially after learning that his supercar was also sold by Dong Yuan. A time to accept the multiple blows it? Golden Harbor, Cloud Villa number 1 Villa. Shen Yan now does not know that he has been Dong Yuan to the bounty. At this time is his own home on the sofa brush video to see the young lady dancing live. Is not there a saying that look at the beauty of the help to prolong the life of it? He is not how much love to look at beautiful women, mainly want to give themselves to accumulate a life, so that they can live a little longer. How simple and unadorned Interestingly, since the last time the rebate card failed, Shen Yan hadn't rewarded any of the anchors, but the fans on his account were still slowly rising. Big Brother is not in the Jianghu, But the Jianghu Ren have brothers legend kind of flavor. After all, it is a full-level account. No matter into which live room will cause everyone's attention. Chapter 36 10 billion reward. Time came to the latter half of the night. At this moment Shen Yan has washed up and turned over in bed to enter the dreamland. Since the realization of financial freedom, his sleep quality straight up. No longer appear unable to sleep or nightmares. Squeak! Coldly a man in black appeared in the villa outside the floor window. With tools to skillfully open the lock of the floor window, directly rolled into the villa inside. The whole action of the clouds and water. Around the patrol security guards did not find his trail. After strolling around the first floor and not finding Shen Yan's figure, the man in black ran directly to the master bedroom on the second floor, only to see him come to the door of the room, and pulled out a wire from his pocket. High-end thieves often use the most rudimentary way to open locks. It is said that there was once an expert who used only a wire to poke through the entire neighborhood locks, once becoming a legend in the locksmithing world. Under the control of the man in black, the door lock only emitted a slight sound, which could not be heard by a normal sleeping person, but Shen Yan on the bed was the first to open his eyes. His body has been strengthened by the system, and his hearing is naturally not comparable to that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the fact that Shen Yan is the only one staying in this villa of his now, it is obvious that someone has come in. In order not to scare the snakes, Shen Yan did not get up, but continued to pretend to be asleep. But if one looked closely, one would find that there was still a gap between his eyes, enough for him to observe. After ensuring that there was no movement in the house, the man in black lightly entered the bedroom, but did not do it first. Instead, he took out a photo of Shen Yan from his pocket. He needed to compare the features. The man in black was the one who had picked up Dong Yuan's bounty mission on the darknet. Coincidentally, he had also been active in Golden Harbor recently, and after retrieving it on his computer, he rushed over in the night. In fact, he wasn't sure if Shen Yan was here today, because according to the information Shen Yan had several properties in Golden Harbor alone, and the man in black was just here to try his luck, but he didn't expect that he would really let him stumble upon it. It's you! After comparing the facial features, the man in black determined that the person in front of him was the target he was looking for, and secretly muttered in his heart, such as catching the living mission in the dark network is relatively small. Most of the lists he received before are extermination. If you want to get the bounty, you have to strictly follow the requirements of the mission. He naturally will not take it upon himself to do the extermination thing. The black-clothed man's bag with some ecstasy and other things. The designated location of the task in the Magic City. Want to smoothly transport people over the word stun is the best. Just when he was ready to do it, suddenly appeared in front of the eyes of a dark muzzle. In the moonlight reflection appears more cold. Shen Yan's action is so fast that even at such a close distance, the man in black did not react. In fact, as early as the moment the other party unlocked the door, Shen Yan had already taken out in advance from the system space, the pistol with unlimited bullets that he had obtained from the lucky draw before. Say it, who sent you? What is the purpose? Speaking at the same time, Shen Yan also dropped the black man's hand with a foot. Being pointed at by the gun, the black man didn't dare to have any other action. It is said that 7 steps away from the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the gun is accurate and fast. The distance between the two people now, which is 7 steps? I don't know. I just took a bounty mission to catch you. Who released it only the management knows. The dark net is just a platform to provide tasks. These people who take the task is not under their control. The black man, although he does not know why there is a gun, but at this moment he just want to live. He is only in his 20s. He does not want to die without a real wimpy death. Take the task? Where to pick up? What is your name? Tell me what you know. Maybe I can still spare your life. After listening to each other's words, Shen Yan's heart has been calculated. His debut so far almost did not offend anyone. The Magic City Dong family is considered the first. He estimated that this thing 8 or 9 as Dong Yuan did. My name is Vulture. As for the task is in the dark net above to receive. Someone rewarded 30 million. To capture you to the Magic City side of an abandoned chemical plant inside. The task initiator and receiver between the two sides cannot see the information. Only the administrator of the site can see. After completing the mission, it is also the administrator who will distribute the bounty. That's all I know. Vulture didn't hide anything. This kind of thing belonged to what was known to everyone on the darknet, and for some reason, after seeing Shen Yan's calm and self-contained appearance, he felt that he should have been fooled. Fell for the mission initiator, also known as Dong Yuan. Having performed so many missions, he was very accurate in reading people, and the Vulture felt that Shen Yan was definitely not the kind of goods that could be handled with $30 million. Darknet? What's the URL? It was weirdly tiring to keep holding up the gun. Shen Yan simply took 2 bath towel belts from the closet and gave the Vulture a 5-fold tie. With a full-grade fighting body, he was no stranger to human structure. and knew how to tie it for the best effect. And the vulture's ability alone could not break free. At hashtag %yuan%%. %yuan. People under the roof had to bow their heads. The vulture did not hesitate for a second. Directly told Shen Yan the URL of the darknet. At first he thought the other party was just curious. But the next thing Shen Yan did almost shocked off his jaw. Crackle. In front of the vulture's face, Shen Yan's fingers danced rapidly on the keyboard. And after one operation, he directly hacked into the administrator's backstage of the darknet, where he could see the details of So mission, including the initiator and the person who took the mission was information. It's really you. After some searching, the mission that Dong Yuan had rewarded himself appeared in front of his computer, and there was a picture of him on it, as well as information about Dong Yuan and the vulture, which confirmed Shen Yan's suspicion at the beginning. How is it possible? You actually invaded the back end of the darknet. It was as if Vulture had seen a ghost. Knowing that this website was built and maintained by countless top bigwigs, wanting to invade it was simply a pipe dream, but this kind of thing was found right in front of his eyes. Humph. It seems that I'm still too kind to you. Like to offer bounties, right? Then let you experience the thrill of rewarding yourself. Ignoring the vulture's voice of surprise, Shen Yan continued to tap the keyboard, and in a matter of 3 clicks, he modified the content of the mission. Target, the Dong family in Magic City. Mission requirement, eliminate everyone within 3 generations of the Dong family. Can't be completed in one place? 1 day to deal with one. You can collect the bounty for each one. There is no time limit for this mission, until all the people are dealt with or the bonus is paid out. Mission bounty, 100 million per person. Total bounty 10 billion. Successful. After knocking down the carriage return, was Shen Yan remodified bounty task and publicized, and his task bounty is directly diverted from the darknet money. Spend other people's money to do their own thing is the king's way. Chapter 37, Modification Failure. Shen Yan was tied up by the side of the vulture saw his series of operations directly after the numbness. Invading the darknet was fine. He didn't expect Shen Yan to be able to directly modify the mission. What's even more outrageous is that the mission bounty is still using the darknet's money. Brother, I want to ask if you still lack a little brother? The mission that Vulture had taken had already been modified by Shen Yan, so naturally he couldn't get the bounty. And after seeing the other party's methods, he had given up the idea of going against Shen Yan. And instead, a new idea had sprung up. How much money do you earn when you take on a mission by yourself and work so hard? Just now, Shen Yan had directly misappropriated $10 billion from the darknet in front of himself. Such a big brother. While the relationship hadn't completely deteriorated yet, of course it was a good idea to hurry up and hug his thigh. Little brother? I'm not a gangster. Why would I need a little brother? And you don't seem to have much use for me. Shen Yan had just read Vulture's information. This guy was a person who would do anything for money without any bottom line. Not to mention that he wanted to take action against himself at first, no matter what kind of idea it was. Anyone who had a grudge against him or her would not be easily forgiven by Shen Yan unless you were really valuable. Although there were still a few loyalty cards in his hand that he could use, it was obvious that he wasn't going to waste them on an outlaw like Vulture. Who knew when he would burp his ass? Don't brother, I can run errands for you and do all the dirty work for you. Really? You trust me. Keeping me will definitely be useful. The Vulture was not annoyed after being rejected. Instead he continued to persuade. It was obvious that he was determined to follow Shen Yan. No need. Different paths. I've already notified the police. I'll be there in a while. If it was an underground organization like the Nine Dragons Hall, Shen Yan would still consider it, but a lone wolf like Vulture was completely unnecessary. What he could do himself, and what he couldn't do he could still do. So what was the point of staying? Eating dry rice? Don't. Brother, I was wrong. Give a chance. I can't be arrested. If I go in there, I'll die for sure. Brother, give me a chance. You see, I didn't hurt you after I came in, and I've told you everything you need to know. Give me a way out. Brother, by the way, I have money. I can spend money to buy my life. The money in my account. You just beg brother to let me leave. As soon as he heard that Shen Yan had notified the police, the Vulture immediately became anxious. He could die in the mission, but he definitely couldn't be sentenced to death in such a shabby way. In order to live he also gave up. Money and wealth and other things are outside the body. As long as live in the future can be earned again. Live is the king. Do you see me as someone who lacks money? Since you took this mission, you have to bear the corresponding risks. Why should you get all the benefits? All adults. You have to pay for your own behavior. Shen Yan knew that this was also his own body had been transformed by the system. If he had been replaced by an ordinary person, at this point he would probably have already been loaded and shipped, right? Saying this, he took out a strong adhesive tape from the drawer and sealed the Vulture's mouth, leaving only 2 nostrils to breathe out and not suffocate. Not much time. a police car whistled and arrived. The one who came was not someone else. It was the criminal police chief Chao Song. According to reason, this kind of thing should come from an ordinary police officer. But when Shen Yanfeng called the police, he said that he had caught a professional killer, and that's why he alarmed Chao Song. At this time, he didn't know that the last big bank robbery was the information Shen Yan had given them, and this was the first time the two had met. Hello Mr. Shen, I'm Chao Song, the head of the City Bureau's criminal police. The main entrance. Shen Yan carried the vulture down to open the door, and Xiao Song was the first to show his police officer's license, but his eyes were locked on the vulture. He said his name is Vulture. As for what his real name is and what it's called, I'll leave it to you guys to find out. Looking at the tied-up vulture, Xiao Song glanced at Shen Yan with an odd expression. Was this really a professional assassin? Who killer would be tied up like this? Okay, Mr. Shen isn't hurt, right? Do you want me to send you to the hospital for a checkup? After looking up and down, he found that Shen Yan had no injuries on his body, but out of politeness, Xiao Song was still concerned. At this time, the colleague who came with him had already escorted the vulture to the car. Needless to say, what was waiting for him would be legal sanctions. No need. I'm fine. Shen Yan shook his head slightly. He had a gun in his hand. How could he be injured? After making a brief statement with Xiao Song, the latter drove back to the city council. Abroad, a certain unknown island. This island is surrounded by the sea on all sides, and on the surface it looks like a deserted island. But in reality, this is the headquarters of the dark net. Shen Yan's strong invasion and modification of the mission naturally alarmed the managers of the website. At first, these managers tried to restore the original state of the mission, but unfortunately Shen Yan had already locked his modified mission long ago. No one other than him could cancel or modify it. In desperation, the managers had no choice but to send this problem back to the headquarters, which was this deserted island. Inside the island, this place was transformed into a huge base with all sorts of facilities. Living here in addition to the 5 bigwigs who built the darknet, and the armed forces they cultivated. Conference room. The 5 bigwigs each sat in the 5 directions of the round table, where they used code names, which were Dark 1, Dark 2, Dark 5. What do you guys think about this matter? Dark 1 looked at the bounty mission on the cast screen and didn't get angry, very lethargically leaning on the seat, asking the other 4 for their opinion. Find him and do away with him. Just a jumping clown. Dark 3 said very disdainfully. He could understand if the managers couldn't do it. After all, their level was just like that. But the 5 of them were top-notch existences in computers. With all 5 of them together, what else could they not manage? Agreed. Dark 4 obediently took over. Since the darknet was established so many years ago, it was the first time this kind of thing happened. In his opinion, this was a kind of naked provocation. Dark 2 and Dark 5 did not open their mouths, but their lack of rebuttal was considered a tacit acceptance. Since they had the same opinion, the 5 of them were not dilly-dallying. In order to minimize their losses, the few of them didn't divide up the work, and directly did it together, because every minute later, someone might turn in their mission. Modification failed. Modification failed. Modification failed. Half an hour in, the 5 were confused. In the past half hour, they had tried various methods, but the final result was only the words modification failed. What the hell is this thing that's so hard to fix? The worst mindset of the Dark 3 immediately is a heavy fist on the keyboard. He did not expect his best side, but was pressed to the ground hard rubbing. Chapter 38, Base Self-Destruction. This one called Shen Yan is an expert. His skills should be above us. Looking at what he looks like he modified. It is estimated that he has a grudge against this what's-her-name Dong family. Such a talent. Maybe we can negotiate. Maybe we can absorb it and join us. What do you guys think? Dark 2, who hadn't been opening his mouth, said his judgment and proposal after a moment of contemplation. A few people couldn't crack it in a short period of time, and since they couldn't fight it then they would just join. I agree. Surprisingly, the first one to state his support was actually Dark 5. He and Dark 2 exchanged a glance without saying anything more. Seconded. Seconded. Dark 1 and Dark 4 also took a stand one after another, and the crowd looked at the gloomy-faced Dark 3 in unison, waiting for him to take a stand. You all agreed. It doesn't matter if I agree or not anymore. Whatever. Dark 3 was very reluctant to admit it, but with the facts in front of him, there was nothing left for him to do, so he had to fulfill the wishes of the other 4 and agreed to pull Shen Yan into the gang. Although several people couldn't get their hands on this issue of the darknet, it was still very simple to find Shen Yan's contact information. As the first of several people, Dark 1 directly used a virtual encrypted number to dial his phone. As for why it was virtually encrypted, it was because Shen Yan hadn't officially joined them yet, so naturally he couldn't easily expose his home base. The positioning of this virtual number of his changed every now and then. in order to prevent Shen Yan from reverse tracking. Hello? Who is it? Not long after, a young and lethargic voice came from the other end of the phone, converted to domestic time. At this time Shen Yan had just woken up. Mr. Shen Yan, right? I am one of the founders of the Darknet. We already know about your invasion of the website. We appreciate your computer skills. The purpose of the call is to invite you to join us. Dark One did not beat around the bush to test the waters, but bluntly stated the purpose of the call. He was not an abrasive person in the first place, and liked to say what he had to say. Founder of the Darknet? You mean, I invaded your website and misappropriated your money, and instead of being angry, you greatly appreciate my talent? Shen Yan, who was originally sleepy-eyed, was amused by Dark One's words even after hearing them. A mere website that is not to be seen in the light of day, but still wants to draw himself in and be in the same boat as them? You're just dreaming, aren't you? That's right. We need your skills very much. As long as you are willing to join us, the conditions can be opened at will. Giving up the child to catch the wolf. Dark One could be said to have made a blood sacrifice in order to draw Shen Yan in. However, from a long-term perspective, this is actually an investment. If Shen Yan agreed, the ones who would ultimately benefit would be themselves. Any condition is fine? Then what if I say, I want 90% of the Darknet's revenue? Will you guys give that too? Anyway, he wasn't going to join, so he should tease them a bit. It was just idle. 90%? You're afraid you're not dreaming. You don't give a damn about your face, do you? Inviting you to join is to look up to you and be polite with you. You still really dare to make demands, ah? Since Dark One was using a computer dial-up, the other four could hear the entire conversation between the two. After hearing Shen Yan's conditions, the hot-tempered Dark 3 directly opened fire at the computer, not giving any face. Yo, what's going on here? Are you in a hurry? Shen Yan on the other end of the phone wasn't angry. Although Dark One's anti-reconnaissance techniques were formidable, they still weren't enough to look at in front of the former's full-grade hacking techniques. Just as several people were conversing, he had already locked Dark One's location through his computer. Crackle. Not good. He's locking on to our location. Hurry up and cut off the call. Dark 3 was still trying to continue his output, when Dark 2 on the side suddenly stormed out. He reached the sound of Shen Yan tapping on the keyboard and reacted at the first opportunity. But unfortunately it was too late. Found you. Dark One's side had just cut off the call, and in the next second, Shen Yan had successfully invaded their base's network. Warning! 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 In a flash, the base's alarm system went off. Something that only happened when someone invaded. This time a few people panicked with the naked eye. They never expected Shen Yan to move so fast, to know that the conversation between them was even less than a minute, and even used a virtual IP that changed in real time. Surprisingly this couldn't stop Shen Yan. What should we do now? It looks like we can't get a deal, and this place has been exposed. So let's pull out if we can't. If we can't, let's pull out. We can't be afraid of running out of firewood. The exposure of the headquarters meant that this place could be attacked at any time, and Dark 4 didn't want to remain here as a living target. Let's go. As long as we're still here, we can rebuild the base. Dark 5, who was a man of few words, rarely said so much at once, showing the seriousness of the situation. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Head to don't wave old me to catch the Shen Yan, or else old me will have to get him killed. Dark 3 did not expect because of his own words. Now make everyone to move. Heart to Shen Yan's degree directly pull full. Sorry, I don't think you should have this chance. Without thinking that his words had just fallen, Shen Yan's face appeared on the conference room's projection screen. At the moment, the entire base's network was under his control, so wanting to cast a screen wasn't as simple as drinking water, even what a few people had said just now. He had heard everything. Shen Yan, what the hell are you trying to do? I don't know how. Obviously Shen Yan hadn't done anything to Dark 3, but the latter just didn't like him. Perhaps this was the end of being too good? The other few people were also gloomy at this time. They didn't share the same impotent rage as Dark 3, but were analyzing the word Shen Yan just said. What do you mean there is no chance? Could it be that the base has been blocked? Not doing anything? I know that if I rejected your invitation, you guys definitely won't let me go, so I'll simply do it ahead of time. I'm afraid only God can forgive you for the things you've done over the years, and my mission is to send you to God. After saying that, Shen Yan cut off the projection screen, and immediately after that, the base's radio streamed out a voice that terrified everyone. Base self-destruct program activated. The base will self-destruct in 10 seconds. Countdown begins. 10, 9, run. Let's go to the safe passage. It leads straight to the ocean. After a brief moment of daze, Dark exclaimed, and was then the first to flee the conference room. 10 seconds was already enough time to get himself into the safe passage. Under the effect of the strong desire to survive, The speed of the other few people was not slow, almost arriving at the same time. However, the idea is very rich. The reality is very bony. This place has long been. Shen Yan manipulated a few forklifts to block. Within 10 seconds is simply open. Shat. 2, 1, boom. Chapter 39, Encountering a Female Writer. As the countdown ended, the entire base heralded a terrifyingly loud sound. And in the next instant, a chain of explosions began. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions were heard one after another, and the base, or rather the entire island, was reduced to nothing and sunk into the sea in a matter of moments. As for the Dark One and the others inside the base, they had already been blown to the east, west, you and me, including the armed men they had raised. Cloud Mist Villa. Shen Yan got up from the computer desk and stretched his back. He did not have the slightest sense of guilt in dealing with the Dark One and others. People like them don't know how many lives they have carried on their backs. One's own, this should be able to be counted as doing justice for heaven, right? Today's mood is good. The system comes with a round of 10 consecutive sign-ins. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a full-level medical skill. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Ducati V4 SP2 version. Sign-in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the world language proficiency skill. Sign-in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $90 million in capital. Sign-in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of nano battle armor, automatic invisibility after wearing, automatic defense when attacked. The previous ones were some moderate rewards, and Shen Yan was used to them, but he was quite interested in this last nano battle armor. As soon as this thing was mentioned, Shen Yan's first thought was of that silky smooth and incomparable transformation of Iron Man in the movie. With a thought, he took out the set of battle armor from the system space, and in the next second a dark square iron box appeared in his palm. Click. Using his thumb, he pressed the button on the iron box, followed by a crisp sound from Bien, and in the next instant, the iron box on his hand reacted, only to see it take Shen Yan's palm as the center, spreading towards his torso with a speed visible to the naked eye. When it was too late, in just a second or two, Shen Yan's body surface was completely wrapped in nano battle armor. Originally, Shen Yan was able to easily do 1 to 10, wearing the battle armor directly. He felt that he would not have a problem fighting 100. This set of battle armor was comprehensive, and would maximize the wearer's various attributes, and the larger the base, the more it would improve. Test it. Under Shen Yan's intentional control, the battle armor was not invisible at this time. His current form was similar to that transformer, while also being fireproof, bulletproof and waterproof. With this set of battle armor coupled with the scapegoat talisman he had obtained by signing in earlier, Shen Yan could be said to have been invincible and invincible. Backyard. Shen Yan went straight to a huge, granite viewing stone, which he intended to use to test his strength after wearing the battle armor. Ha! After standing still, he slowly raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Then with a loud shout, he just punched the thick viewing stone, closing his fist and wrapping his hands around his chest. Looking at the unresponsive viewing stone, Shen Yan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Is it possible that this battle armor is so weak, it couldn't even break a stone? Click 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 click. Just as he was about to interrogate the system, the viewing stone in front of him stirred, and in an instant, the entire stone was covered with all sorts of cracks. Rumble. As expected, in the next second, the viewing stone, which was originally taller than a person, just shattered into remnants all over the place. The effect is not bad. Shen Yan looked at his fist, and with a thought, the battle armor became completely invisible, and even the weight was hidden, so if outsiders looked at him, he was still the same as before. There was no difference. For the power of this battle armor, Shen Yan is still very satisfied. To know that this is granite, then the human body can be much harder. His fist, if he hit the human body, I guess it will be hiccups on the spot, right? Night. Earlier signed in to get a brand new Ducati V4. The system is even more thoughtful to Shen Yan, prepared all the relevant formalities, and even the motorcycle license is directly gifted. Shen Yan, who possessed full-level car skills, was able to perfectly manage it, regardless of whether it was a two-wheeled, three-wheeled, four-wheeled, or even a one-wheeled one. Changing into a handsome riding suit and putting on a professional riding helmet, Shen Yan started the motorcycle into a red stream of light and disappeared in front of the villa's garage. Boom boom boom. Suburbia. Want to get a better riding experience? The city naturally can't be satisfied, although the traffic is small at night, but can't help but have a lot of traffic lights. It was possible to slow down and stop for a second just after raising the speed, so Shen Yan directly rode his bike to the outskirts. On weekdays, basically no one will drive over here, and even if there are pedestrians, they are also on the sidewalk and won't interfere with their riding. 40 miles per hour, 60 miles per hour, 80 miles per hour. 100 miles per hour. Shen Yan's speed was getting faster and faster, although the top speed of the bike he was riding could reach 300 kilometers per hour. But that was the result derived from the track. Unfortunately, he wasn't some kind of drag racing party that pursued extreme speed, and in order to prevent unforeseen situations, Shen Yan kept his speed within a manageable range at all times. Rumble. After running 2 laps in the suburbs, just as he was about to leave, a white lightning bolt swept past Shen Yan's body in the cold, with a speed of at least 120 or more per hour, and judging from the rider's figure, it should still be a female rider. Ouch! What the hell? Looking at the shadow of the car that whistled away, Shen Yan immediately accelerated and chased after it. Golden Harbor, this place motorcycle friends were few. He rode half a day, did not come across a female rider is even rarer, so it is not easy to catch alive. That will not go over to recognize a little? Make friends? Buzz. Seemingly aware of Shen Yan chasing after it, the white lightning bolt was even speeding up, wanting to get rid of the other party. So much so that the sound waves had begun to change. But unfortunately Shen Yan wasn't covered either, and under his subtle control, the performance of the Ducati underneath him was fully energized. The speed of the two was also drawing closer, and it was estimated that they could catch up in another 10 seconds or so. Chug, 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 z-dash. What he didn't expect was that the locomotive in front of him suddenly stalled. Its speed plummeted, and it eventually slowed to a stop on the side of the road. Fortunately, Shen Yan's car skills were superior, and immediately sent the gas to start pointing the brakes, and in the shortest possible time, the speed of the car was brought under control, and stopped at the rear of the female rider. Until this time he saw clearly, the original other riding a Kawasaki H2, only changed it electric white color, and then there are some green flower embellishment. Nice bike, nice riding skills. My name is Shen Yan. How about you? Shen Yan took off his own helmet, his left hand clamped to his waist, and extended his right hand. And run. After the female rider looked Shen Yan up and down, seeing that his eyes were clear and did not contain a trace of dirt, she also took off her own helmet, revealing the sunken face. Holy, it's actually you. Chapter 40. After seeing the other party's face, Shen Yan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. His face filled with the color of surprise. There was no other reason. Simply because the stunning woman in front of him who called herself Anran was a popular flower girl in the entertainment industry. He hadn't thought about it when he first heard the name. After all, the domestic population base was large, and it was normal to rename. Surprised? Anran knew that Shen Yan this was recognizing herself. Couldn't help but smile. Not the slightest bit of a star's frame. Indeed there is a little. I can't imagine that you are still a biker. What I didn't expect even more is that I would bump into you in the outskirts of Golden Harbor. Shen Yan was not a star chaser, and the only reason he knew about Anran was that he had read messages about the other party when he was brushing the video. Now that he had seen the real person, he wasn't as excited as the others. Instead he was very calm and chatted as if he were an old friend. Is it possible that I'm actually a Golden Harbor man? After crawling around in the entertainment industry for so long, Anran was actually quite disgusted by most men, and those who came to contact them were mostly because of their beauty. However, for this Shen Yan who she met for the first time, she didn't have that kind of revolting feeling. Instead, she felt very relaxed. She didn't have to hold herself up. She could show her truest side. Really? Then it seems that the feng shui of Golden Harbor is still good. Out of handsome men, also out of beautiful women. But in the future it's better to ride a little slower. The road condition here is not good. Safety first. Shen Yan flirted and joked, but also did not forget to remind Anran. Earlier she soared faster than himself. Although the technology is good, but not afraid of 10,000. Afraid of what if? Maybe from the side of the road out of a little something. When avoiding not in time, then it is estimated that the car was destroyed. Know each other, eh? Shen Yan also do not want the next brush to Anran's video is her death. Well, good. In fact, I have not ridden for a long time. Today I just have time, so I came out to get some air. Next time I don't know when I will ride again. Anran nodded slightly. She is now in the rising period of her career. Her own time is actually very little. After tonight, she will have to devote herself to work again. Alright, it's getting late. I have to go back. See you again sometime. After saying that, without waiting for the other party to reply, Shen Yan put on her helmet, rolled over to the car, and disappeared into the night under Anran's watchful eyes. Shen Yan is an interesting guy. Anran looked at Shen Yan's direction of departure and muttered 2 sentences in place, then also started her locomotive and drove towards her residence. Only this time her speed was only 40 miles per hour. The night was silent. The next morning, a ray of sunlight sprinkled through the window on Shen Yan's bed, waking him up. Yesterday's nutritional goal had already been accomplished, so he washed up and went straight to dreamland. As for the Ayn Rand that he had met by chance in the countryside, it had already been put behind him. One would meet so many people in one's life. One couldn't keep every one of them in one's heart, right? As long as the destiny is not over, they will eventually meet again. Ringing bells, ringing bells. At 9 o'clock sharp, Shen Yan had just gotten out of her own bed when the cell phone on the nightstand rang. Joe, hi? Something wrong? The caller was none other than the manager of Golden Harbor Center Mall. Shen Yan hadn't contacted him for a long time and didn't know what he was calling about this early in the morning. Boss, good morning. It's like this. Our mall is looking for an image spokesperson recently, and I want to ask for your opinion. I don't know if you have any good artists that I can go and talk to. The image spokesperson was frankly to advertise for the mall to bring in traffic, but correspondingly they also had to pay an endorsement fee. Anyway, it's all about spending money, so Joe Hai naturally wanted to ask his boss's opinion. Maybe he had some more favorable artists? Image spokesperson? If you want to say that, then I really do have a candidate. Ayn Rand. You know, right? That rising flower girl in the entertainment industry. You guys just go directly to her to talk about cooperation. Money is not a problem. If he asks about it, just say that I found her. Yesterday, Ayn Rand said that she was a Golden Harbor person. Since this was the case, Shen Yan simply did a favor. Anyway, her popularity is not bad now. Who is this money to spend not to spend? Okay boss, then I know what to do. Joe Hai on the other end of the phone was relieved when he heard this. It's a good thing that he called and asked a mouthful of questions. Otherwise wouldn't he be going against his boss's wishes if he found someone else by then? Well, let me know when you have the results. Said Shen Yan will cut off the call. Have explained the money is not a problem. If so Joe Hai still cannot handle words, then this manager can be replaced. Magic City. Dong family. Dong Yuan released a bounty on the darknet for a few days, and since his IP was blocked by Shen Yan, he was unable to enter the darknet, let alone see the progress and results. The first few days were all peaceful. He had been paying attention to the current news, trying to see the news of Shen Yan's death from above, but didn't have much to show for it. But out of his trust in the darknet, he decided to wait a little longer, came to the study and just sat down, about to turn on his computer, when his cell phone suddenly rang. Honey? The caller was Song Yuan Ching. After knowing that Shen Yan had left Magic City, they didn't hunker down at home, only that they had been shocked earlier, and were currently convalescing in the hospital. Hubby, quickly come to the hospital. Son, he's been killed. Yes, although the 5 giants of the darknet had been blown to smithereens by Shen Yan, the bounty mission he had issued was still in progress, and at this moment, it was obvious that someone had picked up the mission and then made a move on Dong Bo-won. After all, there was a $100 million bounty for killing one person. This would be heartwarming to anyone else, wouldn't it? What? I'll be right over. Dong Yuan snapped and stood up from his chair. That face of Shen Yan subconsciously appeared in his mind. Could it be that this was another one of his tricks? Magic City First People's Hospital. Morgue. Dong Yuan rushed over the first time after receiving the phone call, but as a result, he was still too late and didn't even see Dong Bowen's last face. He initially thought that Song Yuan Ching said that the murderer is injured and hung color, but not to death. But when he saw the body on the morgue bed, he realized that Dong Bowen was directly cut his throat with a sharp instrument, his eyes staring blankly, a dead look. At the moment, Dong Yuan was the only person in the morgue. Song Yuan Ching, because he couldn't accept the pain of the white hair to send the black hair to the black hair, directly fainted, and was arranged by Dong Yuan to have 2 nurses to take care of it again. Shen Yan, you better pray that this matter has nothing to do with you. Yes, Dong Yuan was furious. Even if Dong Bowen was no longer a playboy, he was his own son. And now that he had been assassinated, how could he, as a father, not be angry? Unbeknownst to him, Dong Bowen is just the beginning. The next Dong family is about to usher in a catastrophe. Chapter 41, 1.7 billion bounty. 3 days later, Magic City Bureau, conference room. At this moment the criminal police first team and second team of personnel are all present. Big Horse Golden Sword national character face. Sitting on the first seat is the director of Wangi, but this moment's face is not very good. Gentlemen, this case is the worst criminal case we have encountered since the establishment of the City Bureau. 16 lives were lost. According to the investigation, it was found that the dead were all relatives of the 3 generations of the Dong family, indicating that this was a targeted killing, and based on the modus operandi of the scene, these 16 people were not killed by the same person, meaning that there could be many murderers. Nowadays, this matter has triggered panic among the people. So we need to apprehend the murderer and bring him to justice in the shortest possible time. That's right, during these 3 days, the murders in Mordor came one after another, and the ones who died were all relatives of the Dong family. Even Dong Yuan himself wasn't spared. following in their footsteps after the death of his wife and child. Although the Municipal Bureau of Magic City has been trying its best to block the news, but there is no impermeable wall in the world. The extermination case was eventually blown out, and all of a sudden the whole of Mordor was thrown into a panic, especially those rich families. Wang Yi in the first seat of the powerful speech, or more, is angry at, because before this magic has never appeared in such a large-scale vicious killings. Now he just took office not 2 years after this kind of thing, if not in the shortest possible time to solve the case. If you want to climb up again in the future, it is expected to be very difficult. Sitting on both sides of the criminal police members are also very heavy, because these days down they froze did not find the slightest useful clues. A short period of time want to solve the case. The difficulty is directly pulled full of all, but even if the difficulty is very high, they are not discouraged. After all, put on these clothes, is to do this, and then bitter and tired and difficult, but also to persist. Magic City. Merchant. After the meeting, the captain of the first team of the criminal police, Chen Hui, came here with his people, intending to inquire about Dong Yuan's situation. Now that the Dong family is extinct, the only people who can know news about him are his former partners. In fact, someone had already come to ask before, but he wanted to try it himself. Maybe there would be other unexpected gains? Inside the hall, Shang Dajian was not surprised by the arrival of the police. He had also seen the news on TV in the past few days and knew that the Dong family had been exterminated. In fact, at the first moment he saw the news, Shen Yan's figure appeared in his mind. That day in the conference room he also saw that there was a conflict between Shen Yan and Dong Yuan, only that he didn't pay attention to it subsequently. He didn't expect Shen Yan to be so ruthless, directly taking out so many people. Mr. Shang, I actually have a question. As today's Chang Group is on the rise, why did all 9 of your shareholders, including Dong Yuan, transfer their shares? Before he came, Chen Hui had already seen the relevant information. Since Shen Yan had not been announcing Tian Chang Group's affairs to the public, many people were unaware of it, and the police side only found out about it after investigating. Tired, getting older, the money I earn now is already enough to clothe and feed me and even the next generation. I don't want to worry about the company anymore. Now I just want to enjoy life. So just sell it. It's a normal transaction. Is there a problem? With Dong Yuan's precedent, Shang Dajiang wouldn't be stupid enough to give Shen Yan away. Otherwise, who knows if the merchant would be next. Naturally, there's no problem, but isn't the price of your transaction a bit too low? I've checked the bank accounts of several of you. On the same day at the same time, all 9 of you received a transfer of $10 million. This money shouldn't be enough to buy the shares in your hands, right? With the interference of the system, Chen Hui naturally wouldn't go looking for Shen Yan's trouble. He just felt that this matter was very strange. It was reasonable to say that as long as a normal person wouldn't make a bid at this price, right? You say this, ah? When we first invested, we invested so much money. These years have earned don't know how many times over. Now back to a capital only. This is very reasonable, right? And the transaction, well, pay attention to as you love my willingness. I feel good words. Not to mention 10 million, is $1 I am also willing to sell. Another, my things, why should be affected by the market price? Anyway, a few people are legitimate transactions. Shang Dajiang has nothing to fear. His words, although a little wrong, but Chen Hui cannot pick fault. After all, what people say is also right. How they want to deal with their own things is people's freedom. Alright then, I'll leave Mr. Shang alone. Thank you for your cooperation. Seeing that he couldn't ask for any useful information, Chen Hui didn't intend to stay for long and got up to greet Shang Dajiang before leaving. The latter stood at the doorway and watched Chen Hui's back as he left, the light in his eyes flickering as he wondered what he was thinking. The same thing happened one by one in the homes of several other original Tiancheng Group shareholders, but they all took the blame on themselves without mentioning Shen Yan's matter in the slightest. Joking, the Dong family's so many lives, Shen Yan said dry off. Although there is no direct evidence, but whether or not the other party to do, they do not intend to trip this muddy water. Stay out of is the best way. Half a day down is still not the slightest progress, which can be a group of police officers to the difficult. I do not know whether it is fortunate or unfortunate. Those who died along with their families have been killed, so that no one went to the city council to make trouble. Otherwise, the situation will be further escalated. Golden Harbor. Shen Yan sat in front of the computer desktop in his bedroom and opened the management page of the Darknet Bounty mission. At this time, there were already 17 people who had submitted it, and the prize money had been successfully claimed to the tune of $1.7 billion. The Magic City Bureau's side counted 16 people, but the submissions were 17, which meant that they still had a body that was undiscovered. Now the entire Darknet has fallen into the hands of Shen Yan. Its account every day there are a lot of money pouring in, for which he has also received existence is reasonable. This kind of thing he will not go to interfere. However, as a Chinese citizen, Shen Yan still has the responsibility. He directly listed the whole of China as a forbidden area. No one may not issue a bounty on the mission of the Chinese people. Otherwise it will be directly reversed bounty. Immortality. Of course, Dong Yuan's family is purely looking for their own deaths. Who let him not talk about martial arts first bounty Shen Yan? As for the founders of the Darknet who were previously blown up by Shen Yan, the accounts of the 5 of them were similarly invaded by Shen Yan, transferring all the money in their accounts, leaving not a single coin behind. Chapter 42, What Are You? At the same time, Royal Hao Hotel. This was a 5-star hotel in Golden Harbor, and according to Shen Yan's instructions, Zhou Hai, after a few days of hard work, was finally able to get and ran out to discuss the matter of the image spokesperson. Inside the box, this matter had been fully handed over by Shen Yan to Zhou Hai, so he was the only one who came to the box first with the information. But Ran came in with her agent Wang Xia. Ms. Wang, please have a seat. I'm Zhou Hai, the manager of Golden Harbor Center Mall. I have contacted you by phone before. After seeing the two come in, Zhou Hai was also the first to get up to greet and make a simple self-introduction. Hello Manager Zhou. Ran took off the sunglasses in front of her eyes and responded. Due to the fear of being recognized and causing congestion, so she armed herself to the teeth. Mask, sunglasses, hat, 3-piece suit, and not bad. On the side of the broker Wang Xia did not say anything, just nodded faintly to signal, and then the two of them were seated in a dignified manner. Regarding Wang Xia's rudeness, Zhou Hai's eyes narrowed vainly for a moment, and without saying anything on his lips, he had actually deducted most of his impression points from her. Are the two of you going to eat first or talk about cooperation first? Since he didn't know what kind of relationship his boss had with this Ran, Zhou Hai had been acting very politely and couldn't pick any faults. Of course, let's talk about the cooperation first. Our Ran has a tight schedule. We have to catch a notice in a while. We don't have that much time to eat slowly. The main owner hasn't even opened her mouth yet. Wang Xia on the side made the choice for her first, but Zhou Hai didn't pay any attention to her. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Ran and waited for her decision. Then let's talk about cooperation first. Ran was actually dissatisfied with this Wang Xia, but it was the company's arrangement, and there was no way for her to change it, because when she had just entered the circle a few years ago, she was unintelligent and signed a 5-year contract at once. If you want to terminate the contract early, you need to pay the liquidated damages. She has not earned so much money yet, so she had to take her with her wherever she goes. But what Ran does not understand is that, on this pissy nature of Wang Xia, why can she hang around in the entertainment industry? Really not afraid of offending people? Okay, then listen to Missin. As I said before on the phone, our mall is looking for an image spokesperson recently, and Missin's image and temperament are very compatible, so we intend to have a long-term cooperation. This is the contract. You can take a look. As he spoke, Zhou Hai took out a contract from his own handheld briefcase, but there was no amount of endorsement fee written on it. Such an obvious blank, and Ran captured it at once and pointed it out immediately. Manager Zhou, why is the endorsement fee blank here? Was there a mistake when printing? When Wang Xia heard this, she snatched the contract from Ran's hands with a snap and fixed her eyes to see that it was indeed blank. She was already a bit upset from being ignored by Zhou Hai earlier. Therefore she didn't even bother to look at the specifics of the contract. She directly slapped it on the desktop and started her output. Manager Zhou, is this the sincerity of your mall to talk about the project? Even something as important as a contract can go wrong. Don't you know that our time is precious? I squeezed out time from my busy schedule to come here today. I even put off a notice for this. You know we lost money for this. Ms. Wang, don't get excited. It's not a misprint, but we purposely left it blank. Just fill it in when you sign. Seeing the other party chattering on and on, Zhou Hai directly reached out and interrupted her. This seems to explain to her. In fact, when he spoke, it was towards Ran. I see. Then I wonder how much endorsement fee Manager Zhou intends to pay to sign a contract for how long? After listening to Zhou Hai's explanation, Ran was instantly enlightened, and since the contract was now on Wang Xia's side, she had no choice but to open her mouth and ask. Previously it was a 1-year contract, but Miss N's side we intend to cooperate for a long period of time. As for the cost, well, you can quote a reasonable price on it. He didn't make a direct offer, but threw the question back to Ran, because Shen Yan had specifically explained before that money was not a problem. Instead of having a headache himself, it would be better to let them decide for themselves. Of course, if the price was too outrageous, he would still confirm with Shen Yan's side. When these words came out, Ran was obviously stunned. Who is a good person to talk about cooperation like this? However, Wang Xia on the side was already happy, directly a lion's mouth. 200 million a year. Sister Xia. No, this is too much. What kind of curiosity does this have to be? I haven't gotten this popular yet. Wang Xia's words just finished. Anren denied it at the first time. People are valuable to have self-knowledge. She is just a new flower girl. To put it bluntly, she is a little bit red, but not to the extent of the red and purple. What do you know? This price is very reasonable. Besides, wasn't it him who asked us to make a price? Is it hard to believe that it's just an off-the-cuff remark that you can't actually take it out at all? She had a look of hatred on her face at this time. With this kind of wrongdoer, not thinking of getting more, but even singing against herself? It was really a waste of her own cultivation. What is the price in Ms. N's heart? It doesn't matter. Just say it directly. For Wang Xia's words, Zhou Hai directly ignored them. He took it as a dog barking again and didn't get angry. Instead, he asked and ran with a smile on his face. Hey, didn't I say it? 200 million a year. I'm her manager. I'm the one who negotiates all such things. So you don't need to ask Anren's opinion. Seeing herself being ignored one after another, Wang Xia was very upset. She didn't even bother to call out manager Zhou, and directly addressed her with hello, not realizing that it was because of her own rudeness that she was treated differently by Zhou Hai. Wang Xia, right? What kind of thing are you? Yelling with me here? Can't you see? Our shopping mall hired Miss Ran. Not you. You're still coming on strong after ignoring you earlier, aren't you? Zhou Hai originally didn't plan to argue with the other party, but he didn't expect that his own forbearance would in turn make Wang Xia get on his nose. Moreover, after the conversation just now, he could also see that Anren didn't seem to be on good terms with her, so he didn't have much reckoning and directly disliked her back. What? You still dare to scold me? You wait for me. Anren, go. We're not signing this contract. Not only that, when we get back, we'll tweet and expose Lightning and their mall. Wang Xia didn't expect Zhou Hai to be so strong, and made a gesture to leave, as if she was the main character of the contract, but when she took 2 steps, she turned around and realized that Anren's butt on the chair hadn't moved at all. Manager Zhou, Anren has a place she doesn't understand and would like to ask for advice. Chapter 43, Xin Yan's personal visit. Why is it that the person you are looking for is me, and also offer this kind of condition that is obviously favoring me? If I remember correctly, it should be the first time we cooperate with each other. As the old saying goes, if you don't have anything to offer, you're either a traitor or a thief. Anren had been thinking about this since she came in. Zhou Hai had acted too politely. Although she herself was said to be a bit famous, it was not enough to make the other party so. Therefore, in order to figure out this matter, that's why she didn't choose to get up and leave with Wang Xia. After finishing the doubts in her heart, she turned her head to look at Zhou Hai on the side, waiting for his answer. This is our boss's intention. I'm just following orders. Zhou Hai didn't hide anything from Anren. Since she wanted to know, then just tell her honestly. Your boss? Who is it? Do I know him? When Anren heard this, she said in her heart, there is really something fishy. She knew that there is no free lunch in the sky. She guessed that it is those guys who want to use money to go through the back door again. And all of a sudden, she lost her interest in this project. Our boss's name is Xin Yan. He's the one who told me to come and find you to sign the contract. And at the same time, he also explained that money is not a problem, and that Mizan can directly make an offer. When Zhou Hai heard this, he immediately looked at Anren with an odd expression. Dare I say that she and her boss don't know each other at all? Then why did the boss still have to offer such completely unequal conditions? Shen Yan? Surprisingly, it's him, Manager Zhou. Can you give him a call now? I want to talk to him. Hearing the name Shen Yan once again, Anren instantly thought of the youth she bumped into in the suburbs that day. She didn't care at that time, but she never thought that the other party was still the boss of Golden Harbor Center Mall. Okay, Missin, wait a moment. He naturally wouldn't refuse this little request, and it was just the right time to report the situation here to Shen Yan in the meantime. So maybe the boss would have some new instructions as well. As for Wang Xia on the side, looking at the two people talking and laughing, she was embarrassed for a while. It was not a good idea to leave. It was not a good idea not to leave, so she could only stay where she was. She was Anren's agent, yes, but action-wise she was not able to sway Anren. At the moment the latter didn't want to leave. Wang Xia couldn't just drag her out, right? Boss, I've already asked Ms. Anren out. She said she wants to have a word with you. Is it convenient for you now? Just when Wang Xia hesitated to sit down again, Zhou Hai's phone on this side had already gotten through. After connecting, he didn't have any nonsense. He directly reported the situation on this side to Xin Yan in a concise manner, followed by Anren's request. Yes, you give her the phone. Xin Yan on the other end of the phone quickly gave a reply. He was playing chicken in the villa at this moment. The time to take a call was naturally there, only to see him drive to find a random house on the edge of the circle, directly go in and meticulously become the old six. Began to concentrate on answering the phone. Hello? Not long after, a familiar and pleasant female voice came from the cell phone side. The one who spoke was naturally and ran. But now she was still a little unsure if this Shen Yan was the same Shen Yan she met the other day. Mizzen, long time no see ha. I didn't expect it. The person looking for you will be me. After hearing Shen Yan's voice, Anran's hanging heart fell completely. A woman's intuition is very accurate. That day in the suburbs and the other party had a short contact, but it was such a short period of time. She knew that Shen Yan is not that kind of dude. Which has been a long time. I've obviously only met him a few days ago, alright. But I really didn't expect that the owner of this shopping mall would be you, since you're the owner. Do you have time now? Do you want to come over and have dinner together? Last time just hurriedly chat a couple of Shen Yan directly left. Right now there is cooperation between the two sides. Anran thought to call Shen Yan over. How to say also have to formally recognize it. Eat? Okay, if a beautiful woman invites you, how can you refuse? Which location are you at now? I'll be right over. Shen Yan said so on his mouth. In fact, because in the time he answered the phone, he didn't pay attention to his computer screen. When he came back to his senses, he had already been given an old six to steal the ass, and directly led the box lunch, and all the good equipment had also successfully given someone else to do the graft. Royal How Hotel, box number 1. Then we'll wait here for you to come over. Seeing the other party giving himself so much face, Anran also revealed a satisfied smile, and after saying this, he returned the cell phone to Zhou Hai, who froze at the side. He now can't understand the relationship between Anran and Shen Yan anymore. Obviously it doesn't look like he's very familiar with her, but he can shout the other party over with a single sentence. Knowing that Zhou Hai, the manager, doesn't find it easy to want to see Shen Yan. Hello? Anran. I need to remind you, you are now an entertainer. Remember to keep a proper distance from the anomaly. Otherwise if you are photographed by the paparazzi for something, you will only bury your own career. Wang Xia did not know when she resat back beside Anran. When the latter was on the phone just now, she also heard it, and that's why she whispered in the other party's ear to remind. After all, in the midst of the entertainment circle this big dyke, as a female artist, once a scandal is broken out, this impact is going to last for a long time. Don't worry, I know in my heart, and we are just friends. It's not as complicated as you think. Anran didn't explain too much, just casually put off 2 sentences in the past. Zhou Hai on the other side was very conscious not to participate in this topic. As a qualified manager, no matter in any scenario, he won't talk about his boss. Not long ago, the door of the box was pushed open. Immediately attracted the attention of the 3 people. Came in as a casual dress Shen Yan. From his home over to this hotel is still a little distance. Boss. Zhou Hai the first time came to the front of Shen Yan, respectfully salute and greeted. Standing in front of him Zhou Hai also found, long time no see. The other party on the body of that invisible aura has a more intense. Shen Yan. Hello again. This is my agent Wang Xia. At this time, Anran also got up from her chair and came in front of him, taking the initiative to greet him and introduce Wang Xia. Have a seat. No need to be so polite. Zhou Hai, have you ordered yet? Let the waiter bring the menu over if you haven't. Shen Yan let out a faint smile, then greeted several people to reseat. He came alone, so naturally Zhou Hai, the manager of the wine, became an errand boy. But really, Zhou Hai is also happy to go to run errands. Because this shows their own son boss heart is still useful otherwise why not call then people to run errands it? Okay boss. I'll go now. Chapter 4400 Curry Entertainment. After leaving a sentence, he quickly left the scene, so the box was left with only Shen Yan 3 people, and Wang Xia from the moment he came in has been sizing him up. I say big sister, what do you want to know? Just ask directly. You're staring at me like this. I thought there was something dirty on my face. It is said that looks come from the heart. The first time Shen Yan saw the other party, she knew that she was not a good thing. At a glance, she was the kind of person who was snarky and mean, and for this kind of impolite behavior, Shen Yan was not accustomed to it, and directly poked her. Ahem, so what? Since you're the boss, you must be able to make the call, right? Manager Joe said earlier that he'd let us make our own offer. Our offer is 200 million a year. What do you say? Right now, Zhou Hai was not there. After Wang Xia lightly coughed twice to cover up the embarrassment, she restated her offer again, wanting to try Shen Yan's bottom, just in case it worked out. If I'm not wrong, this should be your offer and not Enron's offer, right? To be honest, I can indeed offer $200 million for the endorsement fee, but it's her we hired, not you, so what I want to hear is her own decision. Shen Yan's impression of Anron is still good, so he intends to give her a chance. But if she opens her mouth with a lion's mouth and opens her mouth with $1 billion or $2 billion, he will not hesitate to pass. He is rich, yes, but not a dog-licking ingrate. Anran, listening to this deja vu words, cannot help but sigh. Not worthy of a company of people. Remember correctly, earlier Zhou Hai just said similar words to Wang Xia. $10 million then. With my current popularity, this price is just right. Both sides will not suffer. What do you think? Seeing Shen Nian's gaze on herself, after thinking for a moment, she gave her final offer, which could reasonably go up. But as a fellow Golden Harborist, she also wanted to make a small contribution to her hometown, even if it was to bring a little bit of popularity. What? Are you stupid? $10 million? So low. Shen Nian had not yet opened his mouth. Wang Xia on the side immediately exploded, immediately stood up. In her opinion, even if Enron does not report 200 million, how can it be 100 million, at the very least a few tens of millions of dollars? I did not expect the other side directly to their own to a copy of the bottom. Pennies do not add. Is 10 million? Almost did not put her angry. It is not easy to meet a big wrong kind, but not more slaughter a meal. Sister Xia, 10 million is already a lot. Be a man of principle. I'm not that kind of insatiable generation. And Shen Nian said, listen to my opinion, so you'd better go to the side and rest. Enron was already dissatisfied with Wang Xia, plus she hadn't respected her decision since she came in. The former didn't bother to say anything more to her. The meaning of her words was to let her stay wherever she was cool. $10 million? Decided? No more going up? Shen Nian looked at the other party with a playful face. This price he had not thought of. It seems that not all artists have no bottom line. Wang Xia was disliked one after another. A gas? Simply get up and leave the box. Back to the room where they live upstairs. The meal is also not eaten. She really cannot figure out how one ran this brain think. Into the entertainment industry is not to make money too? So what if I tell you? In fact, at the beginning I want to be free endorsement, but I signed the company now. If it's free, when I go back, Wang Xia will definitely sue. With this money, at least we can be at peace with each other. Anren shook her head slightly. Now that Wang Xia is gone, she told Shen Nian the true thoughts in her heart. As the old saying goes, not a big problem. What agent you have is not reliable at first glance. I've seen the movie you acted in. The strength you have. Have you ever thought of jumping ship? Maybe there will be better development? Shen Nian will brush short videos every day to increase longevity. He previously brushed to Anren's video. The big data will naturally continue to push him. For the latter's statement just now, he also expressed his understanding. After all, the workers are always go back to deliver. How can it be so easy? The termination of the contract is to pay the liquidated damages. I can't get so much money, so it's better to work well, and strive for an early release, and be the truest version of myself. Now in the box there are only two of them. It is rare to have a confiding object, and Ran also began to pour out the bitter water. The water of the entertainment circle, too deep, which the heartache and suffering only she herself knows. It's gold that shines wherever it is. Go for it. I'm optimistic about you. In that case, sign the contract first. Shen Nian picked up the contract prepared by Zhou Hai from the table and checked it. After confirming that there were no problems, she handed it to Anren, and she didn't hesitate. She directly signed her name on it, formally becoming the image spokesperson of Golden Harbor Center Mall. As for the endorsement fee, it was according to what she said, $10 million a year. And if both parties didn't propose to terminate the contract within 3 working days after the expiration date, the contract would be automatically renewed for another year. Night. Cloud Mist Villa. Shen Nian holding a cup of red wine in the balcony to enjoy the moonlight. During the day, he talked with Anran for quite a long time. Before leaving, the two sides also added each other's WeChat. He was in a good mood, and directly began to reward himself. System, have a 10 consecutive sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an unlimited power Blue Night audio. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a scratch-off lottery ticket, prize money randomized. Sign-in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a full-level rock climbing skill. Sign-in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 90% of the shares of the Bakaya Entertainment Company. Sign-in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Airbus H225 Super Puma helicopter. Listening to the ear constantly recalled the system tone. Shen Nian people are numb. This reward between the span is getting bigger and bigger. Like what Bluetooth stereo has a hammer with. Destined to be in the system space to eat dust existence. However, this 100 curry entertainment is to let Shen Nian came a few points of interest. Do not remember wrongly. This company seems to be the most of the entertainment circle at present. Its artists are also the most interesting. It seems that the system is trying to make me trip through this muddy water of the entertainment industry. Sitting on 90% of the shares of 100 Cafe Entertainment, Shen Nian had transformed himself into a party bigwig in the entertainment circle, and the resources he could use in his hands were even more. and after drinking the red wine in his cup, he turned around and returned to his bedroom to turn over and go to bed. The company's headquarters is not in Golden Harbor, but in Linchang. From here there is still some distance. After all, is 100 billion listed companies? As the company's largest shareholder, Shen Yan is ready to go over tomorrow to inspect the Chapter 45, not a big name, not a small row. 2 days later, Linchang Airport. Although Shen Yan appeared here, he didn't come on a flight, but rather came on his newly acquired Airbus H225 helicopter, and the system had even thoughtfully prepared an exclusive pilot for him. After getting down from the helicopter, the pilot followed Shen Yan's instructions and drove the helicopter back inside Golden Harbor's Cloud Mist Villa. He didn't know when he would be going back yet. Leaving it at the airport was a pure waste of public resources. Since he had forgotten to bring his car when he came, Shen Yan had to go to the roadside and stop a cab. The first order of business was to find a place to land first. Master, go to the best hotel here. After getting into the car, not waiting for the cabmaster to ask, he took the lead in giving his choice. Anyway, it's not bad. If he lives, he will definitely pick the best. Okay, to say the best hotel in Linchang, that's naturally the Dihong Hotel. It's about half an hour's drive from the airport. Little brother, fasten your seatbelt. Let's go. The cabmaster thought back in his mind for a moment, barked an instruction and then drove Shen Yan out of the Linchang airport, rushing to the Emperor Balance Hotel. This hotel was one of the landmark buildings in Linchang, but the level was only 5-star. After all, there were only 5 7-star hotels in the whole of China today. Half an hour later, the cab stopped smoothly at the entrance of the hotel. Shen Yan paid the fare and went straight to the front desk, handed out his ID card and bank card and said, "Give me a presidential suite. Time. First come a month." The receptionist listened to the people are confused. "Good guy. This is the presidential suite, ah." She didn't even ask about the price and came directly for a month. Returning to her senses, she looked at the dignified Shen Yan and felt the need to explain to him. "Sir, our presidential suite here is 360,000 a night. A month would cost more than 10 million. Are you sure you want to book? More than $10 million. In fact, can buy a nice house in Linchang, if it is used to live in the hotel. In fact, it is not very cost effective. Of course, this is only for normal people. Shen Yan is not poor this money. Naturally, it does not matter. Swipe your card." Shen Yan nodded slightly. $10 million only. Not to mention that he casually signed in and had it. Just the darknet side now has more than this amount of money coming in every day. Okay, yes sir. Seeing that the other party didn't take it seriously at all, the receptionist had no choice but to do as she was told. But while checking Shen Yan in, she also informed the hotel's manager. After all, this kind of big customer couldn't be neglected. "Hello sir, thank you for choosing our hotel. I'm the manager of this hotel, Fan Tong. If you have any problems during your stay, you can call out to me at any time." Not long after, a slightly rounded, well-dressed middle-aged man with a side-backed head appeared in front of Shen Yan and said with a very respectful attitude, while also handing over Shen Yan's documents with both hands. The latter looked Fan Tong up and down. Just one glance caught his eye by a big black mole at the root of his mountain. But out of politeness he didn't say anything, just nodded lightly. "Mr. Shen, please follow me. I will now take you to the presidential suite." Fan Tong had been in this position for so many years, and had long since changed the bad habit of judging people by their appearance. Don't look at Shen Yan as young, but the other party could spend more than $10 million to stay in a hotel. Such a stroke of luck. Would it be an ordinary person? Therefore, his attitude from the beginning is so respectful. To please the other party, there may be some unexpected gains, even if there is no. Just this more than 10 million. He can earn a lot of commission, but also willing. After the two left, the front desk lady was not calm. Although there are many people who come here to open the presidential suite, but most of them are old men, or middle-aged people. Like Shen Yan, such a rich and handsome few and far between. Many girls should have fantasized about meeting Prince Charming by chance, right? She felt that Shen Yan was her own Prince Charming, and he would be staying here for the next month. And if something could happen, then fate would be completely rewritten. In fact, to put it bluntly, she was not only greedy for Shen Yan's money, but also greedy for his body. Only just now the main body was still here, and didn't dare to realize it. No way. A month's time. I must grasp this opportunity. After hesitating for a moment, the receptionist lady finally made up her mind. Even if she couldn't get Shen Yan as a person, then she had to get a sum of money from him. In that case, she could leave this place. Crossroads. After Shen Yan rested for a while in the hotel, he asked Fan Tong to prepare a substitute car for himself, and the latter was not ambiguous, directly preparing a Bentley Continental for him, and even equipped with an exclusive driver. but was rejected by Shen Yan. He was used to driving by himself, and liked the feeling of having his own grip on the steering wheel. At this moment, Shen Yan was on his way to 100 Cafe Entertainment, and the time he picked wasn't off-duty time. So logically the traffic flow shouldn't be too big, but right now, he was blocked on the road. Strange, what is the car in front doing? Drip drip drip. Ba 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 ba. Being caught in the middle of the road was very difficult for Shen Yan. The car behind him was still honking non-stop, and for a while the noise was all over the place, so he had no choice but to close the car's convertible top, which made it a little bit quieter. In order to find out what happened in front of him, he directly took out his cell phone. To the screen is a wild point. The phone he was bored when he transformed, temporarily act as a computer or can, only to see the next second. The cell phone screen appeared on the screen of a surveillance screen. Yes, he directly not far away from that camera to black. According to the surveillance screen, there seemed to be some kind of activity ahead, and then the section of the road was closed, but there was no notification of the road closure before that, so it was obviously a private closure. Perhaps the camera's location was not very good, and the picture that could be seen was limited. Shen Yan simply hacked the camera in the other direction, and this time he could finally see the whole picture. Dare it be that there were artists performing in front of them? All of a sudden he was very speechless. The performance does not go to a specialized venue. Run to this roadside to draw what wind. And looking at the man in the picture, Shen Yan did not recognize. Fame is not big. The row is not small. Courtesy, you seal the old man's road. I seal your star. Very reasonable, right? Now that he is a big shot on the side of the entertainment industry, wanting to block an artist isn't as simple as drinking water, and this kind of sick in the head, even if he stayed in the company, it would still be a waste of resources. Yo also quite good at naming it. Up a stage name called Zhang Point Money. Then sorry, you are afraid that there is not much money to earn. Shen Yan found the information of the male artist who closed the road in 3 clicks. Coincidentally, this person is still the newly signed artist of his company. Chapter 46 Claiming Compensation. I'm Shen Yan. There's a new artist in the company called Zhang Daqian, right? Let's start snowing him away today. On the other end of the phone was the assistant Fong Ting that the system had arranged for him. After all, Shen Yan was the chairman of 100 Cafe Entertainment, so he couldn't do everything himself. Okay boss, I'll do it right away. Fong Ting didn't ask why. As a secretary, she only needed to follow her boss's wishes. The boss must have his reasons for arranging this. As for why Shen Yan chose to be snowed in instead of blocked, it was because if he was snowed in, Zhang Daqian wouldn't be able to be cultivated by the company, and wouldn't be able to earn any money, and thus wouldn't be able to terminate his contract. And with 2 years having passed, who would still recognize him? By then, even if the contract is cancelled, it will not have any impact on the company. If it is directly issued a blocking words, it may also bring some negative impact on the company. Fong Ting's efficiency is still very fast. Not long, the road ahead will gradually return to normal. The boss personally sent a message. Zhang Dichuan's performance was directly called off urgently. The dumbfounded Zhang Denqian was so confused that before he could understand what was going on, he was pushed into the car by his manager and driven away from the scene. Car. Sister Zhang. What happened? Why did you suddenly go back? Zhang Daqian looked at his manager. Sister Zhang. Very puzzled. It wasn't even time yet. If he went back now, wouldn't his previous preparations be wasted? It's nothing. This is the company's arrangement. I also just received the notice. Go back first. Sister Zhang had received a call from Fong Ting earlier. She was dumbfounded. The latter was a secretary, but she was the person beside the chairman of the board. She didn't know what Zhang Daqian had done to alarm such a character. So when the other party asked, Sister Zhang didn't tell the truth. Okay. Seeing that his manager didn't even know what the situation was, Zhang Daqian didn't think much more about it and started playing with his cell phone in his seat, unaware that this would be his last show. Looking at the traffic that gradually recovered, Shen Yan nodded his head in satisfaction, and then left the intersection with a kick of the gas pedal, quickly driving towards where the headquarters of 100 Cafe Entertainment was located. 100 Curry Entertainment Company. Not long after, Shen Yan appeared in the underground parking lot of the company's building, and after casually parking his car in the parking space, he walked into the company's first-floor hall in a big way. The security guard at the door didn't stop him, because the first-floor lobby could have been entered and exited casually, and if he went further up, he needed to swipe his card, so outsiders couldn't enter either. I'm on the first floor, come down and get it. Shen Yan didn't have a pass card on her, so she had to dial Fong Ting's number again, asking her to come down and take herself up, and in the meantime take care of this pass card thing. Okay boss, I'll be right down. When Fong Ting in the office heard this, she fled as if rushing towards the elevator at the entrance. and even secretly spat out 2 sentences in her heart. At least notify me beforehand. Not even a little bit of preparation. But this kind of word she only dared to say in her heart. After all, at present, Fong Ting has only seen Shen Nian's photo and heard his voice. What is the specific nature of others? She cannot touch. Saying more is more wrong. Before she had a clear understanding of Shen Nian's temperament, she would not make those low-level mistakes. Inside the hall, Shen Nian came to a side rest area to wait for Fong Ting, and at this time, from the doorway came in a mediocre-looking, but a young man with a big brand name and a weak step, with his right hand wrapped around a well-built net red-faced woman. The two did not pay attention to other people's eyes. Straight to the elevator door. Looks like it should be going up. Only to see ding sound. The elevator door opened. Not to go to the next instant, but there is a yellow figure from the inside rushed out. The distance is too close. Coupled with the speed of the other side is too fast. The woman avoided not in time. Directly was hit a person tilted over. Under the skirt of the spring light is also surrounded by a glimpse of the people. The men present did not expect to wait for an elevator can also see this kind of welfare. One by one. All in the trace of sneak peek. Until this time, the guys only see. Bumping into people is a takeaway boy. Sorry, are you okay? I'm really sorry. The takeaway boy with a guilty face helped the woman up from the ground. His mouth was still apologizing. The reason why he ran so fast was because he had to rush the order. He didn't expect to knock someone over as soon as he came out. You rushed to reincarnation? Running so fast for what? It hurts so much. My bracelet. After the woman got up, instinctively cursed a couple of words. This raised his hand, and found that the emerald bracelet on his hand is broken, which can be more difficult than the delivery boy hit her. So immediately went forward and grabbed the other party's collar to prevent him from escaping. You compensate me for the bracelet. This is what Li Xiao sent me. The Li Xiao in her mouth was the youth who came in with her just now. His full name was Li Shun, and he was the young proprietor of the original 100 Cafe Entertainment, only that he didn't realize that the place had changed owners now. How much is this? The delivery boy is a part-time college student. Originally thought of the weekend out to wear a little extra money. This can be good. The money did not turn to earn. It is estimated that there is also a backward subsidy. 50,000. At that time in the outside shopping, she took a glance at the bracelet, and this next money for Li Shun is nothing at all. In order to let him help himself to buy, the woman is promised to let him experience the perpetual motion machine of the automatic transmission at night. Li Shun would have preferred women's colors. There is such a good thing. Of course he will not refuse. Directly waved his hand and bought this bracelet to the woman, which only wear a few days. It was crashed. What? 50,000. When he heard this number, that takeaway boy directly 2 eyes black, fainted. This money he simply cannot take out. Not to mention 50,000. 10,000 are enough to choke. Seeing the defense fainted, the woman directly a big mouth pumped over. The takeaway boy hard to wake up. Say what also want him to pay for the money now. As for Li Shun, he was on the side of the whole watch. This kind of thing he will not tube. Almost done. I'll pay for the bracelet for him. Seeing the clear stupidity revealed in the other party's eyes, Shen Nian recognized at a glance that this must be a part-time college student. There was a total of 1 university on this side of Golden Harbor. There was no doubt that this person was also from Golden Harbor University. They all came out of the same school. It's reasonable for him as a senior to take care of his younger brother, right? Moreover, $50,000 was nothing to him, but it could crush a college student. I want to pay it all at once, not a penny less. After Shen Nian came over, the invisible oppression on his body made the 3 people present not very natural, but the woman still spoke out her request with a stiff upper lip. Ding! Just at this moment, the elevator door opened again. Chapter 47, Son's Debt Paid by Father. Day. Only to see a young woman dressed in a professional OL outfit, with a tall figure, long hair tied up, and picturesque eyebrows walk out of the elevator with quick steps. This person was none other than Fong Ting. In this face-dependent entertainment company, how could someone who could be the chairman's secretary have a low face value? It was no exaggeration to say that if she wanted to make a debut, she would have no problem at all. Except that people have their own aspirations, and she had little interest in being a star. Li Shun on the side saw that the visitor was Fong Ting, and immediately became energized. In fact, he had long had thoughts about the latter, only that he was in the way of her being his old man's secretary, and thus he did not dare to make any actual moves. Secretary Fong. What a coincidence. He stepped forward to block the other party's way. His right hand gently ruffled his hair, thinking he was handsome, but in reality, he was tawdry and greasy. Well, long time no see. Fong Ting just faintly greeted him, then walked around his side and came straight to Shen Nian's front. She was about to open her mouth to call out for the boss. but then she saw Shen Nian slightly shaking his head, so she immediately changed her mouth. Mr. Shen, sorry to keep you waiting. He was here to inspect the company and didn't want to expose himself too early. Or else how come all those higher-ups like to make unannounced visits? Attacking them by surprise is the only way to have a better harvest. Wait a bit, wait for me to finish up here. The money for the bracelet hadn't been paid yet. If he left, then I guess the takeaway boy would have to faint to death again, right? Hearing this, Fong Ting didn't ask any more questions and just silently stood by his side and waited. However, when Li Shun saw that Fong Ting was obedient to a man he had never met before, but was indifferent to himself, he instantly held a grudge against Shen Nian in his heart. Give me your account number. I'll transfer the money to you. Shen Nian came to the woman and asked her to report her card number. Just as she was about to open her mouth, Li Shun suddenly spoke up. Wait. As he spoke, he directly stepped forward and stood in front of Shen Nian, but he was not tall enough and was half a head shorter than the former, so he could only look up at the other party, and said immediately afterward, just now it was her misremembering. This bracelet was bought back by me at a cost of $500,000. If you want to compensate, then compensate $500,000. What? $500,000? Wasn't it still $50,000 just now? The delivery boy said directly fell to the ground, completely unconscious. If it is 50,000 words, may still be able to maneuver a little. 500,000 is to sell him also cannot come out. Although the woman was very incomprehensible, but did not sing against Li Shun, and even pretended to look like a sudden realization, clapping his hands and said, Yikes! I remembered. It was indeed bought by Li Shun at a cost of $500,000. The $50,000 one was for a necklace. I'm all confused in remembering. Shen Nian looked at the two people who were singing together. He understood at once. They were pitting themselves, but he didn't get angry. It's easy to invite the god to send the god. It's hard to send the god. If you want to pitch your own money, then be prepared to be pitched. $500,000 is $500,000. Give me the account number. Seeing the other party's breezy look, Li Shun felt as if he had punched above the cotton, not playing any role, but in the way of face. He couldn't afford to raise the price again, so he had to let the woman provide the account number. Alright, turn around. I still have things to do, so I won't talk to you guys anymore. Only to see Shen Nian transferring $500,000 in 3 clicks. Then he left the lobby with Fong Ting and took the elevator upstairs. Li Shun did not follow the past. After standing in the same place for a while, he left angrily. He had to go to investigate Shen Nian's information, although he was a playboy. But he was not stupid. The person who could make Fong Ting come down to pick him up in person. Surely it would not be some nameless person. In the absence of a clear understanding of the other party's origin, he will not be randomly shot. That is, he did not go home. Otherwise, do not have to be so troublesome. Directly ask his father to know. After all, Shen Nian now in the hands of the shares. The vast majority of the shares are from Li Zhenye. As for the rest of the 10% is the stray shares, scattered in the hands of various shareholders. Chairman's office. Shen Nian came here first under the leadership of Fong Ting, and after he came in, he very lazily lay on the sofa, and then began to ask for information about Li Shun, who did not know the other party before this. Who was that man just now? Fong Ting knew that he was asking about Li Shun, so he turned to tell the information he knew in his head, but in the midst of the conversation, she couldn't help but feel a little strange. She felt that Shen Nian didn't seem to know much about the company. Sure enough, the world of the rich is not common people can understand. Do not know anything to buy this company? Really not afraid of losing money? So it's the son of the former chairman. No wonder he looks like a second-generation ancestor. But he pitched me $500,000. I'll have to find his father to get it back. Shen Nian is not what the wrongdoer. If it is a normal offer, 3 or 5 million, to give on the give, but 500,000, obviously a pit. He has a full-level treasure appreciation skills in the body. Just now that the bracelet quality color, the top of the day is also worth a couple of million. Since we already know the identity of the other party, it would be good to do, like this public company, or entertainment company. How would there be no black material? It just so happened that there was a computer in the office, and it was obvious that he was going back to his old ways. In Fong Ting's puzzled look, Shen Nian got up and came to the front of the desk. This computer was used by Li Zhenye before, although there is a password, but for him it is virtually non-existent. 3 or 2 times to crack. After opening, in addition to some commonly used office software, nothing. Of course, Shen Nian did not expect to find anything here. He just wanted to borrow this computer. However, his operation made Fong Ting look dumbfounded. She didn't expect her boss to be a computer expert. However, she also had the good sense not to ask, just silently stood by the side and waited. Crackle. Knowing the identity of the other party, the next thing was easy to do. Shen Yan's hands were rapidly tapping on the keyboard, and in a short while, he managed to hack into all the accounts under Li Jingye's name. The entertainment industry to make money speed is obvious to all. Shen Yan preliminary estimate. Li Jingye's all assets should add up to have a 10 billion. This is still the funds. Did not count other industries. The father's debt is paid by the son, and vice versa. Your son pitched me 500,000. I take you 500 million is not too much, right? He is still more principled, and did not turn away all of the people's money, but only turned over a billion-point multiples. After turning the money out of Li Jingye's card, Shen Yan directly put the money into the account of the dark net. A few turnovers, the money was washed away. As for why it is superfluous, it is because only the money rewarded by the system will not be checked, and he still needs to wash the money he got himself. Chapter 48, Eating Dynamite? And the money that he had turned over would enter his account in a legally compliant manner, and would not have any impact on him. After doing this, Shen Yan also thoughtfully used an external website to send a message to Li Jingye, telling him that the $500 million was paid for his son. At the same time, Li family, Hall. Since the shares in his hands were rewarded by the system to Shen Yan, Li Jingye had started to take a break at home, and when he saw that text message sent by Shen Yan, he immediately rushed back to his room. He is not like Shen Yan that, as long as the sign-in can get a constant flow of money, every penny in his account is his own hard-earned. All of a sudden without 500 million, who can not be nervous? In the bedroom, Li Jingye opened his computer and then skillfully boarded his bank account, and as expected, the balance inside was directly missing 500 million. And he didn't even know where it was going. It just disappeared out of thin air. Outrageous. Angry and furious, he violently swung up his fist and smashed it heavily on the desktop. An unlucky water cup just fell to the ground in response to the sound, ending its mission. Endure a moment. The more you think, the more angry. Take a step back. The more you think, the more loss. Li Jingye copied the cell phone, directly dialed the bank president's phone. His kind of deposits in billions of units that are directly responsible for the president. Mr. Li, good afternoon. The bank president on the other end of the phone still does not know what happened. Thought Li Jingye again to handle what business it, but do not know to greet is the other side splitting head and face a scolding. Good your sister ing money in your bank. The results were moved 500 million. You do not know. Is your bank system just for show? What do I need you for? In money back. If it was 5 million or even 50 million, Li Jingye wouldn't be like this, but 500 million did make him break his defenses. And the fact that someone else could transfer 500 million without a word meant that the other party could transfer all of the money. For a moment his trust in the banking system was directly cleared, and the idea of withdrawing cash was born on the spot. As long as it was replaced with cash, there would be no way for others to transfer it away through online means. What? It can't be. Our systems are all newly upgraded. Once someone intrudes, the alarm will be raised at the first time. There is no abnormality in your account. The bank president was dumbfounded. If he said that someone was able to bypass the bank's monitoring, then he wouldn't believe it for 100 times. But all the same, if such a thing hadn't happened, Li Jingye wouldn't have called over to scold him for no reason. That's your business. Now I don't trust your system anymore. I'm going to withdraw all the money in my account. I've already notified you in advance of the matter. You have 48 hours to get ready. I'll be the first to appeal if I don't see the money by then. After saying that, Li Jingye hung up the phone, not giving the other party the chance to open his mouth to stay at all. But he didn't stay idle, but dialed Li Shun's phone. Dad, what's wrong? Li Shun was in his villa at this time. Since he became an adult, he had lived out on his own, but he would still go home every day. Until his mother passed away, he rarely went home. Right now, for Li Justice's call, he didn't quite understand. If he didn't remember wrongly, the last time the other party took the initiative to call him was 3 years ago. What's wrong? You still have the nerve to ask what's wrong? I'm asking you. Are you causing trouble outside again? He was now in the stage of breaking his defense. Li Shun's words undoubtedly pissed off Li Jingye once again, and he didn't bother to shush and talk nonsense, and asked bluntly that. No. What kind of dynamite did you eat this? What did I do? What did I do? I don't even know what you're talking about. I just know that you're calling me for no good reason. Li Shun a few days was already annoyed, and now inexplicably by the old man questioned. A time temper also came up, immediately disliked back, without the slightest fear. Put your mother's bull ********. If you didn't cause any trouble, someone else can transfer $500 million from my account? The person also specially sent me a text message, saying that it is for you to pay the bill with. You, give face don't have a face right? Hurry up and get back to me. Otherwise I'll immediately freeze all your cards. I'll see how you can live without money. Words have been said to this point. Li Zhengye saw the other party still refuse to admit, then directly make a killer. As Li Shun's old man, want to freeze his card that is not a handful of pinch? 500 million? How is it possible? I haven't done anything lately, how can I spend so much money? Li Shun heard the number so big, a moment on the hair. He does not engage in investment and so on. Where to spend so much money? But said, his mind suddenly appeared Shen Yan's figure, to say with their own words, but also today pit the other side of 500,000 only. But with 500 million gap is not too big a little? I'll be back later. He felt that there was something strange, so he hung up the phone after putting down such a sentence, and immediately got up and went to the garage to start the funds of the car Lamborghini Reventon, and sped towards the Li family compound. In a jiffy, Li Shun parked his car casually in front of his house, pushed open the door and walked in. At this time, Li Zhengye was already waiting in the middle of the hall for a long time. Dad, what's the situation with the $500 million you said? Speak clearly, you instead. He sat his butt on the sofa and got himself a cup of water, and as soon as he came in, he went straight to the point, while in his heart, he was also calculating whether there was any relationship with Shen Yan at this point. You first tell me what you've been doing lately. Have you ever clashed with anyone or had any dealings? Li Zhengye did not rush to explain, but the eyes calmly look at Li Shun. No, the son is like a father. His own son, what urine? He as a father cannot be clear well? Just by looking at him and observing his demeanor when he spoke, he knew that the other party said he didn't lie. No, I've been playing in the imperial capital recently. I just came back yesterday. If I want to talk about transactions, it's just that there was a person in the company today who crashed my friend's things, so the other party compensated for some money. Li Shun carefully recalled in his mind. There really was no conflict with anyone, but in the end, he still told the matter of the bracelet one by one. $500,000? A bracelet? What was that person's name? At the words of Li Dad, as if he caught the key to the matter. 500,000 and 500 million, although the difference is a lot, but are 5 beginning well? Maybe there is some connection? Shen Yan. His name is Shen Yan. I don't know where to come out of the rash. I went back before I intend to investigate his information to come. Previously he went back after he had already started to investigate. If not for Li Zhengye had to ask him to come back. It is estimated that this moment should already have a little bit of frown, right? Who? What did you say his name was? Chapter 49 Gambling Ghost Pops. After hearing Shen Yan's name, Li Zhengye stood up directly with a cry of surprise. Good guy. He called out good guy straight in his heart. Isn't this the guy who bought out his own company? I didn't expect him to come to the city. Li Shun saw his old man so excited. For a moment also do not know what he is in the plane. Is not just a name? Can't it be that the other side is also what big head? I said his name is Shen Yan, a youth who looks a little younger than me. What's wrong with you? A shock? And his words also happened to dispel the last bit of suspicion in Li Zhengye's heart. The name and appearance were right, so it must not be a rename. So then he immediately changed to a serious look at Li Shun. This Shen Yan, you shall not provoke him in the future. He is not someone we can afford to offend. Do you hear me? This matter is not negotiable. By this time, Li Zhengye was also almost sure that his $500 million was Shen Yan transferred away. The other party could handle all the shareholders of the company in one night. The energy behind it could be imagined. Anyway, there is no deep hatred between the two sides. There is no need to go to provoke such an enemy. The money is spending money to eliminate the disaster. Out of his own son's understanding, he knew that this matter must be Li Shun from making trouble to provoke the other party. Otherwise, Shen Yan would not directly find himself here. So he spoke out a warning. Why? He's just a young man with a bit of money. Is there anyone we can't afford to offend in Linchang? Dad's a bit senile, isn't he? Because of Feng Ting's matter, Li Shun had already silently held a grudge against Shen Yan, and now that he was suddenly warned, how could he listen? It wasn't like he was a 3-year-old child anymore. Rash? I think you're the rash one. You're so old that you know how to spend your days drinking and not doing your job. And you've never helped me to share a little bit of things. What else do you know besides fooling around? What else do you know? Do you know that this Shen Yan, whom you despise, acquired 90% of the shares of 100 Cafe Entertainment overnight, and now he is the real chairman of the company, the absolute man of the hour, a person with such strong financial power, yet you think that people are rash. Then what are you? An old loser who only chews? How old are you? 25 years old. Can you know better and be more mature? It's just that your mom isn't around anymore. If she was still around and saw you like this, do you think your life would be more comfortable than it is now? Li Zhengye didn't want to say something so unpleasant. But as the old saying goes, the son doesn't teach the father's fault. Hoping for the son to be a dragon is the long-cherished wish of every parent's heart. In the final analysis, he still has expectations for Li Shun in his heart. He will eventually have the day of old age. He did not want to think of that time. Li Shun is still now hanging. If that is the case, Li Zhengye have no face to go down to see his wife. What? The company was acquired? How can it be? Dad, don't you still have shares in your hand? Why did you sell it? Li Shun's jaw almost didn't drop when he learned the truth of the matter, but he soon reacted that something was fishy. It was understandable for other people to buy shares, but why did Pop sell? He's the founder. The other party has given conditions that can't be refused. In short, just don't mess with him in the future. 100 Curry Entertainment is no longer related to us. This was what the system rewarded Shen Yan with. Li Zhengye couldn't say why he wanted to buy the shares. He only knew that he couldn't refuse it. And now that it was over, he didn't want to go deeper into the matter. He just emphasized his words again. I see, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After saying that, Li Shun got up and walked towards the door in a disoriented manner. Recalling the way Fong Ting treated the other party when he was in the lobby of the first floor of the company before, and combining that with Pop's words, then everything made sense. 100 Curry Entertainment Company, Chairman's Office. For the things that happened in the Li family, Shen Yan did not know. He is now enjoying Fong Ting's massage service. It is said that there is nothing to do. There is nothing to let the secretary to press a massage is very reasonable, right? In the company stayed in the afternoon. Upstairs and downstairs are wandering a few laps. On the whole Shen Yan is quite satisfied. At least did not see that kind of blatant bullying scene. Buzz, buzz. A burst of vibrations suddenly sounded in the office. Shen Yan followed the sound and realized that it finally settled on Fong Ting's skirt. Obviously her phone was ringing. Answer it. It doesn't matter. Work time is usually not allowed to take private calls. But the rules are dead. People are alive. And Shen Yan is the boss. Everything here is up to him. In order not to hear the content of Fong Ting's conversation, he even put on the headphones. Thanks boss. After Fong Ting gave a thank you, she snapped her cell phone out of her pocket to take a look. The caller was actually her mother. She couldn't help but feel strange because she had explained that she shouldn't make a phone call during office hours if there was no important matter. So she quickly walked to the office window and pressed the answer button. Then what came from the other end of the phone was a man's voice, shouting, I'm your father. Shut up. I don't have a dad like you. Stay away from my mom, or I'll call the police. Before the other party could finish his words, he was interrupted by Fong Ting's cold voice. She didn't have an ounce of goodwill towards this man who claimed to be her dad. Since she was in junior high school, he had been mixed up in various casinos. Originally, the family is not to say that the rich and powerful, but at least food, clothing, housing and transportation is still guaranteed. But since Gaozhen got addicted to gambling, everything has changed. Not only lost the family, and even owed a butt of foreign debt directly run away. Fong Ting was originally called Gao Ting, but after she became an adult, she changed her surname at the first opportunity, with her mother's surname, and the money Gaozhen owed over the years was returned by their mother and daughter, and only last year was it paid off. During this period Gaozhen didn't contact them once, and Fong Ting was completely disappointed in Gaozhen, but when they paid off the debt, this man popped up again. However, he did not look for Fong Ting, but rather her mother, Fong Rong, trying to get money from her, even kneeling down and begging. Fong Rong is a kind-hearted person. After seeing Gaozhen's behavior, she finally relented, but asked the latter to go with her to go through the divorce procedure, so that the relationship between the two can be completely ended. But Gaozhen will not be so easy to agree. Collected the money immediately ran out of shadow, for which Fong Ting also explained her mom also several times. Let her cover tight money bag. Do not care about Gaozhen. Who are you bluffing? Even if you don't recognize it, but in name, I'm always your father. It's no good even if the police come. Not to mention that this is still your mom looking for me. Chapter 50, Tiger, come to life. Doesn't she want a divorce? I promised, but you have to give me a fee. The money is not much. About 200,000 it. Money in place I inside with your mom to do the formalities. From then on you will never see me again. Gaozhen originally wanted to talk nicely, but after being choked by Fong Ting, he didn't pretend anymore. He directly showed his cards. He called just to ask for money. As for his claim that it was Fong Rong who asked him to come was also a lie. It was clearly him who came over to ask for money unsuccessfully. So he took advantage of the other party's inattention and smoothed out his cell phone. 200,000? Why don't you go and rob? Do you think I will print my own money? Where's my mom? Give the phone back to my mom. I'm telling you, you won't get a penny from me. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Although Fong Ting knew that Gaozhen was calling to ask for money, what she didn't expect was that the other party would dare to ask for $200,000. Not to mention that she didn't have it. Even if she did, she wouldn't give it. Isn't this clearly extortion? I don't care. When I see the money, what then do the formalities? But I now owe a little debt. When I find you, Don't blame me. Gaozhen looked like a dead pig. With his understanding of Fong Rong, she would definitely give money in the end. Maybe not this much, but definitely a sum of money. After saying that and not waiting for Fong Ting to reply, he hung up the phone, making Fong Ting on the other end of the phone frantic, itching to rush to him and give him two big mouths. But unfortunately, it was work time now, and Shen Yan was still here, so she could only take a few deep breaths to adjust her emotions, and couldn't bring it to work. Do you need help? Although Shen Yan was wearing headphones, she could tell through Fong Ting's body language as well as her facial expression that she should have encountered something infuriating. Thank you, boss, but don't bother. This is my family's business. I'll take care of it myself. Fong Ting slightly shook her head. Family scandal. She had never talked about her family's matters with other people. After all, having a father like this, it would be humiliating to talk about it, right? Nonetheless, you are my secretary. If there are other things interfering, when the time comes, you will inevitably be distracted from your work, and it might bring losses to the company. This is not a situation I want to see. You can tell me what's going on. It's not unlikely that I can help you. Shen Yan felt that most of the people's troubles are from money, power, feelings of these three. In addition to feelings he cannot help, the first two, especially the first, he can help. Now as Fong Ting's top boss, subordinates have difficulties. How can you ignore as not see it? What's more, just now people also gave themselves a massage. Well then, seeing Shen Yan's serious look, Fong Ting hesitated for a moment, and finally told him everything about her family's situation and what Gaozhen had just called to say. Simply brazen. What a disgrace to a man's face. You absolutely can't give this money. Not a single word from a gambler can be trusted. Sparing Shen Yan such a good temper, after listening to the other party's narration, he was extremely dissatisfied with Gaozhen, a person he had never met before, and if he were here, Shen Yan would definitely treat him to a meal of 7 wolves. Now you can get off work. First go back to accompany your mother. This matter to me to deal with, to ensure that he will not dare to provoke you mother and daughter in the future. Evil people have their own evil people grinding. Weekdays did not meet also even if, but at the moment let himself encountered this kind of scum. Shen Yan, how will be so easy to let go of each other? It's okay boss. I can handle it myself. No need to trouble you. At that, Fong Ting shook her head like a rattledrum, and her hands kept swinging. She didn't really want to ask Shen Yan to help. He could listen to himself and was already satisfied. And Gaozhen's character is not good. Do not give Shen Yan at that time to cause a mess. Then their own work still want it? It doesn't matter. You go back first. There's nothing here that you need to help with. But, I'm the boss. I'm in charge here. If I tell you to go back, then go back. Where is all this nonsense? Alright then. Thank you boss. Bye boss. Arm in arm. Fong Ting finally accepted Shen Yan's arrangement and left work early. And now Shen Yan was the only one left in the entire office. Crackling. After messing around on the computer for a while, he managed to find out where Gaozhen's location was and implanted a virus in the other party's cell phone that was able to monitor his location in real time. After doing so, Shen Yan began to rummage through his cell phone's address book, and then dialed a number that he hadn't contacted for a long time. Boss, have you come to Magic City yet? On the other end of the phone was none other than Xue Hu. Ever since he came back from Mordor, the two of them hadn't spoken on the phone, and at this moment when he received Shen Yan's phone call again, Xue Hu was still very excited. Tiger, come alive. Bring a few brothers, come to Linchang. I'll wait for you here. Shen Yan nowadays, how to say, is also considered to be ahead. Some things really need to be like Xue Hu, such a person to do. This is also why he did not disband the 9 Dragons Hall reason. Okay boss, I'll go buy the airfare now. Xue Hu didn't even ask what he was doing. He left the phone and called out 10 brothers in a hurry to buy the nearest flight and flashed to Linchang. Evening, Imperial Balance Hotel. Inside the presidential suite. Following Shen Yan's guidance, Xue Hu managed to arrive with 10 brethren from the 9 Dragons Hall, waiting for the former's instructions. Tiger, give me the cell phone. He sat in front of the computer and reached out towards Xue Hu for his cell phone. The latter also unlocked it and handed it over at the first opportunity. He knew that the boss must have made some kind of move. After all, he had seen the other party's tactics in Mordor. According to the positioning on your cell phone, find this man for me, beat him up first, just don't kill him, leave your breath, and bring the man over to me in the latter half of the night. Shen Yan shared Gaozhen's positioning to Xue Hu's cell phone, then sent Gaozhen's photo to his WeChat, and briefly explained the task. If she didn't have to keep him to go through the divorce procedure, Shen Yan would have directly let Xue Hu do away with the other party. But like this kind of scum, it would be too cheap to kill him directly? Okay boss, guarantee to complete the mission. Although it was a simple task, but the boss went out of his way to call himself over from the Magic City. so it was evident that he still had a certain status in the boss's heart. Shwehu was still very happy in his heart. Go, I'll transfer 300,000 to you in a moment. One of them 20,000. One of you 100,000. Hard work. Want the horse to run. You have to give the horse to eat grass. The other 10 people have not contacted Shen Yan before. Want to let them work hard. Give money is the most effective way. Shwehu looked at them one by one happy flowers. Secretly is still too young. The old man last time but took 500 million it. Chapter 51 Divorce or Sink the River? Seeing that Shen Yan did not have other things to explain, Shwehu left the hotel with 10 people and began to look for Gaoxian according to the real-time updated positioning on the cell phone. Looking for someone this kind of thing, they have already done do not know how many times. Although this is not the Magic City, but with the assistance of Shen Yan, better than in the Magic City. Chungyuan neighborhood. This is an old and shabby neighborhood in Linchang. Gaoxian, this kind of idle, gambling for a living, can afford to live in any good neighborhood? It's good to have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. And this place is well connected. In case the debtors come to the door, to run away is also a little more convenient. More importantly, the rent of this place is only $500 a month. But also what bicycle? At this time the night has been late, coupled with the total number of people in the neighborhood did not live. Shwehu and other people's arrival naturally did not attract the attention of others. Not much time a few people appeared in the doorway of Gaoxian's home. Old Six, open the door. As Shwehu's words fell, among the juniors behind him, there was a youth with a thin figure and glasses who stepped forward and took out a wire from the satchel he was carrying. This person is the Old Six, although he is not able to fight, but the technology of locksmithing in the entire Nine Dragons Hall is one of the best. Chengyuan neighborhood are used in the old locks. The Old Six confident with a wire can poke open. There are specialties. Shwehu was still very assured of Lao Lu's skills, naturally did not say anything, but backed up 2 steps, giving him room to maneuver. Kata. Before and after but a few seconds, a crisp unlocking sound was emitted at the door lock. It was no exaggeration to say that for a lock of this level, Old Six alone could poke open an entire neighborhood. Squeak. After putting the wire away, Old Six slowly pushed open the door of the room. This is a large single room. Going in is the bedroom. But at this moment, Gaoxian was sleeping soundly, and didn't even notice the arrival of Shwehu and the others. Do it. After all the people went in, Shwehu gave an order, and in a flash 9 people swarmed to the scene, lifting the quilt off Gaoxian's body, confirming that the person lying there was Gaoxian, followed by it beating and kicking. The only 2 on the scene who didn't make a move were Shwehu and Lao Lu. The former was lazy, the latter was unable. Bang bang bang. The sound of punches and screams came in an endless stream. In fact, when he received the first punch, Gaoxian had already been awakened by the pain, but the other party had too many people. He simply did not have any room to fight back, and could only keep being beaten. That is, Shen Yan accounted for to stay breath, so the crowd to collect force it. Hit is not what fatal parts, but the pain will still hurt. If it is another upscale district, this scream has long attracted the attention of the neighbors, but unfortunately, Gaoxian's up and down the left and right are not living people. He is to shout his throat out. There will be no one to notice here. Half an hour later. Puff. Watching that it was almost time, the 9 people stopped their output, and then threw Gaoxian, who was beaten like a dead dog, off the bed and knelt down in front of Shwehu. It's worth mentioning that since he had to bring someone back to deliver in a while, Shwehu had specially explained that he shouldn't hit his face. Otherwise if he swelled it up and Shen Yan couldn't recognize it in a while, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Cough, cough. 2a. After Gaoxian climbed up from the ground, he spat out a mouthful of bruised blood from his mouth, and after seeing the faces of these people, he was confused. He hadn't provoked them himself. How come he came up for a violent beating? Big brothers, where are you guys from? I don't owe any money to the casino. At first he thought it was the casino sent to ask for money, but on second thought, heck, he didn't even have the money to go to the casino recently, so how could he owe money? It's true that you didn't provoke us, but this is what our boss ordered. To meet and beat you up first. Alright, get up and come with us. Although he didn't know what Gaoxian had done to provoke his own boss, but with Shwehu's understanding of Shen Yan, it must be that Gaoxian had done something excessive. Otherwise how could he be like this? Said he turned around and took the first step to leave the place. Gaoxian has not yet reacted to it. Was set up by 2 minions to dragged away. As for resistance, the first thing you need to do is to get rid of the problem, and then you'll be able to get rid of the problem. In a moment. Dong, knock knock. A group of people escorted Gaoxian to the door of Shen Yan's room and knocked on the door. It was now almost the latter part of the night, in line with Shen Yan's mission requirements. Squeak dash. Shen Yan in the room was too lazy to get up, so he directly used the remote control to open the door. With a room of more than $300,000 a night, having a remote control to open the door was reasonable, right, boss? People have been brought over. Shuehu beckoned, and the little brother behind him pushed Gaojin out. Earlier in the car, in order to prevent him from making small moves, a few people even tied up his hands with shoelaces. Gaojin looked at the sound. He did not expect Shuehu and other people, said the boss. Actually, is a man so young? However, with his eyes from so many years, the other party had a noble aura about him. Obviously a rich kid. Old dang. You're quite mad? How dare you ask for $200,000 for a divorce? You're not afraid of having a life to take, but not a life to spend? Shen Yan looked at the human like Gaojin. The corner of his mouth spread a cold smile. In fact, he could have directly done away with Gaojin, but then Fang Rong would have gone from being divorced to being widowed. And although the essence of it all was to completely get rid of Gaojin, it was not a good thing to listen to in the end. Is it Fang Ting who found you? As soon as he heard the words divorce and $200,000, Gaojin understood that this matter must be related to Fang Ting, but what he couldn't figure out was why Shen Yan would help her. You have two choices now. One is to obediently go and complete the formalities tomorrow, and then completely disappear into their mother and daughter's world. The second is that I will directly shove you into an oil drum, fill it with cement, and sink it into the river. So choose one for yourself. Shen Yan didn't explain anything to him, and directly threw out her conditions. Dealing with someone like Gaojin, using any means, the former wouldn't feel the slightest bit guilty. Not everyone was human. I choose the first one. Don't sink the river. I don't want to die. This side of his words just closed. Gaojin made a choice. Not even think about it. Afraid that he answered slowly. Although the money is good, but also need to have a life to spend. If it is sunk in the river, then it will really become a water ghost. Okay, there is another thing. These years, they mother and daughter to help you pay back so much external debt. You should not show a little? They do not owe you. Fang just have nothing to do. Shen Yan checked. Over the years, Fang Ting mother and daughter to return the external debt on the return of more than 200,000. They could have had a better life. All because of the livestock in front of the eyes, only to become so now. Chapter 52. Open the door. It's me, Daddy. This. Big brother, I don't have any money. I didn't come to Fang Ting to ask for money because I was desperate. If I had any money left, I wouldn't have opened my mouth. If it was just a formality, Gaojin could still accept it. Just leave. Anyway, he had no feelings for Fang Rong's mother and daughter, so he had to save his own life first. But the moment he heard that he had to give them money, he was anxious. As a gambler, the most important thing is money. Money is life. Naturally, he was 10,000 times reluctant to give up. In fact, he is not really pennies, no. Cunning rabbit still 3 holes it. Gaojin still hid a little money in other places. That can be to run away to save their lives with money. Let's hear with me bull ********. You think I do not know your bottom? You think I don't know your background? Do you want me to mark the places where you hide your money one by one? With Shen Yan's ability, wanting to find out these things is not a difficult task. Gaojin hid money that adds up to 80,000 without 100,000. Except that this guy is a complete gambler. In addition to these life-preserving money, the rest of it is all taken to gamble. No. Can I keep some for myself? Hearing this, Gaojin knew that his secret base had been exposed, but he still wanted to fight for it. Maybe he could shed a little less blood? You think this is a food market? Bargaining, right? I'll leave you with this. Tomorrow before 12 noon. If you haven't completed the formalities and paid the money, then you're ready to sink into the river. You can also try to run away, to see if you can run away from me. But I can remind you, if you did not run away, your legs will not be able to keep. Try it if you have the guts. Shen Yan didn't bull ***** with him, and immediately gave an ultimatum. With his own hacking skills, Gaojin would be able to find him out no matter where he escaped to, so the former wasn't the least bit worried about him running away. Give. Definitely give. Then can I leave now? Gaojin had been mixing with various casinos for many years, so he naturally knew that what Shen Yan said was not a lie. Broken hands and feet could be too common in underground casinos, and he didn't want to turn into a miserable mess, so he had to nod his head and agree to the other party's request. Although Shen Yan looked young, but gave him a strong sense of oppression, the aura is even stronger than those he has seen the boss of the underground casino. Therefore, Gaojin was not very eager to continue staying here, not to mention the fact that this place was full of the other party's people. So many big men. He was very insecure in his heart. In case a little something happened. Remember what I said. You don't have much time left. The next day, the sky was just rising with a touch of fish belly white. The mother and daughter were still sleeping when they were woken up by a rush of tapping on the door. The uncertain Fong Ting was the first to get up to open the door. Xiao Ting, splat. After pulling the door open, when Fong Ting saw that it was Gao Zhen standing at the door, her face instantly turned cold. Not even wanting to listen to the other party say a single word more, she snapped and directly closed the door. Bang bang bang. However, Gao Zhen, who ate the closed door, did not leave, but instead continued to knock on the door. Yesterday Shen Yan had said that if he didn't get it done before 12 o'clock, he would have to sink himself in the river. Could he not be nervous? In fact, last night after going back, Gao Zhen is thought to run away. After all, so many years, he in the hands of many casinos have successfully escaped. But on second thought, the other side can find their own location unknowingly. It's really not that good to run away. After considering it for the whole night, he finally conceded. Staying green is not a worry. The big deal is to leave this place in the future. The casino thing, there are plenty of them under the sky. Shouting, open the door. I'm here to see your mom, not to ask for money, and I've also brought you money. Let me in first. At this time, Fong Rong also changed her clothes and came out from her room. After learning that it was Gao Zhen at the door, she didn't have a good face. After all, this guy also stole her cell phone yesterday. Mom, don't pay attention to him. If he receives words, 12 out of 10 of them are false. Can he still get us money? Unless the sun came out of the west. Perhaps for fear that her old mother would be soft and open the door for the other party. Fong Ting couldn't help but remind once again, a dog can't change its ways. Gao Zhen's credit index in her eyes now was already negative infinity. Open the door, auntie. I'm telling the truth. Look, I've brought the money. At this moment, Gao Zhen could not cry. He had made such a great determination, and had taken out all the money to save his life. But as a result, he could not even enter the door. And seeing the time passing by, he was anxious like ants on a hot day. After Fong Rong heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Is Gao Zhen on the wrong medication? Speaking and acting style is completely different from before. Out of curiosity, she really glanced towards the cat's eye, and really saw several piles of banknotes from each other's hands. Daughter, look, he really did bring money over. It shouldn't be. The weasel is paying homage to the chicken. He must have no good intentions. He's probably up to something bad again. She didn't go over to look, because Fong Ting knew that her mom wouldn't lie to her. But she didn't believe that Gao Zhen would be so kind. How could someone who asked for $200,000 yesterday change his mind overnight? Are you still letting people sleep in the morning? It's noisy. Due to Gao Zhen's constant banging on the door and shouting, he had already woken up the surrounding neighbors. Disturbing people's dreams in the morning was really not desirable, so Fong Rong had no choice but to open the door and let him come in first. Living room. Both sides sat on one side. Mother and daughter just stared at Gao Zhen, not taking the initiative to open their mouths to inquire, wanting to see what exactly he was up to. I've come over today for three main things. First, this is your cell phone. I borrowed it yesterday, and now I'm returning it to its rightful owner. As he spoke, Gao Zhen took out Fong Rong's cell phone from his pocket and put it on the tea table. As long as he was not embarrassed, the ones who were embarrassed were the others. He had a thick skin. It was clearly stolen, but he said it was borrowed. The second piece. Here is $90,000. It is what I gave to you, mother and daughter. These years really let you suffer. This is my little bit of heart. I hope you can accept it. The words fell. He used to put the piles of banknotes that he brought, and similarly put them on the tea table. Although his heart was dripping blood, he could only spend the money to eliminate the disaster. This third piece. Fong Rong, don't you want a divorce? I promise. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau in a while. They may not be working at this hour, but it doesn't matter. I can wait. It's only 6 o'clock now. The normal working time is 8 o'clock. But in order to avoid accidents and miss the time, Gao Zhen chose to go squatting in advance. It's the most insured. Have you gone to the hospital yet? You're designated to have something wrong with you. Chapter 53, Invitation to the Family Feast. Mother and daughter were just so expressionless watching Gao Zhen one-person performance. Zhangshan easy to change nature. They do not believe that Gao Zhen will have a moment of conscience. And still in one night. Fong Ting didn't know that Xin Yan's action was so fast that he had already looked for Gao Zhen yesterday. And at the moment he only thought that he was out of his mind, or was holding back something bad. The same thought was also in her mother's mind. If it wasn't affecting the neighbor's rest, there was no way Gao Zhen would be allowed to come in today. No, what I said is true. The money I put here. Then now let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Whether you believe it or not, can there still be a fake when this procedure is done? Until now Gao Zhen had only experienced that feeling of not being trusted. But he didn't dare to say that this was what Xin Yan had instructed him to do. He hadn't figured out what relationship Xin Yan had with the two of them yet. Then say a reason out that we can't refuse? Anyway, Fong Ting's main fight was one of disbelief. No matter what he said, he kept a skeptical attitude. The mother and daughter duo had suffered for so many years that only they knew, and she had already been pitted for fear. Really, please, believe me for once, otherwise, I'm going to die tonight. Seeing that it was useless to say anything, Gaojin had no choice but to bring his life and death to the table. At least he had never joked about such things. What do you mean? The mother and daughter looked at each other. Both of them were confused, not knowing what Gaojin meant by this. What did he mean by saying that if they didn't believe, they would die tonight? I can't say the exact reason. You guys just need to collect the money and then go with me to get the formalities done. After that I will completely disappear in front of your eyes and won't bother you anymore. Rice can be eaten indiscriminately. Words can't be said indiscriminately. Gaojin shook his head and didn't say Shen Yan's things out. Hell knows whether it will anger Shen Yan because of this? I remember before certain people said, want me to give 200,000 to come. Do not see the money not to do procedures. How? Now stall things. No afraid? The wind and water turns. Now the initiative is on their side. Fong Ting on the contrary is not in a hurry. At this time she already has some guesses in her heart. She feels that this matter may be related to her new boss Shen Yan. Ahem, that's all just me talking nonsense. Can't be true. Can't be true. Better to die than to live. There was a chance that he could live. Gaojin naturally didn't want to be sunk in the river, so he also put his posture to the lowest level. Dignity and whatnot. It had long been worthless in his case. Unfortunately, Fong Ting didn't pay any attention to him, but took out her cell phone and sent a message over to Shen Yan. Good morning, boss. There's something I want to confirm with you. Did you look for Gaojin yesterday? He's at my house right now, acting and behaving very strangely. After milling around for some time, it was now almost 8 o'clock. She felt that sending a message at this time shouldn't disturb the other party's sleep, right? Yes, you can feel free to take the money he gives. I've warned him. He knows the consequences of messing around. As expected, a minute later, she received the message that Shen Yan replied to, and now, she finally understood why Gaojin would have this change. So it was really her own boss who made the move. Fong Ting came back yesterday. In fact, did not have any expectations of Shen Yan. After all, most of these rich people are a urine. What they say, and actually do, is not necessarily the same. Never thought that Shen Yan's efficiency was so high, and the result was also unusually good, which made her even more curious about this first-time boss, but she still replied to the other party at the first time. Okay, thank you boss, you've really done our family a great favor. Small matter, no need to be polite. Against this kind of villain, Shen Yan was very experienced, as long as he pinched their lifeblood. After replying to this message, he once again entered the dreamland. Just now he just happened to get up to pee. Looking at the opposite side of Gaojin, Fong Ting's eyes are full of mockery. Just said so nice, as if conscience. In fact, it is just greedy and afraid of death. Mom, I already know what's going on. This money I am moment to accompany you to go to the bank to deposit the card. As for the divorce formalities, also go together to do it. Since it was determined that it wasn't Gaojin set up, Fong Ting didn't have any scruples. Although $90,000 wasn't a lot, but it could improve the family's life and they could change to a house with a better environment to live in. Is it really okay? It's not that Fong Rong doesn't believe in her daughter. It's just that after being cheated so many times, it's inevitable to be a little more cautious. She's afraid that after accepting these tens of thousands of dollars, she'll get into even more trouble. Trust me. As for the details, I'll explain it to you later. Good. 100 Curry Entertainment Company. Unlike before, Fong Ting walked through the company's doors today with a smile that came from the bottom of her heart, because Gaojin's matter was resolved, and they would never have anything to do with this man again in the future. This caused her to have a feeling that she had seen the sun through the clouds, and the shadow that had shrouded their family had finally dissipated completely. Chairman's office. After she came in, she found that Shen Yan was not here, but Fong Ting is used to it. After all, is the chairman of the board of directors? The entire company are people's. People want to come when they want to come when they want to come. However, she still underestimated Shen Yan. He is a famous Golden Harbor shirker, unless there is an important matter, or will not easily appear in the company. So Fong Ting waited in the office for a day. Seeing that it was almost time to go off work, Shen Yan still did not appear. She had no choice but to take out her cell phone and give the other party a call. Boss, I want to ask, are you free tonight? The phone was quickly picked up, and she didn't talk nonsense, and after a greeting, she directly entered the topic and asked, Evening, do you have something to do? Shen Yan was playing king, looking to take 5 kills. She made a phone call. The result was that the opposite side of the defense tower point dead. Good thing he was emotionally stable. If this were someone else, it is estimated that directly open spray. You've done our family such a big favor. My mom said she wants to invite you to my house for dinner. Do you think it's okay? Earlier on the way to the bank, she had told Fong Rong about Shen Yan's outburst to help them, and after the latter heard it, he immediately said that he wanted to invite Shen Yan for dinner as a token of his appreciation, and that if not for him, Gao Zhen wouldn't have compromised so easily. Fong Ting originally wanted to invite in person, so as to appear a bit more sincere, but who knows, Shen Yan simply did not come to the company today. Dinner? No need, right? It's not a big deal. There's no need to be so polite. Shen Yan hesitated for a moment, but still refused the other party's good intentions. He helped Fong Ting only in passing, plus not used to the scum of Gao Zhen. It is not to figure out what people. Chapter 54, borrowing money to lick a dog. Don't boss, you have time. If you come a bit, or else, my mom will certainly have been nagging me. I don't know how. Fong Ting even said this kind of slightly petulant words. Good thing her face and voice are very good, or else Shen Yan on the other end of the phone most likely to curse. Alright then, wait for me at the company. I'll be there in a while. It is said that pampered women are the best. Shen Yan really ate the set. He is just too lazy to run. But it's not that he can't meet people. Since the other party said so, then go. Big man. What is the point of cowering? Good boss. There's no rush. You drive slowly. Seeing Shen Yan agreed to his invitation, Fong Ting immediately smiled and opened. Now there is still a while from the end of the day. Go home to eat and not in a hurry. Of course, have to tell him, lest he drove fast over. After she finished talking to Shen Yan, she dialed Fong Rong's phone at the first time, and informed the other party of the news, so that she could prepare the food in advance, and go back to start the whole thing directly. Half of the morning, the company downstairs. Shen Yan drove is still the hotel for him to prepare the Bentley Continental, other not charge. At least this month, it will be his exclusive seat, and he is not picky about the car, mainly for transportation, but also too lazy to rebuy. Make do and open it. When he came here, Fong Ting had already packed his things downstairs waiting for him, although the former did not say, but as a secretary, how can you let the boss wait for yourself? This but eyesight she still had. Boss, you are so fast. The speaker has no intention. The listener has a heart. Shen Yan's face oddly glanced at Fong Ting. This little girl how to mouth crazy words? Dude is very long-lasting, alright. Get in the car. However, he also knew that the other party was talking about the speed at which he came over, and didn't delve any deeper into this topic, and after nodding slightly, he helped her push open the door of the passenger side of the car. Okay, thanks boss. Perhaps it was because they were both young people. Fong Ting would relax a lot when she stayed with Shen Yan, unlike before when she was with Li Jingya's side, where she had a blank face all day long. It was too depressing. Accompany me to the mall first. Buy something. Shen Yan didn't head directly to her house, although this was a family banquet prepared by Fong Rong to thank him. But what kind of first-time home goes empty-handed? The traditional virtues of Huaxia could not be lost on their own. He had also picked out a few things in the system space before he came, but those things of his were probably more suitable for a big old man, so he simply went straight to the mall to buy them on site. Boss, you're not buying a meet and greet gift, are you? If so, then there's really no need. Just have the person go over there. If you don't say that girls have delicate minds. As soon as Fong Ting heard about going to the mall, she thought of this possibility, so she immediately began to persuade. She didn't want Shen Yan to break the bank for this. How embarrassing it would be. A yard to a yard, dinner to dinner. But I go empty-handed then. It is a bit rude. How to say that I am also your boss? Which has the reason of whoring for nothing. I'm your boss, so how can I get a free ride? Just take what you want. We're not short on money. The balance in his account was more than enough to buy the entire mall, let alone just buying a few meet and greet gifts. How much could this cost? There's still a share for me? Fong Ting was stunned. She thought she was just following her over to take a look and help give some advice, but she didn't realize that there was such a good thing. This was a pleasant surprise. Then why else would I bring you here? The main thing is that I don't know how to pick your women's things. You have to help look at them, or send them out if they're not suitable. Then it's not a waste of time. In Shen Yan's opinion, Fong Ting was a tool person. After all, she was Fong Rong's own daughter. Letting her pick is better than buying it yourself, right? Thank you boss then. You're so nice, he. Arms can't argue with legs. Since Shen Yan said so, Fong Ting had no choice but to tearfully accept it, and incidentally gave the former a good guy card, listening to him with black lines all over his head, silently spitting out how sharp her wording was. Yida Plaza. It just happened to be on the way to Fong Ting's house, so Shen Yan was too lazy to go anywhere else and came here on the way. Speaking of which, he was still a shareholder of the Yida Group, holding 21% of the shares in his hands, only that he hadn't been in contact with the people inside the group. the second floor of the mall. Here is mainly to sell beauty skincare and jewelry. Shen Yan is not very knowledgeable about these things. Let Fong Ting first go to pick. By the way, gave her a bank card. See what directly brush. They are a urination to catch the big. Directly to the bathroom. Hello? Buddy, your recent hand is not generous. Pick me $3,000? Next month's paycheck back to you. Shen Yan just squatted down. Heard the next pit outside a man on the phone. Although the voice is not big, but the distance between the two is only a fast partition. He wanted to not hear it is difficult. I'm not with my goddess out shopping. She fancy a bag, but I don't have enough money in hand. This can be my appointment for a long time. It's not easy to get out of the appointment. Help! I'll treat you to a skewer later. I don't know the whole picture. Don't comment. At first Shen Yan didn't think there was anything strange, but then the man's operation made him numb. Just see him hang up the phone, and then successively to several people on the phone. Said the content is also borrowing money, just so a moment of effort. Borrowed tens of thousands of dollars. Good guy. This is a licking dog. Shen Yan muttered in his heart. Continued to perk up his ears to listen to the gossip next door. I did not think that squatting a pit can also eat melon. Today this trip did not come for nothing. Bow. You wait for me in the store. I will come over to pay later. This wallet bulging up. The man spoke in a voice or hardened a lot. This one voice is sent to his goddess, but listening to Shen Yan ears. He is a leak about to be caught. But everyone has everyone's way of living. He also figure a fun, and will not go to meddle in meddling. After the money, he has seen how active women can be. The scene is not next door to this leak can imagine. 10 minutes later. LV Boutique. After Shen Yan emptied his body's memory, he came here to join Fong Ting, but was attracted to his attention by a voice not far away. Fong Ting had only heard it in the toilet, so he naturally wouldn't be able to recognize it wrongly. It was the voice of that borrowed money to lick the dog. He followed the voice, and as a result, the other party's looks were unsurprisingly average. It was really the kind that could not be found in the next second when placed inside a pile of people. Plain and featureless, but his voice was very rude. At first, Shen Yan thought that the other party was a big old man, but he didn't expect it to be a fine dog. Boss, what are you looking at? Chapter 55 Sentiment. Fong Ting followed Shen Yan's gaze, only to see that there was only a pair of men and women over there talking about something, and there was nothing strange about it. If you really counted, it was only that girl who was slightly more attractive, but compared to her own, she was still a few streets behind. Other than that, just in terms of body value, Fong Ting was still quite confident. After all, she was a pure natural beauty, without a hint of technology or hard work. On the contrary, the woman's face had some signs of having moved. Of course, everyone had their own way of living, and she had nothing to judge. Nothing, just looking around. Do you have anything in mind? Shen Yan gave that girl a meaningful look, let out a faint smile, and then changed the topic. In his opinion, that dog-licking man on the opposite side should not have much of a chance today, only because he saw a cup of hot milk tea from that girl's hand. In this summer, if not for special circumstances, what girl would drink hot milk tea? And in this situation, still coming out with the other party, its purpose could be imagined. The things here are too expensive. Let's just change to another store. To say fancy things, that is certainly there, but people are expensive to have self-knowledge. Fong Ting nowadays in Shen Yan is only superior and subordinate relationship. At best is considered an ordinary friend. How is she good enough to really spend Shen Yan's money will buy those luxury goods? In fact, she did not intend to come in before. Only Shen Yan went too fast. Under the helpless. She had to hang out inside by the way waiting for him to come back. What's the big deal? Do I look like I'm short of a few bucks? Besides, it's my gift. If it's too shabby, how do you expect me to take it? As a secretary, you should think about my face. At that, Shen Yan immediately sent a blank stare to Fong Ting, daring to say that she hadn't done anything serious during the time she was squatting in the pit. In order to let her better complete the task, Shen Yan had to change her rhetoric. From his point of view, in this case, everything is reasonable. Seems to make sense. Oh, then why don't we take another look? Fong Ting's eyes rolled twice, wanting to retort but unable to find anything to say that could support her point of view. Looking at the other party's serious face, she then chose to listen to her boss. Then let's start by looking at the bags. This store was divided into several districts. The closest to the two was the bag district. What with handbags, satchels, backpacks, tote bags, big and small, everything was there. Shen Yan's shopping style was as simple and rough as ever. As long as Fong Ting's line of sight stayed on it for 3 seconds, he would let the shopping guide on the side wrap it up. A real man never looks back at the price. In just a few minutes' time, the shopper's 2 arms were already full of all kinds of bags. Although it was very messy, but her face was overflowing with smiles. Just kidding, This is Gucci These bags alone add up to a few $1,000,000 in performance. And she looked at Shin Yan all Armani high fashion suit, as well as the invisible emanation of the noble atmosphere. A look is the gold master father boss, enough is enough. Can't take any more. Too much. Where had Fong Ting ever seen such a battle? Although Shin Yan had explained to her not to look at the prices, she wasn't blind. She would still be able to catch a glimpse when passing by. And when she saw that he was still going to continue to take the bag, she hastily opened her mouth to stop him. And this is not the first time she opened her mouth to persuade, but still can't hold Shin Yan's consumer enthusiasm. She had no choice but to get her hands on it, directly wrapped around Shin Yan's arm, not letting him raise his hand to take. Okay, bag enough, then change the other bar. What perfume, jewelry, what? Also come a little. Okay, Lu, 2 noble guests this side please. Shin Yan's words fell. Fong Ting had not yet opened her mouth. The shopper behind her was the first to stand out. It was about her own commission. How could she let Fong Ting cut it off? Followed behind the two for so long, she more or less also see out a little. Fong Ting's purchase desire is not high, but the dominant power between the two is on Shin Yan's side. As long as he serves him well, today can definitely make a big profit. Looking at the two who walked towards the perfume area, Fong Ting silently sighed. It's not a good thing to have such a rich boss. Couldn't stop it at all. In the end, she still followed them. Only tonight, she was afraid that she would have to explain to her old mother that she was really just a secretary. 2.5 hours later, after shopping around the luxury stores on the second floor, the two of them came to the underground parking lot carrying large bags. At this time Fong Ting was a little glad that Shin Yan drove a 4-seater car. The back row and the trunk can put things, which if you drive a supercar. They bought so many things for fear that there is no place to put. After experiencing Shin Yan's monetary beatings, Fong Ting had already become numb. In just 2.5 hours, Shin Yan had spent out more than $30 million, which could have bought several of the car they had in front of them. Boss, although I know you're not bad with money, isn't this a bit too much? Looking at the stuffed Bentley Continental, she was a little bit in tears, the same as the boss. Before Li Zhenye did not spend a penny extra on her, but in her heart is more touched, right? Ahem, that what? For a long time every shopping mall, a time did not hold back, but the problem is not big. These things if you cannot use, you can also give away or something. Anyway, you look at it on the line. In fact, at the beginning, he did not think of buying so many things, only that the feeling of wanton spending is too good. If not, Fong Ting said that time is not early. He can still be a whole hand again. Let's go. My mom already said that the food will be ready soon. If we go back now, the time is just right. Although Fong Ting wasn't a gold-digging woman, she had to say that Shin Yan's $30 million or so would be too much for anyone else, right? This is not a big picture of that hang. Our real money in exchange for, since childhood, lack of father's love her. At this moment in Shin Yan experience a feeling of being spoiled. Fong Ting himself do not know. In her heart has begun to this young gold, handsome and compelling boss sprouted a touch of sentiment. Feelings, this kind of thing is hard to say. Sometimes an unintentional action can make people miss for years. The feeling comes, what is not good? Fasten your seatbelt. I'm not familiar with Lin Chang. You have to show me the way. Shin Yan did not think so much. He is now doing things casually. Anyway, he has enough capital to support. There will be no other people like the trouble. Struggled so much money. Now become a rich man. Cannot enjoy life? Chapter 56, Water floods the mountain. Don't worry. This road I walk every day. I can touch home with my eyes closed. I'm familiar with it. What? Didn't you say I'll buy you a bag and stay with me tonight? Why are you saying you want to go home now? Fong Ting's side of the words just finished. Shin Yan was about to start the vehicle. Coldly a growl came from the opposite parking space, attracting the attention of the two. Isn't this that licking dog from earlier? I knew this would be the result. Shin Yan followed the sound and looked, only to see that sitting on a BMW 330 on the opposite side of the road was the pair of men and women that they had just bumped into at the mall, not expecting them to have strolled until now as well. Hearing the man's words at the moment, Shin Yan knew that his previous guess was right. The woman is to white whoring, to empty gloves, to ant still with people out shopping, but also to buy a bag, which is not purely to people as ATM machine it. Lick the dog? What's wrong with him? Fong Ting sniffed with a confused face. She didn't know about the matter of the man's toilet licking money, but she knew that Shin Yan must have known something. Otherwise she wouldn't have jumped to conclusions. Didn't I go to the restroom before? That man was next door to me, and I heard him make a number of phone calls successively to borrow money, just to buy a bag for the woman on the passenger side. And I came out, found that woman in drinking hot drinks. This weather, if not to come to the ant, you will drink hot drinks? Spent tens of thousands of dollars, before there must be other, but cannot get anything. He is not licking dog is what? And he has to face such a big debt next month. No wonder people say that licking dogs lick until they end up with nothing. Shen Yan told Fong Ting his guess and what he saw and heard in the restroom one by one. Listening to her, she was stunned. This kind of thing, although she had heard a lot, but she did not expect to be able to witness it with her own eyes. I took you as a good friend, yet you wanted to sleep with me. I really misjudged you. Pa. The two just finished sharing information. There is movement in the car over there. There is nothing in and out of the car at this point in time. The parking lot is relatively quiet. So the word said by the woman in the passenger side. The two are also word for word in the ear. This is not over. She left this classic words, but also directly from the car down. Bam Bang slammed the door and go. That posture. As if really angry in general. However, it is worth mentioning that she is still carrying the bag given by the man on her body. Perhaps this is her main purpose tonight? If she didn't take this bag with her, wouldn't it be a waste of time? The man in the car looked at the back of the woman's indignant departure, and directly collapsed, powerless on the steering wheel. He originally thought that today he could hit a home run and spend a wonderful spring night with the goddess, but did not think that in the end, the basket was empty. It's really pathetic. This should be considered fraud, right? Fong Ting looked at the man's appearance and couldn't help but feel a bit saddened. But likewise, she didn't have any good feelings towards the woman who played with other people's feelings. It should be, but this is their own choice. We'd better not interfere. Let's go. People teach people that 100 words are useless. Things teach people once into the heart. He didn't want to meddle in it. Licking dogs either wake up on their own or lick until they are drained and abandoned. Watching the play delayed for a while, and now that the play is over, Shen Yan will directly start the vehicle, carrying Fong Ting to leave Yida Plaza, Jade Bamboo Garden. According to Fong Ting's guidance, Shen Yan finally drove to here, an ordinary residential neighborhood. There is still a lot of distance from the 100 Curry Entertainment Company. I think Fong Ting should get up very early every day to work, right? Boss has arrived. My house is on the second floor. This is the house we rented. After getting out of the car, the two of them took out all the things in the car, and since there were too many of them, they could only share them between the two of them. Fong Ting was also responsible for guiding the way in the front, while Shen Yan was silently surveying the surroundings, not knowing what she was thinking about. Ding dong. Holding too many things in her hand, when she came to the door of her house, she had to lean on an iron mountain and use her own shoulder to ring the doorbell, and Fong Rong inside the house naturally came to open the door in the first place. Mom, we're back. This is the chairman of my company and my boss, Shen Yan. Shandong. As soon as the door opened, Fong Ting was the first to introduce Shen Yan to Fong Rong, and even shouted Shandong, and while speaking, she also opened her body sideways, signaling Shen Yan to enter the door first. Hello auntie, I'm Shen Yan. First time meeting, brought a little gift. It's also a little token of my appreciation. Fong Rong was already in her 40s this year, nearly 2 rounds older than Shen Yan, and it was perfectly fine for him to call out auntie. The moment he saw her, he knew that Fong Ting was definitely following her mom. The two of them looked very similar. If it wasn't for the fact that age had left some traces on the latter's face, it was really hard to tell them apart. Shandong, quickly please come in. Good to come on well, but also bring what gift and let you break the cost of this more embarrassed. Originally you have helped our family so much. Now with Shen Yan is not familiar. In order to leave a good impression, Fong Rong shouted Shandong, and even used the you. In her opinion, although people are young, but ultimately is the chairman of the board of directors, or to put a little respect, mouth so said, but she took the initiative to reach out and took Shen Yan hand things. If she did not accept, this is not to hit people face, she wouldn't make this kind of low-level mistake. Auntie don't need to be so polite. Directly call me Shen Yan or Xiao Shen can do. Now it's private time. We don't engage in the company set. Being addressed as such by an elder, Shen Yan felt that she would lose her life. How many beautiful women would she have to see to make up for it? Immediately after entering the door, he corrected Fong Rong. How can that be? Mom, just listen to the boss. She was still about to say something when Fong Ting on the side opened her mouth. Although she hadn't been in contact with Shen Yan for a long time, she knew that what Shen Yan said was what she said, and never engaged in those falsehoods. Well, then auntie will shout sell an old shout a little shun. You guys sit down first, the dishes will be ready in a while. You can eat right away. Fong Rong see 2 people or so say, also nod and insist. To Shen Yan poured a cup of tea after, is about to return to the kitchenette. The crowd ear came a strange sound. Click 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 click. What sound? Several people followed the sound and finally locked their eyes on the bathroom. Then before they could go up to check, the next instant there was a clattering sound of water coming from inside. Bad. It must be that water pipe cracking again. The The mother and daughter duo rushed to the bathroom at the first time. This is not the first time they have experienced this kind of thing. The water pipe blew up once when they first moved here. They didn't care about it after the repair. They didn't expect it to crack at this time. Close the gate, close the gate. The gate is broken too. Shen Yan looked at the clattering water flowing out of the bathroom. The first time to mention all the things on the floor to the table, and then joined the battle. Chapter 57 Wet Body Temptation. You guys go out first, leave this place to me. After Shen Yan came in, he saw that both of their clothes had been wet by the water jetting out from the hose. The space in the bathroom was already small, and he couldn't exert himself well if 3 people were here. No. Xiaoshen, how can I let you do this kind of thing? Wait and get your clothes dirty. Hearing this, Fang Rong rejected Shen Yan at the first time. No matter what, people are also guests. Come to be a guest. How can you let them come to help fix the plumbing? Later get all dirty and wet. Not good, also easy to catch a cold and get sick. But this water pipe does not seem to give face. Still water flow more than. Now the living room has wet a big half. If we let it go any longer, it won't take long for the whole house to be flooded. And with both mother and daughter busy with their work, they simply can't free their hands to contact the property. It's better to let me do it. Otherwise, the house will be flooded. He had gained a full-level repair skill when he signed in earlier, so repairing a water pipe shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? Seeing that the two showed no signs of going out, Shen Yan had to reiterate. In order to not let the two continue to delay, he even took one hand and directly pushed the two out. At this time, only Shen Yan was left in the bathroom. Quickly call the property. Let them turn off the water. Back to the hall of the mother and daughter. Then quickly picked up the cell phone and began to contact the property. But the phone has not been answered, which can be angry with them. The collection of property fees won more than one positive. A time when there is something. Half a day cannot find people. Mom, you continue to call. I'll go directly to the property side. The situation is urgent. Fang Ting then decided to split into 2. But before she left, she rushed back to her room and took a jacket to drape over her body. After all, her clothes were wet by the water. If she didn't wear a jacket, it would be too translucent. Inside the bathroom, Shen Yan squatted down and roughly checked once, and found that it was the water inlet pipe ruptured. The gate also slipped the wire. Turning it does not help. More importantly, there is nothing here to repair the tools used. After rummaging around in the drawer, he only found a roll of transparent tape, although it is not waterproof, but at the moment there is no other better way. Just saw him pull the tape apart and forcefully pressed it on top of the water pipe, and then began to keep winding it around. By virtue of his single years of hand speed, the flow of water was finally gradually reduced, but it wasn't solid, and at any time there was a possibility that it would be ruptured again, and in the winding tape, naturally cannot be avoided by the splash impact, so Shen Yan's clothes have been soaked. White shirt after water tightly pasted on the body, but there is a wet body temptation within the flavor. Just wrap the tape words. Shen Yan think not very insurance. After looking around, he got up and took down a rag on the wall, wrapped it around the water intake pipe, and then once again with tape wrapping reinforcement. Other than that, at least tonight is able to survive. After this step, it was considered completely finished. Shen Yan got up and first wrung out the water on his clothes before leaving the bathroom. It's done. I gave it a temporary reinforcement. There should be no problem in a short period of time, but treating the symptoms is not curing the root cause. If you want to completely fix it, you still need to use professional tools. He casually ruffled his hair, which was also wet, and said to the anxious Fang Rong, who felt guilty for a moment after seeing Shen Yan in this state. I'm really sorry, Shen Yan. I was supposed to invite you for dinner, but this kind of thing ended up happening. Look at how your clothes are all dirty. Wait, I'll go get you a towel. Since there were no male clothes in the house for Shen Yan to change into, Fang Rong also had to get him a clean bathrobe and a towel for him to change into. Even though it's summer, it's easy to catch a cold by rushing into cold water. Piss me off. At this time, Fang Ting, who had gone to find the property earlier, came back in a huff, obviously angry at the property side. But when he saw Shen Yan, he still unconsciously gulped a mouthful of water, and in his heart, he secretly said that his figure was really good. Ha! The sound of water is gone? Boss, are you fixing it? After coming in, Fang Ting realized that there was no movement in the bathroom, plus Shen Yan also came out, so she thought it should be fixed, right? Temporarily. It may recur afterward. What did the property side say? Shen Yan nodded slightly. In fact, from the time he just got off the bus, he felt that this neighborhood is not very reliable. There is not even a camera around, and there is no security guard at the entrance. That is to say, what kind of bulls and devils can go in and out of this neighborhood at will? The people on the property side said that the maintenance workers are off duty now, and tomorrow is a weekend, so at least next Monday before someone will come over to make repairs. I just asked them to help me turn off the water, but they said they couldn't do it either. So they just collect property fees and don't care about anything. Obviously a group of people inside, but the phone is not a person to answer. I do not understand how this kind of property company is not out of business. It really pisses me off. Fong Ting said this on the angry. The money they are not bad to pay a penny. If I had known so unreliable, it would be better not to pay it. If you have this money to feed a stray dog by the side of the road, it will know how to wag its tail. Between the two of them talking, Fong Rong also took the bathrobe and towel out. Since the problem is solved, then naturally can't let people keep wearing wet clothes. Now after washing and taking it to the drying, then you can wear it later. Shun Nian this has a clean bathrobe, new and unworn. The clothes on your body are wet. Change it. Don't catch a cold. After changing we can eat. Fong Rong himself also changed to clean clothes. How to collect himself is also the elder. In front of the younger generation still need to pay attention to the appearance of the instrument. Okay, thank you auntie. Shen Yan did not refuse. The bathrobe is similar to pajamas. As long as it is tied a little tightly, it can't be seen. It's better than wearing these wet clothes, right? At this moment, he suddenly felt that after going back, it was necessary to prepare a few sets of clothes in the system space. If there was this kind of idiosyncratic situation again, he wouldn't run out of clothes to wear. Don't look. You go back to your room to change your clothes as well. Fong Rong realized that her daughter had been stealing glances at Shin Yan's figure, and for a moment, she was a little bit in tears and laughter, raising her hand and poking Fong Ting's shoulder, urging her to go and change her clothes, which was the basic operation of an old mother. As for herself, she returned to the kitchen. Her dishes and stuff were all warming up. Some of them were just short of the final step. A little processing and they could be ready for the pot. Not much time. On the dining table, Shen Yan wearing not very well-fitting clothes were pushed on the first seat. The visitor is a guest, plus Fong Rong two people and is a woman. Generally do not sit in the first seat. Push back to no avail. He also had to sit on his butt. Chapter 58 Not much, just 200 sets. Night. A meal down the guests and hosts. Should say not to say. Fong Rong's cooking is still very good, although it is not as good as those restaurants and hotel chef, but there is a taste of home. Very down to earth. Shen Yan hadn't eaten such a meal for a long time, so he directly dried 3 bowls of rice, and after the meal, he stayed for a while before he got up to say goodbye and leave, but he was directly wearing a bathrobe to go. As for his clothes, originally he was not going to want, ready to bring downstairs to throw away, but Fong Ting said to send him to the store to wash. See, her attitude is determined. Shen Yan also had to follow her. Emperor Balance Hotel, the presidential suite. After coming back it was nearly 12 o'clock, having nothing to do. Shen Yan was ready to reward himself. Now that he had changed another city, he might obtain something good. System to attend consecutive sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a full-level singing skill. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Marina Garden Building 1, a total of 200 suites. Sign-in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a future intelligence card, which allows you to search for everything that will happen to someone or something in the next week. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 24K pure gold nail clipper. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $50 million. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, a mercenary organization composed of retired soldiers from overseas. TSK, 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 worthy of being a system. Closing his eyes and listening to the system feedback that kept ringing in his ears, he couldn't help but sigh a sigh of relief. The span of rewards was also progressively outrageous. Before the rewards were still underground forces, and now this mercenary corps was here. Those who didn't know also thought that Shen Yan was some kind of terrorist leader. However, on second thought, if he goes abroad in the future, it can be used for self-defense. It is not useless. He himself has nano battle armor, but the people around him do not have these 200 houses. Simply give Fong Ting to take care of it. Anyway, I don't stay here for a long time. Golden Harbor is my home base. It just so happens that their home that environment is not working. Shen Yan is still very good to his own side. After he came back, he was thinking about this matter. Fong Ting's family lives far away, and then the security of the neighborhood is not good. Living for a long time will inevitably have problems. Since the Han has this resource, of course, to take care of a little bit, fat water does not flow outside the field. Looking for an agent still have to spend money. If you give it to Fong Ting, you'll be able to save a lot of money, so you should save and spend. Tomorrow morning, come to the Imperial Balance Hotel. I have something for you. After making up his mind, he thought, directly extracted the 200 rune books, just so boldly placed on the tea table. then edited a message to Fong Ting and sent it over. Tomorrow is the weekend. The company is resting and not working, so Shen Yan let the other party directly come to the hotel. Some things are better said in person. The phone cannot be said for a while. Okay boss, is it okay if I go over before 10? When not at work. Fong Ting was also a night owl, so she replied to Shen Yan the first time after she received the message. And she also knew that the other party was staying at the hotel these days, and didn't think there was anything strange about it. A woman's sixth sense was very accurate. She didn't think Shen Yan was the kind of person who would play subterfuge. At least for the moment she didn't think so. What it was like in the future would take time to test. Yes, come directly to the presidential suite. Just report my name to the front desk. After explaining this, Shen Yan went back to his room and rolled over to bed to enter dreamland. Probably really tired. Today he didn't even look at Missy. The next morning, he was still sleeping when he heard a knock on the door. He opened his eyes and touched his cell phone to see that it was already 9:30 a.m. He guessed that it might be Fong Ting coming, so he rolled over and got out of bed to open the door. Good morning boss, ah ha ha. As soon as he came in, Fong Ting greeted him enthusiastically. However, what he saw was Shen Yan with sleepy eyes and fried hair, forming a strong contrast with the previous image of a domineering president. It's quite early. You sit down first. I'll go wash up. For their own image and so on, Shen Yan is not so pay attention to life, how comfortable how to come, and society is very realistic. As long as there is enough money, even if you wear rags, others will also think it is a new trend. Okay, boss, don't mind me. You go first. Probably because she was used to shouting, no matter if it was during working hours or rest time. She addressed Shen Yan as boss, and after the latter left, Fong Ting also started to visit around. She still entered the interior of the presidential suite for the first time. Before following, Li Zhenye was not allowed to enter the interior. Send documents and whatnot are also at the door. Send and leave. To the things that have not seen, who will have curiosity? In the morning, Shen Yan washed up and returned to the hall. Fong Ting saw the situation is also very good behavior to sit back on the sofa. Last night her mother opened the former sent things, caught her interrogated for a long time. She kept asking about the relationship between the two. After all, it was tens of millions of dollars. Whose ordinary friend was so generous? Luckily, under Fong Ting's repeated emphasis, Fong Rong eventually chose to believe her daughter. Nah, this box is for you. He pushed the box of housebooks he was sitting on in front of Fong Ting, signaling her to open it and take a look. What is it? Let's see. This is house book. So many? Fong Ting unwrapped the tape on the cardboard box with a puzzled face, and after seeing the neatly stacked housebooks inside, she subconsciously exclaimed, "Good Lord, how many sets does this have to be? But what's the point of giving this kind of thing to yourself? Not much, just 200 sets. This neighborhood is called Riverside Garden. I checked it out. It's still a high-class neighborhood. These houses you help me rent out. Then you and Auntie can just pick a set to live in. Don't pay for it. You now live there. Security and the overall environment of what I feel are not too good. Live a long time easy problem. This neighborhood is also quite close to the company. You commute a little more convenient. If you don't have time, then you can let the aunt to help collect the rent and so on. Normal pay her a salary. Anyway, I find someone else to do is the same cost, right? House this kind of thing Shen Yan in the future will only become more and more. And money, he is not very important. Anyway, sign-in can be obtained as you go. If you can help your friends, it is also considered to be the best use of the money, right? That's not good boss. It's fine if I rent it out for you, but not if you live there. You've already helped us a lot. If we owe you any more, we'll never be able to pay you back. Chapter 59, Thief's Heart. Fong Ting's voice is getting smaller and smaller. The two people are not relatives, have owed Shen Yan so many favors, which if you live in his house again, that really cannot afford to pay back to be. She did not think about the matter of white whoring. People are poor. If there is an opportunity, she will certainly repay Shen Yan. But this kind of thing is not necessary to say out. Their own hearts have a number on the line. There is no need to do so. You just need to help me take good care of the company on the line. 200 sets of houses where I live over. You casually pick a set of preferred, as I give you a bonus in advance. These things are system rewards. Shen Yan did not spend a penny. Naturally did not want to pay back the other side to repay something. He did these things, all are just as they wish. That's fine. Thank you boss. Boss, you're so generous. As things stood, since the refusal was ineffective, Fong Ting could only accept it reluctantly, but still got up at the first time and bowed slightly to Shen Yan to express her gratitude. These 2 days is the weekend. You move a home should be enough. Okay, nothing else, you can go back. Shen Yan called Fong Ting over as long as it was to give her these housebooks. Now that things were done, he directly gave the expulsion order. Moving this kind of thing, just find a moving company to get it done. He wouldn't go to join in the fun. Okay, then I will go back first. Bye boss. Putting the housebook in his hand back into the cardboard box to reseal it, although it was a bit heavy, but thinking that there was a set inside that was about to be his own, Fong Ting was instantly energized, hugging it up and saying hello to Shen Yan before turning to leave. In a jiffy, Marina Garden. Fong Ting holding a box of housebook directly to here. Housebook, this thing, although other people stole it, is not much use, but in order not to lose one of the book insurance, she decided to put this side. Earlier Shen Yan said, she can pick a free set of stay. Here are the same type. And the elevator room, up and down. After looking around, she finally chose the 6th floor of a house. It's not that there is anything different about this floor, it's just that she prefers this number. And the 6th floor is not particularly high. In case the elevator malfunctions or something, climbing a building is not exhausting. This entire building is a new house. The inside of the health is also cleaned. Fong Ting will be all the housebook in the master bedroom cabinet and left the neighborhood. She cannot wait to go back in Fong Rong to share this thing. For so many years, they have rented a house to live in, sometimes encountering a rude and unreasonable landlord, who will not consider your feelings at all, and without prior notice, directly and temporarily come over to evict people. Over the past 10 years, they have already experienced this kind of thing several times, and now they will soon have their own house, which will make anyone happy, right? Of course, Fong Ting also knows that all of this is given by Shen Yan. For this man, she is grateful from the bottom of her heart. After all, like his boss cannot be seen, at least her career, only one. Jiahua Century, Villa number 17. This was a villa area in Linchang. Li Shun bought a house here after he moved out from the Li family. At this moment, he had just finished having fun with his female companion. He was in sage mode, and came to the sofa in the hall alone. After he came back from the Li family last time, he had been collecting news about Shen Yan, and although Li Zhengye had instructed him not to mess with Shen Yan, it was obvious that he had listened but not remembered, if he really counted. In fact, he didn't particularly like Fong Ting, but only wanted to experience the kind of pleasure of conquering the other party. Li Shun, who was originally an animal that thought in the lower half of his body, even just now, he fantasized his female companion to be Fong Ting, and his frantic output, ding dong dash, he raised his hand and glanced at the time, and as expected, the next second the doorbell rang. The corner of Li Shun's mouth rose slightly, and then he got up and pulled the door open, only to see a man standing at the door pulling a suitcase. A cold and extraordinary suit and tie with a big back head. Cousin, you're finally back. The man at the door was Li Fei, the son of Li Shun's eldest uncle. Due to the fact that his relationship with his father was not very good, so he had been studying abroad for many years and seldom came home, and Li Shun was the only one in the entire Li family who had the best relationship with Li Shun. Therefore this time when he came back, Li Fei also came directly to Li Shun's villa without going home. This is actually a step in the latter's plan. The thief's heart is not dead. He is ready to pull Li Fei into the water to attract Shen Yan's firepower. Well, long time no see, cousin. Li Fei didn't know that he had fallen into the other party's calculations. He was not the least bit defensive towards Li Shun, and as he spoke, he actively and enthusiastically went forward to give him a hug. 3 years had passed since he last returned to China, but even when he was abroad, he would still often contact Li Shun, so the relationship between the two of them would not be rusty. It was still the same as usual. Come in first. Don't stand at the door anymore. Give me the box. Rice should be eaten one bite at a time. Li Shun wasn't stupid enough to do so, and welcomed Li Fei in as if nothing had happened and enthusiastically. The two of them had just entered the house, when it so happened that the former's female companion had come down from upstairs. She didn't know that a guest was coming, so she was dressed casually, just putting on a white shirt. The lower half of her body directly disappeared. Only the two long white and slender legs were swaying. This one is... Li Fei glanced up and down without any trace and turned his head to look at Li Shun beside him. The meaning of his words was to inquire if she was Li Shun's girlfriend? Female companion? It doesn't matter. Previously, Li Fei's stolen glance was naturally captured by him. Men know men best. The two of them were wearing the same pants when they were young. How could Li Shun not understand the former? Li Fei was pretty good in all other aspects. His biggest flaw was his lust, and he doesn't want everything. It has to be a woman with a good face and body for him to have an idea. And this female companion is also Li Shun spent a lot of money to find. Originally was specially prepared for Li Fei. Only he tasted himself first. He is not what is willing to eat the Lord. So that's it. I said, when did you kids still want to find a girlfriend? When he heard the word female companion, Li Fei knew that this was something he could sleep with by spending money, so he no longer hid his aggressive gaze, as if he wanted to see the other party naked. Cousin is tired of traveling. It's better to rest first. This matter is not urgent. The next few days she will be here. You can enjoy yourself, ha. When he saw the other party's appearance, Li Shun knew that his plan was already in order, but he didn't let the other party do as he wished at the first time. He had just finished tossing and turning, and mustn't let the other party take a rest? The production team's donkey also can't be used like this. Chapter 60, Future Events. Well, uncle is at home or at the company? I have to go over to take a look when I'm back. Why don't you come with me? Since the other party will be here for the next few days, Li Fei will not be in a hurry. It's better to do something serious in this broad daylight. About the company changing ownership of things he still does not know. At this time, he still thought that Li Zhengye is the chairman of the board of directors of 100 Curry Entertainment. Alas, you may not believe me when I say it. The company was acquired. My dad is no longer the chairman of the board. He's at home drinking tea and enjoying flowers every day. Li Shun sighed, and then recounted the whole story to the other party. But he deliberately concealed some information about Shen Yan and did not tell the whole story. What? Surprisingly, there is such a thing? Then aren't my family's shares gone? Li Fei's father, Li Zhengji, used to be one of the shareholders of 100 Curry Entertainment, but he didn't serve in the company, and only took dividends every year without meddling in other things. At this moment, when he heard that the company's shares had been acquired by a kid who came out of nowhere, he was furious. Earlier in the year, he had mentioned a word to his father, asking him to transfer the shares to himself, but was rejected by Li Zhengji. The reason is that he is too young to teach him these things. If he is afraid that he cannot be used, when the money is empty, the result is that now he has not handled it. It is already empty. This is obviously is his own things, but was a halfway killed out of the people to snatch away. All of a sudden Li Fei face are black, almost did not die of anger. Yes, your house, my family's, everyone's, all gone. But now it seems like there are still 10% of the loose shares in the hands of other shareholders. If you can buy all of them, you can also get a lot of money every year. This is a simple statement. But shareholders are not stupid. This kind of sure thing, why do you want to go out? A meal satiated and satiated. People are still distinguishable. It is almost impossible that they will resell it, unless they use some improper means. Forget it, the formal way simply cannot buy. Do not take people as a little cute. BG Entertainment is in a period of rising profitability, so don't treat people as a cutie pie. Only then would they sell the shares in their hands. That's not right. They want to sell? As soon as he finished the previous sentence, Li Fei reacted. There's something fishy about this. Even the other shareholders could think of something. Why are these major shareholders selling their shares instead? Lack of money? Obviously not. I don't know. I asked my dad. He didn't go into details. He only said he couldn't refuse the other side's conditions. As for what conditions, who knows? This matter Li Shun did not lie, because he did ask Li Jingye the reason last time, and the other party answered that he could not refuse. There is no way. This is where the system is powerful. Directly empty gloves. Go to your house first. Li Zhengye is the former chairman of the board of directors. Li Fei thinks that he knows a little bit more things for sure. Go over there and maybe ask something. At the same time pay a visit, by the way. After all, he hasn't seen for 3 years. Originally Li Fei was not planning to go home, but after such a mess, he still had to go back after meeting Li Jingye in a while. After all, with this share gone, the main source of income for the family is gone. He is the only heir of the family. Naturally he has to be concerned about it. I'll go and drive. Cousin, you go and wait for me at the door. Good. Dihong Hotel. The person Li Shun had long been left behind by Shen Yan. He was currently studying the future intelligence card that he had obtained by signing in yesterday. The ability of this kind of thing to foretell the future was naturally something that he was very interested in. System, use this future intelligence card on myself to obtain special events. After contemplating for a moment, he finally targeted himself. There was nothing much going on right now anyway, so maybe he could find some fun for himself? Ding! Use successful. Acquiring all special events that will occur within the host's next 7 days. Event 1, the host will receive $539.82 million in 7 days. Event 2, the host will acquire 3 new companies in 7 days. Event 3, the host will be involved in a car accident at 11 o'clock in the afternoon 3 days later. The perpetrator's name is Li Fei, but the host is unharmed under the protection of the nano-battle armor. Event 4, the host will lose his virginity at 9:30 p.m. 5 days later. Looking at the blue technology panel in front of him, Shen Yan fell into a deep thought. The first 2 events he still accept, but the last 2 are a bit outrageous. What the hell is this Li Fei? His own impression does not recognize this person. How to come up to the whole car accident this out. This is to cause their own death rhythm awe? However, this is nothing. After all, he has nano battle armor. This kind of thing simply cannot hurt him, but this lost his virginity. Well, at least explain who the object is. Hello. System, it's gone? The host's special events within 7 days are only these. The system's answer dispelled Shen Nian's skepticism. He knew that the system wouldn't lie to him. After all, everything he had now was given by the system. Without the system, he would still be a fresher looking for a job everywhere, right? Then can you expand on the last 2 events? This generalization is too general. I can't. The intelligence card is no longer valid. And the host didn't say he wanted complete information in the first place. Shen Nian was speechless. I don't know when it started. The system also changed its skin. Dare to say that this thing can actually be unfolded. It's just that he didn't ask for it, so the system just directly summarized it in a highly generalized way? Humph. If you don't say it, don't say it. I'll check it myself. Cold snort. He came directly to the room in front of the computer desk. Lin Cheng surnamedly. Shen Nian first thought of Li Jingye, that family, to say with their own contradictions. It is also them. With the direction of the investigation will be fast, only to see his hands quickly knocking on the keyboard. Fingers are dancing out of the stumps. Kung Fu is not a person. Soon he found the information of Li Fei. Still ing, really you are? Studying abroad for many years. Your sister. As soon as you come back, you'll drive into me, right? Looking at the personal profile on the computer screen, Shen Nian directly copied his photo and sent it to Xuehu and the others who hadn't returned to Mordor yet, telling them to go ahead and tie up the person, regardless of the reason for the other party. As long as he dares to do something to himself, then he will not be merciful. This way, that he does not have a nano battle armor. If he is hit by his car, if he does not die, he will have to take off layers of skin, right? In fact, Li Fei had not yet had the idea of dealing with Shen Nian at this moment, but unfortunately who let the latter have the system? His idea is destined to be stifled in the cradle of the... Chapter 61, I heard you were looking for me? Night. During the daytime, Li Fei had met his uncle Li Zhengye and his dad Li Jingji, but unfortunately did not ask any useful information from the two. His things were all in Li Shun's villa, so naturally he was spending the night here tonight, and at the moment Li Fei was already sound asleep, and lying beside him was none other than the female companion he had seen during the day. Not long ago, the two just carried out a sound solo movement. The female partner is certainly first-class technology, but Li Fei experienced. She with the help of a variety of tools and Li Fei maneuvered some after the final or defeat. Was the other party hard on a lesson? Until both sides are exhausted, only to stop. As for Li Shun, he simply did not come back today. With foresight he can. Do not want to hear the sound of two people fighting. In case this penis and impulse want to go up to persuade the fight, it is not a delay it. Unbeknownst to him, this action, just so he dodged a bullet. Xuehu and others began to prepare after receiving Shen Nian's order. Not only is there a photo of Li Fei in his cell phone, but there is also a positioning given by Shen Nian. Want to find Li Fei is not difficult, but this kind of action is more suitable for night action. Broad daylight. Xuehu himself is okay, but he did not want to invite Shen Nian what trouble. At this time they have been ambushed in Li Shun's villa outside. See all the lights inside the house after the lights out, for insurance reasons, but also waited for half an hour before starting the action. According to theory, Xuehu and others cannot enter. After all, here are everywhere monitoring. But who let their boss is Shen Nian? He directly hacked the surveillance of the entire neighborhood, and even forced the security guards in the surveillance room to play an island romance action movie. Old Six, it's time for you. Seeing that it was almost time, Xuehu directly let Old Six go up to unlock the door. In front of absolute strength, the door lock of Li Shun's house was just like paper mache. It was opened in 3 or 2 times. This Old Six, in fact, before joining the Nine Dragons Hall, is the famous lock king of Jiangnan. No matter you are again new equipment, as long as it is still the category of locks, give him a little bit of time, can give you open. Later on, not knowing what happened, he chose to leave Jiangnan and went to the Magic City by himself to make a name for himself, and finally met Xuehu, who valued his talent and then enrolled him in the Nine Dragons Hall. Click! A crisp unlocking sound rang out, and the group simply and roughly entered the villa and began to search for Li Fei's traces from room to room. In the process of searching they found that there were actually quite a lot of valuable things inside the house. What with all the paintings and ceramics and so on. But the people of Nine Dragons Hall weren't bandits who took what they saw. They came on this trip to complete Shen Nian's mission. Not to mention Xuehu is still here. If he didn't say he was going to take it, is it possible for someone to enrich themselves and entrap their personal belongings? Brother Tiger found the target in the second floor second bedroom. Not long ago, a tendon-fleshed inchman quickly came to Xuehu. although he is limber, but his mind is still flexible. After discovering Li Fei did not act rashly, but chose to come back to inform. Good job, brothers, follow me to tie up this guy. After extinguishing the huazi in his hand, Xuehu waved his hand and led the remaining few brothers to the second floor's second bedroom. That is, the room where Li Fei was. After pushing the door in, what came into view was a piece of clothing in the east and west, as well as a ball of used paper towels, and the air was also filled with some odor that hadn't dispersed. Do it! All present are men. With their seventh granduncle's finger deck want to know what's going on. But Xuehu does not want to waste time here. Directly open the mouth to order. The body with the order to move. The words did not fall. Xuehu behind the little brother on an arrow step rushed forward. A hand will be lifted up. Then the rest of the people to cover the mouth to cover the mouth. Hold down the legs of the leg to hold down the legs. 3 times and 2 times effort. Directly to Li Fei came to a big tie. As for the female companion beside Li Fei, was also treated equally, tied up. It is worth mentioning that the two people are not wearing clothes. The former was tied up so bare. The latter is even with the air conditioning quilt together. It is also considered to be a little bit humanized it. By this moment, Li Fei also knew that the other party was coming from a bad place. In the way of his mouth being blocked by the socks on the ground, he could only whimper a half a dozen times but couldn't say a word. The female companion is the same, but she did not take a moment to directly fainted. Not being scared, but her mouth is stuffed with Li Fei's socks. The flavor is too punchy. Straight to the sky. Cannot resist her directly smoked fainted. Be honest. I'll cut off your third leg if you keep screaming. Perhaps is too noisy Li Fei. Beside him a little brother Kuid is afoot to kick him over on the ground, but also casually picked up a pair of scissors on the nightstand. Symbolically gestured twice. This word, Li Fei suddenly feel a cold lower body. Immediately honest up. Do not dare to have any action. So good side lying on the ground. Mainly tied up he cannot rely on their own up. Take away. Suburb. Somewhere in an abandoned chemical factory, Xuehu and the others drove Li Fei and the two of them all the way here. Their boss Xin Yan had already waited here for a long time. This place had been deserted for many years. Normal people wouldn't run to this kind of land. It was very suitable for them to deal with some things. Inside, the deepest part, Xin Yan did not know where to move a stool. Just so look at the legs sitting on it, waiting for Xuehu and other to come forward. Right hand on the knee rhythmic beat. It is said that a man of great skill is bold. He has a gun with unlimited bullets in his system space, and his body is wearing nano battle armor. Even in this kind of eerie place, he does not have the slightest fear. Boss, the people have been brought over. Xuehu stepped forward and kicked the bound Li Fei down in front of Xin Yan, then stood aside and waited for instructions. Why did you bring back a female? Xin Yan's field of vision lingered from Li Fei for a second before landing on the woman on the side, who had previously explained that he was only arresting Li Fei alone. Boss, this woman was in Li Fei's bed before, so she saw our faces. That's why we captured her back. Should we? Speaking Xuehu made a neck-wiping motion. Doing their line of work, killing people to kill them is almost a routine. Let's talk about it later. First take out the things in his mouth. After listening to Xuehu's explanation, Xin Yan didn't say anything else, but instead reset his gaze on Li Fei. Looking at the latter alone without a single stitch of misting, he coldly snorted and said, "Poof, Li Fei right? I heard that you are looking for me?" Chapter 62, sent to South Africa to dig for minerals. Li Fei had started sizing up Xin Yan since he came in, and since he hadn't seen the other party before, he didn't realize that the person in front of him was the one he wanted to learn about Xin Yan during the day. Therefore, after hearing his words, Li Fei's brain directly down. Before opening his mouth also in his mind carefully recalled a number of impressions really do not have the memory of Xin Yan so he weakly inquired, this young master, are you guys mistaken? I don't know you at all, and I just came over from abroad today. Since he didn't know Xin Yan's name, Li Fei had to refer to him as the young master. After all, the other party had a noble aura on his body, and he looked to be a rich master. Oh, I forgot to tell you, my name is Xin Yan. Now you should recognize me, right? The future intelligence card was talking about 3 days before his own car accident. Xin Yan then remembered that Li Fei might not recognize himself now, and then he informed the other party of his name. What? You are Xin Yan, the one who acquired 100 Curry Entertainment? When Li Shun had introduced Xin Yan to him before, he had only said the other party's name and deliberately concealed the rest, and out of his trust in the former, Li Fei did not become suspicious. Coupled with the fact that not much can be known in a hurry, he originally thought that Xin Yan would be a person of about the same age as his father, but did not expect that it would be a man who looked younger than himself. At this moment, Li Fei's mind collapsed after learning the truth. He couldn't understand. He obviously hadn't started doing anything yet. How did Xin Yan know? He had only just returned to China himself. Ah, hello. Looks like you know. Tiger, leave a few people here to watch him. I'll arrange for someone to come and pick him up in a couple days. At the very beginning, Shen Yan wanted to directly let Xue Hu bucket the man and sink him in the river. But on second thought, it seemed like that would be a bit too cheap for Li Fei. For this kind of person who wanted his life, he would not be merciful. And not killing him now was to arrange a better place for him to go. Don't worry, boss. I'll personally stand guard here for the next 2 days. Xue Hu nowadays preached in absolute obedience to Shen Yan's arrangement. No matter what the other party said, he would be the first to do it. Master, don't go. Let's have a talk. I can give you money. Can you let me go back? We've got nothing against each other. Give me a chance. My family has a lot of money. I can give you all of it. The unknown is the scariest. Li Fei didn't know what Shen Yan was trying to do by tying himself up, but it definitely wasn't anything good. And he was a man. Definitely not for the purpose of robbing sex. Then the probability is to seek money. So when he saw Shen Yan was about to leave, he hurriedly opened his mouth and tried to spend money to get rid of the disaster. Even though his family's money was now in the hands of Li Zhenji, but at the moment, in order to get out of the way, he had no choice but to take it on the chin. Money? Sorry, I'm not interested in money. I have plenty of this stuff. Shen Yan had just taken 2 steps when he heard Li Fei's words. Then he turned around and glanced at the latter, contemptuously uttering this Mr. Ma's sentence of classic quotes. But this is not a false statement. The exact amount of his wealth nowadays, he himself has not counted. Anyway, it cannot be used upright. Boss, then what about this woman? With a wave of Xue Hu's hand, the minions at the side stuffed the previous sock back into Li Fei's mouth and forcibly took him away from the scene. No matter how much the other party struggled, it was to no avail. At this time, he remembered the woman that Fong had grabbed together. In the past, 9 Dragons Hall was Xue Hu as the talker. Everything was naturally up to him, but now Shen Yan was the boss. He naturally had to ask the other party's opinion on how to handle the situation. You guys look after yourselves. This little thing Shen Yan believed Xue Hu still know how to do. People at least before is also a hand to come. Now time is also not early. He also want to go back to sleep it. Okay boss, you go slowly. After seeing Shen Yan leave, Xue Hu ordered someone to find an oil drum, ready to stuff the woman in it, then fill it with cement and sink it into the river. No surprise, no one else will be able to find her in this life. 2A. Big brother, don't kill me, don't kill me. I didn't see anything. Urged by the strong desire to survive inside, the woman actually spat out the socks in her mouth on her own. And although it was still disgusting, she couldn't care less at the moment, and started begging for mercy at the first opportunity. Big brother, I see that you guys don't have any women here. I can serve you. I can do a lot. I can fulfill whatever you guys want. As long as you guys don't kill me. I really don't want to die. Oh. This place was originally a chemical factory, but after some searching, it really did let them find 2 bags of cement. Maybe this is fate. Seeing that the crowd was indifferent, and had even begun to sum up the cement, the woman also gave up. In order to live, she could only sell her color. If this does not work, then really more dead. Think of their own life soon, she said and cried. What are you doing? Why don't you hurry up and cement? Women will only affect your speed of cementing. If you do your job well, the boss will naturally reward you. What kind of women can't you find at that time? Xue Hu, who was supervising the work at the side, saw that his juniors were a bit shaken, and immediately spoke out to scold them. Having been in the underground organization for so many years, what kind of scenes had he not seen before? District female color. He has long ago quit. Yes, brother Tiger. After the crowd responded, in order to not let the woman continue to affect the crowd's morality, one of them directly a shovel to knock her out. And so she woke up again. It is estimated to be the next life. 2 days later, at noon, Shen Yan once again returned to the chemical plant, but this time along with him, there are 2 blonde hair, blue eyes and stout foreign big man. Earlier when signing in, Shen Yan obtained an overseas mercenary group, and these 2 men were the ones he shouted over from the mercenary group in order to bring Li Fei back to South Africa to dig for minerals. The headquarters of the mercenary group was in South Africa, and with the 2 of them watching all the way, Li Fei didn't have the slightest possibility of escaping. Isn't this better than killing him directly? And when he gets there, he'll be watched by a lot of people with this kind of skin and flesh, right? When he sleeps at night, maybe something indescribable will happen. Boss, sit down. Xue Hu saw Shen Yan come over, and from a distance, he brought over the chair he had sat in last time, completely lacking the kind of stance of a former hand. More like a dog's leg. Bring Li Fei over. Shen Yan looked around. At this time has disappeared that woman's figure. Must have been dealt with it. To which he did not say anything. Some things, no, will have to pay the price. To keep secrets, only the dead man's mouth is the most strict. Chapter 63, Home Thieves are hard to prevent. Puff. Not long ago, Li Fei was brought up. Should kneel in front of Shen Yan, but this moment he is no longer naked. This is Xue who was afraid of bad things for his own boss, so he found him a suit to wear. Just 2 days' time, Li Fei the whole person as if a few years old. Bearded face haggard. Dark circles under the eyes is extremely obvious. Obviously not rest well. The reason for this is also very simple. That is, he witnessed. Xue and others will be his female companion loaded into the oil drum into the cement scene. Women are still like this. A man. That is not even worse. Therefore, he did not dare to sleep in the past 2 days. Afraid that if he slept, this life would be over. I'll leave the man to you guys. Remember, you must keep an eye on him on the way. You can't let him escape, or I'll only ask the two of you. Shen Yan did not look at Li Fei more than once, but sidled up to the 2 foreigners beside him. These people were now his men, and naturally followed his words as if they were holy orders. Don't worry, Chief. Promise to complete the mission. The 2 men snapped and gave a very standard American military salute to Shen Yan. The entire mercenary corps were all retired soldiers. Naturally they had extended the set of code of conduct of the army. Big brother, Grand Master, Ancestor, give a chance, give a way to live. Please, I really don't want to die. I can do anything for you as long as you don't kill me. Looking at the 2 burly men walking towards him, Li Fei once again began to beg for his life. But this time he didn't mention the money. Instead he changed his words to try to reflect his value. Fine, that's what you said yourself. It just so happens that I'm also planning to send you to Africa to dig for minerals. So go happily. Shen Yan revealed a very teasing expression. He really didn't intend to directly kill the other party, but whether or not he could survive when he got there, it was impossible to say. It was impossible to escape. Everyone who wanted to escape, without exception, ate peanuts. What? Africa? Perhaps cannot withstand the huge blow, Li Fei said even after directly fainted. Fell head first on the ground, but this is also just to the 2 mercenaries to save the matter. Directly will be his frame up, carried away. At the same time, Jiahua's century, Li Shan sat on the sofa with a gloomy face. He came back the day after Li Fei was captured, but in addition to the wreckage everywhere, he froze and did not find Li Fei as a person. At first, he thought that the other party was out and didn't think much about it, but 2 days passed in a row. The message was not returned, the phone could not be reached, and even the female companion that he spent a lot of money to find was also the same. He felt that he was not being whored out for nothing. Cousin stuff is still here. It shouldn't have gone far. Can it be that something has happened? Just as he began to wonder if something had happened to Li Fei, his cell phone suddenly vibrated and he opened it to see a text message from Li Fei. Cousin, we went to the island for a break. Don't worry about it. The text message was naturally sent by Shen Yan. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, it's better to do a little bit of aftermath. He had studied Li Fei's style of speaking. This content sent out is absolutely no problem. Okay, be safe. As expected. A minute later Li Shun replied. The text message was so admonishing and concerned, but in reality the villa he was already dying of anger. Asterisk. Old son is really ing whored out. Grass. Still intend to let you help deal with Shen Yan. You are good. Directly the old son spend money to find people abducted to the island country? What an unethical person. Aren't you afraid that your son won't have any cursive eyes in the future? But things have come to this point. Li Shan can only be incompetent in the home rage for a while. As for the plan to deal with Shen Yan, was also postponed for an indefinite period of time. To draw fire to burn things he cannot do. No, that cannot be done. Is really a foolish move. Magic City. Tiancheng Group. Since Li Qinghan took up the position of general manager of the group, its reputation in the Magic City business community completely open, coupled with her already beautiful face, but also captured a large number of fans. But this is not necessarily a good thing. As the old saying goes, red is more right and wrong. Now the entire Tiancheng Group is Shen Yan's one word, and he will be handed over to Li Qinghan Group, the latter's hands of the power, but also become a lot of targets. Li Qinghan and Shen Yan's relationship is still at the stage of childhood sweethearts. No further development. That is to say, she is still single. So many people began to purposefully take the initiative to approach her. Rich, beautiful and single. This is not pure white rich beauty standard match. If you can become her boyfriend, that is not directly less decades of detours? But unfortunately they underestimated Li Qinghan. She has been meticulous since childhood. A person sincere or not, it is easy to see. These people with the purpose of approaching her, without exception, all were ruthlessly rejected by her. Unfortunately, as the old saying goes again, it's hard to prevent a thief in a home when you're preventing it day and night. At this moment, Li Qinghan still doesn't know that her assistant has been bribed and is preparing to drug herself in the reception 2 days later. Well, finally finished. I don't know what this guy Shen Yan is doing lately. He hasn't sent me a message for so long. He's so heartless. Forget it, give him a call. Just ask him if he's coming to the reception. Li Qinghan put down the documents in her hands and stretched a lazy waist. Somehow, the figure of Shen Yan suddenly came to her mind. Since the last time he went back, the two of them never saw each other again. And immediately after that, she picked up the cell phone on the side and gave him a call. Hello beautiful. The phone was quickly connected. Her ears also came Shen Yan's not too serious voice. At this time he had already returned to the hotel, and was about to surf the internet, when the phone rang. Who with you? Hello? You heartless guy. You didn't contact me even after going back for so long. If I had known, I wouldn't have managed the company for you. I would have tired you to death. Right now, if Li Qinghan's look was seen by her fans, they would probably drop their jaws in shock. Right? Is this still the cold goddess they know? This is too much of a contrast. Cough. Ahem. I've been busy lately. I've acquired some more companies these days, and I'm in Linchang now, not in Golden Harbor. You have a great deal of respect. Don't be general with me. I'll treat you to a big meal later. The other side so said. Shen Yan just remembered that he seems to be a period of time did not contact with Li Qinghan before because there is no contact information, and now people are helping themselves to manage the company. Really should not. That's just right. There's a reception 2 days later. When you come back to participate together, it will also save you money. Li Qinghan was worried about not having a suitable reason to shake him to the magic city. The result of Shen Yan dug a hole for himself. Then the former will not be polite. Just to borrow the slope down the donkey. Chapter 64, Black Car. Wine party? What reception? Shen Yan, who was used to being a hands-off shopper, hadn't even paid attention to things on the side of Tiancheng Mordor, and when he heard Li Qinghan talking about it, he was naturally in a state of confusion. It is the magic city and a few surrounding provinces and cities of the business circle of an exchange meeting, basically come to the boss of each company. You as the chairman of the Tiancheng group, shall not attend a bit? It just so happens that I'm too bored to go alone. This person stood high. See, the scenery is naturally different. Li Qinghan before in the Yuanping advertising time where have the opportunity to contact these? It was all the invitations she received only when she rose to the top. 2 days later, right? Okay. I'll come over tomorrow. Shen Yan had always been indifferent to this kind of exchange. The reason he agreed was purely because of Li Qinghan. How could he refuse an invitation from a beautiful woman? Besides, things on his side were pretty much dealt with. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then. My dad still misses you. He's been chattering about it lately, and my ears are getting cocooned. Seeing him so give face, Li Qinghan then revealed a satisfied smile. Before hanging up the phone also did not forget to mention a mouth Li Chang. No way. Once this person is idle, it is easy to be broken mouth. For Shen Yan he is still very satisfied. If he can do his son-in-law, it is more than good. After all, how to say that this child is also their own watch grew up, know the roots of the bottom of the world, and now have a good fortune, to themselves and their daughters are also good, shows that Shen Yan is a person who does not forget his roots. Such a person, it is worth to be entrusted with a lifetime. Is that so? Then I'll stay for 2 more days this time. I've collected a lot of good wine recently. I'll bring it to Uncle Li tomorrow. He still had quite a few treasures inside the system space nowadays. There were quite a few of all kinds of rare things, and at the same time, having learned the lesson from the last time he was at Fong Ting's house, Shen Yan placed dozens of sets of clothes with different styles inside. Just in case, there's no need for this one. You last sent my father's wine he has not drunk until now. It has been placed there, from time to time to take out to sea. This is not a pure waste of money. Li Qinghan does not drink alcohol, but people will check the price spend hundreds of millions of dollars to buy a bottle of wine. Finished not drink. 4 up. In her view this is pure and simple big injustice kind of behavior. Although Shen Yan now is not bad money, but she also does not want the other side will waste money in this kind of place. To the relationship between them, the heart to the line, do not have to engage in those formalism. Didn't spend any money. This is what others sent me. I'm kind of borrowing the flowers The rewards gained from signing in, of course, don't cost anything, or else like the last kind of Lai Mao. What other place can you buy it nowadays? With money others wouldn't necessarily sell it. In the eyes of Dong Zhou's people, this stuff is the ultimate treasure, not something that can be measured by money. Forget it, let it be safe on the road. Tell me before you get on the plane, I'll arrange for a car to pick you up. Persuasion was fruitless, so Li Qinghan let him be, and after some exhortations and explanations, the two ended the call, and the former began to deal with the other matters at hand. while Shen Yan in the hotel was happily surfing the internet. There were no words for the night. The following day at noon, Magic City, Airport. After handing over the matters of 100 Curry Entertainment Company to Fong Ting, Shen Yan bought the nearest flight and arrived here. The reception was to start tomorrow, but he was a person who didn't like to rush. Yesterday, Li Qinghan had instructed for him to say something before getting on the plane. He said it, but the time he said was for the evening. Maybe he wanted to give the other party a surprise? Master, go to Tianchang Group. After coming out, Shen Yan was just about to stop the car. Then a cab took the initiative to stop in front of him. He didn't think much about it. After getting in the car, Shen Yan was the first to open his mouth. And then he was playing with his cell phone in the back row by himself. And that cab driver didn't say anything. Only but in the process of driving, using the rearview mirror in front of the car to observe Shen Yan for a good while. But he didn't show any abnormality or other strange behavior. Just driving silently in the front. Airport to Tianchang Group. In this kind of situation where it was not the rush hour of commuting and no traffic jams, it was reasonable to say that it only took about half an hour to get there. But now 40 minutes had passed and they were still on the road. At this time Shen Yan has noticed something wrong. Due to the Magic City is not familiar with, he had to open the cell phone map. Good guy. This look. Dare to say that the driver circled around is taking him to the suburbs to run it. Not only did not go to Tianchang Group, but instead went further and further away. He put his cell phone away, then adjusted his sitting position. In front of the driver's neck is a punch. Bang! The space inside the car was already small, and with such a close distance, the cab driver didn't even have time to react, and ate this heavy punch from Shen Yan. His head tilted, and he completely fainted. Driver fainted. The vehicle will be out of control without any accident. If it is an ordinary person, it is estimated that there is only waiting for the death of the latter jumped out of the car to pick of the road can go. But Shen Yan is still that light-hearted appearance. Battle armor. Open. The words fell. The hidden nano battle armor instantly covered the whole body, only to see Shen Yan directly reach out and yank the fainted cab driver out of the driver's seat and threw it towards the back row. Then he sat on it at the first time, and when it was too late, the vehicle was about to crash into a guardrail after losing control. But unfortunately, Shen Yan was armed with full-grade car skills, and under his extreme operation, the vehicle was ultimately controlled by him, narrowly avoiding the guardrail and continuing to drive forward. Squeak. Suburbia. Shen Yan slowly parked the car on the side of the road, and then dragged out the cab driver in the back row who hadn't woken up yet, and the two of them entered the park on the side together. Inside the gazebo, he tied the other party to a pillar with the twine prepared within the system space, and then slapped a slap on it to wake up the cab driver. Slap. The slap was extremely heavy, and the other party's face was swelling at a rate visible to the naked eye, but he also managed to wake up, but with a confused face, looking at the surrounding scenery and Shen Yan in front of him. Roa, you're quite bold. This isn't the first time you've done something like this, is it? How dare you hit on me? Where do you hang out? Let me hear it. Shen Yan looked the other party up and down, and realized that he looked just like a thief, and then recalled the cab driver's performance when he just got on the bus, and it looked like a repeat offender. I didn't expect that I would come to Mordor this time, and still encounter this kind of driving a black car? No, I'm just new here. I'm not familiar with the road conditions. I took the wrong road. Right, that's it. Wrong way. The cab driver did not expect to fall in a young man's hands. Immediately began to talk nonsense. Anyway, he did not get it. Even if the police came, it does not see what can be done. Maybe he can blackmail a sum of money. Chapter 65 Forced to leave work. Going the wrong way? When I am a 3-year-old child? This word out. Afraid that you yourself do not believe it? Cab master can go the wrong way. Then you still drive your sister's cab? Even if the other side say a other excuse, Shen Yan will not be so speechless yet. This place in Tianchang Group is completely two different directions. Little cute. I can see that this is intentional. There is no possibility of going the wrong way. Said at the same time, Shen Yan's hand is not idle. In the cab driver, after some fumbling, managed to find the other side of the wallet. After opening the inside are a variety of documents. There is also a $100 bill. Fan, Jie, Chang? Your dad really knows how to name things. After seeing the name on the other party's ID card, Shen Yan immediately felt that his father must be a cultural person. There was nothing wrong with the name at first glance, but if you read it backwards, it was a robber. The name matches very well with what he is doing right now, so I guess he found a half immortal before he got the name, didn't he? Fate is born to eat prison food material. Little brother, look, I didn't do anything. You've beaten me. Why don't you let me go? I'll give you a free ride wherever you want to go, okay? Fan Jieqiang now cannot pinpoint Shen Yan. At the beginning of the moment, he felt that the other party is a rich rash. As soon as he got on the car to play with the phone, it must be very good to pinpoint, but the facts have proved that they are in the gutter overthrowing the boat. Right now, seeing that the other party did not seem to be angry, he also tried to excuse himself. Maybe it will be a success? It was better than being tied to this pillar, right? This big hemp rope on his body. If no one passes by, it is impossible to untie it by himself. Who knows if there will be any wild carnivores here at night? In case there really was, it wouldn't directly become a buffet. Let you go? Okay, to the cell phone. The things you have done before, one by one say out. Turn around, I let the police come over to look for you. Do not say, you will spend the night here by yourself. Evil people have their own evil grind. Deal with this kind of black-hearted driver. Shen Yan will not spoil him. Although this time they also have no loss, but does not mean that those who have been pitched by Fan Zheqiang before do not have. This kind of thing did not come across also, even if it is. Since it came across, it is natural to manage. Fan Zheqiang at the moment as if in that Galen's Q skills. Was Shen Yan words at once to dry silence? As far as he did that file, say the words, how is also more than 3 years 10 years below the sewing machine standard. So not until the last moment, he will not easily open his mouth. Do not say right? Okay, then you stay here. Give you a chance, you don't hit it. There is only one chance. Since the other party does not say, then Shen Yan is also lazy to waste time on him. Directly turn around and walk towards the cab on the roadside. The whole action is flowing smoothly, without a little bit of hesitation. Don't go Hey, you come back I say. Don't leave me here alone on Nima at $%%. Fan Zheqiang did not expect Shen Yan so decisive. Said to go. A time is also panicked. Began to desperately shouting, trying to Shen Yan called back. Here on the two of them, his voice so big, Shen Yan of course heard, but he has given Fan Zheqiang the opportunity. It is his own, do not cherish. It is not Shen Yan's fault, so he just drove the car away in front of Fan Zheqiang's face, which made the latter curse madly at the same place, venting the resentment in his heart. Tianchang Group, General Manager's Office. Fan Zheqiang's matter is just an episode. Shen Yan did not care. Life and death have life and wealth in heaven. If he should not be killed, naturally someone will find out, and vice versa, that is also his own fruit. No one else to blame. It is not yet time to go off work. Li Chenghan is in the office to review the documents at hand. A snap. The office door was pushed open, so without warning. She had previously explained that without important matters, don't come to the office to disturb her office. And this move of Shen Yan to come in directly without knocking on the door had undoubtedly stepped on her thunder point. After putting down the documents in her hands, she raised her head and was ready to open her mouth to preach. But after seeing the person who came in, what anger and dissatisfaction was there? The whole person froze. Shen Yan? Why are you here? Didn't you say you'd be on a plane at night? Good you lied to me. When Li Qinghan came back to her senses, she didn't know that she had been cheated by Shen Yan. Immediately sent him a big blank stare, at the expense of saying that she would personally go to the airport to pick him up at night. Ha, this is not a surprise for you. Look, I even brought you flowers. Looking at the other party's little expression, Shen Yan laughed, and as he spoke, he stretched out his hand behind his back, along with his pre-prepared bouquet, a small bunch of white roses. Which woman doesn't love flowers? However, Shen Yan did not buy a very large bunch of 99 roses. 999 roses. 1 is too bulky, 2 is not good looking. This small bouquet of roses, Li Qinghan can hold in one hand. Just right. If you think Shen Yan's stingy words, that can be really too fish. If he really want to buy, pack the entire magic flower store is not a problem. The important thing is not the flowers, but the person who sends flowers. With the relationship between the two of them, even if Shen Yan sends a piece of maple leaf, Li Qinghan will probably accept it, and will even find a book to clip it and put it away. For the sake of this flower, I'll reluctantly forgive you. Saying this on her lips, but the slightly rising corners of her mouth, as well as the smile between her eyebrows, already indicated that Li Qinghan was in a pleasant mood at the moment. This was the first time that she had received a flower from Shen Yan, and at the same time, this was also the first time that she had received a flower from a boy. Then I still have to thank Brother Flower. Every time he was in front of her, Shen Yan had a hard time being serious and would always subconsciously tease Li Qinghan, probably a habit he had developed since childhood. You sit here for a while. I still have some papers I haven't finished reading. After putting down the flowers in her hand, Li Qinghan poured Shen Yan a cup of water. She doesn't drink tea, and if she meets guests on weekdays, it's all in the conference room, so she didn't prepare tea on her side. It's getting late. Next time, go home first. Maybe he was not born to sit in an office. Shen Yan felt uncomfortable as soon as he entered the place. There was an invisible sense of bondage. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to find Li Qinghan, he really didn't want to come to the company very much. But, I'm the boss. Listen to me. Just by looking at the other party's mouth, Shen Yan knew what she was going to say. So before Li Qinghan vocalized, he said this overbearing words. Other people's bosses are trying to find ways to make their employees work overtime. Only he is forcing others to leave work early. Chapter 66, Pick a Building. Alright, you win. Since Shen Yan had said so, Li Qinghan couldn't say anything else. Who made him really the chairman of the board? She herself was just the general manager. So she naturally listened to her boss. Let's go. After drinking the water in the cup, he took the lead and walked out of the office, followed by Li Qinghan, but with the flowers he had just sent in her hand. As the chairman of the company, even though Shen Yan was not in the company, his picture had long been spread throughout the company's various departments, in order to prevent someone from being ungrateful and bumping into him. Of course, this was also arranged by Li Qinghan. At this time, the two came out from the office one after the other. The latter was still holding flowers in his hands, and all of a sudden, many people smelled a hint of gossip. Kaching XN. What's that sound? The sound of a broken heart. 6. Previously there were quite a few of Li Qinghan's fanboys who had sent her flowers, but unfortunately she didn't accept them, but politely refused them all. And now that they saw her holding flowers sent by someone else's man in her hand, their hearts were directly broken all over the place. Underground parking lot. Li Qinghan is driving Shen Yan before the Pagani. Last time before leaving, the latter will give her this kind of car. How to say is also a group boss well. The facade or have to support prong up. I found you in the company popularity is quite high just down when so many boys steal a glance at you. On the main driver, Shen Yan while starting the vehicle, while not forgetting to flirt with Li Qinghan. He would have liked to go to the passenger side to eat soft rice, but was the latter a glare back. The toolman should have the consciousness of the toolman. Come on. I don't have the time to take care of them when I'm helping you with company matters every day. They're all just brats. Although Li Qinghan's age is not too old, the same as Shen Yan, but the girl's mental age will be slightly older. After all, the man to death is a teenager. Most of those fanboys in the company were young guys. Some of them looked older than her, but unfortunately they were too utilitarian and impure in their purpose, so naturally Li Qinghan was indifferent to them. Ha ha ha, that's true. Go home, go home. The two did not delve deeper into this topic. Shen Yan drove Li Qinghan into a stream of light and swept towards the Li family. The next morning, 10-mile residence. Shen Yan only ate a dinner at Li Qinghan's house yesterday and came back. Although Li Chang was retaining him and letting him stay directly, but he felt that it was too troublesome. It was still more comfortable in his own home. It's still early, just in time to go and do some errands. Looking at his villa, he felt the need to change a better living environment for Li Chang's father and daughter duo. This identity came up. There will inevitably be some people with evil intentions who will plot against him. Tiger, give you a task. Before noon, find me a single villa out in the neighborhood of Tiancheng Group. A new one. The kind no one has lived in. Shuehu also came back with Shen Yan yesterday. In fact, this place, 10-mile residence, is not bad, but unfortunately, all the houses here are sold out, and he's not familiar with the Magic City, so he had to let Shuehu do it. Nothing else to say. For so long, he's still very reliable. Okay boss, it just so happens that I know a few engaged in real estate. Your side probably want what price? Shuehu was at least a former hand of the underground organization. Contacts are naturally not lacking. Not to mention that this is still their own territory. If this little thing cannot handle it, then how to mix? There is no budget. You look at it. How luxurious, how to come. We are not bad that a few money, but the security of the neighborhood must be good. Devil's Mane is China's famous gold grotto. Buying a large villa here is definitely not cheap, but this is for Li Qinghan's father and daughter to live. Then the decoration of luxury, he actually more important to the security. After all, not everyone is like him. All kinds of heaven-defying equipment is endless. Their lives are only once. Gone is gone. Okay boss, give me half an hour. I promise to satisfy you. Finding a house is just a matter of finding a house. It's not a big deal. This kind of thing, as long as there is money, half an hour is not even necessary. After hanging up the phone, he began to rummage through his address book. Since Shen Yan had explained that it was a villa near Tiancheng Group, so some of the faraway ones didn't need to waste time to contact. The words had already been said. If he couldn't get it done in half an hour, then he wouldn't have the face to see Shen Yan. 15 minutes later. Boss, the house has been found. Meet your requirements of a total of 5. I sent their information to your WeChat. You can check it. Shuehu's efficiency was still very fast. All this information was readily available, directly from the real estate boss's site to ask for it. The 5 villas were of very different styles. And the selling prices were all above and below $1.5 billion. Good job. This is a bonus for you. Go out and eat something nice with the brothers in the hall. After reading the information, Shen Yan didn't decide the first time. He intended to let Li Qinghan make his own decision. Xuehu had helped himself a lot recently. He didn't skimp. Directly weighing the other side of the card hit $50 million, so that the latter took the brothers in the Nine Dragons Hall to go out in style. Many thanks, boss. I thank you for the brethren first. While others were convinced by virtue, Shen Yan's main focus was to convince people with money. How many of them came out to hang out and didn't do it for money? As long as the money is in place, are they still afraid that they will have a different heart? Who'd be against money? Xuehu had seen Shen Yan's generosity before, so now he wasn't as shocked as he was at the beginning. But his face was still full of smiles. This is 50 million ah. How many things do you have to eat to finish it? Thinking about it like this seems to be an uncomplicated task. Evening. In front of the Li family. The reception started in the evening, so it was just right for him to come over to pick up Li Qinghan at this time of the day. And in no time, Li Qinghan, dressed in an ink-colored lace evening gown, appeared in front of him. During this period of time, Shen Yan had seen a lot of beautiful women, and by all rights, he should have already produced antibodies, but at this moment, seeing the beautiful person in front of him, he actually looked dumbfounded. What are you staring at? Drive ah? After Li Qinghan got on the car, she found Shen Yan's eyes were lifeless, not knowing what he was thinking about. While speaking, she didn't forget to shake her hand in front of the other person's eyes, pulling Shen Yan's thoughts back to reality. It's nothing, I just think that you are extraordinarily beautiful today. I have 5 villas here, so help me see which one is better. Pick one from the 5. After coming back to his senses, he also didn't mince his words of praise, and at the same time, he also took out the printed information of the 5 villas from inside the armrest box and handed it to Li Qinghan. Here he didn't say it outright, or else the other party would surely have to reject it again. Smooth talker, you want to buy a villa again? Let me see. Chapter 67, Xiao Che. Faced with Shen Yan's so blunt praise, Li Qinghan's face swished red, but fortunately the light in the car wasn't very good, and Shen Yan was concentrating on driving, so she didn't notice the change in her color. Sort of. I'm having trouble choosing. You help me decide. The venue of the reception was at the Xiangwan 5-star hotel, which was still a bit of a distance from the Li family. Shen Yan rubbed the steering wheel with one hand while picking up the conversation and answering. These buildings are actually all pretty much the same, but if it were up to me, I'd go with the 4th building, Harmony View Garden. It has a style I like better, but my answer is for reference only. After all, you're the one who lives there. At this time, she didn't know that this villa was what Shen Yan was going to give to their father and daughter, so she just took a few rough looks and gave her choice, and emphasized that it was for reference only. Okay. Shen Yan nodded slightly and didn't say anything more on this topic, but instead used his cell phone to send a 4 over to Xuehu when Li Qinghan wasn't paying attention to him. Earlier before coming, he had already transferred 1.6 billion to Xuehu's account, which was enough to buy any of the 5 villas, and now that he had gotten Li Qinghan's answer, the rest would be handed over to Xuehu to do. As expected, Xuehu received a text message from his boss, the first time to start action, although it is now the end of the day, but this billions of large single, which boss will refuse? Unless it's a brainwort. Fragrant Bay 5-star hotel. Boom boom. At this time, there were already quite a few luxury cars parked here. Most of them were more sedate sedans. What with the Daban Dailao and the like. Shen Yan drove over in a Pagani, and the roar of the supercars naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. Which one present is not a person with a lot of money? However, precisely because it is a party Big Brother, age and identity here. So if you drive a supercar to words, will appear the whole person is more frivolous, and not everyone is like Shen Yan this. Young and talented, not inferiority complex. Whose son is this? I don't know. I haven't seen him. Isn't that the general manager of Tiancheng Group? The one who can travel with her should also be someone from the Tiancheng Group, right? But isn't that a little too young? Shen Yan only held the title of chairman of Tiancheng Group, and hadn't shown his face in front of any other bosses. Plus there were some bosses from neighboring provinces and cities on the scene, so it was only normal that they didn't recognize him. On the contrary, there were quite a few people who recognized Li Qinghan. After all, she was now very popular in the entire Magic City business circle, and the general manager of Tiancheng Group was not called for nothing. There are quite a lot of people. The exchanges of the bystanders Shen Yan naturally heard, but he would not be so boring to run in front of the people would blow his own identity. That and other doings are too non-mainstream. After looking around the circle, exclaimed, indeed, I also did not expect there will be so many people to participate. Let's go in first. This kind of reception was the first time for both of them to participate, but their main purpose was the same. They came here just to rub a meal together. As for business cooperation and whatnot, just go with the flow. It's not impossible to talk about any suitable ones. Mr. Lee, long time no see. Mr. Lee came quite early. Aha. Hello Mr. Lee. I'm Heinley Real Estates. I haven't seen you for a few days. Mr. Lee has gotten prettier again. Ha. I don't know who's next to you. The two had just arrived at the door when a wave of people took the initiative to come forward to talk. The focus of the exchange was naturally on Li Qinghan, but some people also noticed Shen Yan, wanting to know his specific identity. At this moment, in the crowd, there was a pair of eyes that were recklessly sizing up Li Qinghan's figure. The corners of his mouth flashed an evil smile, and after fixing his eyes on her for a while, he took advantage of the concealment of the crowd and left the place first. This is the chairman of our Tiancheng group, Shen Yan. Shen Yan's original intention was to dally in a low profile, not wanting to draw attention to himself, but since his identity was exposed, he showed his cards and stopped pretending. What? He's the new chairman of Tiancheng group? No wonder he can travel with Mr. Lee. I didn't expect Shen Dong to be so young. It's out of my expectation. Yes, I thought it was about the same age as us. It's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. If I'm not mistaken, Shen Dong should only be in his early 20s, right? This comparison, we have lived all these years to the dog to go without a doubt. Shen Yan, this identity gave everyone present a blow. Which serious company chairman is more than 20 years old or 100 billion big group? Simply don't be too outrageous. All of you or don't stand at the door. The reception will start soon. Let's go in first and talk about it. Shen Yan smiled lightly, for the crowd's reaction is also no surprise, nodded around to say hello, then first led Li Qinghan into the hotel. This so-called reception, in fact, is a neighboring provinces and cities of the business community exchanges, play a role in expanding contacts, mutual benefit. As the leading enterprises of the Magic City, Shen Yan two people are naturally everyone's preferred target. Recognize not know. Will come up to toast a cup of wine, mix a familiar face, maybe when there will be opportunities for cooperation, more personal connections, more road. In such a short time, the two hands received a thick stack of business cards, but Li Qinghan did not have the opportunity to drink. Let Shen Yan blocked. His body to the system has been transformed. This wine is not enough for him to stuff his teeth. I'm going to the restroom. After coming in, he had been drinking. At this time, Shen Yan suddenly urinated, said hello to her and turned to leave, and this also precisely gave others the opportunity. Hello, Mr. Lee. Introduce yourself. Lanling Xiao family, Xiao Che. I'll toast to you. Shen Yan's front foot had just left, and then there was a man wearing a black dress, thick eyebrows, big eyes, mediocre appearance, two black eyes with extremely heavy bags under the eyes, carrying 2 cups of red wine walked over, and while speaking, handed another cup to Li Qinghan. Stretching hands do not hit the smiling face of people. People come over to toast, no injustice, cannot refute the face of others. Now Shen Yan is not there. Li Qinghan had to take the cup of wine, and Xiaozhe touched a cup. Drops of wine does not stain her, just a symbolic drink. Unbeknownst to him, this cup of wine has been added some special drugs, but the real role of the drug is on the side of Li Qinghan's assistant. Only the 2 drugs are fused to play the role of aphrodisiacs. And then, the only antidote to the poison of the law is only the love of fish and water. Chapter 68, 1,000 pounds. As expected, just after taking a sip, Li Qinghan felt some slight heat in her body, but she didn't think much about it, thinking it was a normal phenomenon. Shook her head, and then came alone to rest on the sofa next to her. Mr. Lee, what's wrong with you? Not feeling well? It was only after sitting down for a while that her assistant came and inquired with a concerned face. She was recruited after Li Qinghan became the general manager, following the former for a short period of time, and her work ability was not bad, but when Xiao Che approached her, she still didn't hesitate to sell Li Qinghan out, only because Xiao Che gave too much, $300,000, just to lay a drug, and had already given a deposit of 150,000 in advance. As long as she completed the task, the remaining 150,000 would also arrive. For a laborer, this was undoubtedly a huge sum of money, although Li Qinghan treated her well, but in the end, it was no match for the lure of money. It's nothing, just drank a little bit of wine, a little bit uncomfortable, maybe I'm not used to drinking, just rest for a while. Li Qinghan on the sofa shook her head slightly. She was not so fragile, not to mention that Shen Yan would be back in a while. I have to say, this guy is really able to drink. I see. Mr. Lee, I have antidote to alcohol here. I bought it before. I forgot to give it to you earlier. You eat it now. It will be much better. The assistant sniffed and immediately pulled out a strangely packaged medicine from his own pocket. After unwrapping it, it was a yellow soft candy, and fetched a cup of water from the waiter and handed it over to Li Qinghan. Thanks. Antidote to alcohol medicine. This thing, Li Qinghan has never eaten, but also heard of, and the person in front of her is still her own assistant. She did not think too much, directly on the water swallowed. Mr. Li, there are rooms upstairs where you can rest. I'll take you there. I'll call you later. Drugs take effect also need a small period of time, in order not to expose themselves. The assistant then proposed to let Li Qinghan go to the room to rest, as long as into the room, and then after what happened, will not be able to blame themselves. After all, she has an alibi. Well, okay. Li Qinghan originally wanted to refuse, but suddenly there was a wave of drowsiness came. The whole person began to become powerless, also had to listen to the assistant. Go to the room to rest. Anyway, Shen Yan came back. Will certainly come to find their own. Sister, this hotel's toilet is really not easy to find. After circling around so far, where is everyone? Shen Yan spat while returning to their original position. But where was Li Qinghan's figure here? After looking around for a week and still not finding it, he took out his cell phone and dialed the other party's number. Hello, the subscriber you dialed is turned off. Turned off? No, something's wrong. The phone was turned off and the person was gone. Shen Yan noticed something was wrong at the first moment, so he started messing around with the phone, and in just 10 seconds or so, he invaded the hotel surveillance system and started searching for Li Qinghan. At the same time, third floor of the hotel, room 301, Li Qinghan was paralyzed on the bed with blurred consciousness and flushed face. At this moment she felt her body was unbearably hot and dry. At the same time there was also a very strange feeling surging up in her heart. It seemed to be itchy and not itchy, which made her very uncomfortable. And in front of her stood, it was Xiao Che who gave her a toast earlier. After the assistant went out, she contacted him at the first time, telling him to pay the rest of the money. She had to take the money and run. Xiao Che also did not cheat, very fast to pay the rest of the money, and then came to the room alone. This time most people are downstairs, lest two people will not be noticed. And his purpose is also very simple, is to taste the taste of this kind of high cold goddess, and then take a video or something, to keep a memory. Maybe in the future can also threaten one or two. Long-term tasting. The time is almost up. Next let little master come to pamper and spoil you. GGG. After setting up the equipment in his hands, Xiao Che was about to take off Li Qinghan's clothes. Just in the nick of time, the door of the room was forced to break open, followed by a sandbag-sized fist straight to its face. One of the fists flew away, and heavily smashed on the wall, falling to the ground. The visitor is Shen Yan. He has seen the monitoring. Naturally no Xiao Che to Li Qinghan toasted wine drugged, and now after seeing these devices in the room, how can he not know what the other side wants to do? You this. Punch Shen Yan still feel not relieved. If he came a little later, the consequences are unimaginable. So he took an arrow step and rushed towards Xiao Che again. At this time the latter had not come back to his senses. He suffered another set of combinations of Shen Yan. Crazy output. Bang bang bang. Fist to flesh. A punch heavier than a punch. But Shen Yan collected force. Will not punch him to death. This kind of scum. Death is too cheap. He wants to slowly torture Xiao Che. Let the other party feel. What is called begging for life cannot beg for death. Puff. As his last heavy punch fell, the bloodied Xiao Che fell to the ground in response, completely fainting. Boing. Perhaps it was because the medicine had come on. Li Qinghan on the bed began to involuntarily twist her body, while also emitting some soul-crushing sounds, and without much time to think about it, Shen Yan immediately went up and began to check it out. Not long ago, he signed in to obtain a full level of medical skills. After some exploration, Shen Yan knew that she was letting someone put aphrodisiac. If not treated in time to detoxify, it will cause irreversible damage to the body. The door to this room had already been broken by Shen Yan, and it was inevitable that someone would mistakenly enter in the middle of the room. So he directly carried Li Qinghan to the next room, and after placing her on the bed, he first sent a message to Xuehu, asking him to send someone over to take away 301 Xiao Che. Swish! With a thought, a flash of white light on his hand, a set of silver needles suddenly appeared. This was gifted by the system when he gained full-level medical skills. Don't he had been stored in the system space. He didn't expect it to really come in handy. Exhale a mouthful of cloudy air. After adjusting his mindset, he began for Li Qinghan needle. Through the stimulation of acupuncture points, will be forced out of its body of spring poison, so as to achieve the effect of detoxification. The idea was good, but soon he encountered a new problem, which was that some of the acupoints were covered by the clothes, and if he wanted to zap the needle, he would have to take off the skirt. Just die. The big deal is to be slapped twice afterward. Saving people's heart. Shen Yan couldn't care less. With a hard heart, he directly reached out to pull the zipper. And then before he could make his next move, Li Qinghan's arm wrapped around Shen Yan's neck, holding him in a dead embrace. A pair of long legs also began to entangle in its body. Shen Yan was going to break free. The next second, he felt a burst of hot and wet lips came. Chapter 69 Liquidation. 2 hours later, looking at Li Qinghan lying on his chest sleeping, Shen Yan's eyes became extremely gentle. The two finally walked out of that step, or even the former initiative. From this moment on, this woman is the person he needs to guard with his whole life. As for Xiao Che, he has been loaded by Shuaihu, but he didn't leave directly, but waited for Shen Yan's command outside the hotel. Villa thinks he has been fixed, ready to move in. I have to say, with money to open the road is really good. A one-time 1.5 billion smashed down. The King of Heaven cannot stop. These 2 hours in fact there are still a lot of people trying to find Shen Yan, 2 people to mix a face, but unfortunately, no one knows where they went. If not, the door of the car is still there. They thought it was early to leave the scene. Now the reception has ended. All parties' bigwigs also one by one left the scene. Li Qinghan's assistant mixed in the crowd left the hotel. She wants to run away overnight. 300,000 has arrived. And then do not go will be too late. Another half an hour passed. Hiss. Wake up Li Qinghan and Shen Yan, 4 eyes relative. Although the two just now has a deep understanding. But the girl, inevitably still shy. So she directly head into the quilt. Do not dare and Shen Yan eye to eye. Ha ha ha, what are you hiding? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Shen Yan was amused by this action of hers. Obviously it was not like this just now. How come she was embarrassed at this moment? Humph. You have to be responsible for me. Otherwise I'll find a chance to castrate you. We'll be sisters by then. It seemed that Shen Yan's laughter was infected. She poked her head out from the quilt, pouted and then said these words that made the former's lower body cold. Don't worry. You know, I'm not the kind of scum who eats and wipes clean and is not responsible. Will certainly be responsible for you. Rested? If you are rested, get up. There are still things to be dealt with in a while. Due to the time constraints before, Shen Yan did not go to Li Qinghan's assistant. Right now Xiao Che is already on Shuaihu's side. She is left. As for running away, that was impossible. As long as she was still on Earth, she couldn't escape Shen Yan's palm. Good. She woke up early, only that she had been pretending to be asleep. In fact, Li Qinghan herself was also annoyed. Or this kind of thing wouldn't be good no matter who she put it on, right? Fortunately, Shen Yan appeared in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Harmony Garden, Villa number 10. After leaving from the hotel, Shen Yan carried Li Qinghan directly to here. Together with Shuaihu, he is over to lead the way. This villa although not sold before, but every day someone to clean, so inside is spotless, ready to move in. As for Xiao Che, he is still in Shuaihu's car and hasn't woken up, but his hands and feet have been tied. Even if he wakes up, it won't help. Boss, how will that kid be handled? When he arrived at the hotel earlier, Xiao Che had already fainted, so Shuaihu didn't know what had happened between the two, which was why he asked Shen Yan for his opinion. That dog thief drugged your sister-in-law and was discovered by me in time. I'll leave the person to you. Take out your most ruthless means. Give me a hard time torturing him. I just have one request. Make his life worse than death. And he can't beg for death. Shuaihu wasn't stupid. As soon as Shen Yan said sister-in-law, he knew he was referring to Li Qinghan. No wonder he saw her walking a bit strangely just now. Don't worry boss. If he falls into my hands, it will be hard for him to remember. If he dares to covet sister-in-law, I guarantee he'll regret coming into this world. He is a gangster. He is good at torturing people. And the target is still a weakling like Xiao Che. So it's even easier. You do. I am assured. There is one more thing. Let the brothers go to catch a person back. I will send you her location in a while. This person is an accomplice. Deal with it together. After sending Li Qinghan back to the bedroom, Shen Yan casually picked up the hall on the tea table laptop. Talking at the same time began to locate the assistant who escaped. More than a billion villa. With a few computers is not very normal. Yes. I'm going to hurry the brothers. Shen Yan had given them $50 million before and hadn't even spent it yet. And now that he could help him do something, he naturally responded with a call, scrambling to be the first to rush in. High-speed rail station. Li Qinghan's assistant went home and packed up some valuables, and then directly took a taxi to here. Still in the car. She has already bought the nearest train. As long as you leave the Magic City, the world is big. Where can not go? Before getting off the train, she also took a look at her card balance. $300,000 is enough for her to change to a new city to live for a long time. Unbeknownst to her, at this time, the entrance of the high-speed rail station is filled with people from the Nine Dragons Hall. After Xuehu shared her positioning out, the people who were in the neighborhood rushed over in a steady stream and stood guard here. No, she just got off the train, and in the next second, she went black and was taken away in a sack. Boss, we've got him. Not long after, Xuehu once again dialed Shen Yan's phone to report the progress to him. Those like them who came out to mix. The thing they hated the most was betrayers. So everyone was seriously revealing the color of disgust when they looked at their assistants. Well, good job. The rest is over to you. How to deal with it is up to you. Having already explained earlier, Shen Yan didn't say much. He was now checking Xiao Chei's information. Since he was able to come to participate in the opportunity, he must also have a bit of family business. Our adults, do wrong things, naturally have to pay the price. Both liquidation, then liquidation in the end. Xiao Chei dared to reach his hand to Tiancheng Group. Then courtesy. Their own confiscation of their family's industry is also very reasonable, right? Lanling Xiao family, is it? Your good days are over. Businessmen will inevitably have some enemies. Xin Yan Xiao family within 3 generations of the transfer of funds of all the people, but also their Xiao family's industry, all sent to the name of the competitors. Kill and kill. No wonder there really is a problem. In the transfer of funds, he also found Xiao Chei and Li Qinghan assistants' financial transactions, but the two of them in this life is considered to be the end. I hope that in the next life will be able to grow a little eye. Not what people can be provoked. The next day, Lanling Zhao's house. Not good. It's not good. Something big has happened. Xiao Chei's father, Xiao Tuo, is practicing calligraphy in the study. Nowadays the company's affairs are basically handled by his son. He has nothing to do when he will write and draw to cultivate his temperament, which has just written 2 words. The doorway. Someone shouted and ran in. Panicked into what kind of behavior? What can't you say slowly? Such a big person is still fussy. Look at your brother. Now can help take care of the company. You, the visitor, is Xiao Tuo's youngest son Xiao Kuan, but just came in and didn't say anything. Was his old man to train? Chapter 70. Young for not inferiority complex. Dad, you first listen to me to finish. Our family's money is gone. It's not just ours. It's our eldest uncle. Our third uncle. All the money under the name of everyone within 3 generations of the Xiao family is all gone. I can't get in touch with my elder brother. He just went to Magic City to attend a wine party. He should have arrived home by now. Now the eldest uncle, they have already called the police. A moment should have the police over to investigate. Although being lectured was very unpleasant, but right now Xiao Kuan also did not have time to listen to Xiao Tuo nagging. Directly interrupted his words. Will he know things? A brain all set out. What did you say? Everyone's money is gone? How is this possible? With such a huge flow of money, there's no way the bank side wouldn't know about it. Why didn't anyone contact us to check? Xiao Tuo immediately became anxious upon hearing this, which still had the mood to write. The brush was skimmed by him, the wealth that he had worked hard for his whole life to exchange, which he hadn't enjoyed for a few days yet. The money was gone? Yes, the bank side is investigating. They do not know what is going on. As if someone can bypass the bank's system. Xiao Kuan was originally going to pick up the card today, but it turned out that when it came to the link of the card, how to brush are prompted to pay the failure, so that he lost all the face, only to return home to find that the 7 ants and ants all came. After a short exchange, Xiao Kuan then came to Xiao Tuo's study in a hurry, which led to the scene just now. What's the situation on your big brother's side? Did he go by himself? Xiao Tuo's brows were furrowed, bumping into this kind of strange matter. Even he was clueless for a while. He couldn't figure out what kind of person could have this kind of ability, but he felt that this matter might have something to do with Xiao Chei. He was fine before he went to Magic City. Once he went to Magic City, this kind of thing happened, which made it hard for Xiao Tuo not to connect the two. I don't know. Yesterday afternoon he also sent me a message saying that he had arrived in Magic City. After that, how could he not be contacted? Big brother will not also have an accident, right? Things out of the ordinary, there must be evil. Xiao Kuan, the more he thought the more wrong. He and his brother two relationship since childhood is very good. If it is the usual words, he will not think too much, but the current situation reveals everywhere bizarre. Xiao Chei and cannot be contacted. It is inevitable to worry. Then what are you still waiting for? Hurry to call the police. Ah, Xiao Tuo sniffed. Kuit is a kick in Xiao Kuan ass. This kind of thing even have to urge their own. At present they still only know their own family's money is gone. If let them know that the industry is also gone, I do not know what kind of look it will be. Magic City. Deep within a certain remote stronghold of 9 Dragons Hall, Xiao Chei's limbs were firmly fixed on a cross stake. His clothes were stripped naked. His body was full of all kinds of whip marks and branding, just like a state of blood and flesh withered breath. And next to him is Xu Wan, that is, Li Qinghan's assistant. But her fate, not better than Xiao Chei to wear, because it is a daughter body. so her torture is physiological. This understand. Play on their own on the good. However, this was just the beginning. Xuehu had received Shen Yan's order to make the two of them beg for their lives and beg for their deaths. How could he let them burp all at once? Wow! Seeing two people once again fainted, Xuehu looked signal. Next to the little brother immediately served a pot of water thrown to the two. You have to know that this is not ordinary water, but to add salt in it. This room is in the underground. The temperature is lower than the outside world, and they have no clothes to protect their bodies. The killing power of this cold water is straight to the sky, not to mention that it is also mixed with salt. The acidity of salt on the wound. Hard to wake up the two people from unconsciousness. The pain coming from all parts of the body made Xiao Chei's entire body tremble, and he could only vent it out by howling, or perhaps trying to attract the attention of the outside world, not realizing that this place was soundproofed, and the outside world couldn't hear it at all. Yo-ho? Still have the strength to scream? It seems that the hand is too light. Brothers, give him a hard hit. These tactics used to be used by them to deal with traitors or traitors. Now it's pure torture. They don't need to get any information from Xiao Chei's mouth. The main thing is to have fun. And scenic garden. Shen Yan and his duo had already gotten up. If not to say that young people have good spirits. Last night the two had a new round of discussion until the latter part of the night. Qing Han, let Uncle Li move over today. This villa was originally prepared for you guys. The security here is a bit better. And then it's also a bit closer to the company. So if you go to work, it's also a bit more convenient. The two of them nestled on the sofa. He ruffled Li Qinghan's hair while informing the other party of his arrangement. But this had nothing to do with the two of them establishing a relationship. Shen Yan had planned the same thing at the very beginning. Isn't this for yourself? Li Qinghan from the beginning thought that this is Shen Yan bought to his own. Did not think that it was prepared for her? The price of this house before in the car she was looking at, worth more than 1 billion lo. I cannot say, and I have a villa in the 10 miles of residence. By so many also cannot live. This is your own pick. Live up should also be more comfortable some. A moment I accompany you back to the home. What does it mean to be young and not inferior? This is it. If other people mentioned meeting their parents, they would still be more or less nervous. But Shen Yan is not weak at all. He has all the money and power he needs to have. So what else is there to be afraid of? Okay, then I'll listen to you. But don't tell my dad about us. Otherwise, he will definitely make fun of me. After a moment of deep thought, Li Qinghan still decided to find a suitable opportunity to tell Li Chang in the future. Or else he would be so idle that he would definitely be chattering about getting married and holding grandchildren or something like that every day. Thinking about it would give her a headache. Ha. Good. Then let's not tell him yet. Shen Yan and not the first time to contact Li Chang. Naturally know each other's urine. This kind of small thing. He naturally will not refuse Li Qinghan. Not even think about it and agreed to it. The girl as well. Always need a little time to do psychological preparation. Laughing ass Hurry up and change clothes. After a glance at the other side, Li Qinghan slipped back to the room. Originally here and there is no clothes she wore, but in front of Shen Yan's ability to money are not a problem. He directly called the Magic City Armani stores. Let them send dozens of sets of women's clothing over. The main thing is to have money. Xiao family. Mr. Xiao, thank you for your cooperation. If we have news of your son, we will notify you first. Missing plus a huge amount of money stolen. Without any surprise, the one who came was Jiang Yu, the chief of the criminal police of Lanling City Bureau. He actually played with Xiao Chei a few times in private, but the latter did not give him a very good impression. Chapter 71, the Wolf Team takes great credit, but as a veteran criminal police officer, he naturally wouldn't bring his personal feelings into the case, and after learning something about the situation at Zhao's house, he got up and left. Honestly, this kind of clueless case was the first time that he had encountered it, even for him. Kidding aside, this was operated by Shen Yan personally. Could it be understood by mortals like Jiang Yu and the others? If it was so easy to be discovered, then what is the point of talking about full-grade hacking skills? Of course, Shen Yan didn't continue to make things difficult for the Xiao family. He just confiscated their capital industry. The main responsibility is still on Xiao Chei, and he didn't put this Lanling Xiao family in his eyes. Magic City, 10-mile residence. After settling Li Qinghan's father and daughter, Shen Yan returned here alone. Before that, he also prepared various styles of cars for the two to travel. Li Chang, after all, is getting older and can't afford to be tossed around. And although the supercars are good, the ride experience is not so friendly. System to a round of 10 consecutive signatures. It is not easy to be idle. Shen Yan did not forget to reward himself. This has become one of the things he must do every day. Just like looking at beautiful women. Signed successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Peiyuan solidifying Dan. After taking it, It can quickly make up for the body's deficiency of essence and last for a year. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $200 million. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a full-level memory skill, never forget. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Blue Whale Saint Biotechnology Company. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a titanium alloy keyboard. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a purebred Alaskan dog, juvenile. Woof woof woof. As the system's last feedback fell, a bark rang out from Shen Nian's backyard, which made him, who had never owned a pet, a bit overwhelmed for a moment, but he still got up and came to the backyard. Who knew that the door had just been opened? There was a black figure pouncing towards him, and Shen Nian, who had been caught off guard, was immediately pounced on the ground. That is, he knew that the system would not harm himself. Otherwise, this time he could have easily dodged. However, this dog pounced on him, not to mention, the next second began to use his tongue to furiously lick Shen Nian's cheeks, the whole of his face full of saliva. Okay, don't lick it. Good dog, good dog, good dog. Seeing that the dog did not recognize the dog at all, Shen Nian was also relieved, and then with his big hand on the dog's head ruthlessly ruined 2 handfuls. Over the hand addiction. The dog also seems to be very enjoyable. The tail and the unceasingly wagging, and even closed his eyes. The system is really stingy. The dog food and whatnot doesn't send a little bit. It just sends the dog leash. 10-mile residence. A villa he had rarely come to, in addition to the fact that he had not raised any pets before. Naturally, there would not be such a thing as dog food. After spitting out some words, he put a leash on the dog and was ready to take it out to buy dog food, letting it pick it out on its own. The main focus was one of respect. You don't seem to have a name yet. Let's see, how about we call it Banknote? The main theme is one of love, as the previous Pagani was given to Li Qinghan, so he bought another Cullinan to put into the 10-mile residence, to do a substitute car with. At this time a person and a dog just got on the cart. Shen Nian just remembered that the dog still does not have a name, so it gave it such a domineering name. Woof woof woof. The banknote seems to understand Shen Nian's words, and hastily barked too gave a response. Worthy of being a system-rewarded dog, this loyalty as soon as it came to pull full. Pet Street. Here a whole street is in pet-related stores or pet hospitals. Cats and dogs or some other small animals also have. Shen Nian holding the banknote so leisurely walking in the street. Just this one. After turning around for a short while, Shen Nian chose the largest dog supply store. He came over today just to buy some things to eat, drink and play. As for the dog kennel is not necessary. So many rooms in the villa. Casually vacate a room for the banknotes is. Woof woof. After Shen Nian took 2 steps, he turned back only to realize that the banknote didn't move at all, and even barked at him in the opposite direction, trying to get his attention. What's wrong, banknote? Is there something over there? All along the way the banknote had behaved very well and obediently, and as a dog's sense of smell was 1,200 times that of a human, Shen Nian felt that the banknote might have found something, which was why it was relying on him to refuse to go. Woof woof, barked twice more, as if Zia responded to Shen Nian's question just now, so then Shen Nian just followed it, wanting to see what medicine the banknote scored was selling. Is this a well? Not long after, the banknote led Shen Nian to stop in front of a rainwater well, but it was without a well cover, not knowing if it was stolen or because of other reasons. What's wrong with this well banknote? Shen Nian was confused and looked at the dog beside him. This place was several hundred meters away from where they were sitting just now. In addition to the well cover disappearing, he did not find any other abnormalities. Woof woof woof. It's hard to believe. Someone fell down? Seeing that the banknote had been screaming at the well, Shen Nian understood what it meant after a little thought. This thing was uncovered, and there was indeed a possibility that it could fall if one was not paying attention. Woof, really fall in? After his own guess was confirmed, Shen Nian burst into tears. This kind of thing he only saw on TV, did not expect to really let him come across, but now the situation is urgent, or to save the people to be important. Banknote, you guard here. First I go down to save people. Shen Nian looked into the well. There is a ladder to climb up, so he decided to go down first to see the situation. If a person can't, then in the rescue call is. Woof. After the banknote responded, he squatted and sat on the edge of the well, preventing any other passing people from accidentally falling in, increasing the difficulty of rescue, not to mention the possibility of smashing the people inside. Inside the well, Shen Nian climbed all the way down the ladder. This well wasn't high, about 2 meters. After he came down, he did find a woman on the ground, but by the looks of it, she seemed to have fainted. Hello? Wake up. After he went up and checked a bit, he gently shook the other person, but didn't get a response. Luckily there weren't any obvious injuries on the initial check. Nothing like broken arms or legs. Forget it, go out first. After confirming that there was no one else down there, Shen Yan immediately activated his nano battle armor, and then used a princess hug position to pick up the girl, followed by a forceful stomp. The whole person directly ejected from the bottom of the well. Chapter 72 Yi Bingqi. Fortunately, at this time there were not many people passing by here, so no one noticed that Shen Yan jumped out of the well with a girl in his arms. Although Shen Yan had the skill of night vision, but just now he didn't have the time to take a closer look. Now that he came out, he found that this girl's face value was still very top-notch, and Li Qinghan was not similar, but it was a different style. If Li Qinghan is a royal sister, then this one in his arms is a proper sweet girl look. It's this body, but right now was not the time to dwell on such things. Call 120 first. After putting the girl aside, Shen Yan took out his cell phone and called for an ambulance. He was only rescuing people out. Other things don't belong to him. He still accompanied the banknote to buy dog food. Not long ago, the ambulance came. After a brief explanation of the situation, Shen Yan left with his dog, and did not go to the hospital with the car. Banknote, good job. Pick yourself some more delicious food later. Just came out and took credit. Shen Yan felt that this dog was still very reliable. No wonder it was said to be the most loyal friend of mankind. He decided to reward it properly. Woo! Got the master's praise, not to mention that there is a reward in a while. Banknote, this tail wagging like a propeller, are going to the sky. Full of pride. Good dog, ha ha ha. Magic City First People's Hospital. Ward. Hisheim, where? The girl who was saved by Shen Yan slowly opened her eyes. Looking at her surroundings, she was a bit bewildered. Perhaps her soul that fell into the well had not been retrieved yet. You're awake. How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? The nurse who was packing things heard the movement behind her. The first time to go forward to inquire. Before the results of the examination has not come out. Directly ask the party is not faster? I don't think so. I feel everything is normal. But how did I come here? After coming back to her senses, she remembered that she seemed to have stepped on the air and fell into the well because she was walking and looking at her cell phone. Even though it wasn't deep, only 2 meters, but it was normal for her. A girl, to be stunned and fainted after falling into a rainwater well where she couldn't reach her fingers in such an unprepared situation. You were rescued by a handsome man, but he left after handing you over to us. Although the nurse didn't follow the car, she heard the other nurses talking, and what's more, even stole Shen Yan's photo. Saying that he was a handsome man wasn't an exaggeration at all. I see, I'm going to the restroom. People have 3 emergencies. Peeing is good everywhere. Even the nurses didn't suspect anything. Seeing her alive and well, they let her go by herself, unaware that in the time it took for a flash, the girl slipped away from the hospital. 10-mile residence. Shen Yan re-entered with the banknotes. The car was empty when he went, but it was stuffed inside when he came back. It was densely packed with banknote stuff, all sorts of food and drink contraptions. It was close to emptying someone else's store. Banknotes. This room will be your doghouse from now on. I've put these things in for you. Just sleep directly on the bed if you sleep. Although Alaska looks like Era, the former doesn't either demolish homes or is on the way to do so like the latter. And letting him sleep on the bed by himself doesn't have to worry about him demolishing the bed. Woof. Seeing that the master was helping himself to move things, the banknote was also bumbling with a bag of dog food in his mouth to follow Shen Yan. These things can be the banknote's own picks. Shen Yan was only responsible for shelling out the money, and the main hit was a respect for the choice. Ding dong. 1 person and 1 dog just finished organizing the things. A doorbell came from the gate. Shen Yan could not help but be a little strange. This villa, in addition to Shui who knows the specific location, everyone else for the time being is still not clear. Li Qinghan also only knows Shen Yan and the 10-mile residence has villa only. Specific which one she does not know, but if it is Shui who words, come before he will call to inform, then who will be at the door? After brainstorming for a while, Shen Yan still pulled open the door of the villa, and standing at the door was the girl he had rescued from the well not long ago. Hello, my name is Yi Bingqi. Thank you for saving me earlier. This is a small token of my appreciation. While Yi Bingqi spoke, she also handed Shen Yan the gifts in her hands with both hands, which she had bought on her way here, all of which were some expensive supplements, tea and red wine, etc. After all, she was inexperienced in what expensive wine to buy. It's you. But how did you find this place? More than the gifts in her hands, Shen Yan was more curious about how Yi Bingqi found this place, knowing that she had fainted when she saved her. You guess? Yi Bingqi didn't tell Shen Yan directly after some thinking. In fact, she was also a computer expert. The winner of the last national hacking competition was her, and it was easy to find Shen Yan's figure through the surveillance at the scene, coupled with the fact that most of his information was public. without letting the system deliberately hide it, and could be searched online. It wasn't surprising that Yi Bingqi could find this place. Want to come in and have a seat? Just finished organizing things. It might be a bit dirty is all. As soon as she heard that she had to guess herself, Shen Yan immediately lost interest and directly changed the topic. Anyway, she didn't have anything unseemly here. Yeah. His words just fell. Yi Bingqi went in still really not at all polite and at this time, the banknote also happened to come out from the room. And for a while, one person and one dog looked at each other. Woof woof. Obviously, the banknote recognized the girl in front of him, seeing that she was safe and sound. The banknote was also very happy. After all, it was because he found her that he received a large amount of rewards. Wow. What a cute repair hook. Fluffy and furry. Can I touch it? Since the banknote is still in its juvenile stage, the size and stuff are still relatively small, so the whole dog looks relatively cute. Just at the first glance, it successfully captured Yi Bingqi's heart. Yes, the banknote is very well behaved and won't bite. While answering the question, Shen Yan took out a new cup and gave Yi Bingqi to a cup of water. Not everyone likes to drink tea, but water must be something everyone will drink. Thank you. Yi Bingqi reached out to receive the water handed by Shen Yan and said thank you. Then she turned her gaze to the banknote. At this time, her eyes only had the dog. This furry look. At a glance, it was very good Rua. According to reason, this time you should be in the hospital, right? How come you ran to me? Shen Yan didn't participate in her dog jerking action. He had already had his fill of handjobs before, and he was still more or less a bit on the defensive about this girl who suddenly appeared at his doorstep. After all, in the recent period of time, he has experienced a lot of things. Today's Shen Yan has long been not the once that ignorant teenager. Chapter 73, Showdown. Well, I don't like to stay in the hospital. You see, I don't have anything to do. After I woke up I slipped out. As for the location of your house, that's what I found on the internet. Seemingly sensing Shen Yan's gaze, Yi Bingqi also stopped jerking the dog's movements, and with a sincere gaze towards the former, she answered the previous question. Found it online? Then how did you determine that I am here at this time? Although one's information could be found online, but the real-time location was always out of the question, wasn't it? Shen Yan wasn't so good at fooling around, and he felt that the other party should have hidden a little something. Oops, it's not like I'm going to do anything to you. Why are you so nervous? Yi Bingqi stammered for half a day, but in the end, she didn't tell the truth. She couldn't say in front of others that she had accessed the surveillance cameras along the way, right? That would make her look like a demented man. Alright, since you don't want to say, then I won't ask. Saying this on her lips, in reality, Shen Yan had already found all of Yi Bingqi's information on her laptop, so she could just look at it directly. But of course she didn't need to ask. According to the information from the investigation, Yi Bingqi was born in the East China Sea family, the daughter of the family head Yi Zhan, but she obviously had a sweet sister's face, but in East China Sea City had the title of Little Devil Girl. This contrast was something Shen Yan did not expect. After confirming the identity of the other party, Shen Yan temporarily put down the defenses in his heart and did not look deeper into this matter. At the very least, the person did come to thank himself now. Are you hungry? Let me treat you to dinner. After a moment of silence, Yi Bingqi took the initiative to break the silence. In fact, it was mainly because she herself was hungry. As a foodie, not having eaten for a day, needless to say it was difficult. There's no need to eat, right? You've delivered something good. Saving you is just by the way. Shen Yan thought that the other party was still thanking himself for coming to the rescue, so he opened his mouth and politely refused, not realizing that Yi Bingqi was really hungry. After 20 years of being a big straight man, even if he got off the hook now, it wasn't something that could be changed over in a moment. Really it would. Seeing Shen Yan's indifference, Yi Bingqi helplessly rolled her eyes and spat in her heart for a good while. She originally wanted to pretend to be a lady, but she didn't expect him to be so uptight, so she simply didn't pretend. I'm hungry. Now. Immediately, with me to eat, said she also does not care Shen Yan with or without consent, directly on the hand pulling him to the door to go. This behavior in just a moment ago simply like two people. I said well, a good sweet sister how will be crowned with the title of the East China Sea Little Witch, dare to just now are pretending. Since obtaining the system, Yi Bingqi was the first one who dared to treat herself like this. As for Li Qinghan, she was the exception. She had been like this since she was a child, with Shen Yan's power. If he wanted to shake off the other party's hand, it was simply not too casual, but he didn't do so. Come to the Magic City or a few days. Strange boredom. At the moment Yi Bingqi's appearance just can give him relief. After all, can be called a little witch of the people? Certainly not the kind of honest lord. Maybe it will add a touch of fun to his life? Now Shen Yan's main focus was to enjoy life. With his wealth he had long since not had to struggle hard. Every day he didn't do anything, just signing, and he could have a large amount of money in his account. Not to mention that there were still so many company industries under his name. Ah, you, how do you know? This time it was Yi Bingqi's turn to be shocked. She was very sure as well as certain that this was the first time she had met Shen Yan, but the latter actually knew her name. This surprised her, because her information was encrypted by herself. Even if an ordinary computer expert wanted to find out, it was impossible, unless it was a top expert. But the top masters in the country Yi Bingqi all know, and there is no Shen Yan this number of characters. But it is also right. After all, Shen Yan is a full master. The top is still far away from him. The two sides are not supposed to be at the same level. Is it hard to know this? If you want to hear it, I can still say it in more detail. Although your encryption technology is good, but compared to me, it's still far away, ha 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 ha. Just now when using the computer to look up Yi Bingqi's information, Shen Yan knew that she was also a computer expert. According to the difficulty of cracking, her technology is a little inferior to the one she encountered before. Those few top experts of the darknet, if it is put into the country, it should be the status of the big thumbs. Shen Yan drew out his hand. In the other party's dumbfounded look, rubbed her head. This action, with him just touching the bill, is the same, and then took the first step towards the garage. Since to go out, naturally it is impossible to walk. Damnable! How dare you touch my head? I'm telling you, you're in trouble. Back to God's Yi Bingqi in place after 2 sentences of incompetent rage. The night fast-paced to catch up. The banknote this time did not follow out the door. He is at this time in a big mouth dry rice as a dog that knows what to do. How this situation will follow out as a light bulb. Restaurant. Beautiful young lady, can you give her your contact information? Shen Yan. 2 people are dining, chatting happily, suddenly do not know where to come out of a man. Straight to the front of Yi Bingqi, talking at the same time, but also very flirty ruffled bangs. I'm eating, can't you see? Stay aside. Speaking was suddenly interrupted. Yi Bingqi was already unhappy, and then seeing the other party's greasy movements, the color of revulsion and disgust was directly pulled all over. Naturally there was no good tone. The man did not expect Yi Bingqi to be so determined. For a moment he actually did not know what to say, and just froze in place in embarrassment. What are you doing? It's hard to believe that you want to dabble in the meal. There is no place for you here. If you want to eat, order for yourself. Seeing that the other party hadn't left yet, Yi Bingqi added another sentence. Since her identity had already been recognized by Shen Yan, she didn't pretend anymore. Still being herself was the most comfortable. I just want to get acquainted and make a friend. Nothing else. What do you mean? A dead pig is not afraid of boiling water? This was it. Obviously it had been rejected, but the man didn't have the intention to leave. Instead, he continued to pester Yi Bingqi. As for Shen Yan on the side, he was directly ignored by him. From the time he came over to now, the other party did not say a word. Obviously a wimp. This kind of person simply does not deserve his attention. There's no end to it, right? Want a phone call? Line. You first kneel down and learn 2 barks. If I'm in a good mood, I might consider it. Speaking to people, speaking to ghosts, Yi Bingqi can be called the little witch in East China Sea. Do you think she's really as soft as she looks? If she had a temper, even her old man wouldn't be able to suppress it. Chapter 74, Qin Ming. When these words came out, not to mention this tart man, even Shen Yan, who was eating at the side, raised his eyebrows. This word collected. How does it have a villainous internal flavor? Ha 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 ha. Little sister, I see you look quite good. How this brain is not too good. Do you know who I am? You just dare to make me kneel down for you? The tart man was as if he had heard some of the funniest jokes. His eyes were almost bursting out in laughter. In Magic City it was always him who made others kneel, simply because he was the second youngest master of the Qin family in Magic City. Qin Ming. The Qin family is the native family of the Magic City. Its roots are strong. The power is huge. Is once the Dong family and the Qin family want to compare, but also to be slightly inferior. So under the influence of multiple factors, the Qin family became the uncrowned king of Mordor. That is, the mayor of Mordor. See, the Qin family head also have to compensate for a smile, or else his position as mayor is not stable. As the second youngest master of the Qin family, although it was not his turn to inherit the family or the company, this name alone was enough for him to walk horizontally in Mordor. Coupled with the fact that he himself had no interest in these things, rather than working his ass off to make a career there, he might as well take his pocket money to eat, drink and enjoy life. Although this idea of his was very unreliable and had the flavor of a rotten wall, it was exactly what his brother Qin Feng wanted. As long as Qin Ming didn't have the idea of competing with him, then his position was untouchable. Therefore, in order to paralyze his brother, Qin Feng will regularly give Qin Ming money every month. The main fight is to use money to smash him into waste. People have their own aspirations. Since the industry has someone to inherit, their father also let Qin Ming go. He loves to do whatever he wants to do. Laughing ass ah. It's none of my business who you are. Things don't happen more than 3 times. This is the last warning. If you don't get lost, then I'll be impolite. Yi Bingqi's eyes narrowed. Some years ago his father, in order to let her have self-defense skills, deliberately spent a lot of money to invite a fighting master to teach a few years. Do not look at her thin arms and legs. Move the hand. Cannot be ambiguous at all. Yo yo yo, still planning to fight? You're so thin-armed and thin-legged. You still want to fight? Don't break your own bones, ha 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 ha. Or are you going to let this goon in front of you do it? Ask him if he dares to touch me. In the face of Yi Bingqi's threat, Qin Ming couldn't see the slightest bit of fear and nervousness on his face. Instead, his taunts were pulled straight to the brim, and he even didn't forget to make a couple of sarcastic remarks about Shen Yan in the end. TSK, how is it so hard to have a quiet meal? You say you 2-bit tease a girl even if it's okay? Why do you have to involve me? I don't care about you when I'm not talking, but I'm still showing you off? She has already given you a chance. Since you have an itchy skin, I will reluctantly help you move your muscles. It just so happens that I'm almost done eating. So let's consider this as an after-dinner exercise. Bang! Kaching dash. Shen Yan sighed, slowly put down the cutlery in his hands, and after elegantly wiping the corners of his mouth with a paper napkin, he suddenly stormed out, and before Qin Ming could react, his entire person was kicked out by him. 5 meters, heavily smashed on an unoccupied dining table. The huge impact directly smashed the dining table or cracked. This is still Shen Yan collected force in the case. If he is full strength out of the foot, Qin Ming in the air, has been hiccups. Wow, Shen Yan, you're awesome. How did you do that? Can you teach me? After Yi Bingqi, who was on the side, recovered from her shock, she immediately looked at Shen Yan with glowing eyes. If she learned this move, and returned to the East Sea in the future, and kicked someone 5 meters out of the air, then she would be the great demon king of the East Sea. You're a girl, don't be so violent. What's the point of learning this? Don't teach. Obviously wearing a sweet girl face, but always thinking about some fighting and killing things. Shen Yan decided to fix her up a bit and see if he could break her attributes back, so he rejected Yi Bingqi on the spot. Don't, just give a chance. In exchange, in the future when you come to East Sea, how about sis covering you? Where was Yi Bingqi such an easy person to give up? After her eyes circled around, she came up again and said with an expression, cough, put. On the other hand, Qin Ming, who struggled to get up from the ground, coughed lightly and was just about to say something, but he didn't expect that a mouthful of old blood would be sprayed out of his mouth in the next instant, and immediately afterward, his eyes went black and he directly fainted. The commotion here naturally caught the attention of the restaurant manager, but he didn't come forward. Instead he directly slipped away from the back door because he recognized that the person who was beaten was Qin Ming. With the Qin family's temper, if they knew that Qin Ming had been beaten up here, he, the manager, might have to be sacrificed. The best option was to run away before things got back to them. The manager had run away, not to mention the other employees. In a flash, all the heads of the entire restaurant ran away. They were here to work and earn money, not to play with their lives. Moreover, the other party even dared to beat Qin Ming, must also be a person of status. The gods fight, mortals suffer. This kind of thing is still as far away as possible the better. However, there were still some enthusiastic citizens in the crowd. Seeing Qin Ming fainted to death, they still called an ambulance for him. Che, I thought how bullish he was. I didn't realize that it was just a kick that knocked him out. Not as resistant to a beating as our rich second generation over in the East China Sea. Yi Bingqi looked at Qin Ming, who was transported away by the ambulance. Her eyes were full of disdain. The reason why she was labeled with the title of Little Demoness was because she had nothing better to do than to beat up those rich second generation people, often rubbing others down on the ground. Of course, this is because she has specialized in fighting arts. The second is because the Yi family is a big thumbs up in East China Sea. And the third is mainly because she has a protective father. If he knew who bullied his precious daughter, then he would really bring a knife to your house to cut people. Earlier in the year, there was a rich second generation of a family. A cat that Yi Bingqi had raised for a long time was run over and killed. Because of this thing, she was sad for a long time. At that time, her father happened to be in the field, came back and learned about this thing. He directly with a knife went to the rich second generation home. Without saying a word to him, a pair of arms and legs to cut. This matter began to make a lot of noise, but not a few days' time, it was suppressed. Since then, The entire East China Sea rich second generation. See Yibingqi have to be polite 3 times, which if a careless mess with her, the least is a pair of hands and feet. This price, I believe that no one should be able to withstand it, right? And this Yi family is said to be mixed black and white. Want to move the Yi family? Is not so easy, or perhaps may also take themselves into. So many people are choosing to stay away. Chapter 75, Hongmen Banquet? Magic City First People's Hospital. VIP Ward. The first time Qin Ming was sent in, the hospital's senior management contacted his father Qin Huanyue. Nowadays the company's affairs are all taken care of by his eldest son. After receiving the call, he rushed to the hospital at the first time. Looking at his unconscious son, Qin Huanyue's face was blue, holding his son's examination report, which said that Qin Ming's ribs were broken 3 times, but unfortunately the broken ribs didn't cause any secondary injuries. In addition, Qin Ming's internal organs were severely displaced, requiring hospitalization for a period of time. As for when he could wake up, it was up to Qin Ming himself. Humph. After a cold snort, Qin Huanyue left angrily, although his injuries were extremely serious, but the good news was that his life was not in danger. In this VIP ward, Qin Ming could get the best care, so naturally he didn't need to worry too much. In contrast, he was more concerned about what kind of person was so bold that even his Qin Huanyue's son dared to hit. It seems that he hadn't shown up for a long time, and some people had already disrespected the Qin family. Qin family. Study room. Family master. We found the person who seriously injured the second young master. After returning, Qin Huanyue immediately sent people to investigate the matter, and not long after, a young man with a textured center parting walked quickly into the study to report. Who is it? The visitor is one of Qin Huanyue's capable generals, Along. For his efficiency, Qin Huanyue is very assured. Since Along said that he found it, it is certainly not wrong. It's the chairman of Tiancheng Group, Shun Yan. At that time, he was having dinner with a woman at the restaurant. The second young master went up to accost him, and a verbal confrontation ensued, and then he was kicked off by Shen Yan, and was seriously injured and unconscious. As he spoke, Long also took out his cell phone and handed it to Qin Huanyue. He had copied down the surveillance video when he went to the restaurant earlier. For Shen Yan, this person, Qin Huanyue, was not a stranger. After all, he had met him at the reception not long ago, and he had also heard about the Dong family's extermination. Although there was no conclusive evidence, but he felt that this matter should be more or less related to Shen Yan. Family master. This matter, what should we do? If it was someone else, Long would have directly taken action, but the assailant was Shen Yan. He was a bit uncertain, so it was better to ask Qin Huanyue's opinion. Asking wouldn't cause him to lose a piece of meat anyway. You send me an invitation over. Just say that I invited him to come and sit at home for a meal. After a few moments of deep thought, Qin Huanyue did not choose to do it directly, but treated him with courtesy and made an appointment to meet Shen Yan. He was the Earth Emperor of Mordor, yes, but he never did anything he was not sure of. Shen Yan was a person he could not quite see through. Yes, I'll go and do it now. The sight of the Long smelled a sigh of relief. It's good that he asked a mouthful. Otherwise, if this is a direct action, the back may not be what will happen. Maybe he will see too much milk. 10-mile residence. Shen Yan is in the living room tinkering with some toys that need to be assembled. But he's not alone. Yibingqi also followed him back. The beautiful name said that he has no place to live. Come to his home to borrow 2 days. Originally he refused, but could not help the ladder in the road splashing and rolling. She did not want a face. Shen Yan finally agreed to Yibingqi's request. Brought her back. Anyway, there are many rooms in this villa. It's not a problem at all to take in a person, so you can use it to do hard labor and move things around. Ding Tun. The two had just finished packing their things when the doorbell rang, but Shen Yan didn't have the intention to get up, but instead made a wink at Yibingqi, meaning that she should go open the door. Coming. Although a little upset, Yibingqi still got up and went to open the door. After pulling open the door, standing at the door was none other than Long, who had seen the surveillance earlier, and was naturally not unfamiliar with Yibingqi's face. Hello, may I ask if Shen Yan Shindong is at home? Qin Huanyue asked him to deliver the invitation. Long naturally had to hand over to Shen Yan personally, to ensure delivery before going back to resume his duties. The main thing was a rigor. Shen Yan, looking for you. Holy, when did you come over? Scared me. Yibingqi turned back and was about to call Shen Yan, but found that he didn't know when he was already behind himself, and was suddenly startled. This guy, walking without a sound, looking for me? Shen Yan looked Aaron up and down, passed it over in his mind. No impression at all. Obviously someone he hadn't seen before, but he already had some guesses in his mind. Shindong, our family head invites you to come to the Qin family tomorrow night as a guest. This is the invitation. Saying that, Long stepped forward and presented the invitation in his hand. There was not the slightest bit of disrespect in his words, at least before Qin Wanyue turned his face. Long would not easily offend Shen Yan. Qin family head? A guest? Somewhat interesting. Okay, I'll take it. You go back and tell your family head that I'll be on time for the banquet. After returning home just now, Shen Yan had first investigated all of Qin Ming's information, and naturally knew that he came from the Qin family, and the moment she saw Long, the first thing that came to Shen Yan's mind was to associate him with the Qin family. As expected, this invitation was really sent by the Qin family. It was reasonable to say that with the Qin family's hegemony, he had undoubtedly struck their second young master's face. Shouldn't he have directly used force? The invitation has been delivered, so I'll go back to resume my orders first. Goodbye Shindong. Seeing Shen Yan hand down the invitation, Long did not continue to linger, and after greeting the former, he turned around and left in a very dashing manner. With his Qin family's identity, this 10-mile residence is still not a casual entry and exit? Shen Yan, you will not really want to go to the Qin family to go to the banquet, right? This is not pure home and banquet? Back to the house, Yi Bingqi first time asked out of the heart of the idea. She is not stupid. Shen Yan just finished beating Qin Ming, and now received the invitation of Qin Wanyue, which if there is no catnip, that is, Qin Wanyue brain what? Why don't you go? Why don't you just go? But I'll go on my own. You don't have to follow the fun. Although I do not know what Qin Wanyue gourd selling drugs, but Shen Yan is not the slightest bit afraid of. His system space so many treasures. Even if it is a hongmen banquet, he can also single-handedly kill out. If this Qin Wanyue recognized the words, this matter is so past. If he does not know what to do, then the Qin family is likely to follow the dust of the Dong family, become a history of the magic city. That won't do. If you go, I have to go as well. After all, the cause of the matter lies with me. Chapter 76. What are you going to do? Although this is not the East China Sea, but Yi Bingqi is not something afraid of things. The big deal is to let her father step in. Yi Zhan can mix the black and white. Naturally not a local snake so simple. You also want to go to dilly-dally? Don't. In case of a fight later, I still have to take care of you. Where can I free my hands? Two people now how to say is also considered a friend. Shen Yan naturally do not want her to follow to risk. After all, they have equipment. Yi Bingqi did not She has thin arms and legs, a stick down. It is not guaranteed that it will be broken, and they are still away. Who knows how many people Qin Wanyue secretly prepared. Therefore Shen Yan didn't hesitate for a second and directly rejected Yi Bingqi. Don't look down on people. I've practiced. This was not bragging. She had really practiced, only that she didn't know if it was a matter of physique. No matter how much she practiced, she always maintained her weight at this level, so she looked as if she was a weakling. I'm the only one whose name is on the invitation, so don't even think about it. It's not negotiable. Rejecting it to no avail, Shen Yan had no choice but to take the invitation. Anyway, Qin Wanyue only invited himself, and the effect was indeed as he thought. After hearing this, Yi Bingqi instantly wilted. Humph. If you don't go, you don't go. The next day, evening, Shen Yan drove alone, following the address on the invitation to a large manor house in front of him. This side was where the Qin family residence was located. As the oldest family power in Magic City, its heritage was naturally not comparable to other families. Mr. Shen, inside please. At the doorway, after he handed over his invitation, the security guard released him at the first time. Jokingly, the person who can be invited to dinner by the family head is not someone he can offend as a small security guard? Since Qin Wanyue had explained in advance, Shen Yan had someone to guide him all the way, and he soon arrived at the council hall. As for his car, it was left to the Qin family's attendant to park it. Shindong came really early inside the council hall. When Shen Yan came in, there were already two people inside. The middle-aged man on the first seat was none other than Qin Wanyue, and the young guy on his left-hand side was his eldest son, Qin Feng. Qin family master invited. Naturally I have to be on time for the banquet. I was in a hurry and didn't prepare anything good. I brought a bottle of wine over. I hope Qin family master doesn't mind. The two have had a one-sided relationship before at the wine party. Before not figuring out the other party's attitude, Shen Yan will not turn the other cheek for no reason. This person puts to the matter, not to the person. Qin Wanyue did not offend himself at the moment. The mountain gate as a guest naturally have to prepare a little something, and he took this bottle of wine, but also the system reward, a bottle of Han Emperor Mao Tai, and the last time to Li Chang, the same. The value is probably in 10 million or so. At Han Emperor Mao Tai? Surprisingly, it's Han Emperor Mu Tai? Isn't there just 10 bottles of this stuff in total? With just a glance, Qin Feng recognized the wine that Shen Yan had given him. There was no way. The packaging of this thing was just too distinctive. As long as the person who had seen it would inevitably be able to recognize it if they saw it again. He had seen it once before at an auction in Shangjiang, hence why he was so surprised. Oh, does this wine have any origin? Qin Huanyue wasn't good with wine. He usually drank tea. At his position, who else would dare to force him to drink? He was just drinking kanji at a drinking game and no one dared to say anything, so it was normal that he didn't recognize Handy Mutai. Dad, a total of 10 bottles of this wine were produced, and apart from one bottle that was kept, the rest were all auctioned off, and nowadays money can't even necessarily buy it. Although Qin Feng didn't drink much either, he liked to collect. He had collected quite a few out-of-print wines inside his family's wine cellar, and now that he saw this bottle of Hanti Mutai given by Shen Yan, he was even more in love with it. He rather let Shen Dong break the bank. After listening to his son's introduction, Qin Huanyue also had a preliminary cognition of this bottle of wine, but his complexion remained unchanged, just a smile and said a polite word. Breaking the bank is nothing to talk about. Qin family master, inviting me over should be something to say, right? The polite process finished. Shen Yan is not in the nonsense. Directly cut to the chase. Talk together. This meal can still eat. Talk together. This meal is not necessary. Indeed there is a matter. My son was seriously injured yesterday. Is still in the hospital unconscious. I do not know what Shen Dong on this matter want to say. Since Shen Yan led the topic here, Qin Huanyue also followed his words down. But his words are almost not directly say that people are Shen Yan hit. As for the side of the Qin Feng, now his father was present. He naturally did not grab the words. Quietly waiting at the side is not bad. People are indeed I hit. So how do you treat? The people present are well aware of. Shen Yan is not the whole of those who bend around. Directly and generously admitted their behavior, and even a rhetorical question. Even to this time, he is still the calm and self-contained look. Humph, isn't Shen Dong a little too arrogant? You have to know that this is the Qin family. Feng did I ask you to speak? Qin Feng originally did not intend to open his mouth, but he couldn't see others disrespecting his father. Shen Yan's words and behavior were undoubtedly stepping on his thunder point. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qin Huanyue. His own old man had spoken. Even if he was no longer upset, Qin Feng had to hold his tongue. His old man would always be his old man. Even in front of outsiders, he was the general manager of Qin Group. But at home, he was just Qin Huanyue's son. The matter of the incident I also let people investigate. It is true that Mings was at fault first. Right now he has been taught a lesson. I hope that Shen Dong will not bother with him in the future. This matter let's make a big deal out of a small thing. How about it? In fact, at the beginning, he also wanted Shen Yan to be a downer. But just this morning, Qin Huanyue suddenly received an unfamiliar phone call. And after the other party opened his mouth, he almost didn't die of fright. Simply because that call was from Yizhan. Yesterday, after Shen Yan refused to let Ji Bingqi come with him to the Qin family, she contacted her old man and asked him to help Shen Yan after telling him what happened. And after learning that Shen Yan had saved his daughter, Yizhan also agreed directly. Early this morning made a phone call to Qin Huanyue, came up with a leg-splitting in-face output. After so many years, Qin Huanyue is still the first time to be sprayed wildly for half an hour without daring to talk back. Not cannot, but do not dare. If he dares to talk back, I guess Yizhan will be on the door in the next day. Qin Huanyue originally cannot see through Shen Yan, and now the latter and Yi Zhanshan involved in the relationship, which makes him how dare to make a mistake. Naturally, there are steps to hurry down. Hurry to round this thing is the king's way. He does not want to face the leaf war again this crazy. Chapter 77 Recipe. I do not have an opinion. Just do not know the Qin family head of your son is how to think. To his character, most likely will not agree to it, although I don't know what Qin Huanyue is smoking. But more is better than less. Shen Yan also don't want to be disturbed by those things all day long. Strange and annoying. This Shen Dong don't have to worry. What I say. Minger will still listen. Time is almost up. Let's go to the restaurant together. At this moment Qin Huanyue only wanted to send Shen Yan away as soon as possible. As for Qin Ming's injuries, anyway, there is no fear for his life. As a lesson to him, anyway, their family is not short of money. In the hospital to keep well is. Listen to the Qin family master. Guests follow the master. Since both sides have reached an agreement, Shen Yan naturally won't start any more trouble. It seems that today this meal is something to eat, but he still has some doubts in his heart. Why this Qin Huanyue will be so polite to himself? A meal down. The guests and hosts are happy. Qin Huanyue is unprecedented will be the cup of tea replaced by wine, and Shen Yan drink a few cups. Do not know also thought that the two are many years of good friends at study room. After Shen Yan left, Qin Huanyue father and son returned here together. In fact, before in the council hall, Qin Feng wanted to ask. Today's this approach, completely not the style of old dad. Dad, what's this Shen Nian's origin? Why are you being so polite to him? Even if he is the chairman of Tiancheng Group, he doesn't have to be like this, right? He didn't believe that his father had suddenly changed his nature, so the problem must be with Shen Nian. You're right, Shen Nian really doesn't have much of an origin, and it's not him that I'm jealous of. What really makes me jealous is the person behind the woman with him. Do you know whose daughter she is? Qin Wanyue on the eunuch's chair rubbed his temples with both hands. Qin Feng didn't know that Yi Zhan had called his father in the morning. If he knew, he would probably be able to understand. I don't know. Who is it? Qin Feng had been busy with company matters recently. If not for his assistant telling him that Qin Ming had been beaten into the hospital, he wouldn't even know about this mess, let alone investigating someone else's information. She's Yi Zhuan's daughter. It's not good for your brother to provoke anyone but her. Why do you think I'm suddenly so polite to that Shen Nian? It's because this morning, Yi Zhan called me. He said that if we dare to make things difficult for Shen Nian, he'll personally come to our door. Other people don't know Yi Zhan's real identity, but Qin Wanyue knows. What the Black Road and the White Road are all Yi Zhan's camouflage. His real identity is actually the military god's deputy, although now retired. But people in the Chinese military god is a brother of life and death. Life friendship. If the leaf war to get you, who came are not good. And more importantly, the Chinese military god is also surnamed Yi. People can mobilize the army. You have a few lives enough to kill people? So, out to mix, or have to look at the power, have to talk about the background, where there are so many white hands to start. What? This matter has also alarmed Yi Zhan? Then I understand. After listening to his father's words, Qin Feng was also shocked and speechless. Since Yi Zhan had stepped in, Qin Ming's plan was for nothing. His own brother was really unlucky. How could he have provoked Yi Zhan's daughter? He is not like Qin Ming, only know the day-to-day drinking. These years with Qin Wanyue side, also know a lot of hidden secrets. This moment he finally is to understand why his father just so polite. There is no way. The official level of pressure. The potential level is even more so. But where there are other better choices, Qin Wanyue are not so. Obviously their own face was hit, but also to compensate for the smile. Just, turn back to command down. Qin family belongs to, all shall not offend them too. Violators expelled from the Qin family. Can't afford to mess with them. We can afford to hide. A long time. Qin Wanyue slowly get up. Leave a sentence after. Straight back to the bedroom. Today's matter as did not happen. And Shen Nian played 2 times. He knows the other side is not the kind of love to mess with the Lord. As long as they do not take the initiative to mess with him, can be peace and quiet. Yes, 10-mile residence. After leaving from the Qin family, Shen Nian returned here directly. But after returning, Yi Bingqi was not at home. Not knowing where to fool around. Such a big person. There was nothing for him to worry about. As long as he didn't fall into the well like last time, the probability was that nothing would happen. System, have a 10 consecutive sign-in. It was a rare moment of peace and quiet, remembering that today's nutritional goal hadn't been completed yet. After saying that, he directly paralyzed on the sofa, and even closed his eyes and began to wait for the system's feedback. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining funds of $300 million. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary reinforcer formula, which can permanently enhance physical quality by 3 times. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring full-level sword skills. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy card, can designate one skill to be copied from another person. Destroyed when used up. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Yuan Tian Biotechnology Company Limited. Nice one. Only to see Shen Nian get down from the sofa with a carp. And with a thought, a flash drive suddenly appeared in his hand, and the formula of the primary reinforcer he had just obtained was in it. Speaking of body strengthening, this Shen Nian is the most right to speak. After all, he personally experienced, but his is directly pulled by the system to the full level. That is, the extent of the limit of human beings. And the formula in his hands, if it is developed, it can enhance the physical quality of 3 times, or permanent. If it can be popularized, then the entire Chinese people's physical quality will be enhanced 3 times. For insurance reasons, Shen Nian just copied a copy to the computer, and the flash drive was put back into the system space by him. Only here is the safest. However, for this aspect of biotechnology, Shen Nian was a complete layman. After opening the file, he realized that he froze and couldn't read a bit. Forget it. It just so happens that the system has rewarded a biotech company. So I'll go and take a look tomorrow. And if they can't handle it, then I'll just recruit some people myself. I don't think anyone can resist the temptation of going down in history, right? This is true. If someone can really develop the potion, this is a blessing for the people of the whole of China, and it is inevitable that it will be written in the history books. As for making money or not, Shen Yan does not matter. In front of the big right and wrong, he can still distinguish clearly. This kind of things that benefit the nation, even if it does not make money, he is also happy to do, not for anything else, because he is the heir of the dragon. Chapter 78, Heavenly Creature. There were no words for the night. The next morning, Shen Yan then drove directly to Yuantian Biotechnology Company Limited, but after seeing the scale of this company, he gave up the idea of letting them research, and directly turned around and went to Tiancheng Group. I don't know what kind of wind the system is pumping. This what Yuantian Biotechnology, plus the management together is less than 20 people, and most of them are still young people. At a glance, it is the kind of newcomers who just graduated or graduated 2.5 years ago, previously did not believe that the system's rewards are random. Now I believe it, or their own recruitment is more reliable. When driving, Shen Yan also did not forget to spit out the system. It may be that in the beginning, he had nothing, so the system gave all the good things, and now that he has everything he should have, the system began to make a demon. Tiancheng Group, General Manager's Office. Now Shen Yan came to the company or not to go to their own office. Greetings did not hit directly to Li Qinghan here. Anyway, are their own people? Where to go is the same, even in the latter here, but also can do some exciting things. How did you come? Nowadays, in the entire company, the only person who dared to enter Li Qinghan's office without knocking on the door was Shen Yan, so she didn't even need to raise her head to look at it to know who was coming. But according to Shen Yan's temperament, coming over so early in the morning, there must be something going on. Of course I came to see if you're working properly. Well, not bad, didn't touch the fish. Reward you properly at night. The two of them hadn't seen each other in the past few days. It was said that a small farewell was better than a new marriage, and now that both of them were newbies, it was natural for them to practice more to consolidate and unlock more exciting content. You lower your voice. Who wants you to reward? Shame on you in broad daylight. You're not afraid of others hearing you. If it's at home it's okay, but in the company and in broad daylight. Saying this kind of words, Li Qinghan's face swished red, although every time she enjoys it. But girls, thin skin, shyness is normal. What with what? I'm talking about treating you to a big meal at night. Where did you think of? TSK. So you're so dirty, Shen Yan in fact is deliberately say this kind of ambiguous words to fight Li Qinghan. Life as well. The main is a fun. Look at the beauty of the shy is not also quite eye-catching, right? Humph. You better be. Learning that she was teased, Li Qinghan instantly rolled her eyes. This guy, all day long there is no proper behavior. At night must find an opportunity to ruthlessly punish him. Okay, I won't tease you. I came to have something serious to say to you. After the joke was over, Shen Yan pulled a chair and sat across from Li Qinghan, and began to enter the topic of the day. What is it? Play to play. Joke to joke. When there is something serious, Li Qinghan is still very serious. After all, now this group is all in her care. Shen Yan is a hand-holding cabinet with a title. The company's affairs are not even clear as the former. I recently got a formula. If it works, it will benefit the whole country. So we need to set up a biotechnology company. As for the name, let's call it Tiancheng Bio. Later I will hit $50 billion into the group account. This is the starting capital for Tiancheng Bio. The matter of registering the company should be implemented as soon as possible. The next thing is to recruit personnel. We just need talent. Money is not a problem, as long as they are truly talented. Prioritize those famous Denung Bar. I believe they won't refuse. Shen Yan set all of his ideas in a brain. Although Yuantian Bio is a ready-made company, but he can't look at that bit of rags. It's better to start from scratch by himself, and the sense of achievement will be 1 point stronger in the future. What formula is so powerful? And where did you get so much money? Sure enough, the focus of the girls is different. Although Li Qinghan knows that Shen Yan has a lot of industry, but this next takeout 50 billion, is not a little too much? In fact, this is still Shen Yan was afraid that she could not afford to say 50 billion. Originally he was ready to directly play 100 billion startup funds. This money if just get the system. Shen Yan will still feel that it is a huge sum of money, but with the passage of time, more and more money in his account, just the pure capital flow. It is more than $1 trillion, not to mention other industrial income. 50 billion to the current Shen Yan is just some numbers, nothing to feel. It's the same with or without. Life won't change in any way. This is a potion that can enhance the physical quality. If it can be developed, then long can enhance a person's physical quality 3 times, and there will not be any side effects. What the system gave was just the formula. As to whether it could be developed or not, It still depended on whether these ability to engage in biology was good or not. Shen Yan would like to do it himself, but unfortunately, he did not have the skills in biology. 3 times? So much. Reliable Shen Yan? You won't be cheated. As the authorities were confused, Li Qinghan was afraid that Shen Yan had been deceived by someone about this unheard of thing. Otherwise, why had she never heard of anyone developing this kind of potion before? Naturally reliable. Don't worry. I have a number in my heart. You just do what I say. If the things given by the system were not reliable, then who else in this world could be reliable? At least for now. Shen Yan unconditionally believed in the system. Without it, there would be no present self. Alright, just make sure you have the numbers. Then I'll go do it today. Tianchang Group has a lot of industries under its name, the venue and so on. Naturally Shen Yan does not need to worry about. Li Qinghan can arrange for herself. What she said earlier is just a worry. After all, whose money is not blown by the wind? Good. Hard work. I'll make sure to reward you properly at night. After finishing the business, Shen Yan resumed his unorthodox appearance, but this time he said that it was indeed a matter of men and women. As for how to understand it, it was up to Li Qinghan, the person in question. Old colorful batch. I'm going to get busy. You play by yourself. After pouting a sentence, Li Qinghan got up and left the office. Since Shen Yan wants to open the company, then she naturally wants to pick a suitable place, which needs to open a meeting to study it. And by the way, some things are arranged. There is a saying how to say, will not lead the team can only dry to death. As the general manager of the group, Li Qinghan cannot do everything personally, right? Some small things could still be handed over to her subordinates. She only needed to be in charge of the gatekeeping. It's really good. It's still comfortable to be in charge. Mom and Dad's death anniversary is coming up. When I'm done here, I'll go back to see them. Bring Changhan along. Future daughter-in-law. You have to show them. Chapter 79, I am your father. If Shen Yan had any regrets, the passing away of his parents would definitely take the top spot. He had everything now, but only without his family. Once a family of 3. Although not rich, it was better than cozy. He left Golden Harbor also for a period of time. This matter is over. He will be ready to take Li Qinghan back together, to burn incense to his parents, tell them too. He is doing well. Magic City First People's Hospital. VIP ward. Coma for a few days of Qin Ming is finally slowly opened his eyes. But wake up to wake up. The body's injuries should be painful still have to hurt. After all, Shen Yan kicked his ribs broken well. The injured tendons and bones 100 days is not to say? Hiss. Qin Ming just wanted to sit up, but the result was pulled to his wound. Immediately grimaced in pain, and sucked in several mouthfuls of cool air before slowing down. Damn you! I'm going to get you killed. The pain coming from his ribs also completely removed Qin Ming's sleepiness, so the first thought that appeared in his mind was revenge. Although he didn't know what Shen Yan's name was, but with their family's strength, wouldn't it be simple to find someone? Then you should be hopeless. The words just fell. Qin Feng pushed open the door of the hospital room. The previous days he didn't have the time. Today he happened to be free, so he came over to take a look. Just by chance he heard his brother's words just now. Brother? Why are you here? What hopelessness? Can't it be that you've already taken revenge for me? I knew you loved me, ha ha ha. After seeing the person who came, Qin Ming was first stunned. Then he misunderstood Qin Feng's meaning. In his opinion, it must be that his brother had seen that he was injured and thus had already dealt with that guy ahead of time. No, this guy is a big guy. Even our dad doesn't want to offend him easily. Moreover, yesterday Dad had already reconciled with him. You're going to get this meal for nothing. As for retaliation, don't even think about it. The consequences are not something you can afford. Now you just broke a few ribs. If you continue to provoke the other party, you might be in danger of losing your life. Listen to my brother's advice. Forget about it. There's no such thing as not wetting your shoes when you're always walking by the river. Just consider yourself unlucky this time. As a brother reading machine, how could Qin Feng not know what was going on in Qin Ming's head? But remembering what Qin Wanyue had said yesterday in the study, he, as the older brother, naturally had to advise his younger brother not to continue to play dead. What? Are you guys mistaken? That if there is something big coming from that one, why have I never seen him in Magic City? You guys must be mistaken. How could Qin Ming, who had refused to take a loss since he was a child, give up so easily? He basically knew all of these rich second-generation people in Magic City, but he had never seen Shen Yan at all, and he was naturally unwilling to give up just like that. His name is Shen Yan. He is the chairman of Ru Tianchang Group. People are the rich generation. It's normal that you don't recognize them. Moreover, there are people behind him. Not as simple as you think. I'm not here to discuss with you. On your matter, Dad has been negotiated with Shen Yan. Stop. No longer pursue. If you are bent on words, then what happened? Dad may not be able to protect you. The words have come to this. Be good to yourself. You should know better. You can't live like this for the rest of your life. Although Qin Feng was very upset at the beginning, but since he knew that Shen Yan and Yi Zhan had a relationship, the upset in his heart disappeared. A glance to see the head of the matter. He did not go to do. Offending Yi Zhan will not have a good end. After saying that, he left. Since Qin Ming had already woken up, there was nothing to worry about. He had said what he needed to say, so he could let him digest the rest on his own. How is it possible? Is it really possible to just let it go? Looking at Qin Feng's departing back, Qin Ming for a moment surprisingly did not know what to do. He knew that Qin Feng would not lie to him. That is to say, this Shen Yan really could not afford to mess with himself, but in his heart he was extremely unwilling. Never mind. It's better to get well first. This bee is really heavy-handed. After doing a mental struggle for a while, Qin Ming swung for the fences. The matter of revenge should be put aside for the time being. When he recovers, then see if there's any chance. A gentleman's vengeance is not too late for 10 years. This kick, he remembers it for a lifetime. Magic City Airport. A middle-aged man with a straight figure, dark skin, firm and unyielding face, wearing a black tang suit appeared here pulling a suitcase. Raising his hand to look at the time, he casually stopped a cab and left the airport. And as for his destination, it was 10 Mile Residence. 10 Mile Residence. Shortly after Shen Yan left, Yi Bingqi came back. Now she had taken this place as one of her strongholds, coming and going as she pleased. And anyway, Shen Yan had given her the password to the gate. And in order to plug Shen Yan's mouth, she also transferred $50 million into the account of the opposite put. Consider it rent. And this money, naturally, was transferred from the account of Qin Ming, the great bastard of injustice. And when he found out, he would probably have to vomit 3 liters of blood again, right? Ding dong. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Yi Bingqi was just about to open the door, but then thought, Shen Yan is not himself know the password? What's the point of ringing the doorbell? So she aimed her sight at the cat's eye, but what she saw was another eyeball. Holy, who the hell are you? Who do you want to scare to death in broad daylight at $%? Obviously Yi Bingqi was scared by this eyeball. A backward step directly began to the door output, cursing extremely unpleasant. Even the side of the bill cannot listen to it. Shaking his head, back to the room. Open the door. I'm your father. The person who was at the airport earlier was none other than Yi Zhan. He thought about it yesterday, but he still wasn't quite sure about his daughter, so he planned to come over to take a look in person. Who in the entire East Sea didn't know that he was a daughter slave? You, taking advantage of me, right? I am your grandfather. Perhaps she was in the middle of her anger, plus her voice was slightly different after it had been processed by the gate, so Yi Bingqi didn't recognize that it was Yi Zhan's voice at the first time. It was also mainly because she didn't expect her dad to suddenly kill over, and thought it was that psycho at the door. Ding! She was cursing vigorously. The pocket cell phone suddenly vibrated. Yi Bingqi took out a look. It was Yi Zhan took a video for him. The background is exactly Shen Yan's entrance. I cursive. Surprisingly really my father. After watching the video, Yi Bingqi was numb. Dare to say that the doorway is really his own old man, so she immediately stepped forward and pulled the door of the villa open, and saw a haughty face of Yi Zhan. See? I told you I'm your dad, right? Little guy. You're still young to fight with me haha. Chapter 80, I have an idea. No, how did you find this place? Yi Bingqi remembered that she didn't seem to say where she lived, right? This villa wasn't hers. Bringing someone back at will was extremely rude behavior, and if she upset Shen Yan, she could be swept out the door at any time. Isn't it because I'm worried about you? Come to the Magic City also did not tell me. How is it? The East China Sea is not enough for you to toss it, right? Yi Zhan did not have a bit of foreign appearance. Put the suitcase casually in the corner. He was very comfortable paralyzed on the sofa, and even crossed his legs. That was an accident on my part. Who knew there were people stealing manhole covers in a place like this? I was looking at my cell phone and didn't pay attention. That's why I fell in. Such a humiliating thing. She naturally didn't want to bring it up again. Luckily not many people saw it at that time. Otherwise, Yi Bingqi would probably just buy a ticket and run away. Right? Where is that kid? Shen what came? Shen Yan? It's called this name, right? Yi Zhan came in for a while now, and did not see any other person's figure besides a dog, so he could not help but ask out loud. I don't know. I haven't seen anyone else since I came back. I guess something went out. Dad, what are you looking for Shen Yan for? She looked at her old dad with a puzzled face. If she didn't remember wrongly, the two didn't know each other. Earlier if she didn't call for help, Yi Zhan didn't even know that there was any this person. He saved my daughter. I as a father do not know even if. No. certainly want to thank people a lot. The kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by the spring, such as Yi Zhan and their kind of people. They look at kindness a little heavier than normal people, and if he didn't remember correctly, this was still the first time that Yi Bingqi had called for help because of an outsider, which undoubtedly evoked his interest in seeing what this Shen Yan was all about. It was when I invited Shen Yan for dinner before that I ran into that brain-dead second young master of the Qin family, so I should be considered to have thanked him, right? Shen Yan had been saying that he didn't need to be so polite and so on, and Yi Bingqi was used to having a big grin, so she didn't really mention it again, but now that I think about it, it seems like it's not very polite indeed. No harm. When he comes back I'll talk to him. There is nothing at home recently. It is rare to come out. Yi Zhan is also ready to rest for 2 days in this magic city, although now he is rooted in the East China Sea, but there are quite a lot of good friends here. It is just to take this opportunity to pull out of the slipstream. As you wish, but if you want to live here, you have to talk to Shen Yan yourself. After all, I have spent money. You don't want a whore for nothing, said she, then threw down Yi Zhan alone in the living room. She herself turned around and went to the room of the banknote. Before Yi Bingqi was more like a cat, but these 2 days down, she found that the dog seems to be good too. Night. After Shen Yan sent Li Qinghan home, he returned to 10 Mile residence alone. Originally he was planning to reward the latter, but he forgot that Li Chang had also moved there, and it was so embarrassing that he had to return after dinner in a grayish manner. Click. After pressing the fingerprint, the door opened in response. As soon as he entered, Shen Yan saw the suitcase on the side, and as his eyes moved, Yi Zhan on the sofa was also reflected in his eyes. Which one are you? He didn't have the habit of picking people's bottoms, so when he checked Yi Bingqi's information before, he didn't know Yi Zhan's information by the way. So looking at the stranger who suddenly appeared in the house, Shen Yan was dumbfounded. You are Shen Yan, right? Introduce yourself. My name is Yi Zhan. I'm Yi Bingqi's father. When Shen Yan sized up Yi Zhan, the latter was also sizing him up. Yi Zhan, who had read countless people, could sense from the first moment he saw the former that this son was not simple. He revealed from his body that there was a very strong aura of superiority. Oh, so it's Uncle Yi. Hello, sit down. I'll make you some tea. Since it was Yi Bingqi's father, it wasn't too much to call out to him as Uncle Yi. The visitor was a guest. Making a cup of tea for someone was the most basic etiquette, although he didn't know what the other party was doing over here. You don't say. I usually have nothing to do, but also really love to make some tea to drink. When he was young, Yi Zhan didn't drink tea and only drank wine, but after this age, the wine slowly lost its flavor, and he started to drink tea, so he could savor it. Right. The Qin family side didn't make things difficult for you, right? Qin Wanhua, this person. Yi Zhan had dealt with him quite a lot, and knew his character well. He had already called and warned the other side beforehand. As long as he had no problem with his brain, he shouldn't be fooling around. So it's Uncle Yi who stepped in. I said how this Qin Wanhua suddenly became so polite. The embarrassment was not there, and he even took the initiative to reconcile. Shen Yan hadn't been able to think clearly about this issue for the past 2 days, until Yi Zhan asked about it at this moment. He realized that it was the other party who had stepped in, or else with Qin Wanhua's temperament, it would have been impossible for him to be so polite. Humph, count on him to be sensible. Otherwise, I will definitely make a trip to his Qin family. Since both of them had reconciled, Yi Zhan also did not go deeper into this issue. After all, Shen Yan was the one involved. Uncle Yi came to Magic City for something? After handing the soaked Dahong robe to the other party, Shen Yan motionlessly picked up the tablet computer on the side and pounded something on it while talking. Well, it's not a big deal. Take a walk and meet old friends, but I may have to disturb you here for 2 days. I don't know if it's convenient. Thinking of what his daughter said, Yi Zhan really honestly asked Shen Yan's opinion. If he didn't agree, he would have to hurry to the hotel to open a room. Harm. Uncle Yi said, what is this called? I'm not talking about anything else here. There are plenty of rooms. Feel free to stay. How to say that Yi Zhan also helped himself. This little thing Shen Yan, and how would it count? Don't say 2 days. Life 2 months are no problem. And the two people talk, so a moment of effort. Shen Yan also found out the information he wanted to understand. Ha 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 ha, that's a good feeling. Uncle Yi, I have an idea. I wonder if you're interested. After learning about Yi Zhan's true identity, Shen Yan suddenly thought of his primary reinforcer. If this thing was supplied to the military first, then the army's combat power should also be significantly improved, right? What's the idea? Expand on it? Yi Zhan felt that Shen Yan was very much to his liking. It was rare to meet a young man who wasn't afraid of himself, and he really had a hint of interest in the idea. Shen Yan said, I know that Uncle Yi comes from the military. I now have a formula in my hand. If it can be successfully developed, it can enhance a person's physical quality by 3 times. And it's permanent. If it can be put into the army in large quantities, the effect can be imagined. Chapter 81 Cooperation? Once these words came out, Yi Zhan on the sofa immediately couldn't sit still, snapped and stood up quickly. He stared at Shen Nian with wide eyes in death. What shocked him was not the efficacy of this potion, but the fact that Shen Nian knew his origin. To know that his file was the highest level of encrypted documents. Not anyone could have the right to access it. Not to mention, even his own daughter Yi Bingqi did not know about this. Moreover, Yi Zhan could determine as well as be sure that this was his first encounter with Shen Nian, and for a while, his level of vigilance towards Shen Nian was directly drawn to full capacity, and he even began to doubt whether the latter was deliberately using this to approach himself. How do you know about this? Can't figure it out, then directly ask. But Yi Zhan in the question at the same time also ready to strike at any time. Right now the distance between the two people at the end of the 2 meters, this distance for him, can be completely ignored. Of course it is found. Uncle Yi, do not have to be nervous. I'm not a bad person. Shen Nian turned the tablet in his hand over so that Yi Zhan could see the screen, which showed his personal profile. A full-grade hacker. You think it's just talk? Unless there was another full-grade hacker intervening in real time. Otherwise, as far as the computer technology currently mastered by mankind was concerned, it couldn't be defended against Shen Nian at all. As long as he wanted to, there was no invasion that couldn't be cracked. How is it possible? How can you find out my profile? After seeing the information displayed on the tablet, Yi Zhan's level of surprise increased instead of decreasing. He had just seen Shen Nian take the tablet, which meant that the other party had gotten to the bottom of himself in such a short period of time. What about the encrypted files? How a little protection role also did not play. This also add a hammer secret. What all let people see the light. Yi uncle, rest assured. I will not talk nonsense. Just now is a moment of curiosity to check it. There is no other meaning. Let's not go back to the topic just now. Shen Nian is not stupid. If this Yi Zhan does not have some head, why he a person from the East China Sea can make the devil's head snake Qin Wanhua so scrupulous? Saying that he then cleared all the information he had found out in front of Yi Zhan, and then put down the tablet in his hand, which could be said to be full of sincerity. What you said is true. How can you prove that it really has the kind of efficacy you said? Somehow, seeing Shen Nian's look of confidence and calmness, Yi Zhan really believed it, and also knew that the former wanted to produce contact with the military through his side. But this matter is important. If there is no full grasp and enough persuasion, he will not go to take this risk. After all, the military is the basis of a strong country. Cannot afford to be sloppy. Well, this is not available for the time being, but I have the complete formula in my hand. If Uncle Yi can help contact the bigwigs in biotechnology, it won't take much time if I want to develop it. Every potion would go through a lot of tests before it was introduced, but Shen Nian's formula was given by the system. It was already something very complete. These researchers only needed to follow the formula to make the thing out. The matter of Tanchang biology was already in progress, but wanting to gather a large number of experts and talents in a short period of time was a difficult thing. If there was Yi Zhan intervening, the efficiency was obvious. And this was Shen Nian's purpose. You mean, let me go and help you contact these individuals? Why should I help you? You still haven't convinced me. Yi Zhan frowned slightly. He did know quite a few experts and professors in biotechnology, and he could even explain the situation to Yi Junshin if necessary. But Shen Nian's words did not cause him to entertain such thoughts. Nonetheless, this is not helping me, but helping our country. My original intention was to fully promote this thing, but on second thought, it's better to put it into the troops first. Uncle Yi should also know that I'm a businessman, and businessmen are concerned about not making any profit. But I feel that in order to make money peacefully, I need to have a strong backing. Uncle Yi has been a soldier. He should know better than me. What does 3 times the physical fitness mean? As a member of China, don't you want to see our country become stronger? I think we can work together. I'll give you the formula for the potion, and I can also give you the equipment and funds needed to develop it. Uncle Yi only needs to give you people. Once the potion is released, this achievement can definitely be recorded in the history books. Uncle Yi really won't consider it? Shen Nian said a whole lot. In fact, the center point on one, pulling the leaf war into the partnership. He is now a big family. The old saying is good. Would show in the forest, wind will destroy. And the background of the leaf war is hard enough to cooperate with him. At least on the surface dare not someone move. He himself was indifferent. With the things in the system space, he was almost invincible. But he was mainly afraid of encountering that kind of extreme people who would lay hands on those around him. Cooperation? How many people do you need? Yi Zhan was said by Shen Nian. You don't say. Really, let him say. Life is but 100 years. Who do not want to leave a little bit of great achievements? If this what potion is really, as Shen Nian said so magical words, then himself as a collaborator. the history books will certainly also appear his name. This in genealogy a single page of temptation is not much difference. Naturally the more the better. If it's possible, I suggest that Uncle Yi contact the above. Can we get an exclusive base out? After all, we don't know if there are any bad guys inside the masses. If this kind of technology falls into the hands of an enemy country, it will in turn become a sharp blade against themselves. To show my sincerity, I can first take out half of the formula for them to verify. Shen Nian suddenly thought of a problem, which was that in case there were spies from other countries inside these expert talents, wouldn't that be the end of the story? If there was an exclusive base, this problem would not be a problem. And this is the system reward formula. Even if he took out half of it, other people can't deduce the remaining half on their own. It wouldn't be a product of this era. Wouldn't it be so penetrating? Getting it wrong would be a death sentence. Exclusive base? I can't be the master of this one. You do this, since you said you're willing to take out half of the formula, then tomorrow you'll go with me to the imperial capital. What you said just now makes sense. There might be bad people inside the masses. This kind of thing is better left to the military to handle. I'll take you to see Yi Junshin. If you can persuade him, this matter can be accomplished. Yi Zhan had read countless people in his life. Whether a person was telling the truth or not, he could tell just by looking at them. Although it was said to be a primary meeting, he still chose to believe Shen Nian and decided to personally accompany him on the trip. Chapter 82, Traveling to the Imperial Capital. Alright then, it's a deal. There are many rooms here. Uncle Yi can pick one at random. It's getting late. Take an early rest. Since it was already agreed upon, Shen Nian did not say any more. Everything would wait until tomorrow when he went to the Imperial Capital, and he would see for himself. In fact, he can completely not need to make such a big fuss. Do not forget, Shen Nian's system air conditioning there are still a few loyalty cards. As long as he wrote Yi Zhan's name on it, he could have taken it at will. However, he did not do so. One is Yi Zhan has helped himself. Human feelings in the first. The second is Shen Nian is not necessarily want him to join the gang. If Yi Zhan attitude is resolute, perhaps Shen Nian will directly give up this idea. The big deal is that he built a base by himself, and then checked all the networks of every person who came in, to make sure that the other person has no problem not being a spy. Only this would waste a lot of time, thus affecting the development of the potion. Shen Nian's physical quality was already at full level, but the people around him were still in their initial state. The reason why he wanted to develop it as soon as possible was also because he wanted to use it for everyone around him at the first time. The higher the physical quality, the stronger the recovery ability, and in case of any accidents it wouldn't be so bad that it would hiccup at once, like Li Qinghan and Li Chang. He also secretly used a scapegoat talisman on each of the two. When the two appeared to be in fear of their lives, the scapegoat talisman would automatically come into effect, fending off a fatal attack for them. Okay, then I'll stay on the first floor. Too lazy to climb the stairs. I don't know why. It seems like everyone has an inexplicable aversion to climbing stairs. No one should be willing to climb stairs unless it's necessary, right? Originally, Yi Zhan was planning to stay for a few days, but since he was going to the imperial capital tomorrow, he didn't pick. It was the same wherever he stayed, as long as he wasn't sleeping on the sofa. There was no words for one night. The next morning. What? You guys are going to the imperial capital? Can you bring me along? Yesterday when Shen Nian came back, Yi Bingqi had already huffed and puffed her way to sleep. Naturally she didn't hear the conversation between the two of them. At this moment, after learning that the two of them were going to the imperial capital, she directly stood up from the dining chair. She is a playful person by nature. Where to play is not play. She hadn't been to the imperial capital in years, so she took this opportunity to revisit it. We are going to do business, not traveling. Why are you following us there? Yi Bingqi didn't know her father's real identity. Since Yi Zhan didn't say it, there must be his reasoning. Shen Nian naturally wouldn't be nosy and take the initiative to inform. Therefore, as a partnership initiator, he directly rejected Yi Bingqi without even thinking about it. While Yi Zhan, who was on the side, was relieved when he heard this. As a senior daughter slave, it was not good for him to reject Yi Bingqi. This kind of bad guy was better to let Shen Nian do it. Anyway, their relationship was not very good. Didn't you guys just meet yesterday? What kind of business can you do? My dad's industries are all in East China Sea. Does it have anything to do with you guys going to the imperial capital? You guys just don't want to bring me along for the ride. Damn it. At first Yi Bingqi still felt that it was somewhat reasonable, but a slight analysis made her find a loophole, so she was even more sure of her deduction. Well, it's fine if you want to go, but your obedience to the arrangement. We'll take you to play after we're done. How about it? After getting along for a few days, Shen Nian knew that Yi Bingqi was all anti-bone. The more you don't let her go, the more she will want to go, and when the time comes, she will surely sneak and buy a ticket by herself and chase her to the imperial capital. Instead of this, it would be better to make an agreement beforehand. Anyway, they just go to see Junshin. Hold up, a half a day time will be enough. Can do it, cannot do it to pull down. Okay, yes, no problem. Cheating is a puppy. The side of the Leaf War looked at the two conversations as if thinking, not right. 10 must have 12 points is not right. This little cotton jacket seems to have a little leakage. In the past, when he and his daughter discussed something, the latter never listened. Even if he listened, it is the left ear into the right ear out. A turn of the eye and forget. This only came to the Magic City for a few days. How to become so good at talking. Okay, you guys get ready. I'm going out to do something, and then we'll see you at the airport. There are still a lot of cars in the garage. You want to open which own wall to get the key. This go to the Imperial City, do not know to stay a few days at. This house people are gone. The big villa is left with banknotes, a dog at home. More or less a little lonely. So Shen Yan intends to send him to Li Qinghan's home foster a few days. It just so happens that Li Chang is idle every day. Nothing to help walk the dog. In fact, find a babysitter is fine. But he recently brushed a lot of animal cruelty videos, or hand over to their own people a little more assured. Okay, you go. Imperial capital. Airport. 12 o'clock at noon. A line of 3 people arrived at the Imperial capital on time. If I remember correctly, this is still Shen Yan's first time to come here. Originally intended to graduate from college and come with his parents. But unfortunately now it has long been separated from the sky. I and Uncle Yi first go to do something. The hotel I have opened a good. If you do not know what to do, you go directly to the presidential suite of the Pango 7 Stars Hotel and wait for us. This side Shen Yan temporarily has no real estate. So long before he came, he had already booked a month's worth of presidential suites in advance, costing $30 million. Rich, the main thing is an enjoyable life. Okay, then you guys go. I'll go and play by myself for a while. If I'm tired, I'll go to the hotel by myself. Yi Bingqi is not the first time to come to the imperial capital. This place she is very familiar. Only Shen Yan is obviously not older than himself for a few years. How does he sound like a little kid? Pay attention to safety. Dad went to do something. We'll be back soon. Remember to call me if anything happens. Before leaving, Yi Zhan also did not forget to urge some. He is such a precious daughter. Cannot tolerate half a bit of failure. Half of the morning. Shilong Water Salon. Under the leadership of Yi Zhan, the two of them eventually arrived in front of a quiet and secluded small courtyard. Unlike other places, this place was filled with a large number of patrolling personnel, and every one of them was heavily armed and loaded with bullets. Lieutenant Yi. After the guards at the entrance saw the visitor, they snapped and gave Yi Zhan an extremely standard military salute, their eyes filled with admiration. The latter had retired but already deserved their respect. Well, I'm here to look for military god Yi. I've already informed before coming. It was only Yi Zhan who was Yi Jun God's old subordinate. If anyone else came, they really wouldn't be able to meet him. The Jun God had a lot of work to do on a day-to-day basis. Do you really think that people are very idle? What kind of cats and dogs have to see? The chief has already commanded. Yi Lieutenant 2 people directly into can. The sight of Shen Yan since the beginning has not opened his mouth. But in the survey of the building in front of the eyes, suddenly the mind suddenly flash. If you sign in here, I do not know what rewards will be obtained. Chapter 83 Yi Junshin. System, let's have a 10 consecutive sign-in to test the water. Do as I say. Practice is the only standard to test the truth. After so many times of signing in test, Shen Yan also found a law. That is, the rewards he obtained with the position he was in when he signed in has a certain correlation. Signed in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining funds of $500 million. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an M4A1 assault rifle, unlimited bullets. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability to read minds, 1 chance per day. Each use lasts for half an hour and is automatically refreshed at midnight every day. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining full-level skydiving skills. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ownership of King Dong's mansion. Sign in success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the anti-injury passive, capable of rebounding 100% of any attack the host receives. Shen Yan? Shen Yan. Follow up all the way to the door. What are you fuming about? Yi Zhan thought that Shen Yan had followed him over, so he said something while walking, but there was no feedback behind him, and he turned around to realize that the latter was still standing at the door in a daze. Coming. I'm sorry, it's been a long time since I've seen such a grandiose house. I looked at it a little more for a while. Shen Yan, who had returned to his senses, walked quickly to Yi Zhan's front and smiled he. But his daze was not because of this, And this time the system's reward was also too ruthless, right? Skills and equipment so top even if. Did not think that even the palace of King Gong have got themselves? That is the real royal palace. Now the imperial capital of the 5S scenic spot. To know that this King Gong's palace, although you can go in to visit, but to the point to have to clear people. This is the country's things. You have more money cannot buy. It's still the system. It seems that we can also call ourselves a king in the future. Sitting in the King Gong's mansion, the whole imperial capital is afraid that no one's house is bigger than Xinyan's. Even looking at the whole of China, there is none. Even if there is in the future, it is not as expensive as his. This is Yi Junshin's residence. How can it not be grand? This courtyard used to be an old mansion, and then the military god took a fancy to it and restored it, retaining part of the mansion's original flavor. Was it intentional or accidental? What? Ahem, nothing. Not important, not important. The backyard. The deepest part. Yi Zhan led Xinyan to turn left and right and finally arrived here. And Yi Junshin then they were in the room in front of them. Lieutenant Yi. Routine. Wait a moment. Although Yi Junshin had instructed before, as a guard, he still had to search the duo, and any dangerous items were not allowed to be brought in. Good. Yi Zhan was originally from this place, so naturally, he knew the rules here, and without any dissatisfaction, he obediently cooperated with the guards. Xinyan on the side raised an eyebrow. Although nothing was searched on his body, but if he let them know that he could take out unlimited bullets, pistols and assault rifles at any time, I wonder if he would scare these guards to death. Alright, the two of you can go in now. After saying that, the guards at the door retreated to the side and did not stop Yi Zhan and the two of them anymore. Squeak dash. Yi Zhan nodded slightly, then stepped forward and pushed open the wooden door of the room, entering it first, followed by Xinyan. The room was not big, but revealed as simple and elegant. All the decoration was Chinese style. In the room, in addition to some tables and chairs and other necessary items, there were only a few green plants and potted plants. Xinyan came in and started to look around. Eventually his gaze was attracted by a figure in front of the tea table. This person was wearing a long black robe, with long hair draped over his shoulders, and his face was also wearing a half mask, covering half of his face from his eyes downwards. You guys are here, old battle. We haven't seen each other for some years, right? How have you been? Oh, this person next to you should be the Xinyan you mentioned. Mr. Shen, right? Not bad. This person is Xinyan. Two people want to find Yi Junshin. Junshin is only the honorary name. As for his real name in the end, what is called? Now no one knows. Only know that he is surnamed Yi. Yi Zhan has met the military god. It has indeed been some years. Years of absence. The military god's divine might remains the same. Yi Zhan hadn't seen military god Yi since he left the imperial capital. At this moment when they met again, his heart was still full of emotions. It made him recall the time when they charged together to kill the enemy. Xinyan has met the military god. A character like the military god Xinyan didn't even know before, let alone to contact. If not Yi Zhuan gave himself a line, he really wouldn't have been able to meet this kind of character. The person who can be called the god of army must be the person who has made great contribution to the country. The general can have many, but the god of army will only have one in the same period. He has the supreme military power, can mobilize the whole country's army. Some people will say, if you give him this much power, aren't you afraid that he will rebel and become the king of his own country? Then it can only be said that their realm is too narrow. Throughout the ages, can be labeled with this name, which is not willing to throw their heads in blood for the country. And it was true. Ever since succeeding as the military god Yi had never disappointed. Every enemy attack and sneak attack would be crushed at the first opportunity. Dignity, only above the blade of the sword. Truth, only within the range of cannons. This was one of the supreme words that Yi Junshin believed in. The weak and the strong are superior. This is the law of nature. No one can escape. Well, sit down. No need to be so formal. There's no one else here. Talk about it. About what you guys said about the reinforcers. After the pleasantries were over, Yi Junshin stopped talking nonsense and went straight to the topic. Before Yi Zhan just said a generalization, he was listening to it in a cloudy way. Actually, I'm not very clear. It's better to let Xinyan say it. After all, this idea is what he came up with. Xinyan, you quickly introduce it to the military god. Did not see the physical object. Yi Zhan actually also has no bottom, so this pot still let Xinyan to back it. Considering their own friendship with the military god, even if this matter does not work out, it should not be difficult for the two. After all, Xinyan is a junior. Well, military god, please see. This is the formula that I mastered. You can find an expert to see. If the potion will be developed and put into the army, then our military power will be upgraded again. Xinyan handed over half of the formula from his own transcription to Yi Junshin. He was a man of principle. When he said he would give half, he would give half. Even if the Heavenly King came from, he couldn't make him change his mind. Let me see, why is it only half? Even if Yi Junshin wasn't an expert, he could tell that there should be a next part of this formula. A thing that Yi Zhan hadn't stated earlier, hence why he was stunned. Half is enough. This represents my sincerity. I also said before, the development of the money, the formula I can come out. The military god only need to come out of the people. If the military god does not believe it, then as if I did not say it. Chapter 84 Conditions. Since this is a cooperation, then we can't let the other party take all the benefits, right? To be able to take out half of the formula is already Shen Yan's greatest sincerity. If this does not work, then the big deal is to do it yourself. Trouble is trouble. System. Start mind reading. Know your enemy and know yourself. He had only seen this kind of skill in novels and movies before, although the cooling time was a bit long, but it was not bad to last for half an hour. Buzz. After the command was issued, Shen Yan could clearly feel that his eyes seemed to have undergone some kind of change, as if there was some kind of power attached to his eyes. In layman's terms, it was like stacking a buff. Shen Yan reached out and picked up the teacup on the table, using the action of drinking water to turn his gaze to Yi Zhan on the side, intending to use him to test the effect of this mind-reading technique. I'm so bored, should I find a reason to go to the restroom and go out for a walk? If I remember correctly, there seem to be a few old undead guys in this imperial capital. Why don't I take the time to go and meet them? What should we eat later? The military god hasn't seen me for so long. He'll probably keep me for dinner, right? His cooks here are all national banquet level. Fragrant Lu. I don't know if this Shen kid can make it. It's getting old. The body is not as good as before. If it can be enhanced 3 times, then I can show off again. Just such a moment of effort. Yi Zhan, head of the light curtain, as one after another appeared. Although his surface calm, but the inner thoughts all let Shen Yan read all over. Good thing he did not want to think about what nasty things. It seems that this mind-reading art is quite bullish, Lu. In that case, then let's see how this Yi Junshin is planning to do it. Immediately Shen Yan then projected his own gaze onto Yi Junshin. The two people were originally sitting facing each other, and there would be nothing wrong with this move. This Shen Yan is young, but his aura is not weak. Even when he is face to face with me, he can remain calm and composed. Based on this alone, he is stronger than the other young people I have seen. This kind of potion has never been heard of before. How did this kid get it? But if it's really as good as he says, and can triple the quality, it'll be a boon to our army. Why don't you promise to stabilize the other party and then have someone investigate Shen Yan? And if he's innocent, then it won't be too late to start the action? Shen Yan looked at Yi Junshin's head constantly floating out of the electronic light screen, immediately full of black lines. Dare to say a whole lot of their own. People still do not quite believe. Afraid of their own is a spy? Who is such a high-profile spy? Not good lurking, instead running in front of people hanging around. This is not pure big grudge species. Ahem, Lord Military God. I don't know what you've thought about this. If you're worried that I'm an enemy spy, then you can always send someone to investigate me. But I don't think there's any spy who would have the guts to come to you to die, right? Since he knew the scruples in the other party's mind, Shen Yan no longer hesitated and directly began to take the initiative, speaking on the topics that were on the other party's mind. How does he know what I'm thinking? Am I acting obvious? No, right. But this kid's words have some truth to them. Unless his brain is wired, which spy would dare to come and hang out in front of me? Other than that, at least this calmness of his isn't feigned. What are your conditions? What was in his heart was actually seen through by a junior. Yi Junshin glanced at Shen Yan with some surprise. It was good that he was wearing a mask and couldn't see the facial expression. Since it is a cooperation, then it is about win-win situation. Shen Yan and his duo specially rushed over from Mordor. He did not believe that the other party would provide the formula unconditionally. If it is really like this, then he still dared to use it. Our cooperation is limited to the development. The ownership of the potion is still mine. I have opened a company in Magic City. After the development, my company will produce the potion in large quantities, and will then prioritize supplying it to the troops for free. However, during the development process, it is necessary for the military god to provide an exclusive base, and all personnel involved in the development must sign a confidentiality agreement, and from the moment they enter the gate of the base, they will not be allowed to go out until the development is successful. This matter is not trivial. The military god should also understand. Regarding the potion, Shen Yan had his own intentions. Cooperating with the god of war was just lending a hand. With this relationship, at least in the future, no matter what they do, others will be afraid of 3 times. After all, not everyone can see the god of war, let alone cooperation. But I have to add 2 conditions. The first, after the development of the medicine, Your company needs to provide a certain amount of medicine to me on a quarterly basis. As for the number of specific how much, then look at your production rate negotiation. The second is that your potion must not be sold to the public. Everything else is fine. This is non-negotiable. There is cheap not to take advantage of. Since Xin Yan said that can be provided free of charge, that does not save a large amount of expenditure again. Well, this deal how to look at their own are earned. At the same time Yi Junshin also understand. This kind of thing absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the enemy country. No, turn back or have to find someone to keep an eye on this kid. He is a businessman. Are not profit guys. Don't come to the time in order to make money, to sell things out. Let him move the company over, directly controlled by the army. Gaga board, reliable very. Xin Yan looked at the real-time updated light screen on Yi Junshin's head. The corner of his mouth twitched, and for a while he didn't know what to say. Was he that unreliable? I don't think so, right? Such a handsome face. How can I see it doesn't look like a traitor? Okay, no problem. I can agree to these two conditions. The formula is on me. We are all in the imperial capital these days. When the military god has gathered the personnel, just contact us when. The number of people is not fixed, but as the old saying goes, many hands make light work. With your ability you should be able to gather quite a few capable people, right? It might be able to speed up the introduction of the potion. Although Xin Yan hated kissing ass, but sometimes had to admit that the other party's network was just wider than his own. And the person who could enter the eyes of the military god would not be a nameless person? Other than that, at least it's better than those people he recruited online, right? Ha ha ha, that's natural. Okay, then it's a deal. You guys go back and wait for my call. When I'm ready on my side, I'll notify you the first time. On the side of the Leaf War waiting are fast asleep. He is a rough man. Martial arts general. This kind of scientific research things would not have been with him. If it is not in order to wait for Xin Yan, he may have long slipped away. However, just at this time, his phone suddenly came a burst of urgent ringing sound. Chapter 85, The Kidnappers. Ding bell, ding bell. Excuse me, I'll take a call. Yi Zhen took out his cell phone and saw that it was his daughter calling. After greeting the two, he got up with a smile on his face and came to the side and pressed the answer button. But the next instant his face changed. Your daughter is now in my hands. Want to see her again? Then in an hour ready to $500,000 ransom. Warning, you better not think of the police, or you are ready to collect the body. Only to see a deliberately processed voice coming from the other end of the phone, but vaguely can be heard that it is a male. The opening is $500,000 ransom. Obviously this is a kidnapping call. The vertical son dare. If you dare to hurt my daughter a hair of sweat, that is the god of heaven Cain cannot save you. You'd better release the person to me now, or else, I will definitely make your bones to ashes. His daughter is Yi Zhan's soft underbelly and his scales. After hearing the news that Yi Bingqi was kidnapped, his anger was directly ignited, even forgetting that Yi Junshin was still present. Yo-ho? You're still quite cross, aren't you? Do you really think I'm scared? Aren't you crazy? Okay, now the ransom has gone up. $1 million. You only have 1 hour. If you don't get it out, you'll see if she dies or not. In the face of Yi Zhan's warning, the kidnapper was not the least bit afraid, and even doubled the rent. The more agitated Yi Zhan was, the more important the hostage was in his heart, and then the more passive he would be, which was exactly what the kidnapper wanted to see. After saying that he did not give Yi Zhan the opportunity to output, directly will hang up the phone. The latter again call back to the past prompt has been shut down. The room is so big. Yi Zhan this side of the movement is naturally caused by Xin Yan. Two people's attention, for a time have cast their eyes to the former. Yi uncle, what happened? Old battle. What's the matter that's making you angry? My daughter was kidnapped. It was the kidnappers who called just now, asking for $1 million ransom. Yi Zhan's eyes were filled with anger. His right hand gripped the phone tightly, gritted his teeth and summarized the matter. What the hell? Yi Bingqi was kidnapped? At those words Xin Yan froze. Good lord, is this imperial capital so chaotic too? How dare you kidnap someone in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid that the Sunrise crowd will report it? Outrageous. Surprisingly, someone dares to do this kind of thing under my nose. Old warrior, don't worry. I'll arrange for the special warfare team to set out and rescue the person. Compared to Xin Yan's surprised amazement, Yi Junshin was more angry. The reunion of old friends was a happy event. He was originally prepared to take the time to meet Yi Bingqi, the niece he had never met. This can be good. People have not seen. Let the kidnappers to the kidnapping, or in his personal town of the imperial city. This has not purely hit him in the face of it. Wait a minute. I can find their exact location. Give me 2 minutes. Since the other party was trying to defeat him and gave him an hour's time, he definitely wouldn't hurt Yi Bingqi in a short period of time, and her cell phone was on the kidnapper's side. which gave Shen Nian room to maneuver, only to see him pull out his own cell phone, quickly pounding on the screen. Less than a minute, he managed to locate the location of the phone. Even if the kidnapper turned off the phone, it did not affect Shen Nian's positioning in the slightest. Found it. The location is in, room 408 of the Yokohama hotel. After seeing the specific location information, Shen Nian couldn't read it again. What kind of confusing behavior was this? What kind of confusing behavior is this? Whose kidnapper lives in a hotel? Hello. However, he still told the coordinates to Yi Junshin, two people. After all, human life is at stake. Shin kid, really have you? So fast to find. Although the location tracking technology Yijan does not understand, but has not eaten pork, has not seen a pig run? He used to be the military god's second in command. What kind of scenes have he not seen before? But like Shen Nian so fast, it was the first time he had seen it. After all, in this situation, time was money. The earlier they found it, the more favorable it would be for them. Very well, then let me handle the next matter. I'd like to see what kind of person is so rampant. Not to mention the friendship between Yi Junshin and Yijan. Even if there wasn't such a relationship, he wouldn't have ignored it if he knew that someone dared to move the earth on the head of a Teiyukai. Yokohama Hotel. Room 408. Bathroom. Awesome. I've come across another big fish. It's still the people in the imperial capital who are rich. $500,000 isn't enough. They have to send me $1 million. How dare you threaten me? Wait until you find me to talk. A thieving thin monkey man was taking a bath inside the bathtub. There was no other in the whole room except him. This person was the one who called Yijan before. Call him over again later. $500,000 is the bottom line. Count the rest as much as you can. He raised his hand and looked at the time. At this moment, there were less than 10 minutes left from the hour he had set. Then he got out from inside the bathtub and started to wipe his body, ready to start the next step of the plan. Ka-ching! Bang! However, in the next instant, the room's windows and door were blasted open at the same time, and immediately afterward, a line of heavily armed and loaded special warfare members rushed in and surrounded the man. Don't move! Crouch down! Hands over your head! Suddenly being pointed at by so many guns, the man was instantly confused. What is this situation? However, after coming back to his senses, he saw the armband of these special warriors, on which a mighty and domineering snow leopard was clearly embroidered. Snow leopard commando. Say it again. Crouch down. Hands on your head. Otherwise I'll start robbing. When these words came out, the man immediately crouched down with his head in his hands, but he still didn't understand how he had recruited the snow leopard commando. You have to know that this is the most powerful special force in the imperial capital. Even if his own extortion was discovered, it should be the police to arrest the talent. Reporting to the captain, no remaining accomplices were found in the room, and no hostages were found. At the time when the man was puzzled, a special operations team member quickly came to the squad leader to report the situation. They were precisely ordered by Yi Junshin to come to rescue Yi Bingqi. In fact, the commando team arrived here very early, but for the sake of the hostage amount of safety, the commando team first utilized a variety of advanced weaponry to conduct a mapping of the room, and finally confirmed that there was only one man in the room before breaking the door. Say, where did the man hide? The squad leader frowned. Although he had already known that this was the result, he was still more or less upset. After all, this was the first time he had received a mission from the military god, so he couldn't just go back empty-handed. Hostage? What hostage? Military master. There are no hostages. I'm the only one here. When the man on the ground heard hostage, he immediately thought of the phone call he dialed an hour ago, and all of a sudden he panicked, daring himself to poke a hornet's nest. Chapter 86. The truth. What kind? You tore the ticket. Maybe it was nervous. The man's words didn't make sense, but in the junior captain's ears, it was that the man had already disposed of the hostage. It was called a gas. Take them away. Their mission was to rescue the hostage. Since the figure of the hostage was not found here, it could only be to go back first to resume their orders and wait for the next instruction. If it was not for the rule not to shoot at will, he was really want to kill this pouncing boy with one shot. He was not able to receive the task of the military god, did not expect to be so rash to finish the job. The entire snow leopard commando team, so many people. The next time the ghost knows who will be the turn? Sulong Water Parlor. Yijan, 3 people are here waiting for the news of the snow leopard commando team, and at this time, Shen Nian's cell phone suddenly vibrated. Picked up and found that it was the hotel's check-in information. Yi Bingqi checked into the hotel? Then who is the one who was kidnapped? It's not right. 10 points must have 12 points wrong. These words immediately attracted the attention of the 2 people next to him, and Yijan even grabbed Shen Nian's cell phone, which clearly showed that his daughter had checked in. Make a call to the hotel and ask if she is really in the hotel. Then it should be that the cell phone has been stolen. No wonder this kidnapper only gave an hour. I said I always feel that something is wrong. Yi Junshin felt from the beginning that this kidnapper was different from the ones he had contacted before. For one thing, he wanted less money. And for another, he gave a short preparation time. I can't tell by phone. I'll check the surveillance directly. After retrieving his cell phone from Yi Zhan's hand, Shen Yan hacked the Pango 7 Stars Hotel surveillance system in front of the two of them, and then found the surveillance video of the front desk and the entrance of the presidential suite. And the point in time also happened to be the time when Yi Bingqi checked in. That's right, it's my daughter. She's really in the hotel. According to the video, after Yi Bingqi came to the hotel alone and checked in, she went straight to her room and didn't come out afterward. And she checked in at a time after the kidnappers had called. That is to say, she had not been kidnapped, and the so-called kidnapper, who was also a fake, had only stolen the cell phone and wanted to extort a sum of money. Grandma's leg. Stealing my daughter's cell phone and still dare to call to extort me? He'd better not fall into my hands, otherwise I'll have to let him know why flowers are so red. Endure for a while, the more you think the more you lose. Take a step back, the more you think the more you are angry. Yi Zhan scolded the Jianghu for so long. How has he ever been teased by someone like this? Just now, if it wasn't for the Yi Junshin and Shen Yan duo stopping him, he could have followed the Snow Leopard commandos to the scene. Ha ha ha, as long as people are fine, it's good. Counting the time, the Snow Leopard side should be coming back soon. By then this person will still be at your disposal? Since he had confirmed that Yi Bingqi was safe, Yi Junshin was also relieved. As long as the person was fine, everything else was fine. If something really happened in his own territory, how should he face Yi Zhan in the future? This is his own hand and foot, brother. Yes, Yi uncle. Calm down, calm down. Go back and ask Yi Bingqi how to know. She is not practiced well. Under normal circumstances, 3 or 5 people cannot get close to her. It is estimated to be accidentally caught in the path of the thief. Having had the experience of falling into the well pit before, Shen Yan felt that Yi Bingqi's body reveals unreliability. However, compared to being tied up, he was still more convinced that the cell phone had been stolen. Reporting to the military god, Snow Leopard Commando Team 7 has returned and is waiting for instructions at the door. Just as several people were talking, a guard at the door suddenly came forward to salute and reported loudly, "Let them come in." Speaking of the devil, Yi Junshin did not hesitate and directly ordered the 7 squads to come in directly. They still had questions to ask. Snow Leopard Commando Squad 7 meets the military god. Not long after, the entire 7th squad that had just carried out the order appeared in front of Yi Junshin. But at this time, they had already unloaded all the rest of their equipment and only wore a camouflage training uniform. After all, non-guardsmen were not allowed to carry guns here. But in front of them, there was also a man wrapped in a bathrobe who was tied up in 5 different ways, and was kneeling on the ground with a terrified face. The whole person couldn't stop trembling. "Tell me, what's the situation at the scene?" Yi Junshin ignored the man, but looked up to the junior captain. Since they had captured the man back, it must be one who had already confirmed his identity. There was no doubt about that. Reporting to the military god, after we rushed to the hotel, he was the only one in the entire room. No hostages or other accomplices were found. According to him, there were no hostages in the hotel at all, so we brought him back first. Yi Bingqi hadn't been kidnapped yet, the 7th squad didn't know about it, so for a while they thought that they had failed in their mission, and the next thing that greeted them might be the punishment. So on the way back, the man fell on his face without knowing how. "Well, good job. Alright, there's nothing more for you guys here. Go back." If it was before learning the truth, Yi Junshin high and low would have to reprimand twice, but at this moment, he was still in a good mood, so naturally he wouldn't take it out on people, and even complimented the 7th squad, and then waved them away in their astonished looks. Doorway. "Captain, are we considered to have accomplished our mission or not? What does the military god mean by this?" "Yeah, Captain, I didn't understand it either." +1. Seconded. After coming out from the Qilong water salon, the people of the 7th squad, one by one, all gathered in front of the squad leader to seek an explanation. If the mission content was just to catch a street pouncer, then there was no need for them to use the snow leopard. Was there? Roll. Dare to talk about the military god. You guys have gotten fat? Who cares what the mission is? Since the military god has told us to go back, it must be fine. You guys ask me, who am I going to ask? The squad leader himself was confused. How else could he explain to them? But there is one thing he can be sure of. Even if there is no reward, then at least there will be no punishment. Didn't you see that just now the military god even praised them? Back to the house. At this time, the entire house, in addition to Shin Nian, 3 people, there is only left by the 7th team, brought in that thin monkey. Now his whole person seems to have Parkinson's, like, shaking non-stop. No other? Only because he just heard the word military god. As a person in China, there is no Yi Jun god, although he is a thief, but also will pay attention to current events, not own a phone call, but even provoked this kind of character, just came in, he but saw, this inside a guard's equipment than to catch their own snow leopard squad is also better. It is you kid who wants the old man $1 million, right? Uing really a talent Chapter 87 I taught myself. Looking at the skinny monkey-like man in front of him, Spare Yizhan was exasperated and laughed. It's true that concern is messy. On his physique. Don't say kidnap. Whether he can beat Yibingchi or not is a question yet. Yes. No. No. Thin monkey man first nodded his head, then began to shake his head madly. If he was caught by the police, he would have admitted it, but the current situation, who admitted it who was unlucky, did not see so many guns at the door? Any one of them can come and beat himself into a sieve. Tell me, what's your name? What is this incident all about? How to say here is also their own home field. Yi Junshin is also timely opening, even if the three of them have already guessed the thing are rough, but this process should go or have to go through. Back to military god. My name is Lu Chao. I'm not a kidnapper. I'm just a cell phone thief. The cell phone I stole before was unlocked, so that's why I came up with such an idea to see if I could pit a sum of money. But I've never done anything like kidnapping. Lu Chao said is indeed the truth, but did not say all. He is in fact a recidivist. Before has been roaming between the two Guangzhou. Every time he stole someone else's cell phone, he will call to extort a sum of money, and every time he gave a short time, the funds are also depending on the situation, but usually in the hundreds of thousands, such as today such $1 million or the first time. The reason why he came to the imperial city this time is also because not long ago he pitched another 300,000 in Suzhou. Now almost the whole southern city has his legend. Many people are looking for him, so Lu Chao chose to come to the imperial city to avoid the wind. Like this purely by luck work, basically are half a year not open eat half a year, as long as a big wrong kind of fell for it, then Lu Chao earned a lot. He is alone, without any attachment, go where is not over In this line of crawling and fighting for so many years, Lu Chao has been able to pass a person's image of the temperament to judge each other as really rich or mass face to fill the fat man. After all, temperament this thing cannot be quick, this is not, after running into Yi Bingchi today, he cannot walk the road, there is no way. It is really Yi Bingchi body's noble gas is too heavy, but also a girl, so then he had a crooked mind. The other party's cell phone by the way, want to and the other party reacted to before, playing a time difference to earn a sum of money on the way out. As for why not directly to the person to be kidnapped, also said earlier, on his kind of skinny monkey can beat Hua, and kidnapping and theft and extortion of the nature of the two are not the same. A meal saturation and done satiation Lu Chao or distinguish. You mean to say that all this is your temporary intention? Not intentional? Then explain to me what this is all about? Lu Chao's words just fell. Shen Yan smoothly took over the conversation. Just such a moment's effort. He had already looked up all of Lu Chao's information on his laptop, including his bank account records. The crowd's eyes fixed on the computer screen after the discovery. Lu Chao, an unemployed hobo even irregularly, will be a large amount of money from different channels remittance. Obviously these are the stolen money to come. This is what I earned from my part-time job. Right, part-time, you know? What's the meaning of being a stiff upper lip? This is it. Lu Chao is now dead deny. Anyway, Shen Yan and others do not have solid evidence, plus this time he did not get, as long as he does not admit, at best, is a crime of stealing a cell phone. Part-time job? What part-time job is so lucrative? It doesn't move hundreds of thousands of dollars. Recommend it? I also want to try. This is not faster than working Shen Yan said so, but his words were full of mockery. This guy does not really think he can go out after entering here, right? With Yizhan's protective strength, if Lu Chao dared to hit her daughter's idea, wouldn't he tear the other party apart? Ahem, this little brother is joking. Your skin is tender. Not suitable for me to do this kind of rough work. Or forget it. Not suitable. Although he didn't know what kind of person Shen Yan was, but just based on the fact that he could share a room with the military god, Lu Chao knew that he wasn't an ordinary person. It was better not to offend. The most urgent thing was to think of a way to save his own life. Everything else was just floating clouds. Alright, old war, this person is given to you. How to deal with it is up to you. This kind of scourge is also a resource to keep. After inquiring 2 sentences, Yi Junshin also lost interest in Lu Chao. A straw bag only, but he did not just let Lu Chao go, and not counting this attempted extortion. Just those things he did before. It is enough to let him step on the sewing machine for a lifetime. Well, I do you rest assured, said Yizhan, then directly reached out and lifted Lu Chao on the ground and walked towards the outside of the house. Not to leave but to go to the cell. ready to personally try this slag. Shen Yan, this computer skill of yours is very bullish. Self-taught, or did you have a master to teach you? At this time, only Shen Yan and the two of them were left in the room. Yi Junshin actually wanted to ask when the former first hacked the hotel's surveillance, but at that time, it happened that the 7th Squad's people came back to give a delay. Having cast it twice, Yi Junshin had witnessed it with his own eyes. Something that couldn't be faked, but he wasn't asking about it because he was jealous of anything, but he wanted to introduce this kind of technology, and if the military could master it, there was no doubt that the strength would be raised by another section. I self-taught. Look at the video on the internet, bought some books and then their own nothing to fool around, slowly practiced, but the military god rest assured that I will not fool around. Today is also the situation is special. Well, Shen Yan would have liked to fictionalize a non-existent master, but on second thought, this is not disguised to dig a pit for themselves, or say self-taught it. Anyway, the world is no longer a minority of self-educated hacker Big Brother. He is not an example. Good. Self-taught. Worthy of being my Chinese boy. Shen Yan, how are you learning about network attack and defense? Obviously, Yi Junshin was moved to love Shen Yan's talent. His biggest headache today is the network piece. After all, a lot of important data is stored in the form of data. If it is stolen, the consequences will be unimaginable. This is hard to say. How about this? I'll show you my hand? Very well. Mouth says no proof. Shen Yan, this move is in the heart of Yi Junshin. There is nothing more real and effective than witnessed. Not much to say, only to see Shen Yan once again sat back in front of the laptop. After thinking about it, then began his tawdry operation. Crackling, Yi Junshin just stood beside him silently, seeing Shen Yan's fingers dancing rapidly on the keyboard. Although he didn't know what he was doing, but just by looking at this residual shadow, it felt very bullish. Chapter 88, Security Advisor. Snap. Done. After hitting the last enter key, a surveillance screen suddenly appeared on the computer screen, and the white-haired man in a black suit who was dealing with the file bag in the screen was the current Pretty Country's spokesperson, Connor. This is? Surveillance video? Wait, you hacked into the White House's surveillance system? Hurry up and turn it off. The Yi Junshin on the side came over to take a look, and immediately clammed up. Good guy. He inwardly called out, good guy. Let you show the technology. At least change the place. This is if the other side counter-tracking. It is likely to provoke a war. Don't worry, military god. With their little technology, it's impossible for them to discover me. This I can guarantee with my head. Look, a few minutes have passed. Nothing has happened. Instead of Shen Yan's confidence in his own technology, it was more like he had absolute trust in the system. If even the system that was bound to him couldn't be relied on, then what else could be trusted in this world? Are you sure it's going to be okay? Are you sure? This matter can't afford to be sloppy. I'll ask you one last time. Time passed minute by minute. The computer in front of Shen Yan did not show the slightest sign of being attacked. Yi Junshin had actually believed most of it, but as he said, this matter was too important to be child's play, and as long as the slightest bit of uncertainty was present, it had to be terminated immediately. Sure as well as sure. If they can discover my trail, you will directly shoot me. Shen Yan playing is true, but he also understands Yi Junshin's caution. After all, in a high position, he has to consider the safety of the whole country. No necessary risk. He certainly will not go to risk. Good. Ha. Good. Huaxia's land is vast, and it really is full of talents. Ha. After getting Shen Yan's affirmative reply, Yi Junshin was in a great mood. Since Shen Yan could quietly invade the surveillance of a pretty country, it was natural that he could also invade another countries. In this way, Huaxia would be able to grasp their movements in real time. As the old saying goes, if you know your enemy and know yourself, you will win 100 battles. So it shouldn't be too much to insert a few eyes, right? After all, they would send a large number of spies over to China every year, only that this tactic wasn't brought out into the open. Shen Yan, I would like to invite you to be the security advisor of the military department. Are you willing? As for the material formalities and whatnot, I'll directly exempt you, and at the same time, for the sake of better management, I can also grant you the rank of major. How's that? After seeing Shen Yan's strength, Yi Junshin threw out an olive branch at the first time. If Shen Yan agreed to serve as the security advisor of this military department, then it also meant that he had the right to govern the entire military network. The sincerity of this was simply not too great. Even in order to keep him, also offered the rank of major. To know Shen Yan is neither active military, and no military service, under normal circumstances cannot be awarded the title, otherwise it would be a mess of the rules. But Yi Junshin still did it. To say the reason, is Shen Yan worthy of him to do so? After all, look at Shen Yan just like. Seems to be easy. If you can use his technology to manipulate the enemy country's arms weapons, then the world pattern will be completely reshuffled overnight, and China will stand on top of the world. What? Security consultant? Do I still have to serve? It's not that Shen Yan refused to serve, just that his physical quality is already very strong now. At the same time, there are system rewards such as full-grade shooting and other technology in the body put into the army that is the existence of the king of soldiers. To go in is too much of a blow to the people. Do not have to. Security consultant and do not need you to go to war. Shen Yan, I want you to control the enemy's arms and weapons, like what airplanes and missiles and so on. Can you do it? After seeing Shen Yan's calm and self-confident look, Yi Junshin finally did not hold back and asked the curiosity in his heart. If this thing is not clear, he will not be able to sleep tonight. Why don't I give the military god another demonstration? This time Shen Yan didn't do it directly, but revealed a playful smile, although he didn't say it outright. Yi Junshin already understood what he meant. Ha 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 ha, God bless my Huaxia ha 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 ha. Give me a day's time. I'll help you get all the formalities done tomorrow. By the way, you shouldn't have a place to stay in the imperial capital yet, right? This way, I'll get you another mansion. You can't live in a hotel every day, can you? At this moment, Yi Junshin looked at Shen Yan's eyes have changed. That is really hold in the heart of the hand for fear of falling, contain in the mouth for fear of melting, have to be a baby for up. After all, the latter has this kind of technology have not defected to the enemy, is obviously a staunch patriot. After a burst of laughter, he thought of Shen Yan and his entourage are living in the hotel. How can this work? So a wave of his hand to Shen Yan to send the house. We must know that this is the imperial capital inch by inch of land. Not anyone can buy, let alone send. However, if he knew that Shen Yan now has Prince Gong's house, I'm afraid that he will directly vomit blood 3 liters, right? Everyone lives in a private house. You are good. Directly live in the king's mansion? Why don't you live directly in the palace Zijing City? Okay, there is that potion thing. The military god also as soon as possible. I will not stay in the imperial capital for a long time. As for the house, will not have to break the bank. I just remembered that I am on this side of the real estate. I didn't expect to come to the imperial capital to go the same way. Not only recognized the legendary military god, also gave himself to fish a position. This is out of Shen Yan's expectation. But on the whole, he is still earning. If he didn't remember wrongly, their Shen family didn't have any soldiers, let alone this kind of school officer level. If you look at it this way, it was unintentionally honoring his ancestors. If his parents saw it in the 9 Springs, they would also feel comforted, right? Okay, I'll handle it together. This is my private business card. You can contact me directly if there's anything. Yi Junshin now looked at Shen Yan as 2 words, reliable. So for the thing he just said about the potion at the beginning, he also directly pulled full trust, and also took out his business card from the drawer and handed it to him. As a military god, how many people in the whole of China are worthy of having his personal business card? One hand could count them all, and each of them was a big shot on one side, the kind that was already old, and the only one as young as Shen Yan was him. Okay, if there's nothing else for the military god, I'll go back first. It's getting late. Shen Yan had no reason to refuse the contacts given for nothing, reaching out to accept the other party's business card and inadvertently included it in the system space. Maybe it could really be used at some point? The purpose of this trip has been reached. He is not prepared to continue to stay. Do people or low-key a little? He has exposed a lot of things today. Insurance, or first slip good. As for Yi Zhen, anyway, he recognizes his own way back. Chapter 89 Cyber Force. This is leaving? Stay and have a meal together and then go back. The old warside is not estimated to be so fast. Rarely stumble upon a good seedling. Yi Junshin naturally wants to have a good chat to promote the relationship. In case people have other hidden skills? Wouldn't that be a big profit? Many thanks to the military god's good intentions, but there is no need to eat. Yi Bingqi's side still doesn't know what's going on. I'd better go back to take a look first. You let Uncle Yi stay on the line. For Yi Junshin's retention. Shen Yan slightly shook his head and directly politely refused. Since the other party was wearing a mask, naturally he didn't want others to see his real face, but he always had to take it off during dinner, right? As the old saying goes, the more you know, the faster you die. Shen Yan is still not involved in this kind of thing. Right now, they were still only in a cooperative relationship, and he didn't think that he and the military god were already acquainted to such an extent. Alright then, I'll send a car to send you there. Shen Yan was determined to go. Yi Junshin didn't force him to stay. After all, it was the first time they met. They still need to leave a good impression. Otherwise how can they dig a hole in the future? Then, thank you, military god. This Shen Yan did not refuse, although he can also go directly to the forest store to pick up the car. But in this case, you have to go around in a big circle. Too much trouble. Or to sit in a ready-made car. Anyway, do not sit for nothing. We are all our own people. Why are you so polite? Let's go. I'll send you out. Pango 7 Stars Hotel. Shen Nian sat in the special car arranged by Yi Junshin directly back here. The site of the Prince Gong's palace is not in a hurry to go over there for the time being. Anyway, such a big house and will not run away. The money spent on this hotel shall not come over to enjoy a hand? Ding dong. Presidential suite door. He reached out and pressed the doorbell. Yi Bingqi from back has not gone out. Heard the doorbell ring. The first time to open the door. You guys are back? Why are you alone? Where's my dad? Opening the door and seeing only Shen Nian alone. She couldn't help but feel a little strange. Didn't they leave together to go on an errand? How come they came back alone? Uncle Yi went to dinner with his friends. So I came back first. Speaking of which, your cell phone was stolen, wasn't it? After coming in, Shen Nian went straight to the living room sofa. Sitting in Yi Junshin's place is a big bench. It is really a bit difficult. Or this leather sofa sitting comfortably. How did you know? Speaking of this, Yi Bingqi is angry. She played well. The result is that the phone was stolen. And on the body and did not bring a wallet. Good thing that the place where she was previously active is not far from the hotel. And finally look for passers-by, borrow $2 to take the bus over. The thing is like this. Next, Shen Nian informed Yi Bingqi of what happened in Qilong Shuiqi one by one. And when she heard that Lu Chao even managed to demand $1 million from her father, it almost didn't make her angry. Outrageous. Simply don't be too rampant. Stealing my cell phone, even if it's not enough, but also dare to organize this. No way. I want my dad to send him to Africa to work as a laborer. She copied the hotel's landline and was about to call her father. But the next moment Yi Bingqi stopped, because he had never remembered Yi Zhan's phone number. The cell phone is gone, ghost knows how many. That, Shen Nian. Do you have my father's phone number? I can't remember the number. Under the helplessness, she had to look to the side of Shen Nian. At first she thought it was just a simple theft. A cell phone. No. Did not care. Back to the hotel and wait for Yi Zhan to come back and then buy his. Who knows this Lu Chao bold so fat? Not to rectify a bit. She cannot swallow this breath. There is no need. Fell into the hands of Uncle Yi. You think he can still have what good end? There is a father must be his daughter. Really is a family. Even the way to do people are not very different. Shen Nian is also laughing and crying, but did not really call Yi Zhan. This moment is estimated that he has been dealt with it. That makes sense. Then it's cheap for that kid. After listening to Shen Nian's words, Yi Bingqi thought about it and also felt that it made sense. So she dismissed the idea and sat down on her butt beside the former, looking at the ceiling with both eyes empty. There were no words for the night. Yi Zhan was sent back only in the latter part of yesterday's night. Drunk. As soon as he entered his room, he directly fell into bed unconscious, and slept until noon of the next day before waking up. But after he came out of the room, the suite was already empty. Shen Nian was picked up by a military vehicle early in the morning. As for Yi Bingqi, she went out to fool around on her own. After yesterday's events, she has grown a lot of heart. It's not possible to be stolen again. Imperial Capital Military Base. Shen Nian was received by the Qilong Shuiqi, and then came here with Yi Junshin. Yesterday promised the former rank and position have been done. Originally Yi Junshin was going to organize a rank ceremony for Shen Nian, but was rejected by the latter on the grounds that he didn't want to be too high profile, and after some fruitless persuasion, he gave up on this idea and directly completed the rank for Shen Nian in his own room. Therefore, Shen Nian is now wearing a brand new military uniform. The shoulder badge is clearly adorned with 2 bars and 1 star, but his appearance of this fine skin and tender flesh still caused a lot of passers-by to stare. Military god, where are we going? In the base also walked for a while. The two were always in the car, which made Shen Nian somewhat puzzled, and could not help but take the initiative to open his mouth to ask. Network Force Base, didn't I get you a security advisor position? Although you don't need to sit here, but you always have to go over to show your face, or else these people won't recognize you in the future. In fact, on weekdays, if there is no war, Yi Junshin rarely runs to the base, usually in his mansion to deal with official business. But today is Shen Nian's first day on duty. He naturally has to come over. Lest some people are high-minded and arrogant and don't take Shen Nian seriously. I see. Network Force Shen Nian also heard of. One of the branches of the Strategic Support Force. As long as it is responsible for network attack and defense. But as long as it is military, like our civilian network, the enemy attack is not very meaningful. This kind of thing is generally those hacker organizations do. Not long ago, the two came to the base door. This time the base members have been assembled. In the door array welcome. Joking. The god of the army in person. Which dare not come? Who would dare not to come? If they dared not put the military god in their eyes today, they would dare to revolt tomorrow. Welcome to the inspection of the military god. Just as the two of them got off the bus, the soldiers on both sides started to warmly welcome them, welcoming them in amidst a round of applause. But by this time, quite a number of people had already noticed Jin Yen. Why could he, a major, be in the same car as the god of war or even traveling side by side?